Look at you guys. Wiley Harris. Shout out to you, dude. Wiley Harris, how are things with the lady, Mrs. Elizabeth Marsden? Are you fixing yourself? Trying to like this goddamn. Oh, I can't. There we go. Is it really bald? He just pretends to sling dick. That's fire. Savage. Alrighty, let's see here. This one, It's Happening, posted by Wiz McFly. It's happening. Brendan Schaub is dressing like he's gonna have to call him Rogan. We need help. Posted by Scott Welch. That's so funny. Is that a real? I always ask this. That's a real post with Instagram. Yeah. It's so filtered and set up. If I were out hunting, and I was dressed like this, I would probably take a picture, but it wouldn't look like this. This is how do you have the cell phone service for this? You know what it needs to say right here? Instead of call him Rogan, we need help. It should say looking for heroin. Yeah, he's pissed. He's like, you gotta fucking get your own heroin stuff out here. I have to make my own smoothie in the woods. I'm so terrified that the audience can just do that. Yeah, he's pissed. Okay, we're good. Oh yeah, please don't mess with us. Oh, so that's for real, a real thing. This is embarrassing. Your boy's gonna call you and be like, hey man, take that down. Yeah, we were making fun of it. Like, and also, if the hair was black, would it be better? I don't think so. It's a weird. He's very immature. This is a younger man's thing to do. Look at the hair now. It's good. Where's the night vision goggle? I guess it's the day. So. I thought the same thing. He goes. He's wearing. If you pan out, he's wearing the Tom Brady version job. That's a big deal. Don't worry about Tom Brady. It's crazy how he only has one leg in here, and this is his dick right here. Big dick, sorry. He has a vagina now. Let's see here. What else do we got? Fuck this world. This is fucking weird. 24 days ago, 10 days ago, Kimmy. Oh my god, post my 1 year old 4416. That's an aggressive ass picture. It's funny to do that. It's their closet. I thought she was in a store. I'm poor. I'm so poor I thought this was a store. So I mean that. I thought that was a store. It looks like a store, doesn't it? Because they have so much clothes. I will give her respect. Because usually ladies will post this kind of stuff and be like, rest in peace, children. You know what I mean? But she's saying, by the way, these leggings love my ass. Which is like, alright, she's addressing the ass. Yeah, fucking predominantly taking over 10% of the screen. Yeah, I mean, she worked hard for it, I guess. She's in like some of those purses. I was going to say, Sean's closet is the person. Shab has purses. Shab is forward thinker in purses. Alright, shout out to that. This is a store, they're saying. Oh, it is a store. So if it's a store that has purses next to menswear, that's strange. What store is this? It's heroin. Look at this. I'm kidding. They're going to get prioritized, Daddy. Of course, I'm joking. Too much Taco Bell below the border. Otherwise, this is GameStop. I think either what I'm hinting at is it's weird to take this picture in a store. Maybe also weird to take it in your husband's closet. But not really that weird. There's a big ass mirror. I mean, I'm glad she's graduating from asking her kids to take pictures of her fat fucking ass. That's kind of, what if she's asking someone to take a picture of her doing this? Yeah, that's all I think. Yeah, I don't think it's a weird. It's a shaky child's hand going, I don't want to take this picture, Mom. I love the way these leggings really love my ass. Gotcha. Thank you, man. I'm going to keep my eye out for that. And I have a really good Daddy's closet. Run the audio so some of you can donate. That'd be great. Let's see here. I like that. I'm going to, next thing you know, every thing is going to start with 30 minutes of audio. Oh yeah, dude. If audio issues are going to be a part of the show, there's going to get donations. They're like, okay, well then. So a storage unit / garage isn't a good spot for a podcast studio? Posted by Chin Puller of Clips. I'm always scared whenever the videos like small like that. Like, there's going to be a dick. Fuck. I mean, I heard about, I think this might be the one that maybe Robbie would say, where something bad happens in the studio, and everything falls apart. He sent me some text, he was like, did you see when they did that? I forget what he said though. Let's see here. That noise that we're hearing today. Oh, hey, dude. We're becoming fucking TPK, dude. They don't know what to do either. Do they have a second broadcaster? Oh my god, that's my guy that goes to do. Yeah, this is usually just for the Discord, that one group that you started, the hentai? Oh yeah, okay, well be careful, that's very cool. Yeah, I usually watch stuff, I break stuff and then I go, okay, sorry. That noise that we're hearing, do they hear this noise? No. I think you can hear it, but it's not as bad as the watchers. This is the part that's called Styles Switch. No way is that outside. Somebody with a jackhammer? What is going on? Is it construction outside his house, or a shop hiring people to work on a trip during a show? 3 words, dude. On phase. That's just going on with the fucking podcast. He's a real black belt. He doesn't care. Yeah, it's not a bother to him. This is a bite out of the fish moment film. Okay, so then, Addison, come on, listen. Shut up, dude. I told you guys when I saw the bite out of the head that I thought it was real, and I thought the sound was real too, and I thought you guys were real too, fucking bots. Yeah, look, we've been through a lot tonight. You can't hold us accountable for what we think is real. Waldo? Waldo, I've never seen that one. Fuck. Styles Switch Barbecue. Why do you say it's good? It's your outdated model. That's good sound. That's hilarious. That's so really funny. Yeah. What is this? Drilling? Yeah, that's what sounds like. We should have never looked at the comments. We would have thought this was real the whole time. Yeah. I didn't feel too bad for Jim Dibble. What is far right now? One of our followers doing a joke from not really caring or being sympathetic to the drum sounds going on during the dolphin box. Run it, baby. Abu Dhabi, dolphin. Stop drilling upstairs. He said drilling upstairs. Yeah. So what the hell? He said text the lady that got us up upstairs. Up there. Because upstairs, drilling inside. I'm like, hand drill. Yeah, someone's working on another floor. It's Spielberg's new Airwolf helicopter. Upstairs. Better audio than my mom's first home video. Okay. Charlie C. Well, if I was wrong, this is legit terrible. No, there's no chance that there's no way they would continue doing the podcast. No, I don't think so. I think they're right.
Yo, dog, what up, quiz?
Cancel culture, so their rate is so hypocritical. There's no anti cancel culture in hell. They want cancel culture. To me, this is not cancel culture at all. Like, what cancel culture is when you don't like somebody say me, and then you're like, we want to get rid of Dave, so we're going to go through everything Dave. I said, yeah. Oh my God, you're so into this podcast. Damn, dude. Well, it's interesting that we don't do it that much here because we're sort of out in the open. Yeah, dude. But we don't have as many trucks and we're not working on as many projects as they are. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, dude, we have half the budget less than we we have 1% of the budget, right? And thinking is having half the budget for this show would be such a crazy. Like I'd be on the phone, like, yeah, when my friends might go, yeah, I'm doing pretty good out here, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna go into work anymore, actually. No, I'm doing pretty good. We got half the budget of feedback area, right? We've never had one audio issue. So that's why I was trying to. And we've only had one. We've only had one. With the teens. Yeah. Hardly never had. No, hardly. No. We never had. Between the two of us talking to each other. What's solved? The problem. Team 5. Yeah, George is gone. He fucked up. We already told him. Yeah. I mean, listen, if I fire you, you see me drive around my truck, don't even talk to me. Aside, or Carly is the equivalent of someone drilling upstairs and being cool, dude, what the fuck? And they're like, jeez, your guys' budget was maxed out with 12 donuts for Mark. I know, right? At $30 for Portos, now audio is $70 for we already watched that one 7 minutes the other day. Not a hot weekend change, that's why the audio was fucked up. Let's see what we got here. 15 days ago, did we see the shop learn the hard way? The only people paying for his Patreon are his haters. Let's try to get away with this without having it on screen if it's going to be his Patreon. Oh no, okay, this is the hard way. Back off the but how he struggles with cocaine. Gordo. Oh shit. Gordo's he watches this. Oh, okay, nice. Shout out to Gordo. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I remember that. We'll see. You guys know that feel right now? That ain't the move. You know how I feel vibes around cocaine? Y'all need to back the fuck up. If you want to hate on anybody, send it my way into the fields. I don't give a fuck. A guy that struggles with the way he does and he's very open about it doesn't need you to pile on him at this time right now. Like if there was cocaine on the table right now, he'd fucking snort it right field. You feel me? Back off the old tell you back the fuck off field. If you want to pile on somebody, pile on me. I don't give a fuck. I can handle it. I know what I look like. This stuff doesn't bother me. It hurts my feelings. Pile on me. I don't give a fuck. I can handle it. I'm telling you now. So all you guys know, it hurts my feelings more than you know. Pile on me. I don't give a fuck. He looks nuts compared to that. He looks like he's been at the beach all day or something. He's bronzing. He's in his bronzing mode. It's like when you're growing older as a woman, right? And you get like few Barbies, and then like you're like turning, let's say like 11 or 12, you're like, I don't want a beach Barbie, I like little Barbie. But that's big. Yeah, she was shopping. I don't want beach shop. I want truck wash shop. I have some things I want. One thing is trying to go back to when he was hot. I mean, it's, you're right, this is a good call out here. Let's pause on this for a second. So, that is, I guess, the first one's kind of normal shop. This is like, yeah, I guess, kind of, broed out. Congratulations on the engagement, wedding cake with sauce. Thank you, James. You just turned yourself an invite to the wedding. So the second one, all right. So this looks like beach, kind of like guy that maybe works at the boardwalk for sure. Job, and he's all bronzed out. But what was making me laugh when I saw this was I was just thinking about how crazy it would be if I tried to mimic how Shop shows. Like I get fucking bronzed out, like do fake blonde hair, like a bleach blonde hair, and you got a good eye for the bronze. Now that didn't see that. I don't like that. No, that's weird. I miss when my shop was white. Yeah, I mean, no offense if you tan. I think listen, tanning's great. It's obviously helped the show quite a bit. Yeah, don't go after Cooney because I'll come after me because I hate tanning. That's what I did. I know I missed that on the chat. Earlier, somebody was like, "Don't go after Theo, come after me." And
Well, not ahead of us today. Then he's not Rabbi. We are picking up
I
on
miss
the
every
bottom
game.
of
That's why I'm
Testament
like
piece
Rogan too.
29b,
Yeah.
right by the Gemara.
Comment
I want to
what
thank
they miss.
you. We go over to the yesterday.
Oh yeah, which era of shop
We're
do
going
you
to pick
miss
up
the
with
most?
the
That would be a good helpful.
dedicated
You can do a
by
poll. We don't normally do polls on 10 minutes of shop. That's what I go for doing our other show, which is the Wednesday that precedes Wednesday. So check that out if you like sports. What's your favorite? What's your favorite shop?
There was an intention to the event that a person would do the Avodah, and a
Okay,
person has
John, see, you're
multiple
getting muted for the all
validated
cap stuff. It
machshavas.
bugs
So
me.
the simplest
Yeah, no all
example is
caps.
a person does
Use
one
your
part of the
timeout. We'll do
Avodah
5
with the
minutes for
intention
now. No more
to
all
go
caps.
ahead and consume the
Don't
carbon
be an intention shop.
mano
That's what
outside
shop
the
does.
prescribed
Yes.
time,
Let's see
and then
which
does
shop
the next
your
Avodah
favorite
with the
is.
intention, or
shop,
subsequently
a
the next
shop,
Avodah, because that's the
truck
machlokas,
shop,
and subsequently has in mind
Facebook,
to go ahead and consume the carbon chutzli outside
food
the
shop,
prescribed areas.
shop,
Remember again, already last week we saw
and then
that when a person has intention to do something chutzli
let's see.
mano outside of the prescribed
KO
time,
shop. Okay, I
so
like that.
one
Can
has
whoever
the
put KO
ability to
shop.
really the issue of people. Right? So the question is, does people only occur if an individual
I guess
only
truck
has
shop
in
is
mind for
probably
people?
like
But if a person has in mind for other prohibitions, for
I don't know if
example,
it's gonna
being
fit, but it's
outside the
probably
prescribed area, the carbon will
if
become
you're in the
possible,
line.
but not
What do you
subject to
Phillies
people
at?
or
Yeah.
not.
I
This
guess
is
I
a
sort of
focus
consider that.
ultimately between
Truck shop.
Rabbi
Yeah.
Judah and
I mean, there's so
Rabbi
many
Judah
years of
felt
shop.
that as long as that the read motion was Zakal Kosher Machshavas Hazman Chodma B'Machshavas Hamakom People, the Chayav L'Alkot. Judah says, even if you have in mind for multiple invalidations, the first thing you had in mind for was people, then by definition that goes ahead and contributes to people's situation. The Chachamim say no. The only time someone can become people if
When he
that
was
is the
saying
sole
earlier, he's like, that
discovered
hurts
issue
my
you had in
feelings.
mind
I've seen that many
but the moment
times.
you have in mind
But
other
that
things
time
that we call
I
Erev
kinda got,
Machshavas,
it
so
got
then
me a
by
little bit
definition the
because
common becomes
I
possible,
remember
but cannot
how
become people. So says
the
the
kids that
Gemara,
would get bullied would,
Ilfa says
they'd
aside,
have that
Machlokes
moment
B'Shtei
where they
Avos.
stood up for themselves and it would
Machlokes
smack
B'Shtei
them
Avos
hard.
is only in a case
And
where
that's
one
gonna
has
remind me,
multiple
like,
machshavas in
you have
different
it
avodas.
sometimes.
So for
People have it in
example,
their mind
one
that
has
they're
a
like,
machshava
you know
of
what?
people,
I'm gonna
let's say
show
by
them exactly.
Shulchan,
I'm gonna
but
be
then
real
has a
honest,
machshava of
like
Chutzli
authentic, and I'm gonna tell
by
them like, hey,
Kabbalah. That is the machlokes. Ava
and then
ba'avoda
it's
achos,
worse.
there was say when
Actually,
it
you
comes
should
to
have
one
just been like,
avodah,
continue
people
to
have
pretend
called
like it
Erev
didn't bother you.
machshavas. Everyone will agree that this is considered to be a mixture of machshavas, and although the coven will become possible, the coven will not become legal. So it says the local frames the machlokes only as when you have two different machshavas and two different avodas. In that case, the Yehuda holds as long as the machshava of people is first, the coven can still become legal. Some say no, the coven will be possible. But everyone agrees. So let's say, for example, during Shkita, he first has in mind for Eagle, Chutzlin Mano, and then has in mind for Chutzlin Tomo. Everyone will agree that the coven does not become Eagle, the coven simply becomes possible. Rabbi Yochanan says no, Hashta Avodah Ba'achos Machlo. Rabbi Yochanan says no, if the Machlokes I'm using the Rabban Avodah is using in what? Even in one avodah. But literally, again, even if in the same avodah, you first have a machshava, a mindset, or have a kavanah, seated chutzlis mano, and then chutzlis tomo, that the Yehuda will say the coven is evil, whereas the coven will say the coven is possible, but not evil.
It would be more believable if he did that more than once he didn't do all the other stuff, right? You're not going to believe that it's a guy that's hurt his feelings are hurt genuinely. You can't take social media, and he's always on social media.
But
It's a narrative being. Dude, this is, I mean, I'm sorry for everyone in the show, but this shop which I didn't think was going to be this great. We really would pay you more shots to
Yes, in fact, the
shop that
says
discovered
about a
really
piece of two
oh,
different
sure,
avodos
booty shop.
with
When he
the
dresses
seifa,
up, like, yeah, dude, this is
with the
great.
focus of the seifa. I should say,
That is a
things
funny
that
one where, like, all the
one
costumes,
avodah
dude, fucking
or two
Rick and
avodah.
Morty shop.
Next. Tanan, Omer Yehuda, Ze Haklal, Im Machshavas Hazman Kidma LeMachshavas Hamakom, Pigo V'chayoven Alav Koris. What's the name again? Then the Mishnah quotes Rabbi Yehuda, but quotes it as a cloud. And Rabbi Yehuda's cloud is as follows. Rabbi Yehuda said, Im Machshavas Hazman, which also means if a person has a mind to eat something outside of the prescribed time, and that comes before the Machshavas Hamakom. Let's say again, a kavanah to go ahead and consume the carbon close to Zmano. Pigo V'chayav Al Karis. Also, this is general. This is the shita, the cloud, the general principle. That even if you had multiple prohibited intentions, as long as the intention, the kavanah of Pigo, receives the kavanah of Chutz Zmano, the carbon can become Pigo in the high Karis. So it says so what's according to Rabbi Yochanan, it makes sense why the Mishnah says the phrase Zaklau is the principle of the second line in the past. You really see about the Achas. To come to a Buddha will say, even if what? That the Buddha holds this Shita, even if one is having both of these Machshavas in one Avodah. Even if in one sacrificial service, one is having a Kavanah both for Chutz L'Zmano and Chutz L'Komo, nevertheless, as long as the first Kavanah was for what? Chutz L'Zmano, the carbon came back to become Pigo. Le'ilfa my Zaklau. And according to Ilfa, ultimately again, why does the Mishnah have to depend on Zaklau? Which the Gemara says, you're right, there is a question on the interpretation of Ilfa. It's not awesome. You learn that. Harazet Timuras over Timuras Shamas was exactly very interesting case. Following scenario. Literally translated, Harazet is actually this parsha. It's past this parsha. So the halachas Timura, which just tell you that what?
Yeah, and a lot of stuff, because you see convenience too, airport material, and you think, okay, that's hack, but that one bird does not.
Being told the Rabbi, doesn't make a difference. One time when you contributed, you are not permitted to go ahead and swap it out for another animal. Whether the Timura animal is higher quality, lower quality, and if you don't make a biblical penalty, then both animals ultimately
Oh shit, is this really the only way to get on the show? You should
call it Timuras or not Timuras. So look at Rashi just a moment. Realize out from the top of Rashi. Harazet Timuras or Timuras Shalom. Listen to this. Shehem is Beim Askulim Isra Shtayim. Achas Ola V'Achas Shalom. So here's the case. I have two designated karbanos. I have one carbon that's designated as an Ola, one carbon that's designated as a Shalom. Okay, so far so good. What happens? I bring up a Hemas. I bring a non-consecrated animal. V'amar, I'm reading Rashi. V'amar Harei Zet Timuras Ola, Timuras Shlomo. So what do I do? Listen to this case. So I have my Ola, I have my Shlomo. I go ahead and I bring an unconsecrated animal. I put it in front of each other animal. I say this animal, this unconsecrated animal, should be a Timura for the Ola, a Timura for a Shlomo. The Shiloh, of course, now it's only one animal. So what's the status of this Timura animal? Which the Gemara says, Rashi says, Harei Zet Timuras Ola, Hafus Lashon Rishon, the Kedusha Kala Al Kedusha. So it says, now back to the Gemara this long. Harei Zet Timuras Ola Timuras Shlamim, Harei Zet Timuras Ola Divrei Meir. So what the Meir says, essentially is, he sees your first statement. So the first thing you said was what? Harei Zet Timuras Ola. That's what we pay attention to. You said Harezet Timuras Shlamim also. Doesn't matter. Once you made it Timuras Ola, the animal wasn't down with Ola something. And therefore the subsequent statement, Harezet Timuras Shlamim, simply does not apply. So it's like, this issue that's Rabbi Miller, what we call Kafas Lashon.
His whole bit is that he's like a drunken maniac that ruins his life and bothers people around him. I like that.
And those statements by definition are mutually exclusive. So we go ahead and accept the first Lashon. And that's it. Amar Rabbi Yossi says, on one side, in the Kakhan is having two laws. So we'll say Rabbi Yossi is legit. What we need to look at is, what was my kavanah? When I took this with an animal, And I said, what was my kavanah? So the Yossi says, in the Kashmir if I really wanted this food and animals, he was like, there are two different ways. Actually, there are really probably three different ways that you can interpret this statement of Harezet Muras Allah, Harezet Muras Shlam. How can you interpret it? Possibility number one is Olam. Possibility number two, Shlamim. Possibility number three, both. So the Yossi says, you need to look at what he meant. In Lakach was Kabin if you really meant for this animal to manage the Tamura for both the Ola and the Shlamim, all of the Ashtamal Tishration was Ka'achas, it was like, see, I really wanted this animal to go ahead and what? And be a Tamura for both the Ola and the Shlamim. But here's the problem. So if I could, I would say both statements simultaneously. But I can't. The only entity that can make these statements simultaneously is that they want to show up, probably showing the people after them. Right? I'm not a police article, so I can't make both statements simultaneously. Hold the Ashtamal Tishration was Ka'achas, Dvarav Kadiyam. So I said, if you see that my Kavanah ultimately was, so really if I could say both these statements simultaneously, I want to take this animal, it's Muda for both the older and the common, then guess what? Dvarav Kadiyam. I will say, now how exactly does that play out? That my words are upheld and this one animal becomes a Tamura for both older and common, we keep not actually, Dvarav Kadiyam. So what do? We let this animal, the Tira, let it graze, let it develop a milk, Vicky Maka, then sell it. The other you can make that's the Ola, and you can make that's the Shlamim. So what do I do? So literally, if you see that my intention was to manage to make it a Tira for both Ola and Shlamim, and let it graze, develop a milk, sell it, use the money, use half of the money to purchase an Ola. However, someone said that's one possibility. The English Omar, Harez Zet Muras Ola. The Nimlach Omar Harez Zet Muras Shlamim, Harez Zet. Rabbi Yossi says, if after someone says, so Rabbi Yossi has two possibilities. Possibility number one is that I want an animal to be a Tamura for both the Ola and the Shlamim. That's the case, essentially, that it graze, develop a mold, sell it, and split the money between Ola and the Shlamim. If, however, again, I said, Harez Zet Muras Ola, and then I changed my mind. I said, no, let it be a Tmuras Shlamim. So in that case, then what? It is a Tmuras Ola and not Shlamim. Why? Because once you said Ola, once you said Ola, then ultimately again you cannot change your mind to make it a Tmura for the Shlamim. So good. You buy those. Harei Tmuras Ola Ushlamim Ma. So let's say, number one.
I told you I have violence in my DNA.
I was saying Harei Tmuras Ola, Tmuras Shlamim. So I was making
It'll knock your head off.
So Rabbi Meir was of the opinion that ultimately again, he just looked at the first statement and not the second statement. Rabbi Yossi says, we're not sure what I'm saying. Am I saying that I want the animal to be both Tmuras Ola and the Tmuras Shlamim? Or am I just saying no Tmuras Ola, then I change my mind to Tmuras Shlamim? Or say, what about the following case? I say Tmuras Ola Ushlamim. So what do I do in this case? Mount. Lachatzos. I'm sorry, Mount. So I say, what's the halacha? Lachzos Mount. Or we'll say for that matter, don't look at Rashi. Lachzos Mount. Infant from our Pashta Kibushas Ola Bekula. Amar Harezu Be'enezu Lachzos Ola Ushlamim Mount. So what if I explicitly said, I want half of the animal to be for Tmura for Ola, and half of the animal to be for Shlamim? Amar Abaye. Baha Badat knows Rabbi Meir. So Abaye says in that case, where I explicitly say what? I explicitly say Lachzos. Then even Rabbi Meir would agree that what? That the animal becomes both the Tmura for the Ola as well as for the Shlamim. Rava says no. Abaye Rava says even in the case of Lachzos, Rabbi Meir would still disagree. However, Abaye Rava says Abaye didn't stop the animal by the most Rabbi Meir. According to Satan, certainly agrees. And when he doesn't argue, Harishita, he Lachzos dummy. Which was the insanity for Shita, was treated to be a case where, again, the equivalent to the case of Lachzos, half and half, and yet it's still not focused. So what is that?
If you guys don't know open mics or
whatever,
your life is good. open mics are
Rashi
horrible.
says over
I
here,
don't know if I'd ever wish that on anybody.
Rashi
But
says,
she's so untalented that yes, it would be painful.
Shall come
Yeah.
come up
She
this
probably wouldn't end up in
actually
Abu Dhabi, maybe.
She's
so this tweet and most of her tweets during all that thing was just kind of, look at me, like me, please. She's sucking up to Kimmel and like, hey guys, don't worry if Kimmel did this, but also sucking up to podcasting, I guess, like, ooh, man, podcast is cool, we're the Wild West. Just stop.
One kizayis bachutz lim homo. Rashi says the hilach sos
I
dami.
think this is important to hear right now. The two failed videos we did, I'm going to delete them right now.
So there was
5 comments and 6 comments. Should we
this is
see
not
what they
really
are?
a case of
Why not?
changing
Alright,
that.
let's see.
So rather than again, I've also said this is the equivalent of saying half should be
Sound off.
Ola, half should be
8
Mula.
inches
Because
more like
ultimately,
4
again, you're not
minutes.
still
I like
changing
Blue
the
Shirt's
status of
comment
any
about
one
how this is
desires,
missing 12
but rather
hours.
you're ascribing different statuses to the different desires. And yet, what do you see? Completely. And ultimately, again, you see that the Makotis of Yud and Rabban is still on this plate in this case. Who's the Kamra Yehuda, Hafez Lashon Rishon, that he really says ultimately, again, we still look at your first intention. That we married to Yehuda,
so small, he needs her all to start his
and then married to Yehuda is ultimately ascribing to
She's sucking on Kimmel. Yeah.
Damina Bishmek and married to Yehuda Amra. So I say, so Amar Lay, you Sabbath even the chief of myself. Which is what Gemara says. Amar Lay, you say to him, these Sabbaths even the chief of myself. I will say, the Jew is deep sea
Super important that you keep commenting or else the audio could go anytime. And it's rough.
אז מקוסיס יש לבשליטה לספידה לעצור, או הנה לשליטה אין לבסוף. Do we assume that the process of shlitta begins from the beginning of the shlitta and goes all the way to the end? Or do we assume that the process of shlitta only happens with the culmination of shlitta? Somebody says to him, "Mi Sabbath, do you assume? Eina l'shlitta el lebasot."
The last thing I want is a clip of us acting like the audio's
No,
all good.
no. Yeshna l'shlitta mitchila b'atzot. What's that? Shlitta is an ongoing process that begins with the first cut and only ends with the culmination of the shlitta. When Mishnah, I will say, what's the case in Mishnah? The Amar Simin Rishon Hotziz Mano, Simin Shini Kitzin Komo. So it's interesting enough, the case in Mishnah, I will say, the person has in mind for multiple things that are important to speak of, is where a person is saying, I always remember that Shlitta requires becoming a big money. The Kana and the Besha.
That was worse than the land.
First, say, I'm having in mind outside of the side people. The second thing ultimately again having in mind to trust his outside of the side ways.
I want kind of one of those animations. I've gone fully the other way.
What about hard
I've got 360, but I've got fully 360, and now I like the animations in these videos on social media. I want more of that. So I want to fucking skits and bits. I don't know what you do for animation on that. I want that on this video. Yeah, just want to make it happen, Kevin.
I mean, if that even happened, right? That was, yeah, all right.
I feel like Shop calls him every day and threatens his life. So every time they skits and bits, he's like, please don't.
But just like if a person says, I want half of the animal to be a Gemura for the Ola, half the animal to be a Gemura for the Shlamim, that's the equivalent of it. That's the equivalent of the case in the Mishnah, where a person is having multiple kavanas over the course of the sacrificial process. So the Gemara says, by Shchita, I understand how you could divide up Machshavas and ascribe different Machshavas to different stages. If you hold that Shchita is an ongoing process,
either that
you
or
could say that
something
a person has
racist,
Kavanah
or
by
something that's
one
just
similar to
obviously wrong. I
Shchita,
think most
and then
likely,
another
I wish I
Kavanah
could
by
get
the
more specific
second
with you
similar to
guys,
Shchita.
but I'm a little
What
too
about
tired to
mitzvah?
fully get my Nostradamus mode on.
One,
However, the most obvious thing is that he says something in Crystalia and
one,
immediately goes, well, that's not.
yeah, one continuous process. One continuous process. Harikimsa, to the Hilach Tzosdami, we'll say so. Kanisa should be the equivalent ultimately again of the lactose. So you're trying to subdivide one act into 20 seeds. יסוד המחלוקת סביב רבנו, הסמנן שמקטר חומץ ממך חוץ לזמנו, חומץ לבונה חוץ למקומו. You can subdivide the case from how can you subdivide the case A person has kavana. One kavana for the comments of the mincha, and another kavana for the comments of the levuah. So again, by the kavana mincha, there are two different mitzvahs. There was the mitzvah ultimately against the actual flour, and then there was the mitzvah for the levuah, the frankincense. So ultimately again, the two different mitzvahs over there as well. Which the Gemara says, Hasanami she's the comments mincha chutz lizmano, comments levona chutz l'mkomo. The piece of the issue, you have one invalidating kavana for the comments of the mincha, and another invalidating kavana for the comments of the levona. To which the Gemara says, how they comments the mincha spoken, the leka levona ba'adei.
He says that
the Gemara says,
Democrats have ever been
I'm
killed.
sorry, which the Gemara says, what about the case of the mincha?
It's so funny. The left are going to shoot their own, and the right don't shoot. So of course no one's going for profit.
And yet you see the machlokes still apply, yeah? We don't argue in that case. I'm going to Rashi is no you can even say the argument in the case of Minchas, okay? Which the Gemara says, Pligi b'Psis, was the ultimately again the machlokes in that case to do a lot. Where the machlokes, where ultimately again they're arguing in the steps. What is the mistake about the Rashi? It's 5 lines up from the bottom. Rashi says over here, Pligi b'Psios, over Machshavas, Olecha, the Amar b'Psia Rishon l'chutz l'zmano, over Psia Shnia Amar chutz l'mkomo. If you want to say that,
If we can get enough patron subscribers, I will hire Jelly Roll to play.
It is only one.
Yes. You think of anything better?
So you can't describe one set of Machshavas for the Mitzvah Torah, the actual flowers, and another set of Machshavas for the Mitzvah of the
I mean, he's not going to do this
How
for
can you
free. It's not for
subdivide
friends or something.
the Kavanos or the Machshavas and describe the
Vietnamese chick
Avodos?
was a
Rabbi says having different Kavanos during the halacha. Interestingly enough, the Gemara suggests over there that halacha means the process of where the person is taking the object, keeping the staff, keeping the staff. We don't want to suggest that the mitzvah, every step of the halacha can ultimately be viewed almost as a separate independent story. So a person can go ahead and have one
if I knew
kavana
the net, I would love to have her too.
a second kavana by the second step, and so on and so forth.
I don't know if you're
So we'll say, I just want to point out
yeah,
to you
that's the one issue she'd probably be mad about, but I don't, that would be weird.
this whole
I would
discussion
absolutely take
began
pictures.
with
I
a focus
wish I could take a picture of the net. That would be so fucking funny, or Jelly Roll. I mean, like, we're going to rank who I want to be more. It's hard, but I think the net is a
what
bigger
happens if
Jelly
you
Roll
have
somewhere
what
around
we
there.
call EF Machshavas? So let's take a simple case. The simple case is, I'm doing a carbon, and I have in mind to go ahead and eat
I'll say it
the
again, Jelly
carbon
Roll.
outside of
The
the
net is
stripe.
about here.
What we
Jelly
call
Roll's about here.
Chutz
Goddamn, makes
Lizmano.
it here.
What's the status of the carbon? Pigel. Right? And therefore, again, it's Pigel and then Chai first. What happens if I have in mind to ultimately go ahead and eat the carbon outside of the stripe area? What we call Chutz Lizmano. Hustle, but again, not Chai first. That's a simple case. Where do things get complicated? Things get complicated when I have multiple machshavas. So the Yehuda said that I want to say anything we have multiple machshavas. So what's the status of the carbon? Hustle. Hustle. The Kohen Yehuda, according to the Rabbi, a carbon could only become legal when if that's the sole invalidating machshav. Once you begin to have multiple machshavas, the carbon will be hustle, but it can't become legal. Rabbi Yehuda holds that what? Even with what we call Erev machshavas, even with multiple machshavas, the carbon can still become legal, provided that what? Your first carbon was legal. The machlokes can still be Rabbi Yochanan is what is, when does this machlokes apply? Does this machlokes only apply when you're having multiple machshavas and multiple avodos, or even if you're having the same, or even if you're having multiple machshavas in the same avodah? That's machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda, between Rabbi Yochanan and the Gemara brings down the speech of Yehuda to trying to show that evil imitators have multiple machshavas.
Talking about people, I hear them whisper, you won't believe it. They think we're lovers, we're undercover. I need to go, but they keep saying we laugh just a little too loud, a little too sad, just a little too close. But we try just a little too long. Maybe this thing, something we don't, darling. Let's give them something to talk about. Something to talk about. Something to talk about. Something to talk. Let's give them something to talk about. How about love? I didn't know that. You told me that you may be falling for me. If you make me wonder, now I can guess I'm going under.
What Rabbi Meir will say is where Rabbi Meir is like Shmuel. Rabbi Meir is the one who said, toughest Lashon Yisrael. Rabbi Meir was the one who said that if I go ahead and I have two animals, and Ula and the and I say that what I bring now
talking about people,
and I say,
I hear them whisper, do you really live? They think you love it. Kept on the cover, he ignored it, but they keep saying we laugh just a little too loud, a little too stand, just a little too close. We stand just a little too long. Maybe you'll see it. Something we don't, darling. Let's give them something to talk about. Something to talk about. Let's give them something to talk about. Something to talk about. Let's give them something to talk about. How about love? Making so foolish, happy never knew Will you be falling for me? You make me wonder. Now I can get. I'm going under. People are talking about people. I hear them whisper, will you believe it? Kept undercover. I just ignore it. But they keep saying we laugh just a little too loud, a little too stand, just a little too close. We stand just a little too long. Maybe we're seeing something we don't, darling. Let's give them something to talk about. Something let's give them something to talk about. Something to talk about. Let's give them something to talk about. How about love? I feel so nervous. You never knew that. You feel so nervous. Could you be falling for me? You make me wonder. Now I can dance. I'm going under.
Want to bring the two sheepos together, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yossi, Bachani, had not been you don't look at if you want to bring the sheepos from Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yossi, they don't really
people are talking about people. I hear them whisper, do you really care? I think you're loving. Kept undercover. I'll just ignore it. But they keep saying me, not just a little too loud. Stand just a little too slow.
What is that?
We stand just a little too loud. Maybe they're saying something we don't got in. Let's give them something. Talk about something. Let's give them something. Talk about would you be fine for me to make me wonder? Now I can guess. I'm going down. I can get
Accommoding. Eka Amar Tapo Tula Tulas Ola. The Ataka Tapo Tulas Tunnel, Visa Tolo Kaila, your own Kedusha Kal Al Kedusha. Everyone is
they think we're love kept undercover. I just ignore it. But they keep saying we laugh just a little too loud. Stand just a little too close. We stand just a little too loud. Maybe they're saying something we don't got in. Let's give them something. Let's give them something.
Unless, of course,
Let's give them something to talk about.
everyone agrees that it's about
Would you be kind for me to go and make me wonder?
Well, develop on the island. We'll say now, again, no, so important. How can you have two producers develop on the island? Well, again, it's very simple. The simple answer is they can't. What can happen over here is instead what I do is I allow you to let it develop and sell it and then divide the parts. And for all the half both combos do eliminate colors. Maybe that's all kind of.
Get on the cover, I keep ignoring, but they keep saying we laugh just a little too loud, a little too stand, just a little too loud. We stand just a little too loud. Maybe they're saying something we don't got.
If I say it should only be an over individual so, what happens if I say to you, then essentially I will say, financial solution about 50% allow the animals to sell it.
When they're falling for me, to make me wonder, now I'm thinking, I'm gone.
Animals producing Ola, Sula, in this case, I'm making a explicit statement that the animals produce both. What do I do in a case?
People are talking about people, and they don't believe it. If undercover, I just ignore it, but they keep saying, laugh just a little too loud, just a little too close.
I'm trying to go ahead and what? I'm trying to go ahead and renege on my first thing. What's the problem? What's the problem?
Something we don't
The mere says to me amazing. The mere said there is a mechanism. There is a mechanism to make the animal realize over and through the stomach. Remember, so what's the mechanism to say that? Just one little letter, okay? Boom. Right? Timuras Ola Ushramin. So say very easy. So again, if I want to make it whole, I can actually do that. Again, I think I said that to you. The fact that I'm not doing that, instead I'm just making a statement. Timuras Ola, Timuras Ushramin. I'm not making a statement. I'm just making a statement. So Mary said, if you want to make it whole, you say Timuras Ola, Timuras Ushramin. No problem. Let it praise. Develop a room, sell it, split the money. When you say Timuras, oh, Timuras Ola, so you're doing is you're regretting the fact that you're trying to be dead.
talking about people.
Right? Try to make it to a fun. The problem is, you can't do that. So therefore, I get about saying, what's the status of the animal? The animal is Timuras Ola because that's the first thing
Not
he said.
just ignore,
I'm sorry.
but they
Oh, so
keep
we'll talk about
saying
that.
that
The
rap
Yossi
is a little
is
too
about
loud.
Timuras Ola Ushramin.
We stand just a little too close. But we stand just a little too long. And we can see it. Something we don't find. Let's get hold up, preach, Shane. Something. You make me wonder.
Stammer Palga Odo Palga Schwammen, was like so the Yossi is like this. The guy knows if he says Timuras Odo Schwammen, that means what say what? 50-50. Palga Odo Palga Schwammen, but he said the inner flavor, because the ultimately again, such an animal question not be offered. Such an financial sensitivity of both Kabbalah. Say for again, set out to graze, develop a mom, sell it, and give 50% of the money for all of the ceremonies for Shlomo. The Asher Lahakir the Hakson, so the Gemara Ima Timuras Ola Timuras Shlomo, Kihechi Kushot Kushas Ola Bekula, Kushas Shlomo Bekula, the Toi, the Savar Hashka Karba, Hilchach Lekarvayu Ischavim, Udvara Kayamin Itima. So I say, listen to this. So you also hold that when the guy says Timuras Ola Timuras Shlomo, he thinks it's happening over here in his father. He thinks that in fact, the entire animal is now vested with both shows, and therefore what? And therefore what? It potentially be offered up as either one. That he's mistaken in his mindset, but his intention is not to split the future between the two animals, but rather is to vest the animal with the full sanctity of either an Ola or a Shmalim in accordance with whatever he desires at a later point. Now, of course, you're going to both say, Dvarav Kayam. Therefore, what Rabbi Yossi says that his words are fulfilled, that obviously he can't actively offer it up. He can sell it, but ultimately, again, he brings the funds ultimately for either one of the two Karbanos. Amarle, so you might say, Amarle, who am I low preview, but I'm a preview. So what's the answer back to this? The truth is, he says that where Rabbi Yossi goes, I hold that ultimately they do this. I'm a preview of the general, yeah? Efshar Yadin Chavroim Chavro. What's the transition to the Yula says as follows. I'm going to read the general, yeah? So Yula says, and let me say this about, yeah? Efshar Yadin Chavroim Chavro. Maybe a Babylonian friends know the following halacha. Kizayis Tanan, O Kizayis Ukizayis. Going back to
Yeah.
where a person So how is the Mishnah phrase? Is the Mishnah phrase Kizayis, or Kizayis, Ukizayis? Kizayis, Rabbi Buddha, Rabbi Buddha, Ushkei Ushkei Machshavos Kodu, Va'afilu Ba'avoda Akos, V'chapos Lashon Mishna. About Kizayis, Ukizayis, V'chazipuro, V'chirav Machshavos Kodu. Decided to be allowed to go in a multiple machshavos. Is that only ultimately again in a case of Kizayis? Because ultimately again, this is like what? This is like two Rashi says over here, having parto. It's like he's going ahead and explicitly stating two machshavos, two different machshavos, and even in one avodah. And we say that people only covers Lashon Rishon. These are saying adopt the first Lashon. But with Kizayis, Ukizayis, which would be ultimately again one dibur. Rabbi said that would be Erev Machshavos, and even Rabbi Yehuda would agree that Erev Machshavos by one avodah does not create pigo. So we're asking your Babylonian friends,
That's how verse interviews and Kizayis, like all they talk about is a story about how funny it is, like how funny it is that God works. They start talking about their life, like,
Kizayis Tanan,
does God
does
work
the
funny
Mishnah
in this
say
at all?
Kizayis, Ukizayis, Ukizayis.
But then it's like, okay, now Kid Rock is like,
Kizayis, Kizayis, does the Mishnah say as Kizayis, about Kizayis, Ukizayis. So we'll say just in the case of Kizayis, but if it's Kizayis, we are clearly what? Linking the multiple Kizayis. That is the case of Erev Machshavos, and even Rabbi Yehuda would agree that one. We covered maybe apostle, but not the other possibility is Kizayis, Ukizayis. We'll say maybe the Machlokas is speaking there again. The multiple Kizayis. And Rabbi Yehuda part of it. Rabbi Yehuda was the goals that you're specifying. The Choshekin Kizayis, the Choshekin Kizayis. I was saying that Yehuda's going to hold that even in the case of Kizayis, Ukizayis, still again, the first Shavas for people, the carbon 40 people, it was a word for the case of Kizayis. So take the Shaila. The Tashma. Let's analyze it. The Bible is ready. So the lady at the time is already. He shaved left all Kizayis from my heart. Let's say had in mind. Kizayis of the cover and the Machar, which also means what? The Machar is what? Chutz Yisrael and Bachutz. Also Chutz Yisrael. What's the status of that Kizayis? I'm related. So what's ultimately said here? Zu she'ila Erev Machshavos. We'll say this is ultimately again, this is the Shaila, this is the question of Erev Machshavos. We'll say ultimately again, a person is having two Machshavos, in this case, again, a Machshavos of Chutz Mano, and Chutz Mano is in Kizayis. So the Gemara says, Zu she'ila Erev Machshavos. I'm going to find out Rabbi Shimon Rabbi, no Mishnah says. So we'll say, so he said to him, so what happened? So I'm going to find out Rabbi Shimon Rabbi. So Shimon will say to him, is this not the piece of our Mishnah? Or isn't this the first piece of our Mishnah? Lecho Kizayis B'chutz. Kizayis B'machar. Kizayis B'machar. Kizayis B'chutz. So we'll say after what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah. See, we're going to say one Kizayis B'chutz, which is Chutz B'machar. Kizayis B'machar. Chutz B'machar. Kizayis B'chutz. Or Kechatz B'machar. Kizayis B'machar, Kizayis B'machar, which is the reverse case. Have might be Kizayis B'machar, which is Chutz B'mano, or the Kizayis B'chutz, Chutz B'mano, or Kechatz Kizayis B'chutz, also used. Have Kizayis B'chutz, Chutz B'mano, Kechatz Kizayis B'mano, have Kizayis. Chutz B'mano, Kechatz Kizayis B'machar, Kechatz Kizayis B'chutz. In all of these cases, Hassel the Ein Bo Kares. We'll say all of these are cases where what we hold the covenant is possible, but ultimately again there's no place. So there's another way of saying what it cannot become evil. Either, so we'll say what do we infer from here? Either, we'll say all of these cases, which we'll say in other cases is what? Shtei Machshavos, having two Machshavos, Chutz L'zmano, Chutz L'mkomo, for the same
I might try
Kedais,
this. What is this?
Erev
And then
Machshavas.
another person
Was
said,
it
magic mind.
ultimately
They
a
went,
case
oh,
of
never mind. They're
Erev
closed again.
Machshavas, which even that
They
Yehuda
leave it
will
open.
hold, will not
They
become a
partially
case of
open and they
peace.
found out the magic mind
Amalei,
inside not
who
to take
shall
it.
be Dabachama, that
I got a
Amrat
big car.
Yishnasim.
Man,
So
what
he
a
said,
great ad for
like
magic
he
mind.
asked me to
It's just
Dabachama,
like
he asked
whoever
me to
put this
Shaila,
here just put
and
it
you're
there.
asking me with a Mishnah, Lidigach for you, Yasina Sarki,
If you
no
saw
passion,
that,
no
oh
thought.
my god.
Lord says, so to you, that is responding
We
to
said
you,
all that. They didn't
who I
even see
thought
the
both
video.
of these
It was
things, you have no
not
questions.
open.
Lidigay,
Yeah,
but
see how
for
it's like
them, the
slightly
low
open
asked
on the
me to
side
say
there?
Ela Chada.
It
I
really
only
looks like
taught
somebody
them one of
partially
these,
opened
was the
it.
first white line.
When they
Who
found out it
shall
was
know
magic
that I
mind, they
wanted
said,
to
oh,
be
never
a
mind.
Garci but yet they know that I want to teach in both of these cases. The Sabar,
Oh,
the
fuck. Although
Dafka,
Brian is
the
sitting
Do,
next
Irav
to magic
Machshavasam.
mind.
So we'll say when they heard that I wanted to teach in both
That's
these
so
cases,
funny.
you have the
We
following
can't see
question.
nothing
The
from
Sabar,
there.
the Dafka,
Listen,
the ruling
look,
that I
okay,
received
it's important to look
ultimately
at the
again is
chances.
a Dafka.
You know what? We would have seen that
The
had it been Indonesia.
Irav Machshavasam. And they wasn't
In
in
the
the
mirror,
case of
or
Irav Machshavas.
no further than
Odilma,
the mirror.
the Do Dafka, who would be Shayu Shayu. Or maybe again, Rebbe taught them the explicit meaning, but to me, Rebbe only taught me part of the meaning. He left something out. In the Shayari Lididaha, and the fact that Rebbe left something out didn't teach me the full meaning. Shayar Lahu Lididon Namibaha. Maybe again, he left out something for them teaching as well. The high is
I
night.
haven't been in the gym in
And
years,
ultimately,
Diddy.
again, this is the highest night, literally again, Malam Rebbe. So what is it that Rebbe taught me that might have left out from the others? Ile Mekizayis Askiyeh. And if you want to say that Rebbe taught the case of Kizayis, how large Shurehu, there was it ultimately again, nothing was left out of the teaching. Hela Kizayis Askiyeh. Right? You have to say that Rebbe taught them the case of Kizayis, and not the case of Kizayis. This is boiling Kizayis. If that's the case, then ultimately again, what do you do with the case of Kizayis? Savar, the boy in Kadra, this Shamana Kai. So what they must be like that he taught them, one thing, but ultimately they refer to Allah.
Wait, women tell people
The
that?
evil meaning of Kizayis, specifically just asked the case of Kizayis, Hanecha, Amali Klala, ultimately, again, I will say that ultimately, if you're going to tell me the case of Kizayis, I will say, is the case of Ira Kavala to Ira Machshavas, Koshekin, Kizayis, the Machabachos, and all the more so in the case of where it's one Kizayis, a person is both Kavalas of Lamachar and Bachos by one Kizayis, Eli, Amali Kata. But if you want to see, let me talk in one specific case. Akati Kizayis, the Machar Bachos, Kamibayim. Ultimately, again, I still do not know what to do with the case of where what. So I had Kavala for one Kizayis, both to do it in the 50s, my own Christian Tomo. You have to concentrate on this case. Hunting of Amali Kizayis, the Machar Bachos, if you want to tell me that ultimately again, the case of Kizayis, the Machar Bachos, having both the Kavala, but Putzlis, Mano, and Putzlis, Tomo, is the case of the Koshekin, Kizayis. All the more so than the case of Kizayis will follow suit as well. Eli Amar Le Klala, Akati Kizayis, Miboile. Ultimately, again, I will say, if you want to tell me that he's teaching a general principle, then I still have the question about the case of Kizayis. What's the science of that case? In pain, near Sakrasa. He says, interesting enough, he would say, if that was the case, Rebbe would get upset. Why would Rebbe get upset? It was a type of Lamed Aleph and Dalet. Hashta, Kizayis, Klala, Kizayis, the Macha B'chutz Mibai. Listen, it's a case of Kizayis Rosai. It will be a case ultimately, again, a case of Michal, also the case of Ira Machshavas. If Kizayis is a case of us and where what? Both of Kutzlis, Maro, Kutzlis, Maro, that's considered to be the case of Ira Machshavas. And therefore the carbon will be possible, but will not be people. Then Kizayis, the Macha B'chutz Mibai, was certainly again a person has the same Kavanah. Ultimately for what? Kizayis, the Macha B'chutz, a person has two Kavanahs. Of Putzlis Mano and Putzlis Tomo in the same Kizayis. All the more so that will be a case of Ira Machshavas and what? The carbon will be possible, but will not be people. Let's say the stuff will be here for today, but just understand that we'll stop a lot. We're stopping in the middle. We're like, essentially, it's a very simple discussion. The simple discussion is as follows. Just to frame this, because again, we're not finishing. We'll finish it. We'll get to the halacha the Maisa tomorrow. But just understand ultimately again where, when, and what.
when you guys weren't on stream, I got under the hood of the roadcaster, I flipped the truck, I checked all the levels, I was like, man, I'll be honest with y'all, I called up Kibitech on the phone, I got them on speed dial, and I go, guys, big problem, I go, we got an audio problem, y'all, and they were like, what's happening, what's happening, I said, all right, I sound,
Only if
you know,
you're so
audio's all
disqualifying
fucked up,
Makshava
I
is
mean, I fucking sound like,
Bismano,
I sound like Peter Dinklage's
you have the
dungarees,
ability to go
and they
ahead
were like,
and
okay,
make
okay,
some
cool.
If you are incorporating
Cool
other
story, bro.
disqualifying thoughts
What's
than
going
that,
on right
then
now
the cover could be
is
personal but not
your
become
number one
Rabbi Huda says,
broadcaster
no.
is a little bit of a
Even
street
when
princess.
Even
And
when you have
we need
multiple
that shit to
disqualifying
be
thoughts, the cover
a
still
dirt
has the
serpent.
ability to
Or
become
what was it that he said?
When is that possible?
Fucking
You
road
don't.
warrior,
What?
whatever.
When it's the first Makshava. What did
So
he
he's
try
like,
to do?
first things
He
first,
tried to align the sheep
press
of
the
Rabbi
yellow
Meir
and blue
with
and
Rabbi
green
Yehuda,
buttons.
who both hold
And
that
that will
what?
tell you whether you have a
Toughest
lithium
Lashon
battery in your roadcaster.
Toughest
Yeah, I
Lashon
didn't know that.
They also
So I
again,
checked
once we
it.
got
I
into that
pressed all
discussion of
three
Rabbi
at the
Meir,
same time.
then that got into a
Come,
whole
guess
discussion
what?
about
Guess
Tenura.
what?
If I want to
I
go
go,
ahead
oh shit.
and
He was like,
test
I almost
the animal
forgot.
multiple Tenura
And it was
status.
no lithium battery the entire
Does
time.
that work or not?
So I took it
That
out,
was the Mahlogis Rabbi
blew
Meir
on it,
and Rabbi
put it
Yossi.
back in, and
Now
I
what
fixed
we
the
did is we
blowers
took
and the
that
valve of
Mahlogis
the
to the
roadcaster.
transition of
Or
Osai.
husband.
The case where a person
I
is
interact with Chad
having multiple
a lot.
Makshavas by multiple Kizis.
I'm sorry,
Right,
guys.
so again, I will say, I have in mind this Kizai is Pachot, I have in mind this Kizai is Hayekut, I have in mind this Kizai is this is, and then what did we ask? So I will say, what we asked is, so again, what's happening? Is this a case of Kizai or Kizai is Ukizai? And I will say, essentially, we try to understand is Halacha Lemaisa, at what point in time do these cases become merged with one another? In which case, I will say, if they become merged with one another, then what? Then it's either Makshavas. Then you have a blending of Makshavas. Anytime you have a blending of Makshavas, then I will say, what happens? What happens? Hustle, but can't become people. That is true even if there's So at what point in time do these cases become merged, in which case you have fewer Makshavas and therefore only hustle? And at what point in time do they become differentiated from one another, in which case again, even if you have one kavanah for this kizayis, one kavanah for this kizayis, there's still the opportunity ultimately for the covenant to become people. Gemara says, well, it depends. Are you phrasing it as kizayis or kizayis ukizayis? That's the machloket, and there's the result of machloket.
We weren't paying attention at all. No, I just laughed at the end. I have a food full in my mouth. My laugh is like covered in fucking guava cheese roll. Shout out to TPT because whatever you said, it does not listen to Mark. TPT's in here somewhere. That's hilarious. It is embarrassing for me too, because I pride myself on being a good listener. The eagle has mooned. 2 men log on the land. Been hunting since just a kid. Posted by Clint Holder Chips. Yeah, just this is a terrifying photo. The photo to me looks like something you'd see on a website of advertising clothes. You know, like it looks like a Diet Search Monday post. Those might be Diet Search Monday. That might be a Diet Search Monday outfit, honestly. That's something you get there, dude. What do you think he's going to do in this photo? Get another color tattoo. It's disgusting, dude. I hate it. I hate the color tattoo. The Chombies is crazy. Yeah. Don't touch that. I will say this is a terrifying picture. This is like whatever that guy's name is getting on top of the roof of that building at the university. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? Oh, the bag looks like acid. Yeah, weapons in it. And this is him walking into the studio here. He does look bad. Yeah. That's your boss. You're going to have a bad day at work. Brennan Chop in the studio. Real Tree Outdoors collection exclusively available at Nordstrom. So it is a fucking clothes again. Why would Nordstrom or this clothing company hire Brennan to do this? He must sell a lot of clothes or something. They keep advertising with him. And the beard thing. So maybe they realize something we don't. Sean's listeners buy clothes. What if it's an entire thing of people just mocking him like we do? It's not realistic. Honestly, dude, this makes me want to. This makes you want to go to like 2 times a week T-Mobs.
It's very soft.
Just like we need to bring it down.
Also, all of these pieces
Santos Studios. Santos Down Studios. Unscathed where I want to see is
outside of
so
the
So they just do fighters clothes or UFC guys wearing clothes. Been hunting out of a closet at my mom's house since I was a kid. Vicious Lilios. Great clothes for trouble. What a charge. Damn, that's awful. Fuck this guy. Used to sell ammo in this closet. 16 likes. What are we doing here, brother? 36 likes. Where's done?
Oh, that hope you guys
His last 3 likes. Yeah. Look at Shaw got 7 likes. TV's getting ratio. My culture is not your costume. I can only see his face. That's a lot of food. It's terrifying. I want to see this thing. Santo Studio flagship. Santo Performance Studio. Here's the thing, dude. Given our past, right? Yeah. Some of the companies that you work with are homeless. You know what I mean? We start a clothing company and we hire in. We wouldn't be able to get away with it because we're too surface level. But there's been people he's worked with in the past that have reached out to us. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know, yeah. I don't want to have to spell it out for you. You know, spell it out, dude. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This accent. And who knows? Santo Studio might. Like, a lot of these things are fresh. You know what I mean? No established brands are really reaching out to Brendan jobs. Yeah. And it's people that are homeless that are like, they're trying to start a business, but they cannot help but be homeless. Homeless brands. I like it. Some cats. But I think we should. Yeah. I think we should start a clothing brand, hire a Brendan shop, and make it for ridiculous shit. Obviously, we will be behind the curtain, so yes, right? Behind the red chairs. But can you imagine we make her wear funny shit and ass? Oh my god. Pretty good. Okay, let's go outside the box. We got a mission. What's the mission? To make Brendan you stand up. Yes. Okay. Yes. Also, to stand up. Right. What's the real mission? Get people to join the Patreon. So, put sugar on my dick and tell me it's delicious. No, to make a documentary about. Oh yeah, that's what we have so many goals. So we whatever the cash is, whatever we're Saudi princes be, 1.5 million. You know, we need you for a day of filming. That's true. He does need to do the movie for it to actually work at Sundance. We have clothes, right? We can't really afford clothes. We're giving people 1 million, right? And we tell them 1.5 million. The fit happens to be a hazmat suit. You know what I mean? And then we ask him exclusively questions. That's such a he did. Yeah, when they do the interview, you're like, you got to do the fucking hazmat suit. That's so funny. That would be so fucking funny in that documentary. Do you think he'd rather come on our show or do the React Comedy Festival? Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's true. It's like it's weird. Yeah. That's talk drunk. Dude, you should write poetry. Goddamn. Yeah, that's fucked up. Name the water Birdo. It's not Birdo. Come on. Balenciaga hazmat suit. Yeah, we gotta make the hazmat suit look like ASAP Rocky. You know what I mean? Or ASAP Rocky would wear it too, and then he's like, oh, dude, yeah, he probably gets the Shot should do the. He should join that aspiration company. So you make people unsurprised he's not involved. You know what I mean? You get ASAP Rocky to wear the. Maybe ASAP Rocky's almost really good at it. You know what I mean? That's what I want to know. Famous people that are homeless that we don't know. Yeah, like is Shane really homeless? Who else? Who watches this? Who goes on the subreddit that's like, this is so fucking funny? AOC. Don't know, Gorilla One. Let's see here. Trey Young is homeless. Trey Young, obviously. Well, thank you, Trey. Get Trey Young like this. Ice Trey, baby. Just gonna random black guy and talk about this trucker. Dude, truck flip has the best front yards, dude. And 100%. Yeah, always bet on his races for sure. Jason. And that's when Bobby Lee will return. I did watch this, and he's basically just obfuscates the question. Yeah. We're not gonna watch Patreon content on here. It's just like, I wouldn't want people to do this in RP. You know what I mean? But this is supposed by Danny Coffey. Just kidding. I just played. Well, I was thinking, okay, what I was thinking is Formula One says get Ted Cruz to wear a hazmat suit. It would be kind of funny if you had Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz, like that interview where they're like going at each other, but they're going at each other about like shop facts. Like Ted Cruz is like, well, I don't think that fucking the shark bite hat was real, or the fish bite, or the fish hat bat was real. I agree. Then Tucker Carlson's like, oh really? You don't think that? Well, what is shop known for with tobacco? And Ted Cruz like, I'm not an expert. It's like, Rick, yeah, or something. Yeah, I wish I had delivered that better, but you know, the show's over. How many comic books did he sell this month? He's like, I don't know, man. Yeah, he knows the exact number of comic books it's claimed to us. It's just funny because you wanted to say that part is no good, but you can't even answer the question. That's why Tucker Carlson. That's good. Thanks. The Braves is strong. Yeah, I think the stream is cutting out a little bit. We'll spin it out. We are winding down a bit, yes. Yeah. What's Daddy's number? That's a good question. He's got the best friends. Eminem confirmed homeless. Oh, feminine. I don't know what Daddy's number is. 66. That bag of clip. Well, Ted, can you tell me how do small guys fit in big cars? I'm sure. Yeah, so let's go to like maybe one more. Texas chef arc about the beginning. I don't believe in the land moon book. That's why the audio was so bad.
So this is real fans from Kira. I told you that
Jen calling Papa out on his douchebag behavior. Okay, we still for more. What's my Clint Bluter from Chips? Let's see this.
I told you that roommate in college ended up fighting where he put labels on everything in the cupboard.
That's the most annoying.
And then he could.
Damn, I can't believe I went back to this shit. Yeah, I mean, Brian knows that he has to. He can't be serious. That's so strange. It is. There's a reason. I wouldn't care if somebody put their name on it. Oh my god, this is the shit of me about fireworks. It's just right there. That's why we're dying. Well, if it happens again, I'll tell the lady upstairs to stop drilling. Dude, the team is fired. That was ridiculous. My neighbors are the team. It's too late for fireworks day. They don't care. Motel sitting on fireworks day.
We called his mom, and then I got a random call. His mom's like, you gotta quit eating this stuff. I'm like, who is this? Freshman in college.
That's it. You're out.
You're out. You're a loser. On all these Nutri-Grain bars, he took everyone individually out and labeled them with a Post-it.
Hey, what?
He like took them all out and out. You know, they come in Nutri-Grain bars, just come in a box, and then they're each individual. He took every single one out and wrote his name on it.
Well, that's like people who they buy a really nice car. I mean, listen, if you believe shop there, it's like, it's a real problem. You've been eating yourself to the point where he has to take every single individual one out and put his name on it. He's wearing that shop over again. Yeah, he's doing it because that's such a crazy thing to do. It must be that the roommate is doing it to help shop. Yeah. He Shab is eating too much. I love the guy. Doesn't know what food is his. So to help him, I'm going to write my name on it. And I hope that helps with this thing. Because if there were to really happen in real life, the guy doing that is not okay mentally, right? Like, his roommate is a crazy person. Every trip. Are you fucking amazing? Your tree bars suck. You're gonna put one on every one of them? So unlikely. So I would just buy that Sharpie in my hands.
And I know this is different, but they'll keep a car cover on it and they'll drive it once or 12 months. I'm like, listen, and they always I'm like, fucking drive it, you fucking precious bitch. But Bert, did you actually take the stuff after he labeled it, or only before? Oh yeah, I took that picture. I'm halfway through the Charlie Sheen documentary.
Jeez, it's something so fast, dude. Well, it's been an excellent stream. I don't know if you want to, but I'm interested in seeing what the likes are like. I was just interested in being introduced to this is ridiculous right now. Guys, dude, I thought we talked about this. That is going to cause serious audio issues. It's like if 85, they may not be able to hear me. Is this thing working? I don't even know if the computer's working. Maybe there's something wrong with the YouTube counter again. Sometimes it gets off and shit. Just like a YouTube counter, just like a roadcaster. Sometimes you gotta go to the backup YouTube counter, flip it up, check their audio's king. Audio is king. Yeah. Audio is very important. Yeah. Otherwise, you can't hear what people are saying. It's crazy how you can be in the middle of a podcast and be like, damn, I'm being real funny right now. You know what I mean? And then towards the end of the podcast, you go to the like counter and go, I said nothing funny. Not even once. You did the whole dolphin thing too. I did it. I'll do it again, but our podcast hasn't been funny in any facet yet. Why is it harder to do now? Even the bottle is less funny than it used to be. I gotta suck it off hard. Oh, can we just get to 100 and then we can end this fucking thing? So when the first time I did it, it was so fucking loud, and I laughed so hard that I spit out water in your parking lot. I thought that was so funny. I kept thinking, what if I did that at work? What if I not unknowingly did that sound? Because I'm a moron, I don't know how straws work. I don't use straws, I'm a man. I told you, that's true. In that case, I don't use straws. I've never used any straw. Look at this fucking thing. Look at what it does. You press a button, it goes. And then it makes a dolphin noise. This bottle sucks ass. And then in the parking lot, I was like, dude, you're not supposed to do that. It's a straw. You just let it straight up and you go, oh, no. Yeah, I was saying, oh, no, because I'm a moron. Dude, this thing sucks so much ass. Contigo? Contigo, it's awful. It's hard to drink like that. Like, you're supposed to drink it like this and not tip it over. It's incredibly hard to get the water in. This is clearly just a bit for the show at this point. This water bottle, I hate it. Even doing that, it makes like kind of a weird noise that they can't hear. I hate it. I hate the dolphin bottle. It's worse than TFK. Oh, let's see some comments before we get out of here. Where did the comments go? Oh, they're right there. Let me see here. Sorry. 1 second. We did start later today. We apologize, guys. The DA. Did you hear about that? Oh, yeah. Crazy. I got recalled. First time's ever happened. And I was pretty, I didn't expect to be that sad about it, but I was. I thought Garcetti was doing a good job. I miss him. Yeah, dude. You know what's funny? I wanted to say this. Is that I miss old Timo's, dude. You know, like, but you guys voted for Donald Trump, and ever since Donald Trump came in office, we couldn't do the old Timos anymore. Yeah, government shutdown. Never heard of it. Yeah, you guys kind of wanted this. Yeah, you guys should rewrite some of the Green Book for the man. How many this was? That'd be funny. They'd like it in Saudi Arabia. This Timo's starting after the street. Let's see what this guy does. Kobayashi got that model. Health and smoke people saying it's not power. High top shorts is insane. probably shut up. Okay. Trump shut down Baltimore's vaccine also tomatoes. Shout out to you guys, though. Love you guys. Thanks for joining the stream. Appreciate you guys donating, trying to Patreon to help with that. I think it's so important. Yeah. Especially these days in this economy. Only you can help the audio of this podcast. Guys, just keep in mind, I know it's a group effort to make this show work, but you're a huge part of it. And when you join the Patreon, you won't be able to hear what we say. That's a promise. That's a tiger fact. So just make sure you do that. And you guys, the more people that join the Patreon, the more awake Goody gets. That's true. I will be more awake, and I will keep me from going to Saudi Arabia too. Yeah. But I'll go to Saudi Arabia for like $10, honestly. Yeah. Gerardo will go to Saudi Arabia for bigger furniture. I'll put your up there next. But yeah, go ahead. Alright, guys, we'll see you next week. Abu Dhabi, baby! And I'll see you in Valhalla, dude. Later.
Was it all of these pieces? And essentially what the second opinion is saying is the laws of Christ as they are understood by Shema apply the same way by Sabbath. Other words, there is an evolution of Christ, which ultimately that same type of Christ is considered to be for Quranic purposes as well. And therefore, if you have in mind,
hey, what's up? My name is Cowbell. You already know what it is. Gringo Poppy live stream, bitch. Alright. I'm gonna start off the stream real quick. I'm your favorite comedian, Cowbell. You all know me. I've been doing comedy for like 6 years, or actually 6 months. I'll stand up. I did it. I know how to do it. So I'm gonna get right in.
This whole conversation is focused on an older, which leads the Gemara to say, only in Abba Zerach Lo. Also, what the sense of what we did therefore is that this issue only comes up by Ola, but doesn't come up ultimately anywhere else. Abba Zerach Lo, Ishlam Rafuna. So this makes sense in front of Rafuna when he says, and it becomes Ola, so those are funny Rafuna. This makes sense ultimately, and that's why when the rest singles out Ola. Everywhere, Krista, my dear, you're the tiny Allah. This means Sabbath. There was a point of Krista, I don't understand. If Krista is up here for you, it says that the case for Mishnah, this concept still applies to all Kabbalahs. But that's the case, then why does the Mishnah, why does the Bison doctor say Allah? Let it say Sabbath. If you want to say Sabbath is a more generic term. All Kabbalahs, which is much under of this stuff, he buys him about how you should. Krista will say, could be, and from the question that we said before, as to the height of the shell of a bird, which is not offered up ultimately again on this day or was it the first wine line of Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Ibn Sema, Hach Masnis Nani Ba'al Yeshoti, or Masni Zebach Ba'al Mashavas Akbar. We said it before. Ibn Sema says the other possibility is Tani Zebach. The other possibility is that this is enough to change the Yirsa of the Brisa. Let's say the other possibility is change the Yirsa ultimately to save Zebach. But so bottom line, you have this machlokas. Ultimately, again, you have this machlokas. How to go ahead and understand the case of the Aliyah, how to understand the case of the hide, underneath. There was a bottom line. It appears to be either talking about the tail of the goat, which is never offered up on the Mizbeach, or if it was a perspective of the other opinions you hold, or Ha'aliyah to Aliyah. So ultimately, again, the height of the tail is the equivalent of the tail itself. You treat it like flesh, and therefore, again, it disqualifying thought about the height of the Aliyah, which is the same thing as having a disqualifying thought about some of the sacrificial meat, which in certain cases correctly is called apostle, and other cases
Whitney Cummings went on Barstool Sports. KFC Radio specific.
Okay, says the Gemara. Hustle the Igbo price. So let's remember again. So in our Mishnah, we spoke about two different psukim, what we call chutz min promo and Muslim among the person who does one of the four barabos, Shika, Kabbalah, Holofa, and Zika, with the intention of eating the carbon outside of the permitted area. If the Yanta carbon is muscle, the person is not high carbons. Versus Futsilis Mano, where a person goes ahead and does one of the avodas with the intention of consuming the carbon outside of the permitted carbon. So once you do that, that's called Higel. Higel not only without the carbon, but also generates an obligation for carbons. Says the Imam and Haini, the meaning of this stuff. On the Shmuel trade plate CD, just as the Shmuel says, Miyaku and Tutsuki. So what you touch there? Tutsuki. Mind you, also, what is Tutsuki that we refer to? Mind you. So Amara, Nishi, so let's say, the positive that you might refer to what you
I'm not busy for so long. Back with him. I should have
you
trained years together. My dad, Dominic Reyes reminded me of you a little bit in his size and his football. Yeah, a nice guy and just a nice guy and just kind of cool. We were talking about like the difference between 125 and 135. His size were like, you have to take different considerations. We get knocked out with a jab. You see Derek Lewis when he threw that left hook. It looked like nothing. It looked like he just clipped him, and it's like, no, 265 pounds. Yeah, you're going to sleep. It's so crazy.
Derek Reyes,
Dominic Reyes is awesome. Yeah, he's a good guy. A little more introverted than I am, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean.
Yeah, I'm not introverted.
There's a physicality. There's something about it.
Yeah, because he played football.
Yeah, that must be it.
He's a quarterback or safety? He's quarterback, right?
Makes sense too. He's a big quarterback, big boy. Yeah, it was pretty wild. The commercial was great.
She's great.
Fucking awesome. Take that shit right away. Because a lot of times when you write something, I'm stressed about worrying about.
So serious to athletes.
Yes, they're always worried. Now, what was great was that on the way there in the cab to the set, I found out that Fabrizio passed away. So that's good. And I got to be like, oh, what am I looking for? Let's get to shooting. So that was
Shoot Vegas.
yeah. That's why I went to Vegas. Remember when I came back?
Oh, yeah.
But it was fucking great. And they're really happy, I think. So
Yeah, it was a great commercial. Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
And Ryan's great.
Ryan's great. Yeah, that's a good company. They have a company out there and you need good commercials. We specialize in funny.
So Brian Muse was great, dude. Did you go to that mothership? Because Jeff Dye was there. So Jeff Dye's on our show on Wednesday. We pre-recorded.
I was with Jeff all weekend.
He's the man.
It was great. Shane was there. Jeff was there. Shane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe.
You went in town a little bit.
Yeah.
When you leave.
I'm going to a wedding in Colombia this weekend.
It was a 5K wedding.
One of my wife's best and oldest friends.
Nothing worse.
Gotta go to Colombia.
God, they gotta entertain.
It is what it is, Bob. You know,
How would you leave?
I'll leave Thursday. I'll fly. Here's the thing. I'm not going from Texas to Colombia. I'm going to go to Atlanta first, spend the night, then go to Colombia.
How far away is it from you? From Miami? Fuck, that ain't bad. Because Miami is what for me?
Yeah, if you ever want to do, like, it's a destination vacation. Like, if you want, like, Belize, a sleeper place, unbelievable place. If you want vacation, you want beautiful water.
How far is that from you?
2.5 hours.
Well, Belize is. Well, that's right, you told me that. Yeah. That's doable.
It's doable. Yeah. Now, will you have an amazing time in Bora Bora, Tahiti?
That's all.
It'll be amazing. You'll be on a plane, and then another plane, and then a boat. Okay? And then a boat. So you enjoy that. Please take the day to travel and make sure that the kids, because the kids will love that. That's easy.
And the kids don't give a fuck because whether you're in Bora Bora, if you're in San Diego, if you're in fucking Austin, Texas, the kids go pool, cold. If you're not doing it for the kids, if you think you're doing it for the kids, they don't give a. We have snacks, hotel room, pool. We could be in Ukraine, we don't give a fuck. Kids don't care. The parents are like, oh, they went to Bora Bora. Like, your kid does not give a fuck with Bora Bora or the Holiday Inn up the street. You're doing it for you, mama. Damn, I didn't realize
Miami's only 2 hours and 50 minutes. That's not bad. Then you got 2 hours from that. That's not bad. All right, less than I thought.
Yeah, but I'm not even doing that in a day. Too much in a day.
I just wish you get soft.
It's a 7 hours a day. I'd rather just go to Miami, have some dinner, hang out.
Columbia be fun with your wife.
Columbia.
It's not a different trip if it's the whole way. Columbia? That's our language. There's a reason I held that. I've changed my head. There's a reason that's my speed. Yeah, don't put me around that. You know in flight, when they put all the alcohol in this hotel room? That's me in Columbia.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't put me in that situation.
Cocaine for $5.
I get the notes for it.
And then you got nothing but
Blowout asses.
well, no, it's silly. It's the coffee girls in town. I mean, Colombia. If you're into that, if you're into tiny waists and
Big tits and hands.
yeah, if you're into hourglass shapes and symmetrical faces,
I'm gonna put myself in this situation.
no,
Go for free.
no. I go there with my wife. Very happy to. I look straight ahead.
You might as well be an Iran, dude.
And my wife is like, Holly's the cat, the salsa capital of the world. We need to go out for salsa. I was like, we do. We need to go out for salsa. I gotta pack 2 suits.
No, one for rehearsal.
Or whatever it is. Pack 2 suits. It'll be fine. I'm super excited.
Yeah, so then you'll be in Columbia during UFC 318. Yeah, that's important. I told her. Where's the card? You're alright to get that. By the way, Columbia, just a real quick story. One of my best friends and his girl, kids together, so they wanted to hire a babysitter. And she was Colombian, and she was insanely hot. So it was while all her friends were just talking behind the scenes, and they were just asking, "Can't do it." And the girl, not the wife, but his girlfriend, who has kids with, she's like, "Well, if he's gonna cheat on me, then I'll know." I mean, like, if he's gonna be a cheater, then I'll know. But don't do that to him. I know. It's like he's a recovered alcoholic. You're like, "Yeah, I'm just put whiskey in every room." Well, no, just don't have the fucking whiskey in the room. The thing is, listen, it'll wear you. Arnold's the best example. Arnold's fucking tense. And then he was like, "Look at this warlock that has a positive attitude. I'm gonna make a kid with him. He can only take so much as a man."
Well, yeah, I had an experience like this. My first wife was very beautiful, of course. She was very confident because she was beautiful. So she brought in this gal who spoke 3 languages and was Swedish, Ethiopian, and Angel. And came in like this, like in couture clothing. Like came in with this look, and I was like, I mean, I looked at my wife. I go, "Let me listen to you."
That's
That's right. She was here. She's fucking right. That's right. She was here.
She was a
That's right.
pure angel, and I took right another
That's
ring.
right.
Buddy, you came.
That was why my house on yes. Oh my God.
I'm like, "What are you doing?"
That's right.
And I was like, "Oh, I remember that." And I was like, "What are you even doing?" I'm like, "What are you doing?"
What?
So, Sean, that Brian Callen is leaving again. Did you hear him questioning him? By the way, like, he didn't believe a word he was saying. Colombian. And he's upset that Callen is moving on and doing his own podcasting and shooting commercials. You notice? They're not shocked in any of them. They can't associate with Sean right now because Sean is being sued for wire fraud, tax fraud, all this other stuff. Callen is so distancing himself. Sean sees it, not buying it.
Welcome.
I think Callen now reassured him about it. He's going to go flying out on Thursday. Callen thinks he's going to have time to do the podcast and then fly out. Although it's not nobody, so the last minute's going to come up. Callen's going to be like, "Sorry, fly to Miami and then Columbia after I just came over cruise around the world. I'm going to fly buy the cold gift from Shab is not buying any of it. But Shab did it to himself. I mean, Callan moved to Texas to get away from Austin and to do a residency at the company mothership. Shab followed him down. Callan wasn't expecting that. To hear Shab go, perform at the mothership. Callan like, no, because that's the only way Shab has of getting into the mothership is if Callan performs there. Because Shab just can't show up, even though he's Joe Rogan's friend. He told everyone on the space wall, where you can't just show up and walk around. He needs to excuse him. Callan's performing. So it's hilarious and sad. And Shab is here, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So listen to this. So the pasuk says, "V'yivasar mitzar hamiluim u'minalechem hadavo." The Psalm says, "I know so va'ish lo yachel ki kodesh hu." Now I will say, watch this. Now watch this. What you must be careful over here is it says kodesh by Nosar, and it says kodesh by people. What do we learn from here? Ma lahalon Nosar, afkan Nosar. We'll say just like over there. Over there, my Nosar. So over there, my Nosar. We'll say the prohibition of fixed use by no people effectively is also like the type of Nosar. Why? What's Nosar? Nosar is leaving something overcast of its track.
Yeah, welcome back to War Report. I think that's what we're calling it. We can call it whatever you want, whatever you guys can do. It's me, my boy Jesse here. Big UFC 318 is coming down, so you know we have to do a show before the big pay-per-views. That's how we do this. Any of the big pay-per-views, me and Jesse are going to break it all down for you guys. And it just so happens that the same week that big UFC 318 is going down, the Max Dustin fight, there's been a lot of Real Housewives of the UFC going down. Yeah. And it starts with who we both love here. Let's get that up. We love Conor McGregor. That is well documented. And dude, he had some dick pics. Yeah. And then, first of all, before you get a dick, dude has a dick on him. He attached a weight to it. Dude, I mean, how many people are trying that now? I've thought about that so many times where I'm like, I just never could think of a way where I could test that out. It seems dangerous, man, but he has a real dick on him. He's just like, yeah. It's funny because we were talking about how finding the kid and Chin, he's bringing up the blurred pictures, and Chin was like, I just can't find the kid. I was like, I want to see what he's working with, man. It's the Notorious. Let's see what we're working with. Let's see what he said to the strangers. Yes, and then finally, the fans saw that, like, because Chin's been at the internet, and I got like 30 Conor dick pics. And I was like, man, this is impressive. There's ways to figure it out. There definitely is. You gotta get better at the internet. But yeah, our boys, and here's the thing, we're like, this is crazy, man. And Conor's like, here's my birthday with 50 Cent. And he just cruised right through it, dude. And the craziest thing about the story, though, is who he sent those to. Like, do you know who he sent those to? She's a singer, right? Pretty gal. Completely. But she's a certified bad shit crazy. That girl live streamed herself digging up her recently dead cat, and she boiled it on a live stream. Oh my gosh. See, that's what I'm saying. And like, apparently that she didn't know, like, they didn't know each other. Like, how does that, the person that you're like, goddamn, she's like, hey, this is a good picture. Who am I going to send this to? He's all, the chick that boils cats. Yeah, that's the one. I didn't know that. I guess she's just an artist. And he's like, she's hot. If you go look at her ex account, it's his balance. Yeah. I think a bit of this is, I do think we're dealing with an addict here. I think it's addict behavior. And he's probably snorting all that devil's dandruff and was just like, cool, I got some weight attached to my dick. I saw hers one time and sent her the DM. Yeah, he's like, he's rolling the white lady booze and a shitload of Viagra, and he's like, I'm ready. He's like, it's go time. I'm ready to pound now. He's brains in. Yeah, dude, ground pound. There's also, if he has no relationship with her and they don't know each other, and obviously he's not familiar with her online, she can't be the only one who received that way, because that weight dip pic is a lot of effort. You're not just sending that to a random girl. Dude, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, if it goes to random black singer he doesn't know, Imagine the distribution on that, dude. And then she was like, bro, she just blasted him out. And she was like, bro, aren't you running for president of Ireland? Did you see the rest of her tweets about that? Because like when people start blowing her up, she's like, are you kidding? She's like, we got a presidency to win. She's funny, dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's like, O'Connor. Yeah, O'Connor. So she's kind of funny with it. And then, so you see this, and then pictures pop up him at a beach. Is it in Florida, Miami or something? Just some random girl. And you heard that now after that, the Miami case where he got accused by that heifer in Miami 2023. We saw the video in the bathroom. Yeah. The judge decided yesterday, the day after those pictures on the beach came out, that they're moving forward with that case. Now, if I'm being, if I'm looking at this just objectively, and it's kind of funny, it's like the judge looks at that, he's all, Jesus, he's like, I didn't think there was any credibility in this case with him walking into that bathroom, that 300-pound chick, but now that I see this shit on the beach, I have to entertain that he might have actually done this. I know, dude, he just can't get out of his own way. It sucks to see. As a counterfeiter, come on, dude, just tighten up a little bit. And just a tad. He's in Fort Lauderdale. That's 20 seconds from Miami. That's your girl in Miami, and you're Conor McGregor. There's a 10. If you throw a quarter in any direction, it'll hit a 10. It's Miami. Yeah, there's so many workarounds with that. But also, dude, Conor's not a dumb dude. I think he's being irrational and he's an addict. But even, let's say he's on this crazy freaking Nicolas Cage binge that he's going on. He knows that he's one of the most recognizable faces in the world. So he knows being on the beach with this random side chick that people are going to see you. So I have no idea about his personal relationship with Dee, but I kind of think she's like, yeah, that's our girl. I think when he's on the road, she doesn't care. Like she's just like, whatever, you're on the road. And then, some fighters have that. I know a lot of athletes that do. But Bass written about that. Yeah, he's like, my girl, like when I was doing my thing, she was like, just don't fall in love and don't let him stay the night. Yeah, and then I come back home, you're I mean, honestly, any girl who actually understands the male experience and is married to a dude in that position, that's the smart money right there. I mean, if you want to avoid problems, and if the girl is wired to not get jealous of that thing, and they understand it's like this is an easy way to just avoid inevitable conflict with if you're married to Conor McGregor. Yeah, and then also remember they've been together since middle school, some shit like that, since high school, literally forever. So they grew up together. So and who knows? Maybe she's doing her own thing. And maybe they have an agreement like, all right, we have a great family, kids, we built all this, but we've been together since we were 15. Yeah, let's experience a little bit, but not fall in love. Maybe I ain't picking up the soul here, so I have no idea. Some people are wired for jealousy, some people aren't. And as soon as this story hit, she put on, she did this long story on Instagram of just her pictures of her and Connor together, just like, this is my man, just instant support. And she had us back there, like, during the Nikita Hand thing. She not only supported him the whole way through, was there every single day, but she actually went hard in the paint, defending him. And
Brendan Schaub's career is officially done because what little fans he had left have officially turned on him. So he had Matthew on Fire, Court Deep Space Nine, with Jesse Empire, to do his MMA show because he get counted. And some of the comments here, I'll listen to this show entirely each time because I support Brendan. Big fan actually, but Jesse is awful. Choose someone beautiful. Damn. Not this dork Jesse again. Jesse makes Brendan sound like Einstein. Brendan, I respect you a ton, but if Jesse's IQ level was above 70, I would be shocked. Find someone better. Jesse's MMA knowledge is about as bad as it gets. The two biggest frauds on the platform joined forces. Seriously, you simply couldn't make it up. Good lord. Brendan, please do this with someone who is actually knowledgeable about the UFC and not an egomaniac. So glad to see this Jerry and no idea Macklemore was such a big MMA fan. Love you, Brendan, but Jesse is awful
not
listen
but
to.
it's not intent during the act
You guys
however,
got milk
even if
for
it
6
ended up
months
being
last
hard,
week. You
it
said
is not
4.
so the one last brush up the positive
Looks like
says
they're
so
opening this
what
one
is
with
also
jump
teaching
thing.
that I will say when you have one of these invalidating mindsets during the
So,
cover,
I
say
mean,
person has coin as a mind, go ahead and keep the
that
cover
was the
on the third
drift.
day.
I know.
And so the cover that is
The
possible,
shop's an idiot.
but not the coin thing.
I mean, these two guys, this is
Maybe one
pathetic,
coin has not
sad,
maybe what.
and his own, like I said, the last bit of his audience is turning on him. But I like Jesse on fire. I mean, it's so good. No one else will hang out with him, but at this point, Jesse on fire is doing Shop a favor, which is the pathetic thing. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So this week we have these debates supposed to be the pastures of apparently the coastside. And the coastside it goes through the incredible list of brachas and quotes. Ultimately, again, beginning with in the coastside to this one, it's a site Shmonu, the idea being that if I go ahead and listen to the brachas and I can follow this, the Torah outlines the careful way. Then the Torah goes through the dramatic section of the Torah.
Oh my God. Well, I like that a lot. I was on my walk. I went up to get to the hill. Shut up. You know what I mean? We're not going to talk about Brendan's hair at all. the real Slim Shady, dude. What the fuck? Why'd you dye your hair?
Oh, you guys finally noticed how
God, now it was a mom. All right, so
you finally noticed how are you done talking shitty movies?
let me tell you something. When you shave your head, and when you just shaved it, not when you dyed it, when you shaved, when you first shaved, I go, oh wow, that really suits Brendan. Did you? I didn't. All right, you didn't think about it, but it's all good.
I got that forever. When Tiger, before he tried out for the team, he saw some MLB guy, Bryce Harper, picture of Bryce Harper with blonde hair. Him and Bossy go, I want to dye my hair. I told Tiger, I said, if you make the majors team, not AAA, not single A, not double A, if you make the majors team, bring number 2 in the nation, then you can dye your hair. He made the team.
He's on the Yankees now, or something. You made it. So you didn't. So you did it. Just in solidarity.
All 3 of us did it, yeah.
I like that. Majors are cute. It is cute, yeah.
He's fun. He looks the best.
The majors, like, so he's like, man,
It's
It's in travel ball, there's like single A, which is, the lowest, and then majors is like the big boys. They made the majors.
all of the dads pushing them to go pro. Play with Johnny David. Johnny David had to cut his hair, right? I feel like that we glossed over that show. Definitely profile of. No, I'm gonna get.
Oh, wow, that's disturbing.
Disturbing, and it also.
That looks like if I vaped.
You're maybe too big for that, though.
Is vape still a thing, though? Are kids still vaping? Out here in Texas, there's no vaping.
Really?
I haven't seen one vape out here.
We don't hang out at different vape areas.
Fair point. That's a very fair point.
You gotta hang out more than the vape areas.
6 Street vape.
Vaping is coming out now. All this stuff is coming out about it. They keep trying to suppress it. How come, dude? How completely terrible it is. Of course it's terrible, bro. But it's not like when people used to smoke and it was like, oh, we heard about this one thing. What is it? Or a hamburger. Is it? You smoke, you get lung cancer, you end up with the high, maybe with the you end up with that. Now, the stuff that they're saying that happens to people because of the vaping is just like,
It sounds funny, but people actually one vapes an entire pack of cigarettes.
that's insane.
And they have like a big machine on it. Like David Lucas has, used to call the Vape King. He used to have fucking a carburetor on his fucking vape so he could get the most smoke.
Doesn't mean
Anyway, start vaping.
No.
That was learning as
I did.
the reason I didn't
So
I don't listen to science, man.
myself
Well, he's gonna get hit by a car, you know.
That's the sense of habit.
That's how it happened. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, well, that was sad. Are you gonna
That makes sense.
Well, also, man. I'll zoom in. We'll get fucking Nick to zoom in. We're doing like, you know, we're doing the Photoshop stand computer. Yeah. You should just do like just doing a live feed. It's like just promise that to each other. If something, you know, knock on wood, nothing bad happens, if something important to happen to any one of us, you can tell her the golden hour at the funeral. No, when I'm alive, no, what we'll do is we'll still do it. You know, Brendan, he's hardcore and he's very loyal. He will if he dies, he'll figure out a way to do golden hour still from the casket. As with a live feed.
Chris, your new merch is dope. How the fuck would you not send me that right away?
I did. I just put it out and I sent it to you. I emailed you.
I know, she never got back to me.
Gym Commandments, dude. I'm in good merch, bro. Look at this Never Die Gym. And look at it just like that. Just start this.
Dude, I want royalties because you used my body.
Congratulations, right? Some brand you went on.
If I look inside and I can't find the deficiency, says the customer, listen, you know what's worse? You know what's worse in life?
Influencer bit that I did.
You have to
Determination, never dying, never, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a spin off of Gold's Gym, yeah?
Yeah. I mean,
not finding anything.
no,
Because I will say, if I don't find anything
I gotta go to Bronx Gym first, and after that, I'm on my way up to go.
Damn, bitch.
I don't even know if you can get to Bronx Gym. I like how you feel like you have to double down on the bad jokes because Brendan's not here. I have been today, right? I should have. Yeah, maybe that is why. Because he's out. Dude, you hear that Drake got a new covered up his LeBron tattoo? He did. How about the fact that
Chris D'Elia roasting Brendan Schaub over his dyed hair. I like the whole little part where they're like, "Well, your son's in the majors. Does he play for the Tigers, the Diamondbacks, and overall in general?" Schaub once again zooming into the Golden Hour podcast, killing the flow of the show with the zoom in. I mean, even during the roast part, they keep getting interrupted. Because that's
Well, what up, baby? How you?
But it's even worse now because he's zooming in and it's on a delay. So that makes it even more awkward. And you know, Schaub, he's just trying to get the barrel off of him. So he first when you but I think the reason why he dyed his hair is probably a lie. Because Schaub just has to lie about everything. So, I mean, that would just be a normal story to tell. Hey, my son saw Bryce Harper wanted to dye his hair. So I said, if you made it to the majors, we'll do it together. That's probably not what happened. Schaub probably went in there like, hey, guys, I want to dye your hair and look like me because I want to dye my hair because I live in Texas and no one will hang out with me and I've got nothing else to do. I mean, Schaub is going for a new look, obviously. He does this, and then it got to Chris D'Elia's merch. And Mr. Potato Head Montez brought up to D'Elia that he might get sued, and Schaub's like, because Schaub does that with all of his merch, just rips off other logos. That's what these guys do, they're too lazy to just come up with their own stuff. And Schaub has been sent a bunch of cease and desist letters. I mean, Schaub had to change the name of his YouTube channel.
A shade this morning, our shooting this month was dedicated by Sarah Ayal Steinberg in commemoration of the Yarzeit of Ayal's mother. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah and Shampoo and Aliyah and the family in the home. So let's begin mixing. So remember again, yesterday we did a really beautiful Mishnah. beautiful Mishnah. And the feedback about the Mishnah was actually off the charts. It was incredible. So again, in the Mishnah, we spoke about still the topic of what happens if you go ahead and you place the blood in the wrong place. The sacrificial blood is supposed to be placed on the side of the Mizbeach. In the case of the Mishnah, you put it on top of the ramp. So, or any other deviation for that matter. So the Mishnah said that it is possible the invo kares. Shmuel came along and said, what does it mean when the Mishnah says it's possible? It means that the meat is possible, right? But kapara has been achieved. That was the position of Shmuel. So we spent yesterday analyzing and ultimately challenging that particular position. So now we're going to go back to it that today. Meisvei. So the Gemara is now going to challenge that position. Meisvei. So the Gemara quotes an interesting brisa. In this brisa, what happens? The Kohen has in mind. He doesn't actually do anything, but he has kavanah. So we'll say, remember again, we spoke about this yesterday, although we'll get into greater depth with this. On the Mizbeach itself, the side of the Mizbeach, there was a red line. Some blood applications had to be done on top of the line. Some blood applications had to be done below the line. So what happens if the Kohen has intention to put blood that was supposed to go on top on the bottom, or on the bottom on top? So what's that? We alter kasha. So we'll say, look at Rashi for just a moment. It's 6 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. So Rashi says, well, so if the Kohen had the intention to throw the blood, albeit in the wrong place, but to do it today, right? To do it now, I just want to point out, Rashi points out over here that this machshava is taking place during when? Either during Shita, Kabbalah, or Holacha. So during one of the avodos prior to the Zrika, the Kohen has in mind to throw the blood in the wrong place. So let's say, for example, it was blood that was supposed to be sprinkled below the red line. He had intention to sprinkle it above the red line. But when did he have intention to do this? The altar. If his intention was to do it now, or during the Shkita, he has in mind, I'm going to do the Shkita, then I'm going to do the Kabbalah, I'm going to do the Halacha, and I'm going to do the sprinkling below the line. So what's the Halacha? The carbon is kasha. The carbon is kasha. However, again, the machar passer. So we'll say if at the end of the day he had in mind to what? To sprinkle the blood tomorrow, then ultimately again the carbon will be passer. Chazar b'chishev. So we'll say, listen to this. What happens if, look at Rashi, Chazar b'chishev, ba'avod l'shniya, amnas la'ochlo chutz l'mkomo pasul, ve'in chayav and kares ha'achiyah. So I'll say, watch this. Let's say that same Kohen has, during one of these subsequent avodos, intention to go ahead and eat the carbon outside of its prescribed area. So let's say during Shkita, he has in mind to go ahead and sprinkle the blood below the red line, even though again the blood is supposed to be sprinkled above the line. Alright? But his intention is to do that immediately. Then during Kabbalah, he has in mind that he's going to eat the carbon outside of its prescribed area. So what's the halacha? The top comes down. Puzzle. The halacha is the carbon is puzzle. The aim bo kares. But ultimately, again, there is no obligation, or I should say, there is no punishment of kares. Chutz mizimano, if he went ahead and did one of the avodas he had in mind, that he was going to do some part of the avodah outside of the prescribed time, then what? Pigul, ultimately the carbon is pigul, the chayavin alav kares. And ultimately, again, he will be chayiv kares. Lemachar, Rabbi say, what happens if he has in mind to go ahead and do some part of the avodah tomorrow? Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi, the Machar Pasul, look at Rashi, it's of the wide lines on top. Aval in Osa Machshava, Shechishiv Ba'avoda Rishona, Lidian Hasanitana Lamata Lamalo. I will say, if when he had that first Machshava, right, remember, he's going back for just a moment. When he had, let's say, during Shkita, and he has in mind to go ahead and sprinkle the blood in the wrong place, right? But he has in mind to do it lemachar, to do it tomorrow. Rashi is saying more. Rashi, Kishev Vizal also reads on lemachar pasal. To the Mokina lekaman yidis. So listen to this. So lemachar pasal. So watch this. So now we're going back. So let's say again. In this case, it's actually quite interesting because in this case, the Kohen is having two wrong intentions. Like the first wrong intention is for the sprinkling of the blood. The second one is for consumption outside of the permitted area. So the mahar was like if the coin goes in, let's say he's doing the shkita, has in mind to sprinkle the blood in the wrong place, but he has in mind to do it tomorrow. So Chazer b'fishay, bein chutz l'zmano, bein chutz l'mkomo, pasul bein bo kares. Let's say subsequently, he goes ahead and what? He goes ahead and has in mind doing one of the other avodos to go ahead and either consume the sacrificial meat outside of the prescribed time or outside of the prescribed place. Then indeed the covenant is pasul ve'ein bo kares. But ultimately, again, there is no obligation, there is no prohibition of kares. Rashi says Chazer b'fishay, ba'avod b'shniya, bein chutz l'zmano, bein chutz l'mkomo, pasul ve'ein bo kares. Because listen to this. Well, let me just finish for just a moment. But the Gemara is suggesting also here is as follows, which is I'm giving just very simplistic case. During the Shmita, the Kohen has in mind to do the blood application in the wrong place. Okay, does that by itself invalidate the carbon? We've already seen what that is. No. Right, remember again, as long as that blood reaches in his back, we're good. What's the problem over here? The problem over here is he had in mind to sprinkle the blood tomorrow. That's problematic. Once you have in mind to do this week outside of the prescribed time, the covenant is possible. Therefore, what? Therefore, if subsequently, let's say that was during Shkita, let's not during Kabbalah. So what happens? The Kohen has in mind now to consume the carbon outside of the permitted area. So let's say, what's the halacha? Under normal circumstances, or let's say easier, consuming outside of their permitted time. So it's under normal circumstances, that will what? That will make the carbon legal. As we're going to see now, that carbon doesn't become legal. Why not? Because the carbon could only become legal when it beforehand was permitted. Since the Kohen essentially already invalidated that carbon with what? With the machshava, to sprinkle the blood tomorrow, by definition, the carbon is already possible, therefore can't become legal. We're going ahead a little bit. Now watch this. If we accept Shmuel's premise that sprinkling of the blood, even in the wrong place, is still okay. Like remember, Shmuel's whole premise, we'll say, was what? That as long as that blood gets on the mizbeach, even if what? It's in the wrong place in the mizbeach, it's good. That's why we say shalom. Then I don't understand why you're saying that the covenant is apostle should really be people. Amar Zutra, Zvika de Sharia Basra Ba'achila, my city de people. Zvika the low Sharia Basra Ba'achila, low my city de people. So we'll say this is what I just told you before. So my Zutra said no. We'll say it is only a Zvika, only when the Zvika permits the meat for consumption, that same Zvika ultimately again could cause people. But Zvika that does not permit meat for consumption cannot become people, which is another way of saying the only way a carbon could become people if the carbon was already permitted beforehand. But if the carbon was already usher because of some reason, then the pinkle status cannot devolve upon the carbon. So we'll say, for example, in this case, when the Kohen during the Shkita has in mind that he's not going to sprinkle the blood until tomorrow, then I will say, what's the status of that carbon? We're done. Because once you have in mind to sprinkle the blood outside of the permitted time, we're done. Therefore, I'm going to say, so therefore, when the Kohen subsequently has in mind, remember, how does the carbon become legal? Let's say again, you have in mind to eat it 3 days from now, right? Or outside of the prescribed day. That's what makes it legal. But that only can become legal if the carbon before it was permitted. The carbon in this case is already compromised. Yes, Marzutra says, because it was compromised, what's the matter? You know what take-home messages? It takes so much effort to do things wrong, right? There's so much effort involved in it. There's so much less effort just to do the right thing. Not much machshavas to eat it here, machshavas to do it there. Right? Machshavas in life is so much easier. Amir Rashi the Mazutra. Rashi is Mazutra. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that concept from? That in order for a carbon to become pigul, essentially again it had to have been permitted beforehand, and if the carbon ultimately again was not permitted, then halacha l'maisa again it can't become pigul. Where do you know that from? Because the pasuk says, "V'im he'achol ye'achel mibasar zevach shlamav pigul yiyeh." So we'll say, what do you see from here? Essentially, the Gemara's thing over here is that halacha l'maisa im hachol yecham b'b'sar zevach shlamav b'yom hashlishi lo yiratzah makriv also pigul yeh. What's what the Gemara essentially saying is that's as the pasuk says, if the carbon was fit for consumption prior to your pigul thought, right? So it means prior to your thought to eat it outside of the prescribed time or to eat it outside of the prescribed area, then the carbon will become pigul. But lamaisa misha pigulo garamo, the carbon only becomes pigul. They will say when what? When it was the pigul prohibition that caused the carbon to become aser. Yotza zeh she'im pigulo garamo ela ister davar acher garamo. What say, but this comes to exclude what? This comes to exclude something else, which lamaisa again she'im pigulo garamo, but the carbon didn't become aser because of pigul. Rather, the carbon became aser because of something else. For example, in this case, where the carbon becomes pigul, because the Kohen has the wrong intention in terms of when he's going to sprinkle the blood. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, if Sule and not if that's the case, I don't understand then why is the carbon puzzle, then why should it become puzzle? Which the Gemara says, we'll say, look at Rashi just a moment, it's the last two short lines in Rashi on the top. Because also essentially what the Gemara says is any time that you have intention to leave a carbon, right? Essentially, anytime you have wrong intent, that's as if you are leaving the carbon past the prescribed time. And anytime you're leaving over the carbon past the prescribed time, by definition, the carbon becomes a muscle. Rashi says, over here, the Karman, the Parakola, Psulin, Tanan, Tanan, Laniach Midamol Mahar Kosher, that you do the person. So any time we so the good is of the opinion that any time your intention is leaving over something sacrificial, by definition, ultimately again that carbon becomes possible. Good. So we'll say, so I just want to point out up until now, we've been focusing on the sheep of Shul. Remember again, let's move this all back to the Mishnah. Let's understand what's happening over here. The Mishnah introduced us to the concept that if blood applications happen outside of the wrong place, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? The carbon is hustle. Right? The carbon is hustle. That was the lashon of the Mishnah was hustle the invo karis. We're trying to now define what does hustle mean. Shmuel Rabbi so the shita. Remember again, when I ask these questions, it's a 50-50. Right? So if you just mumble, I'm going to assume that you're correct. So just go with that. So remember again, we're trying to figure out what does hustle mean. So Shmuel says puzzle means you can't eat the meat. The basar is puzzle, but the carbon is affected. Where does Shmuel get that shita from? Also, that is all predicated on one basic principle, which is what? Shalobim komo, kim komo. That essentially, again, Rabbi, you said that. Rabbi said that. You said Shalom komo. I heard you. Right, good. So essentially, right? What does it mean? Shalom komo, kim komo dami means that as long as that blood reaches the mizbeach, you're good. As long as the blood reaches the mizbeach, you're good, even if it's not in the right place. We just challenge that assumption, and therefore this yields now another opinion. We'll say now we have a second opinion. This is the second opinion in the interpretation of the Mishnah. Amar the Olam Pasol Mamish. So we'll say, so Reish Lakish says no. When the Mishnah says Pasol, we'll say, what does Pasol mean? Pasol means you can't eat the meat, and what else? The owners have not achieved atonement. So the covenant is totally invalid when you apply the blood in the wrong place. Yet, we'll say something very interesting. The Lord Shalom Komo, Kim Kamon Dami, yet Reish Lakish agrees with Shmuel's assertion that even wrongful placement of the blood, that even placing the blood on the wrong part of the mizbeach is still an effective placement. And there is no contradiction. This is actually quite interesting. So Reish Lakish brings an interesting distinction. Because also remember again, the Gemara quoted the second verse yesterday. So what does Reish Lakish say? So look at Rashi. The old he goes Kanshanas and B'shtika. Rashi says, we'll say it's in the wider, not in the widest lines, but the wider lines, that's 7 lines down. Kanshanas on B'shtika, Rashi says, Drasha Dekra, the Mash Mabalim Nistatu, Kishanas and Shalom Koma B'shtika. ומסניסים דקטני חסו, ונוסם דמחשבת לאכול בשר חוץ לזמנו, והשמונים דפסו ואין בו חריס, דמחשבת זריקה זו מחשבה ולפסול, דקמקומו דמי. Follow the file. Alright, so let's say it's outside. So let's look at it as follows. Let's say if the coin goes ahead and essentially does the blood application, the shtika silently, then I will say ultimately again it will be good. But ultimately again, when there's an amira, when there's an accompanying statement, that's when it's going to be problematic. So again, if you look for just a moment. Fine, we'll see this after. So Tanan, so we'll say now the Gemara phrases the whole question of the Gemara asks on Shmuel, the Gemara asks on Reish Lakish. So it says Tanan, Kishe B'Kines Hanitana Lamata Lamata Ad Midi Gahava Machshava Sinua. I'll leave it like this. We'll say now the Gemara just did it all time. Condensed an entire array of questions in 4 lines. So the Gemara asks all the same questions we asked on Shmuel and asked them again on Reish Lakish. Fine. The Gemara now advances another opinion. Rabbi Yochanan. We'll say now we have a third opinion as to the interpretation of the Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Idi v'Idi shenasa b'shtika. We'll say now both of the brights that we quoted on the base, as well as the Mishnah, is where the coin did the blood application and didn't say anything. B'shalo bin komo, lav kim komo dam. We'll say Rabbi Yochanan comes along and he challenges the basic assertion that was central to the Shidas of Reish Lakish and Shmuel, namely, Shalom bin Komo is Lav Kim Komo. We'll say, when you place the blood in the wrong place, that is the blood on the ground. So we'll say, so therefore, again, you place the blood on the ramp, that is not the equivalent of placing the blood on the ground. Shalom Komo, Lav Kim Komo Dami. Watch this. V'hadi Gadam HaNefesh. So we'll say, watch this. So Yochanan says, if you do a wrongful blood placement, I will say, what is it all dependent on? What it's all dependent on, I will say, is at the end of the day, is there more dam hanefesh available? Look at actually just a moment. Rabbi Yochanan masnisin dikani pasav lekatakanta, masnisin dikala masuban dikani takanta, shenasam dishtika. We'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan says, we'll say, when you go ahead and you place and you do a wrongful placement, blood placement on him there, we'll say, so whether or not that's something is possible depending on one simple thing, which is there more blood? Remember again, for Zrika purposes, it's not just any blood, you need Dama Nefesh. What's Dama Nefesh? Dama Nefesh is that blood that initially spurts out. We'll discuss, by the way, how long, meaning blood could spurt out for a while. So we'll discuss again how, what's the window that's called Dama Nefesh. So Rabbi Yochanan says something very interesting. So Shalobim Komo is Lapsim Komo Dami. If you place that blood in the wrong place in the Mizbeach, what's the status of that placement? There we go. What's that placement? Puzzle, right? Puzzle. Why? Because again, you got to get it on the right spot, and if it's not on the right spot, it's puzzle. What you do, and this is very interesting. What you do have the possibility for a body to say is what? Is a do-over. Is a do-over. If there's more dam hanefesh, if you have more blood available, you have the opportunity to do the zrika again in the right spot. So the Gemara says, watch this. So it's not puzzle. Main Bokaris, also remember again. So our Mishnah said puzzle, that when you place the blood in the wrong place, it is puzzle, but it's no karis. Bishlam of the Reish Lakish, Hainu Diktani puzzle, Ve'in Bokaris. So it's like right to Reish Lakish. I understand why the Mishnah uses the lashon of its puzzle. My name Bokaris actually says, Reish Lakish, Duki Maslisin Kishnat Machshava. It's the Mishnah in Bokaris lashon. The Afagav the Chashiv and Zrika Toch Smano. So I understand ultimately again according to Reish Lakish why the Mishnah uses the verbiage of puzzle the in Bokaris. Rabbi Yochanan, my in Bokaris. Now what's according to Rabbi Yochanan? Why does the Mishnah use the lashon of in Bokaris? Of course it's in Bokaris. What's according to Rabbi Yochanan? Remember again, when you do a wrongful blood application, what do you have the ability to do? A do-over. So of course, if you have the ability to do a do-over, if there's more dam hanefesh, then of course in Bokaris. To which the Gemara says kasha. You're right. That is a question on Shittas Rabbi Yochanan. Shmuel, my in Bokaris, and about the question, well, what does it mean when it says there's no kares? This is what it means to say. In Nasam the Machshava, puzzle the in Bokaris. Let's say what it means according to Shmuel is that if you went ahead and you did the wrongful blood application, b'machshava, with the erroneous mindset, possible, but nevertheless there is no courage. It actually says over here, the Shmuel my inbo courage. You and I know the Shita. Hochi kamar in nothing machzava. The chutz is mano possible the inbo courage. That was according to Shmuel. If you went ahead and you did the blood application with the intention that you were going to go ahead and consume the carbon chutz is mano, it is possible, but there is no courage. So the Yochanan, Ish Shalobim Komo, Lav Kim Komo Dami. So we'll say, watch this. Now let's go back to Shittis Rabbi Yochanan. If according to Rabbi Yochanan we pass it, that Shalobim Komo is Lav Kim Komo Dami. That's when you do a blood application on the wrong place. So what starts that blood application? It's as if it's so again, wrong placement is tantamount to no placement. In other words, when you sprinkle the blood on a wrong spot of the mizbeach, that's the equivalent to what? Throwing the blood on the floor. Then what? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So the Havi ki mishpach minakli ala ritzpah. So we'll say that's the case. So we'll say when you do a wrongful placement, according to Rabbi Yochanan, so shalobim komo is lav kim komo dami, then that should be the equivalent of what we'll say the blood spilling on the floor via asfeno. And what should you be able to do? You should be able to collect the blood up off the mizbeach and once again resprinkle it on the right place. I will say now again. Apparently, we're going to explore this, but according to the Yochanan, I will say what happens in the regular case with the coin. If you imagine the coin's carrying the keys, he trips, the blood spills. Apparently, and we'll see this inside. But according to the Yochanan, there is the ability. The coin has the ability to gather up some of the blood or whatever blood he can, take it back, take it to the mizbeach, and sprinkle it down. If you hold that shalobim komo is left in komo dam, that when you place blood on the wrong part of the mizbeach on both sides, that is not the kosher placement. Then what? That should be the equivalent of spilling it on the ground. Just like by spilling it on the ground, you can gather it back up and resprinkle it. So what? So maybe go ahead and say the same thing. Go ahead, gather it up in the mizbeach, and what? And reapply it. To which the Gemara says, "Savarla kiman da'amar lo yasfan." Because we'll say apparently Rabbi Yochanan holds like the opinion holds that no, even in the case of the coin with the trip and spill the blood on the floor, you don't have the license to regather it up. Rabbi Yitzchak by Yosef and Rabbi Yochanan, Hakol Motin, from Yisranan Lemala, Shenasnan Lemala, Shenasnan Lemata, Shenasnan Lemata, Shlokim Nisnasan, Lo Yasfan. I say every one of these, Hakol Motin, every one of these, that ultimately again, if you place the blood in the wrong place, that's what? You cannot collect it and reapply it. Lo nechleku ela b'nisanin lemala shenasnan lemata. So I'll say, where do they disagree? In the case of those bloods that should be applied below the red line, that are placed above the red line, or lemata shenasnan lemala, or something that was supposed to be placed below that was placed above. Rabbi Yossi Omer Lo Yasfenu. So Rabbi Yossi says you cannot go ahead and collect it. Rabbi Shimon Omer Yasfenu. And Rabbi Shimon says, he will say that what? You can go ahead and recollect it. U'mishnah seinu k'divrei ha'omer lo yasfenu. But our Mishnah will say reflects the opinion that says what? Once you sprinkle the blood, I will say you cannot collect it. And it will say, by the way, it's not just once you sprinkle the blood. Apparently, the time of our Mishnah will say also too is that even if a coin were to trip and spill the blood on the ground, you also would not go ahead and recollect it in order to go ahead and resprinkle it. Rav Chisda says, Chisda Rabbi, Hakol Modin Binitonin Lemata, Shenaslan Lemala. They will say, watch this, everyone agrees that if the blood application was supposed to be done below the red line, and you put it above the red line, Shalo Yasfenu, that you cannot go ahead and collect the blood in order to resprinkle it. The Choshekin, and all the more so, Binitonin Lemala, Shenaslan Lemata. Ultimately, again, and all agree that if the blood was sprinkled below the line, Shenaslan Lemata, that it's supposed to be placed above the line, and you place it below the line, Horil Pitamin Ha'alyonim Lematein Bain. We'll say this is actually interesting. That in the case where ultimately, again, in the case of Yisranan Lemala Shenaslan Lemata, if the blood was supposed to be placed above the red line, but you placed it below the red line, so there are those who say that ultimately, again, that is going to be kosher. Why? Because the might say anything you place above the red line will ultimately what? Come down below the red line, meaning it trips down, obviously, at some point in time. Lo nechlaku, where's the machlokes case? Ella, Benisonen lifnim shenoslan b'chutz, or b'chutz shenoslan lifnim. We'll say, where does the machlokes case come up? Not as much about erroneous placement above the red line or below the red line, but rather, again, erroneous placement inside or outside. Let's say you took a carbon that was supposed to be offered up inside, out on the outer altar, and you went ahead and you offered up on the inner mizbeach, or vice versa. That's where the real machlokes comes up. Rabbi Yossi Omer Ya'asenu. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion, that's what Rabbi said, that if you offered up, right, if you sprinkled the blood, or you did any sacrificial rite on the wrong mizbeach, what do? Gather up what you did, and now bring it to the right mizbeach. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's almost right across from Rashi. Rabbi Yossi Omer Ya'asenu. The chivan de la mizbeach zeh lo hayaroi lo kalti klal. Well, so that's actually very interesting. Rabbi Yossi holds that when you do a sacrificial rite on the wrong mizbeach, then what? That is a totally irrelevant action. Because it is a totally irrelevant action, therefore what? Therefore, again, all you need to do is pick it up, right, gather up whatever you did, and bring it to the right mizbeach. Because the placement on the wrong mizbeach has actually been no sacrificial impact. Therefore, gather up what you did, bring it to the right mizbeach. Rabbi Shimon, on the other hand, says, no, lo ya'asanu. You cannot go ahead and collect more from the mizbeach. Look at Rashi. Rabbi Shimon lo ya'asanu. Shari the shame is be'er hayaroi, ba'hari bal l'shim mizbeach. Okay, the shame is of the Yisrael. No, even though you offered up on the wrong mizbeach, l'maisa what? You put it on a mizbeach. Once it comes on a mizbeach or roadside, that is sacrificially, what's the right word? Not relevant. They're sacrificially impactful, and therefore once it's done, it's done. You cannot collect and put it on the wrong mizbeach, on the right mizbeach. This is actually fascinating machlokes. I don't know Nachman Yitzchak. But Nachman Yitzchak said the truth is we also learn this halacha that Yuda Omer Zos Hi Ha'olah. Also, the pasuk says Zos. So what the Gemara is doing over will say is as follows: the pasuk is Savis Aaron Vezbanav Leimor Zos Toras Ha'olah Hi Ha'olah Al Mokda Al Mizbeach Kol Halayla Ad Haboker Reisha Mizbeach Tu Karbon. So in that pasuk, you have a number of what we'll call limiting or exclusionary words. We have Zos Hi Ha'olah. Those are limiting words. What do we learn from there? Hare'ilu mi'utim. We'll say these words ultimately again are exclusionary words. What does it come to teach me? Meaning it's coming to exclude something. Prat is coming to exclude. It's coming to tell me the cases where the ola will be invalid. What are the cases where the ola is invalid? Prat lenishchat balayla. What's that comes to exclude a case where what? The ola is shechted at night. And I will say ultimately again, if the ola is shechted at night, it's invalid. Vishanishbach dama, or the blood was spilled. Or shiyatza dama chutz l'kilayim. Or ultimately again, that's what? Or the blood, right, was taken out of the curtains of the azara. In also in any of these cases, even if the covenant was taken up, also tered. Ultimately again, the covenant is removed from the mizbeach. So let's take a look at that actually in just a moment. Pratlan ishbach damol and ishchata balayla b'shiyata damol. About sharp psulin, im alu lo yardu. We'll see any other type of psul. If it was offered, we don't take the covenant off the mizbeach. We come on back on mizbeach, mekadesh, and Hashem that we did the fine. So when I said Shimon Omer, Ola Ainli Ella Ola. What's that? I only know that this comes by so we'll say this is actually a very important principle. What we're just telling us what we'll say, that when it comes ultimately against a carbon, even if things are done wrong, once it's done, it's done. There are a few cases where if it was done wrong, the carbon has to actively be removed from the mizbeach. So if the carbon was shechted at night, or if I might say again the blood spilled on the ground, or the blood was taken out of the mizbeach, those are cases where the carbon is totally invalidated, and even if the carbon went up on the mizbeach, we take it down. But for any other type of invalidation, if the carbon went through anyway, once it's on the mizbeach, then what? We do not take it down. So the Gemara says, but however, Shimon says, Ini ala ola. I only know this applies to an ola. Shminayin lerabos shnishchata balayla, v'shnishbach dama, v'shiyatza dama chutz l'kilayim, v'halon, v'hayotze, v'atamish nishchat l'zmano, v'chutz l'mkomos. So these are all the other cases of psulim. How do I know about all the other cases? where ultimately, again, the covenant was left over overnight. Va'yosir was taken out. Va'tamei, or was done by a tamei. Shenishchat chutz lizmano, or rejected outside of its prescribed time. V'chutz with the intention to consume it outside of its prescribed time. V'chutz limkomo, or to eat it outside of its prescribed area. V'shekiblo psulin, or somebody who was puzzled the Kabbalah. V'zarka as dama, or someone who's puzzled sprinkled the blood. V'ani tanan lemala shenasna lemata, or blood that was supposed to be above the red line was placed below the red line. Hani tanan lemata shenasna lemala, or below the line was placed above the line. V'ani tanan lefneim shenasna lemachutz, or for that matter again, it was supposed to go on the inner mizbeach and on the outer, or the outer went on the inner. So the Gemara says v'achata sheshachta shelo lishman, or hapeisach v'achata sheshachta shelo lishman, or peisach v'achata that was not shelo lishman. Minayin, we'll say, how do I know again? Ultimately, again, that these psulim apply to other kavanos, not just Ola as well. Talmud Lomar, Torah Ha'ola. Therefore, the pasuk says what? Torah Ha'ola Riba. Riba Torah Achaz L'Chol Ha'olin Shem Adu Lo Yardu. Also, it teaches me again that there is one Torah for all karbanos, teaching me that even in a case where something wrong was done with the carbon, nevertheless, again, if it was offered up, we do not take it down. So we'll say, so again, the Gemara just teaches me an incredible, or we'll see this in the Rambam in just a moment, it really teaches me an incredible halacha. An incredible halacha, I will say, which is that halacha l'maisa, even if certain things are done wrong with the carbon nevertheless stands. In other words, if it was offered up, we do not take it down from the stand. But even this halacha has
to get an inside look at Hamzat Shemayev's training camp. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool because Hamzat's like this boogie man that, especially in America, we don't see a lot of guys that are on TikTok and shit like that.
This includes even, let's say, most like offered up a sacrificial animal that was located nearby, either that was sodomized, the animal sodomized something else, an animal that was set aside for Avodah Zarah, Ne'evad, an animal that was worshipped for Avodah Zarah, Esnon, which was an animal that was given to a harlot for payment for services, Vahan Mechir, or an animal that was exchanged for a dog, Vakilayim, or crossbred animals, Shreifa, an animal with some type of injury that's going to cause it to die imminently, the Yotzei Dofen, was actually very interesting as well, an animal which was delivered through a C-section, which is also, again, usher, cannot be offered up as a carbon. I'm going to tell you said that even in all of these cases, if the animal was offered up, then what? We just let it stay on the mizbeach. With Lomar, Zos. Therefore, most of the pasuk says Zos. No, only certain disqualifications allow the animal to remain on the mizbeach, but the rest of these disqualifications have also required the animal to be removed from the mizbeach. But I don't understand. How do you know which disqualifications allow the carbon to be offered up, or which disqualifications require the carbon to be taken down? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you. Let's say essentially, again, the Gemara says, any carbon, I guess for lack of a right, we'll call it, has a pre-existing condition. If there's a pre-existing condition, if you put it on the mizbeach, you have to take it off. Any carbon that developed a condition while in the status of the Kabbalah, while in the different stages of the Kabbalah, that's the type of carbon which, if offered up, can remain on the mizbeach. So, for example, again, if the animal was sodomized, that's a pre-existing condition. Worship for Avodah Zarah, pre-existing condition. Those things, then halacha l'maisa, again, animals are treifa. Those are things that most, even if you put the animal on the mizbeach, you have to take it back down. But for other karbanos, which are most like the psul, developed in the midst of the carbonic process, that ultimately again, if it was put on the mizbeach, can remain there. So katani but again, so what do we see from here? Hanitonim lemata shenosla lemala. Also, what we do learn is that any carbon that was placed below the red line, that was placed above the red line. Lemala shenosla lemata. Or for that matter, again, it was supposed to be above the line. It was placed below the line. Below Rabbi Yehuda. And we said Yehuda doesn't argue on this case. Mike, I know what's the reason. Lati shom yekalte mizbeach. It must be because of us that ultimately, again, once the offering came on the mizbeach, then again it remains, even though things were done wrong with the carbon, Ushmamina lo yasha. What do you see from here? Ultimately, again, that once the blood was applied, we do not recollect it, and even, once the blood was applied, albeit in the wrong place, we don't what? We don't recollect it and reapply it. Rabbi Lazar says, Mizbeach HaTzadim L'Kadis. We'll say, the Gemara now switches gears here to just a different halacha for a moment. We'll see the halacha l'maisa in both of them. So Rabbi Lazar says as follows, Mizbeach HaTzadim L'Kadis Psulim. Rabbi Eliezer says, that it was like if halacha l'maisa, so literally again, if you taste, so we'll look at Rashi. L'Kadis Psulim, third of the widest lines. Shem Adu Lo Yardu Afagav Lo Tzivka Ela D'Kitza. Let's say, so the Eliezer says as follows, that if you offered up something on the inner mizbeach, even though again it wasn't supposed to be offered up on the inner mizbeach, but for that matter again, you did something wrong on the inner mizbeach, the Rabbi will say, what's the halacha? Mekadesh psul. Ultimately again, the inner mizbeach is mekadesh. The covenant is effective. Like Kamashlan, what's the novelty? It's not even learn this. What's very again, the Mishnah explicitly told me that a covenant that was supposed to be offered up on the outside, that was offered up on the inside, is again we learned tussle when he mokaris, to which the Gemara says, if you are learning from the Mishnah, out of that it only applies like things like blood applications, which ultimately is done on the inner mizbeach as well. About komets the low chazilei, there was saying komets, which is what, which is the mikabel mincha. Ultimately, again, that is not offered up on the outer mizbeach. Is only offered up on the is not offered up on the inner mizbeach. Only offered up on the outer mizbeach. I might have thought that if it was erroneously offered up there, it should not be good. To which the Gemara says, Kamash Malon, no. That was that the inner mizbeach has, once something is offered up on the inner mizbeach, even if it doesn't belong there, the inner mizbeach is merasa. So they say, Kitoras Zara Sha'ala Al Gabi Mizbeach Tura. So we learned that one. That if you have Kitoras Zara, it will say if you have an illegal Kitoras offering that was offered up on the mizbeach, it has to be taken down. She'in Lacha Mekadesh Psulim Ela Mizbeach HaChitzon Beroi. Because it will say ultimately again, the only thing that sometimes works is if what? The Mizbeach HaChitzon, the only time where an illegal offering will work is if it's on the Mizbeach HaChitzon, the outer Mizbeach, but something that is normally offered up on that Mizbeach. But Ketores, which is never offered up on the outer Mizbeach, if it's accidentally put on the outer Mizbeach, what do you do with it? You have to take it down. Chitzon in, so what do you see from here? Chitzon in, let's say you see from here, that's what? That it is only the outer Mizbeach that has the ability that if you offer up an illegal offering on it, that the Mizbeach HaChitzon has the ability to accept that carbon. But if that same process is done on the inner Mizbeach, it doesn't work. Taritzafi, explain it this way. Kitoras Zora sha'osol Mizbeach HaChitzon. We'll say, watch this. If you had an illegal Kitoras offering that was offered up on the outer Mizbeach, Terex. Ultimately, again, that has to be taken down. She'im Mizbeach HaChitzon Mekadesh Psulim Ela Haroyim. Because also the only quote-unquote illegal karbanos that the Mizbeach HaChitzon, the outer Mizbeach could retain, are karbanos which have a place on the Mizbeach. Which essentially what we're saying is as follows. There is a mechanism where even if a karban is offered up in the wrong way, it could work. But there's a caveat to that. What's the caveat? It has to be the type of karban that is normally offered up on this Mizbeach. If this is the type of karban that is never offered up on this Mizbeach, then what? Then the Mizbeach cannot help it. So for example, if a coin goes at Torahs on the outer Mizbeach, side, nothing doing. You gotta take it down. Why? Because Ketoras has nothing to do with the outer Mizbeach. We don't offer Ketoras on the outer Mizbeach. Ketoras is only offered up on the inner Mizbeach. Therefore, if you make that mistake and you offer up Ketoras on the outer Mizbeach, you have to take it down. However, again, the Gemara says, Bahapnimi, I will say, but the inner Mizbeach is even stronger than the outer Mizbeach. How so? Bahapnimi, Bein Ro'ilo, or Bein She'ilo Ro'ilo. Well, so it is actually quite amazing. The inner Mizbeach, I will say, what's the halacha? It has the ability, even if you offered up the wrong carbon, whereas we'll say, even if you offered up a carbon that does not belong on the Mizbeach, right? Just it's not offered there. The Mizbeach is still able to go ahead and accept that carbon. My time, so what's the Mizbeach is even stronger than the Mizbeach HaChitzon. Well, so remember, Mizbeach HaChitzon can only work for a carbon that is supposed to be offered up. So then, even if certain aspects of that carbonic process are flawed, Mizbeach HaPnimi could still accept that carbon. But if you put something on Mizbeach HaPnimi, the Chitzon, sorry, if you put something on Mizbeach HaChitzon that does not belong there, right? For example, Ketoras on Mizbeach HaChitzon, then what? You got to take it down. The Gemara says when it comes to Mizbeach HaPnimi, even if you put the wrong type of carbon on that Mizbeach HaPnimi, the Mizbeach is still accepted, and you need not remove that carbon from the Mizbeach HaPnimi. What's the reason? My time hybrid spot for high cliches, which is actually very interesting. The Mizbeach HaChitzon, the outer Mizbeach side, is considered to be ultimately an extension of the floor, an extension of the ground. Rashi says hybrid spot, 4 lines up on the bottom of Rashi. Let's say it's a stone structure that is considered to be an extension of the ground. Therefore, again, its ability to accept karbanos is limited to the types of karbanos which are supposed to be offered up. On the other hand, the Mizbeach HaPnimi has the status actually quite beautifully of a cliche. It has the status ultimately, again, remember it's made of gold, it has the status of a utensil. Because it has the status of a utensil, it produces more acute. Because it produces more acute, apparently, it has the ability to accept any type of carbon on it, even if what? Even if it's not the right type of carbon. And I will say, listen to this. This is the halakha on the Rambam. The Rambam passed, this is in Perek Gimel, halakha you pass. Listen to this. Mizbeach HaPnimi mekadish tzurin ben ru'uyin o ben tzurin ena ru'uyin. Both sides, the inner Mizbeach has the ability to accept all carbonates. Whether it is a carbon that should be offered up on it, shouldn't be offered up on it. But the outer Mizbeach eno mekadish elo tzurin haru'uyin lo k'moshe be'ar. Only has the ability to accept carbonates on both sides of the type which are normally offered up on Mizbeach HaChitzon. Ketzon, watch this. Mizbeach HaChitzon shalom lo zvachim shnitzol lo yardu. So let's listen to this. For the outer Mizbeach, if let's say you have a regular carbon that became possible, but for some reason again it was offered up, once it goes on the Mizbeach, then what's the most saying? You don't take it down. Also, lo ketoras zara teirei sheina ketoras zara ru'yil Mizbeach HaChitzon. Let's say if a coin accidentally saw any type of animal offering or minimal offering that was offered up on the outer Mizbeach, once it was offered up, even though it's a large carbon, nevertheless, what? You leave it alone. However, if a coin accidentally offered up Torres on the Mizbeach HaChitzon, then what the both say? You take it down. You have to take it down. On the flip side, Mizbeach HaPnimi, she'alo lo kometz mincha, ben kasher ben pasol, lo yired, v'chein ki yotzei bazeh. Rabbi say again, if you offered up the wrong type of carbon on Mizbeach HaPnimi, once it's been offered up, you do not take it down. So the Gemara says, "Kishem sham Mizbeach mekadosh asaroi lo." Mizbeach HaPnimi she'alo kometz mincha, ben kasher ben pasol, lo yired. So we'll say ultimately the Rambam goes on. We'll say that's a dramatic distinction between the Mizbeach HaChitzon and Mizbeach HaPnimi. One of the most suppose that the series is we got to the Mishnah. Let's listen to this. How do we talk about the halakha in the Mishnah about wrongful blood applications? Dam. So this is the Rambam Beis Yud. Dam shemitzvasol litin also lemala mechatzam. או שמססו מתנות בפנים בהיכה ונסו על החיצון, או ניתן על המזבח החיצון שסו לפנים בהיכה, או שנסו למה ניתן בחוץ על הכבש, שלגן היסוד. So we'll say, what happens if you apply the blood in the wrong place? Above the line, below the line, on the ramp as opposed to the side of the altar, not opposite the base, inside when it should have been outside when it should have been inside. We'll say, what is the halacha? Hare basar hazevach pasol, v'afal pikein, Niskapru habaylim bo kevan shegia dam lemizbeach. So we'll say halacha lemaisa again. We paskin that as long as that blood makes it to the mizbeach, somewhere on the mizbeach, then what? The carbon is effective, but you cannot eat the meat. Why? Because as the Muslim passes like Shmuel, we pass in Shalom Komo Kima Komo Dami, and therefore again you can't eat the meat, but the carbon is effective. So as long as the blood was applied somewhere on the mizbeach, even if it's the wrong place on the mizbeach, you can't eat the meat, but the carbon is effective. Kapara has been achieved. What is this true? One last caveat. This is assuming the Kohen who's doing the avoda is kasher avoda. אבל אם קיבל הקשה בנסן הפסל, אני אתן למעלה למטה, איזה נפנים בחוץ, איזה מחוץ לבנים, או שעשה על כבש לא כנראה איתו, לא נפסל פסל על זבח עם שר דם הנפש. So listen to this. So now we run just keeping both these cases. So we pass like Shmuel Shalom Kamokim Kamodam. As long as the blood gets to the Mizbeach, someplace on the Mizbeach, the carbon is good. What's the interesting case? What happens if a puzzle went ahead and what? Did the blood application, did the Zvika? So I'll say, watch this. Watch that, the carbon is not puzzle. Rather, Ela Yachsra Kasher V'Kabel Shah Dam HaNefesh, Yizrach Dam Komo. Let's say we do pass like Rabbi Yochanan, you can have a do-over. As long as there is still some Dam HaNefesh left, a Kohen Kasher could come along and do proper Zvika, and ultimately the carbon will be Kasher.
What was it, Sting said one time, if I have to hear about how they do it in New York one more time, I bet the shop does that all the time in Texas. It just goes
25 feet. So our shoe this morning is dedicated by Alan Steinberg in commemoration of the upcoming birthday of Alan's mother. We hope that in the merit of our Torah and Shama and Aliyah and the Shabbat. So let's begin. Last time, Rabbi Ami Amr Balaz. We're going to deal now with a couple of different cases of carbonos where the carbon is situated in a less than optimal fashion. So Rabbi Balaz, Rabbi Ami Amr Balaz. So it's like we're going to translate the case now, although we're going to have to reframe it in just a moment. I was going to point out the case itself is inherently problematic. Literally the carbon itself is inside the Beis Hamikdash. We have what's learned today. Different carbonos were shechted in different places. For our purposes right now, means the carbon is inside the Azara, inside the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. But its legs are outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So whether this means, outside of the Azara. So whether this means that the carbon is laying on its side, or maybe it's just extending, its hind legs, whatever the case is, the point is the primary body of the animal is inside the Azara, the legs are on the outside. So we'll say, so what do? So the halacha is chatach v'achar kach shachat. So also it sounds like it's as follows: if you chop off the legs of the animal that are extending outside of the azara, and then you shech the animal, then what? Kshera. Then the halacha is that it's kosher. So Rashi says over here, chatach ragla v'achar kach shachat kshera. Shlonis ari dam psul yotze and dam shlomis. So both like. The issue over here that Rashi seems to make it is as follows. When the legs are outside, there's blood in the legs. So the problem is shechting a carbon, ultimately, again, that has some of its blood outside of the Beis Hamikdash, is problematic. So therefore, the Gemara seems to, and the reason I say seems because we're going to change it in just a moment. If you cut off the legs first and shech the animal afterwards, then ultimately the animal is kosher. So we'll discuss this. On the other hand, top of Chavvav, shachat v'achar kach. But if you go ahead and you shecht it first, and then only afterwards do you cut off the legs, then psula. Then ultimately, again, the carbon will be possible. Gemara says, what? What are you talking about? If you cut off the legs first, and then you shecht the animal is kosher, Baal Mum kamakid. What's it? That animal is a Baal Mum. That animal is now effectively blemished. So the animal is totally kosher, it's totally invalidated when you offer it up as a carbon. Ela imal chotach v'achar kach kibel kshera. Kibel v'achar kach chotach psula. What's it? Rather, what it means is as follows. If you take a look at Rashi for just a moment, tap Rashi on the daf. Hachi karsina shachach v'achar kach chotach psula. Balmum kamakriv ela imal chotach v'achar kach kibel. Rashi says shechotcho pein shchita lekabala. Rather, we'll say, what's the case? The case is where you shecht the animal, then you cut off the legs that are extending outwards, and then you do the Kabbalah of the dam. So the Kabbalah is done after the legs are removed. So if you go ahead and you shecht, cut off the legs, do the Kabbalah, then the carbon will be kosher. On the other hand, chatach, I'm sorry, I read in the wrong order. So chatach ba'achar kach kibel kshera, kibel ba'achar kach chatach psula. So if you did the Kabbalah and only afterwards removed the legs, then ultimately again the carbon will be possible. So what's happening? So remember again, as we said before, well, let's see, let's finish it well. Chatach ba'achar kach kibel kshera. So is that true? So if you go ahead and we'll say follow this order, strike the animal, cut off the legs that are extending outwards, and then do Kabbalah, then ultimately the carbon will be kosher. Is that true? Rabbi Zera, Hatzolim as Ozem bebechar, ba'achar kach kibel damo pasul. Rabbi Zera said as follows. Let's say if a person shechts an animal, and then he goes ahead, literally tzorim ozem bebechar means he cuts the ear of the bechar animal. So we'll say this was done after the shechita, before the Kabbalah. Ba'achar kach kibel damo pasul. Then ultimately the animal is pasul. Why? Shenamar, the lakach midam hapar. Par shahaya klav. Listen, this is actually very interesting. Because the pasuk says, the Kohen shall take from the dam hapar. Now that pasuk, remember this is even in the section we have this. The lakach that also refers to what? Refers to Kabbalah. So the pasuk says, lakach midam hapar. The Kohen has to do Kabbalah from the blood of the par. What are we dashing there? Par shahaya klav. What it means I will say is what? Is that you have to do Kabbalah from a fully intact par. The par itself must be fully intact, which means what? Which means that if halacha l'maisa, you shechted, cut off the legs, and then did Kabbalah, you are not doing Kabbalah from a fully intact par. If that's the case, then how is the par kosher? To which the Gemara says, Amrav Hista Amrav, Chotich be'iver ad shemagia le'etzem. Oh, I will say, what's the case? The case is where we say that in order for the carbon to be kosher, you have to what? You have to shecht, cut off the legs, and then do Kabbalah. So we'll say what we're doing is we're cutting the legs down to the bone. When you cut the legs down to the bone, what are you effectively doing? You're preventing the blood flow from going down, from going to that part of the animal that is outside of the base of the tush, but at the same time, you're not making the animal the limb is technically still attached because the bone is intact. The animal is considered to be whole. So that when you do Kabbalah, you're doing Kabbalah from the whole animal, but you're ensuring that there's no more blood flow, ultimately again to the extremities that are extending outside of the base of the tush. Interesting. So you must keep out the achar kach chatach pasul. So now let's say you know the first case. So case number one, the kasha case. Is again, I'm going to say obviously the lechatchila is just bringing the animal inside the base hamikdash, right? That's obvious. So for whatever, but again, we don't ask questions about this. We always just go ahead and we see these are extreme cases to highlight principles. If the legs are extending outside of the base hamikdash, shchita, cut the legs down to the bone, cut off the blood flow, but still keep the animal intact because you need an intact animal for Kabbalah. Do Kabbalah. And Shalom Yisrael. On the other hand, the flip case, Kibel ba'achar kach chatach psula. They will say what? If let's say he first did Kabbalah, so he did Shita, Kabbalah, then chopped off the legs that are extending outwards, so the carbon is possible. What do you learn from here? Shamas mina dam hamuvla be'ivarim dam. What you learn from here is what? That blood that is absorbed into the limbs is considered to be blood. And we'll say, take a look at that for just a moment. Shma mina dam hamuvla be'ivarim dam. V'karis nami lichayiv. Di'ilo havidam ha'hecha chayo pasul. Yotze amai ba'amon. So what you see here is as follows, that even the blood absorbed in the extremities is considered to be sacrificial blood. So the whole issue of your Rabbi is that if I have sacrificial blood that is absorbed in those legs, when I check the animal and the legs, when I check the animal inside the base hamikdash, and the blood is absorbed, and the legs are outside of the base hamikdash, I have a problem ultimately again of hakrava b'chutz, some element of the sacrifice occurring outside of the confines of the base hamikdash. To which the Gemara says, maybe not. Dilma, mishum shamunis. We'll say maybe over here, literally shamunis means the fact. Look at Rashi. Dilma mishum shamunis. Tichazia la'achiva. Maybe that will say the issue I say over here is that the part of the animal that's extending outside of the base hamikdash has sacrificial parts in it that have to be offered up on the Mizbeach. Shanumas literally means the fats. Rashi says, Techazi la'achila, Techashivi kibasar lefsulei, biyotze kibetzivu basar masada treifa, umivla b'dam harega b'nafkedar b'zashchita, u'pasa l'dam shemizach. So we'll say, maybe the issue over here is not the blood. Maybe the issue over here is that in the parts of the legs that are extended outside of the Beis HaMikdash, there's what? There's either sacrificial items that have to be offered up on his death, or there's parts of the carbon that are edible by the Bible. Maybe the issue of here, I will say, is that when the legs are on the outside, it's not a blood issue as much as it is an actual sacrificial meat issue. That even though the shechita itself is taking place inside the confines of the Beis HaMikdash, because there's some of the sacrificial meat, either that's going to be burned on the Mizbeach or going to be consumed by the owner, that's outside of the Beis HaMikdash. Shmamina, what do we learn from here? Basar kachim kalim sheyatzim lefnei zrikas talim pasal. So what you do see from here something very interesting, which is that if you have sacrificial meat, so let's say you shech the carbon, and then what happens? You take a limb of that carbon outside of the Beis HaMikdash before the sprinkling of the blood. You see from this case over here that what? That the halacha is that ultimately again invalidates the carbon. To which the Gemara says, but 1 second. Vilma b'kachek adashim. So maybe who said the case over here is kachin kalim? Maybe kachin kalim, which is lower sanctity karbanos. Even if you go ahead, as long as the shechita took place inside the Beis HaMikdash, you're good. And even if you end up taking a limb out before the Zrikas Hadam, the carbon is still kosher. And maybe over here, where the Gemara seems to indicate that what? That halacha l'maisa, the carbon is invalidated when the legs are extending outwards, maybe it's a case of kachei kadosh. Okay, so Shana we'll say continuing on this same theme. Kachei kadoshim. So we'll say, what just the bottom line, I guess halacha l'maisa in this case is that if you have a carbon and the legs are extending outside of the azara, like if for some reason I guess you can't get it in or you don't want to get it in or you need to go ahead and somehow check this carbon now, so the halacha is you shecht, cut down the extending limbs to the bone, you leave it to the bone because this way it cuts off blood flow, but on the other hand goes ahead and what? Leaves the animal intact, do the Kabbalah, and then after the Kabbalah you can chop up the animal however you want. But Karabanan, Kachei Kadosh Shchitas L'Tzava. So we'll say now we're going to learn a little bit of just some interesting geography when it comes to those karbanos. So Kachei Kadosh, we'll say our highest level sanctity karbanos, Shchitas L'Tzava. They are shechted in the north of the Beis HaMikdash, the north of the Azar, the north of the courtyard. Rashi says over here, So the Kibul Daman. And I will say the Kabbalah's Hadam takes place, but Kli Sharis B'Safal takes place ultimately. Kli Sharis is a sanctified utensil, also in the north. So the Gemara says, what happens if Amad B'Daram V'Hoshit Yadol Tzafon B'Shachat? We'll say, what happens if the carbon is in the north, but I'm standing towards the south? I extend my hand to the north, and the Shechita occurs in the north. So we'll say, so what's happening over here? The Shechita is happening in the north. What's not in the north? The shochet, right? So the shechita is in the north, but the shochet is not in the north. So also, what's the halacha? Shechita so kshera. The shechita is kosher. However, kibal kabbalah subsula. There was if the shochet ultimately again is in the south, even though again what? Even though the kabbalah is taking place in the north, ultimately again it is kosher. Again, we'll discuss why this is in just a moment. So says the Gemara. On the other hand, let's say I'm standing in the south, but I put my head and the majority of my body into the north. It's my body in its totality is in the north. So most of the ideal here is even though being in the north doesn't require 100% of one's body, so to speak, to be in the north, it just requires Rosh Hashanah. Okay, here's his thought. Let's say what happens after an animal is shechted, sometimes it's what's called pirkus, which normally translates as like an involuntary spasm that occurs after the animal is dead. The animal is dead, but there's some type of involuntary spasm. So what happens if pirkus of yatzon done? I shechted the animal in the north, but after it died, right after it was shechted, it convulsed. The yatzon done, and the animal moved to the south. the chazra, and then it comes back. What's the halacha? Sheira, the animal is cut. Also, this is actually an interesting case over here. So the animal left the north, went to the south, and came back. Rashi says over here, Pirkisa, la'acha shkita v'yata l'adam v'chazak sheira, de'ein tzlo yotzev ela mitoch ha'mechitzos. La'ay chazar ala davka ela aydi debayim. So we're going to see that essentially, even karbanos have to be shechted in a particular area, to be shechted there, and then went somewhere else in the base. That does not invalidate the carbon. Next, so kachim kalim shitasan b'fnim. So kachim kalim, they have to be shechted inside the azara. So again, remember, we started with the discussion of kachim kadashim. Now we're on to lower sanctuaries, what we call kachim kalim. Have to be shechted inside the azara. The kibul daman b'kli sharas b'fnim. And ultimately, again, the kabbalah of the dam has to be done in the kisharis inside of the azara as well. Amar b'chutz v'hifnis yadol lifnim v'shachat. Mostly what happens if I stand outside of the Beis HaMikdash, the animal is in the azara. The animal is actually inside of the Beis HaMikdash. And then what happens? I'm standing outside, but I reach my hand inside to do shchita. What's the halacha? Shchita sukshea. The shchita works. Kibel, what happens if I'm standing outside and I did Kabbalah of the blood of the animal that was shechted inside? Then what's the halacha? Psula. In that case, I will say the Kabbalah will be possible. Ifnis rosha v'rubo, kilo lo nifnas. It's like if my feet, if I'm standing outside of the Beis HaMikdash, but I put my head and the majority of my body into the Beis HaMikdash, kilo lo nifnas. It's as if what? It's as if I had not entered at all. Here you saw the yachts. We'll say what happens if the animal is shechted, then it convulsed. It went outside of the Beis HaMikdash, and then because then it came back in, Sula. So it's like you just do not, then the animal is possible. Why? What do you see from here? Shmamina, Basar, Kachim, Kalam, Shiyata, this means you got Shalom Sula. What's this? Remember again, in the first case, with the Kachim Kadashim, when we spoke about the case of Kirkis, so what was happening? The animal was shechted, let's say, in the north, and then what happens with those, right? It moves to the south, but it's still staying where? Inside the confines of the Beis HaMikdash. In the second case, over here, Kachim Kalam, the animal shechted in the azara, convulses, leaves the confines of the Beis HaMikdash, and then comes back in. Says the Gemara, in that case, ultimately, again, it is possible. Shmamina, Basar, Kachim Kalam, that's it, means we got stomach student. You see from here that what? That Kachim Kalam Rabosai, that ultimately, again, left the confines of the Beis HaMikdash before the zika of the blood, ultimately is going to be possible. Listen, what we're going to say, Vilma, the Aliyah, Yosaris, Akavidu, Shtei Klayos, and maybe over here was a decree says that the animal, that when you speak about that the animal is puzzle, look at Rashi for just a moment, it's the third wide line in Rashi. Vilma, Hadik Sani Psula, the Aliyah, the Yosaris, the Emurin Nidu, the Emurin Kachim Kalim Kachim Nidu. So when we say the animal is puzzle, what that means is what? That some of the fats, kidneys, other things cannot be offered up on the Beis HaMikdash on the there. Maybe that's what it means when it says that it's possible. The sacrificial pieces can't be offered. But remember again, just because sacrificial pieces can't be offered up doesn't mean the covenant is valid. If there's one thing we've learned is that what essentially affects, not essentially, but what affects, or what creates the effectiveness of the carbon, zrika. So again, it could just be that once it leaves the confines, you can't offer up these sacrificial parts, but lav dafka that it invalidates the carbon. So boy, we may avoid the Shmuel. So let's listen to this. So along those same lines, avoid the Shmuel. Shmuel's father asked Shmuel, keep it named Veragla b'chutz. What is the halacha? If the carbon is on the inside, right, inside of the Beis HaMikdash, but its feet extend outwards. So let's say, I know what you're saying to yourself. We did this case. So Rashi points out over here, it's the fourth wide line in Rashi. See that both sides. Beforehand, he was dealing with the case of the ex post facto. What do you do with this carbon if the legs are on the outside? Here, what the Shmuel is asking, Shmuel, are you permitted to shecht such a carbon or not? Now, I'm going to see it. The passage says, Veheviyum LaHashem. The pasuk says, "You shall bring it to Hashem." Ad shetei kula lifnei. So we'll say the pasuk of Veheviyum LaHashem means the carbon itself must be brought directly to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And what we darshan on this is as follows: what has to be brought to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? All of it has to be brought to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the goal. Ad shetei kula lifnei. Tala v'shachat mahu. We'll say, I'm not going to get into a couple of very different things. What happens if you suspend the animal and you shech? See, I will say, the way the Kabbalah normally worked in the base of English was that you push the animal on the side, and remember again, there were rings inside the floor of the base of English. Push the animal on the side, so the head was sideways. You lifted up the ring, push down the ring on the neck of the animal, since the animal was immobilized in place and you do the shvita. What happens if Kalav shach? You suspended the animal. Right? You hoisted the animal up. We'll say it used to be, some places still shech like this, where you hoist the animal up. So they hoist the animal. What happens if you hoisted the animal up? Is that a proper shvita? Somehow, I'm like, shit, he said, yes, that's fine. That is fine. If you take a look, Rashi says, you suspend the animal in the airspace of the azara, so is that a proper shvita or not? So let's say, I have to understand what's driving this question. We're going to see a little bit what driving this question is there a din that the animal has to be situated on the floor of the base of Mikdash or not? That's the real fundamental question. Because if I remember, again, now let's think, well, why would you think that? Because remember, again, as we'll see in just a little bit, the coin does have to be on the floor of the base. So the question the Gemara is asking is, does the animal also have to be on the floor? The Gemara says no. Even if the animal was suspended, ultimately, again, well, I should say differently. Even if this is Avodah Shmuel asking Shmuel, if the animal is suspended and you check that it's good, Shmuel says yes. Amalei, his father said to him, no, you are wrong. You are wrong. The animal, we'll say the halach is an animal must be shechted next to the mizbeach, and that is lacking. The way the Gemara understands over here of next to the mizbeach also means what? On the ground next to the mizbeach. If it is suspended, then ultimately again it is not in compliance with the yarach need, the yarach obligation. Mitla v'shachat mahu. Let's say this is not an Mitla means what happens if the shochet was suspended, right? So again, whatever it is, right? It's an acrobatic shochet. So we'll say he's suspended. In other words, we'll say, what we're asking will be effective. He's not standing on the ground. What happens if he's not standing on the ground and he shechs mahu? Amar le'ksula. So Shmuel said this puzzle. Amar le'ishtabashta. Sorry, my dear son, you are wrong. Shrita al yarech. Below shochet al yarech. We'll say there is no need for the shochet ultimately again to be next to the mizbeach on the ground. The only thing that you need is what the animal has to be by the mizbeach on the ground. So interestingly enough, if the animal was suspended, the carbon is kosher. If the shochet is suspended, the carbon is kosher. Mitla v'kiva mahu. What happens if we'll say what? If the Kohen was suspended when he did Kabbalah, in other words, he's not touching the ground when he did Kabbalah, so Amar Lake Shira. So ultimately again, Shmuel says, it is kosher. Amar Lake Shtabashta, which his father said, you are wrong. Ain derech sheirus b'kash. That is not a normative form of avodah. That's not how avodah is done. Normative avodah is done with the Kohen standing on the ground, and therefore if he is suspended, ultimately the avodah is possible. Tala v'kiva mahu. What happens if the animal is suspended during Kabbalah? So what's the status of that carbon? Amar le psula. So Shmuel says it's possible. Amar le ishtabashta. So his father said you're wrong. Shchita al yerech v'lo Kabbalah al yerech. Was actually quite interesting. So apparently the need to do is only shchita, which has to be on the ground next to the mizbeach. Kabbalah need not be on the ground next to the mizbeach. So technically speaking, if the animal is hoisted up for Kabbalah, ultimately, again, that's what I was like. By the way, there would be a good reason to hoist the animal up for Kabbalah, which is what? To drain the blood. Okay, so technically it's kosher. Amr Rabbi, v'kodshe kadoshim kulan psulos, bar minitla b'shachat. Abaye says, all of these cases also that we mentioned, when it comes to kodshe kadoshim, which is higher sanctity kabbalos, will all be possible except for the case of mitla b'shachat, except for the case of where the shochet is suspended and he shechs, That's going to be kosher. Otherwise, any other deviation is going to be possible. The kache kalim, I will say in the case of kache kalim, lower sanctity karbanos, kulam ksheros, all of the cases will be kosher. Bar min nitla v'kibel, with the exception of what? Of where the shochet is suspended, I should say the coin is suspended, and thus kabbalah. Amar says, I understand. Maish not kala v'kibel b'kashim kalim. So in the case of kachim kalim, tala v'kibel, that if you hoist the animal up in the air, and you do kabbalah with the animal hoisted, that it's kosher. Why? Dover pnim kipnim dam, because it was like, what do you need for Kabbalah? Kabbalah, that goal is it just has to be done inside the base of Mikdash. So what's the halacha? The halacha is that the airspace of the Azara, the right counts as the base of Mikdash. So I don't understand. If airspace is like the base of Mikdash, then what? The kache kadosh nami over tzafon, kitzafon dami. Then I don't understand kache kadosh, which has to be shechted in the north. See if the animal is hoisted it up. I don't understand why that wouldn't be kosher. The airspace up in the north is like the north, the base of Mikdash. But therefore, Rabbi reframes this and he says as follows: being the kache kadosh and being the kachim kalim ksheros. We'll say all of these cases that we mentioned, both by kachim kalim and kache kadosh will be kosher. Bar, with the exception of the following cases, mean tala b'shachat the kache kadosh. So we'll say except for the case of tala b'shachat, where the animal is suspended, right? Where you lift up, you suspend the animal and check it by kache kadosh, and that will be possible. Or nitla v'kibel in kache kadosh and in kachim kalim. Or the case where what? Where the coin is suspended for Kabbalah, that will be possible both by kache kadosh and kache kalim. We'll say now why is that last case possible? Because as the Gemara said, "Ein derech shelus b'kach." Because we'll say that is not a normative form of service. Because it's a non-normative form of service, that's not the way we do avodah. Therefore, halacha l'maisa will be possible. Very interesting cases. So Rabbi Yirmiyah asked Rabbi the following: what happens if the coin is standing inside? V'tzitzaso b'chutz. I will say that tzitzaso over here doesn't mean it's sitz. So we look at Rashi. It's 4 lines up at the bottom of Rashi. Last couple of words on the line. Tzitzaso, sitis rosho dahanu saro. Let's say the coin has some longer hairs. And what happens? This hair is extending outside of the Beis HaMikdash. So we'll say, so the shaila is, what does that do to his avodah? Mahu Amarle lav amrit ve'vium la'Hashem ad shetavo kula lifnim. So we'll say, we've seen the answers before. What did we say by the carbon? By the carbon, ultimately, again, the halach is the carbon in its entirety has to be inside. Hachanami, Ravama or Amoid, Achiyavi Kula the Ormo. So let's say that same thing that applies to the carbon applies to the coin. The carbon is only good as what? If the mice again, the animal in its entirety, its whole state is in front of the coin's avoda is only fit. The coin in his entirety is inside of the Beis HaMikdash, but even if he has long hairs that are ultimately extending outside of the Beis HaMikdash, that will invalidate his apple. Good. Says the Mishnah. What's that beautiful Mishnah? Nosno al gabi hakedesh shalosh keneged haisos. Well, so now we're going to speak a little bit about some of the blood applications. So as we're going to see, it literally says that let's say you place the blood ala kedesh on the ramp of the mizbeach, shalosh keneged haisos, not opposite the base of the mizbeach. Take a look at that for just a moment. Rashi l'gabi hakedesh. שאינו מקום מתן זמין, או במזבח שלו כנגד היסוד. יפילו מקמון גאולתון למתן דלת נגד היסוד, שיסוד המזבח, ומתן זמה למיעוטי כרם זרק. So let's listen to this. We're going to get into these halachas, but suffice to say our purposes as follows. Blood applications always take place on the side of the mizbeach. Now, different karbanos have different placements. We're going to see that on the mizbeach there is a yisod, there was a base. The base didn't run around the entire external area of the mizbeach, only on certain sides. There was a base. There was also a red line called the sikra. So different karbanos have different blood applications in different places, but they will all apply somewhere on the side of the mizbeach. One thing is clear, which is, but there is never a blood application on the ramp itself. So the case is, someone applied, coin applied sacrificial blood on the ramp. So what's that? Or shalokin eged haiso, or on the side of the mizbeach, not opposite the base. or Nosan as Hanisan Lamata Lamalo, that's Hanisan Lamala Lamata, or a blood application that was supposed to be done above the red line was done below the red line, or below the red line was done above the red line. So, or that's Hanisan in Bifnim Bachutz, that's Hanisan in Bachutz Bifnim, or I will say if there was a blood app with C. Certain blood applications were done inside the Heichel, which is really by your. So, or if you did a blood application that was supposed to be done inside the Heichel, remember, Heichel is the actual structure of the Beis HaMikdash, but instead he did it outside, or outside he's still in the Beis HaMikdash, but not in the Heichel, or he was supposed to do it outside, but he did it inside. What's in all of these cases possible? All of these cases, the carbon will be possible. There ain't no kares, but ultimately, again, there is no kares associated with this carbon. Rashi points out, ain't no kares means what? Being bakilos, so ain't a bakilos of kares. So what it means is, if we were to the carbon is possible, but if you were to consume the carbon, there would not be a key of kares. Good, says the Gemara. Amar days, Amar days, Amar Shmuel. Hustle basar, psul basar. So what's like when Shmuel says ultimately again that the carbon is hustle. So what meaning all of these cases were essentially messed up the blood application. So you sprinkled the blood, you just didn't sprinkle it in the right place. So Shmuel says, well, so what does it mean that it's puzzle? What does it mean carbon is puzzle? So Shmuel says it means the basar is puzzle. About bailin niskatu. It's actually very interesting. Shmuel says it's puzzle in that you're not permitted to eat the sacrificial meat, but what? But atonement has been achieved. I will say, what's the meaning that I'm saying that atonement has been achieved? Therefore, what? So essentially, you have to bring another carbon. Look at Rashi just a moment. Amar Shmuel puzzle. The twenty masnisi abasar koi about bailin niskatu. So ultimately, again, you can't eat this meat, but the carbon was affected. So the Gemara says, my time, what's the reason? Where did Shmuel get this from? So Amar Krav, va'ani nasated lachem al hamizbeach lechaper. So the Baruch Hu says, that ki'anefesh habasar b'damu, va'ani nasated lachem al hamizbeach lechaper. I've given you, literally, I've given to you the blood to be placed on the mizbeach lechaper. To atone. What do you see from here? Ultimately, again, once the blood reaches the mizbeach, kapara is achieved. Now, what's the novel ruling of Shmuel? How do we interpret once the blood has reached the mizbeach? Essentially, once the blood has reached the mizbeach, in any way, shape, or form, even if it hasn't reached the mizbeach in the prescribed way, or even if it hasn't reached the mizbeach in the way that it's supposed to reach the mizbeach, once it reaches the mizbeach, ultimately, again, kapara has been achieved. It says in Gemara, if that's the case, that kapara has been achieved, basar nami. I don't understand. So it's like generally we assume as follows, that consumption is a function of atonement, right? Atonement is the parameter of carbonic effectiveness. So if kapara has been achieved, that means the carbon's been effective. If the carbon's been effective, then what? Then consumption should technically be permitted. So I don't understand. You're telling me again, every carbon ideally has a placement of the blood in its mizbeach, but essentially as long as the blood reaches the altar in some way, shape, or form, the carbon affects kapara, which means the carbon is effective. And if the carbon is effective, then why can't you eat the meat? Seyaki basarnami, omikra, l'chaper. No, because we'll say the pasuk, when speaking in a general sense, and what we're most concerned about is that the blood reaches the mizbeach. We'll say is talking about kapara. The kapara nesatav lo davar acher. Ultimately, the Baruch Hu says that it tells you that when in the event that when the blood reaches the mizbeach, even if it's an erroneous placement, that is enough to affect kapara, but that doesn't give you any other form of carbonic license. Specifically, it doesn't give you license for consumption. Amo kasavar, we'll say, what do you see? What does Shmuel hold? Shalobim komo kim komodam. We'll say this is going to be a very important principle. That Shmuel holds that what? That even placement of the dam in a place that is not really where the dam belongs is nevertheless an effective placement. Shalobim komo kim komodam. Even if you place it, we'll say the idea is, I guess as they say, you just have to be in the ballpark. As long as you're in the ballpark, in this case, you're somewhere on the mizbeach, even though again, of course, it's not ideal, but nevertheless, you're good. So Tanan bi'idach pirkin. So we learned elsewhere, Nasno ala kavesh shelo keneged hayisod. This is talking about our Mishnah. So if you put the blood on the ramp, right? Shlo keneged ha'isod, or on the side of the mizbeach, but not opposite the base. Or nosan es hanitana lemata lemala, ves hanitana lemala lemata, ves hanit. Or you went ahead of us saying what? You sprinkled blood that was supposed to be sprinkled above the line. You put it below the line. Or below the line, you put it above the line. Or you went ahead and what? So most of these actually different than our Mishnah. Or you went ahead and you sprinkled blood that was supposed to be sprinkled inside the heichal, but you sprinkled it outside the heichal, or vice versa. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "Yesh dam hanefesh yachzor." Yachzor kasher v'ikad. So now we're going to translate this, and then we're going to explain what this case actually is in just a moment. So what the Mishnah sees is going to say is what? What should you do if there's more blood still available? More what we call dam hanefesh. We'll say, what's the dam hanefesh? There's certainly more blood. Dam hanefesh also refers to the blood that spurts out when the animal is first shechted. If there is more of that dam hanefesh, then what should you do? Sounds like what we're saying you should do is what? You should do a reapplication. You should do it. In other words, so I'll say something we just said. You applied the blood in the wrong place. So what does the Mishnah say? If there's more dam hanefesh, go ahead and do zrika again. Look at Rashi. Yachzor kasher v'ikado. So yachzor kaina kasher l'kabla. V'ikado k'dei matar mi'adehim. V'yachzor v'tim komo. V'kasar kadait chadahashta ad hashta. V'kain kasher nami ayri. V'haya kasher gainam k'dei naspa. So we'll leave aside that coin kasher in just a moment. What we assume is as follows. What we assume this Mishnah is teaching us is what? That if I applied the blood in the wrong place, what should you do? Do it again. Now again, assuming that what? There's enough blood. There's more dam hanefesh. We'll say again, it's not just any blood, dam hanefesh. So I don't understand. Based on what Shmuel just said, these sagadaycha, shlom komo, kim komo, lama liyachzor, kasher v'ikado. So I don't understand. If we pass it like Shmuel, that's what? Shalom komo is kim komo. Then what can I say? Then as long as you're in the ballpark, as long as you sprinkle that blood on the mizbeach, even if it's the wrong part of the mizbeach, the zrika should be good, the carbon should be effective, and let's go home. Like, in other words, why is there a need to do another zrika? See what it's like in general again, when it comes to carbonos. So, we see especially with the whole inside of the either it's kosher or it's not kosher. Once it's kosher, we're done. So I don't understand this concept that if the zrika is good, then it's good. If you hold the shalom komu kim komu, then it's good. Why do you need to go ahead and what? Do it again. To which the maybe this is interesting. See, I was like, maybe what we want to do is when we say shalom komu kim komu dami, so that's enough, as we said before, for kapara. So as long as you get that blood on the mizbeach, even if what, it's the wrong part of the mizbeach, the kapara has been achieved. Now what can't you do? You can't eat the meat. Maybe when the Mishnah says if there's more blood, go back and you sprinkle it, right? You sprinkle it in the right way. Maybe what that does is that allows for consumption. That's the license for carbonic consumption. The rest of the says that doesn't make sense. Mi ikizrika, the lo mechaperes, yisharia basar ba'achila. There's no such thing like that. Meaning, again, if this person's zrika was mechaper, we'll say, then what? Then we're done. That second zrika, therefore, is irrelevant. So now what you're going to tell me? That second zrika, that doesn't affect atonement. Why doesn't it affect atonement? Because atonement already what happened with the first zrika is now going to affect, or is now going to create the license for consumption. That's not how Kabbalah work. So the Gemara says, you're right. This case is actually a little bit different. What's the case? Listen to this. If the first blood application, if the first zrika was done by a kohen who was kosher, then we would not go back and sprinkle the blood again, because we pass him like Shmuel, that Shlodim komo kim komo dami. As long as you get that blood of the mizbeach, even if it's the wrong place on the mizbeach, ultimately the carbon is effective. So we'll say, what's the case over here? This is actually very interesting. So I'll say, you have a puzzle. So I'll say, what happened over here? It turns out that I'll say, that the case over here is that the kohen who did the first zrika was in fact what? Was in fact puzzle l'kauna. So or I should say puzzle for the avodah. Look at Rashi. Hachamaskina, Yave Puzzle, the Hartikani Nostno Agave Akabesh, Areshakoi, the Kanikola Psulin Sheshachtu, the Kulan Shekibulas Adam, Va'alokoi, Nostno Agave Akabesh. Also, listen to this. To which the Gemara says this case is different. This case also is talking about where somebody who was puzzled for the avoda, right? Whatever the case was, like it could be it was a regular coin who didn't realize he was puzzled. It could be some guy wandered in and said, "Hey, we've never seen you before." Right? Did you just moved to town? It's like, no, let's go. You're a coin? No. Whatever the case is, the point is a puzzle did. So we'll say then what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. If somebody who was puzzled to do the avoda did the avoda, if there's still more blood, still more dam hanefesh, then what? Then a kasher should come along and do a proper zrika. To which the Gemara said, but 1 second, for the havi dichui, I don't understand. Once someone who is puzzled engaged in part of the avodah, is the carbon not nidcha. Dichui means set aside. You've seen actually that phrase used in different ways. Look at actually just a moment. Dichui, kevan damina shalom komo kim komon damu. See, watch this. If you hold shalom komo kim komon damu, then what I will say? That means that the first zrika was technically what? A good zrika. Which means that you had a good zrika done by the wrong person. What happens when a good zrika is done by the wrong person? The carbon is possible. See, if somebody comes along, even if a regular coin, even if a parana coin comes back from the dead and does the second zrika avosai, I don't understand. The carbon should not be kosher. This is the concept of dichoy. This non. The kulan shekiblu chutz lizmanon v'chutzim koman. If somebody did Kabbalah outside of the prescribed time of the carbon, or outside of the prescribed place for the carbon, im yesh dam hanevesh, yachzu hakosher v'yikabel. Ultimately, again, if there's still more blood, then what? Then a kohen who is kosher should go ahead and come back and do the avoda again. Kiblo in, zarkolo. We'll say, if you notice over here, the only time apparently you have the ability to do some type of do-over, we'll say, is when? Is by Kabbalah. But by Zrika, because also which makes sense. There are no do-overs by Zrika. Why? Because Zrika is the linchpin of carbonic practice. Meaning at the end of the day, Zrika is what makes the carbon. So if the Zrika is possible, you're out. You're done. Kabbalah, you can get a do-over. Shechita, obviously, you can't get a do-over either, but that's obvious. Right? But by Zrika, ultimately, again, by Zrika, the halacha is you can't get a do-over, but by Kabbalah, you absolutely can. So the Gemara says, Kiblu in Zarkalo. My time, I will say, why is it that if the Zrika was possible, even if there's more dam, you can't get a do-over? Ultimately, I will say, is that because the covenant is nitcha. Once the covenant, meaning once it's set aside, ultimately again, it cannot be rehabilitated afterwards. To which the Gemara says, Lo mishum, though mishum the possible machshava. The Rabbi said, what's the case over here? The case over here, ultimately, again, is where the carbon became possible machshava. So, in the case the Gemara just quoted over here, this is where an individual has erroneous mindset. If that's the case, that the avodah is being done with the wrong mindset, then why doesn't he pass up the carbon even by Kabbalah? Furthermore, Rabbi says it's actually very interesting. First of all, can a person who is puzzled for the avodah puzzle the carbon with an erroneous machshava? After all, we learned V'amar Rabba, Ein machshava mo'elas ela b'misha ra'oi la'avodah. We'll say this is actually so interesting. We'll say machshava, right? An erroneous thought only works if what? If you're fit to do the avodah. If you're not fit to do the avodah, your kavanas are absolutely irrelevant. So we'll say ultimately again, Rashi says over here, it's in the wider lines of Rashi 4 lines here. Okay, we'll see what that means in just a moment. To which the Gemara says, Lo tema zarku lo. So we'll say inachinami. So don't read it as he did not do the zrika. Ela ema shachtu lo. We'll say, look at Rashi for just a moment. Lo tema zarku lo. Devada ikata kanta. Vafilu zarka possible machshava. We'll say ultimately again. By Ela ema shachtu lo. Rashi shim shachtu possible machshava sulekata kanta. So I'll say ultimately again what the Gemara says over here is by Zvika, there still may be a takana. By Zvika, he's still able to fix it, even if he did it with an erroneous machshava. But ultimately, again, by shchita, since a non-kohen is kosher for shchita, if a non-kohen does the shchita with the wrong mindset, then what? Then the mindset again, the carbon is done. There's nothing more ultimately again to speak about because that's irreversible. But by Zvika, there may be the ability with an erroneous mindset to fix it. To which the Gemara says, what are you coming to teach us? The pasta machshava. Are you coming to teach us ultimately again that halacha l'maisa an erroneous mindset invalidates an avodah, invalidates a couple? We already learned that before. Leficha, hin posta machshava. Listen, we already learned that in the explicit Mishnah. That halacha l'maisa again, that a kohen has the ability to invalidate the carbon with machshava. Rather, the Gemara says, hakamash v'lan, dini kabbalah ve'ilach no pasta machshava. So ultimately, the Gemara is actually praying. What is the Gemara coming to teach us? The Gemara is coming to teach us that ultimately, again, from Kabbalah and on, the machshava ultimately, again, will not pass. In accordance with who? My taima, Kidirava. We'll say Rashi says over here, Kidirava. The upper in machshava mo'eles ali b'ray level. We'll say this is actually quite fascinating. So the Gemara is saying is as follows: if someone who is puzzled does the someone, let's say a non-kohen does the avodah and does so with the wrong machshava, I will say that does not invalidate the carbonic process. Why? Because Rabbi holds that the only time an avodah can nifsal the machshava is when it's someone who is kosher to do the avodah. So, for example, by shchita, which can be done by a non-kohen, if the non-kohen has erroneous mindset there, he can invalidate the carbon. But if for some reason a non-kohen got into the base of Mikdash, he does the Kabbalah, Rabbi will say, then what? Even though, again, his avodah is not good, and even if he has the wrong machshava, that will not invalidate the carbon. Why? Because the Maisa, again, someone who was not kosher for the avodah, his machshava cannot invalidate the avodah. According to Rabbi, that would then be the case, but technically speaking, you could get a do-over. If there's still more dama nefesh, a kosher kohen can come along and what? Do the Kabbalah, do the Zrika, and rehabilitate the carbon. So we'll stop here for today. We're going to pick up with this case.
And having to stay that big all the time, that's also hard.
And then you should probably have to look at CTE, like with China and shit. That was a sad story.
Yeah, that was sad. But,
Man, there's a lot of them.
I mean, look at that shit. They're also giant men. So I think that has something to do with it.
Yeah, you're not that's why you guys who are small get into WWE.
Yeah. And they're so big, but they're probably doing an irresponsible amount of, crazy, the big steroids, like tren and stuff like that. That just works wonders on your heart there. Man, oh man, look at that fact. Wow,
I didn't know that.
Isn't that crazy? It's a crazy stat. It really is a crazy
Should I
stat.
be a favor? How many NFL players have died before 50? Obviously, there's more guys that just
More guys in the NFL,
but
right?
still. Okay,
Oh my God. A single 3,850. Those qualifies up east were twice as long back before age 50 right there. And yeah, they were just heavy as shit, right?
22% of all deaths were contributed to heart disease. Again, I think the common factor is NFL players typically they're all big people.
Big. And also, NFL guys, they get fat. They get fat as fuck. They just do. So, like linemen and stuff like that, they just get way fat. So obesity. Obesity is one of the main problems. It leads to so many problems, just being that fat.
Heart disease, cause of death. Homicides, suicides account for 20% of the deaths.
Wow. 20%? Wow, that's gotta be chopped up to CT, I guess. Or just whatever.
However, if that were to be done while the control is in somebody's left hand,
I think it's interesting that some people are
Philip, this as well. 73.5% of 517 NFL players' death occurred before the age of 70.
Wow. That's kind of nuts.
So the average NFL player died at the average age of 60. That compared to MLB 66.
rates of NFL and NBL. NFL players die at an average rate of 59.6. What the fuck? Dude, that's my age.
Damn. Yeah, but these are big boys.
Big boy.
You're talking about shit, 30 years of running people, running the people. Also, like training really hard.
Yeah, it tears your body up.
I apologize.
Tears your body up. And probably, a lot of them just gain a lot of weight, don't they?
I don't know about that, but then also, the MLB, the average death is 67.
That's shocking too, by the way.
Yeah, because that's not.
That's shocking.
Might just be athletes in general.
Like Greek athletes. Yeah, but I think that's got to be chalked up to their size. Maybe. And I also think that
Because this is 1979, 2013. They want to see huge, like they are now. What about NBA? I think they're all just bigger people.
yeah, that's another good question. CNBA.
Damn.
That is shocking that the NFL's average age is 59. That's crazy.
Them be the fucking huge. Holy shit. 687 died before. 20%.
Wow. They're like 5. Do not live to see their 50th birthday. What are you talking about?
Risk factors like lifestyle choices, career-related injuries, pre-existing conditions. Also, they're just great days.
Great days. Great days. I would imagine, too, with anti-inflammatories and all the drugs you take all the time, painkillers, that's got to have something to do with it.
It's all heart-related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. That's crazy, man.
I wonder what UFC is. I have like 4 years ago. And UFC champion.
I feel like you are going to live longer.
Dude, I did. So, Ways to Well has this test you can take.
Yeah.
And it looks for all cancer cells in your body, like before they become cancer. So you donate all this blood, they run all of them to see if there's any, and it catches it before it's a problem. I just got the call before the show, and the boys in the clear. I was like, really? Nothing?
But you even though you've never actually been an addict, you went to a little stage where you were drinking and taking Adderall, but you have an addictive personality. But you've always worked out, you've always eaten well, and you've always, so there's all that, I feel like. I don't know.
Do you have any, like, cancer in your family? In my family? Yeah. My mom had it in her thyroid. My grandparents had it too. So it does make it. That's like, you're very lucky.
But then your family's fairly long-lived, right?
Oh, yeah. It was like 98, that was 99, yeah. And then both the grandmas and grandpas, one of the grandmas and both the grandpas are still on cancer from smoking.
Yeah, my father's 85, and he's a giant, and he's still going.
Brian
Now,
Callen confronting Brendan Schaub about his addictions for saying
after they
he
would
was
check
not
the
addicted to
carbon
alcohol,
blood,
which he
would
was.
blood
But
was
the
supposed to
Adderall,
be received in some sort of
No,
bowl and then
Papa.
brought to his bath.
Those
So instead of being received in the bowl, with the nishbach al haritzah spilled on the floor, the asafa, and then you gathered up the blood and bring it to the bath. Hustle, that's hustle. It has to go directly from the neck of the cow into the neck of the animal, whatever the animal might be, directly from the neck of the animal into the bowl. So the Gemara says, Tanu Rabbanan, how do you know this halacha that it has to go directly to the neck into the bowl? It says the Kohen HaMashiach will take from the Dam Hapar. So the Gemara says this teaches us, number one, the first halacha is the Dam Hapar. It has to be the blood which exits the animal's body immediately upon slaughter. Below me Dam Hapar, so not blood which is already lying in the skin of the animal. Below me Dam Hapar, which is blood which trickles out of the animal moments or a while after the initial squirt of blood that happens right after it's shoved in. So that's one thing. So first of all, the dam that has to be accepted is
But the whole thing about bigger guys dying is
the second halacha is dam
I
hapar.
think they're generally
Dam
right though with the
may
athlete
hapar
thing.
yikablemish. You have to receive the blood directly from the
constantly pushing their body about all the stuff they took while they were athletes. Not even like the steroids and stuff, but just,
because if you would
the
think
shots
that
to
the
stay in
pasuk is
shape
just teaching
at
us
their competitive
Dam
peak
Hapar
and
Kiditzir,
everything.
like it normally would be.
But my God, today's podcast was a boring podcast. These guys are kind of just like
When we find the
not
men
even
precepts
into
in
it
the
at
Torah,
this
it
point.
often indicates
You can
that
tell there's
we're
still a little bit of
taking
tension
a part
there.
of a larger whole.
They're
Like
still
when Hashem
upset
told Moshe
about
Rabbeinu to take the water
the
from
Texas
the Nile
thing,
to
their
Midan, it says,
studio.
"V'lakachta mimeinei
A whole
ha'orah."
bunch of
It
things
doesn't
going
take
on here.
all the river, or all the water in the river.
Let me
He's
know
going to take
your thoughts
from
in
a
the
sampling of
comments.
some of the water in the river. So the Gemara says, "V'lakachta midam hapar." The color that you should take midam hapar could have the implication of saying you should take some of the blood from the animal, but not all of it. So the Gemara says, if you would think to say that, you can't do that. Rav said, Rav said that when you shech the korban, you must receive all of its blood in the bowl. So it couldn't be that the Torah is telling us just to receive some of the blood. Shenema, the ace called dam hapar yishpot. It says if you check it later, all of the blood of the cow will be poured on the mizbeach. So if all of the blood of the cow is going to be poured on the mizbeach, we obviously have to receive all of the blood, not just some of it. Ella midam hapar. What do the words midam hapar mean? They indicate dam mehapar yikablenu.
Just so Cindy Sweeney's recent American Eagle ad is being compared to the property. Let's listen to this. Real quick. So Cindy Sweeney, obviously a gorgeous woman, right? Yeah. It took marketing companies 30 years to figure out, Americans dig hot chick. Not 30 years. They went off the rail. They went off the rail with this body positivity thing only about probably 6 years ago. But for the past, for the longest time, marketing went away from hot chicks that sold stuff. When that's right, they were on the cool cover of Sports Illustrated. And they started putting really heavy people on there. But I just want to know who at American Eagle now. Their company went up $1 billion in profit. So they paid her, I think, $20 million. So she got underpaid. But I want to know who in the marketing meeting was like, I got an idea. This might be old school. I know I'm yelling this might be old school. Why don't we get a real hot chick?
All of the blood.
Yeah, Sydney Sweeney is like #1 right now.
Never close the trunk of a car.
Just put her in like some pretty promiscuous words that we make, and then pay her, and then we don't really have to do much. And she's also she's a Garrett. She likes like Broncos.
So did the stock just shoot up? Actually, everybody, $1 billion is $1,000 million.
Just say it every time I say $1 billion.
Important enough.
Yeah, but I think the rest of the staff was like, you think just a hot chick? He's like, I might be going on a whim here, but Americans dig a pretty girl across the board.
Selling a lifestyle. Clothing is a lifestyle, and when people wear clothing, they want to look their best. So you might want to have somebody that reflects that. So in your mind, you're like, I want to look closer than Sydney Sweeney. Roll the tape, please.
Hold on, and real quick, you know how I know you're gay? If you see Sydney Sweeney, she's
some of
mid.
the blood of the cow has already been applied.
Dude, I heard the closet, man. Oh, I heard you say that.
Literally, the
Oh,
pasuk
buddy,
says
you're
all of the
okay,
But it
man.
doesn't say that. It
Is
says
she
all of
mid,
the blood.
bro?
The Gemara says
Is she
there must be
mid?
some sort of
Let me tell you
a
something.
level of interpretation.
Show me
a
your
level
last
of
six. You
understanding.
drove her into
The
your
Gemara says,
house
what
without
does it
knowing
mean?
her. Okay, that's the truth. Okay, you just roll the dice and be like, I got a room for you.
She has a rack from the heaven.
Correct, sir.
And guess what? You know who doesn't agree with you? Everybody, because you're a gay man and their stock went up $1 billion. Not because she's mid, you homosexual. And it's all good. I condone your life choices. But you're gay.
Or you're so ideologically disfigured that you actually think that being proportioned and thin and disciplined about your eating habits is Nazi propaganda.
Well, not even any of that. I bet she eats like shit. She's genetically gifted. We don't all start in the same starting.
Sure don't.
There's a reason why she has a giant milk jug. And your girl does it.
All right.
blood,
There's a whole situation going on there. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. The reason that Sydney Sweeney is in all of those movies and that TV show Euphoria is because it's her acting's good. Her acting's good.
She can act.
Her acting, yeah.
She just happens to be.
Her acting's good. It's good. And I know there are a lot of girls. Look, come to an acting class.
The blood.
You'll meet some very talented gals and guys.
But they don't look like that.
Well, it's a cosmetic industry, sir. So a large reason we're talking about Sydney Sweeney is because she's
says that the blood.
I'll be honest with you.
Go on the neck and then get mixed into the bowl. It has blood, which is not.
But he's a man, so he gets a pass. He's alright looking, but he's so talented.
Correct. No, he's actually handsome as shit.
He's alright. He's alright. But if he's not like fucking Brad Pitt, like that's a solid actor. Yeah, he's my type. Strong jaw. That's my type. Yeah, sure. But the point is, if it's a female and you're as talented as Dan, you're right. Correct. Unless you got the insane knowledge, right? Get off my screen.
Well, I mean,
I don't. I'm sorry.
Look, there are a couple of women.
I'm not paying hard, cold American cash to look at a warlock on the television.
There are a couple of actresses like Maggie Smith and Judy Dench and Meryl Streep who are so good. But to your point,
unless you're playing an older woman,
to your point,
if I'm watching a horror film and there's a warlock on there, I turn it on.
What you're saying is Sydney Sweeney is.
And guess what? The rest of America is just like me.
Well, she's a powerful creature. She's a powerful looking creature. She's rare. It's rare when you see somebody that beautiful. It's rare that elicits a reaction in men, and by the way, in women as well. But please, roll the tape so I can hear this genius tell me what's wrong with Sydney Sweeney.
I will be the friend that's too woke because those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird. Like fascist weird. Not propaganda weird. My body's composition is determined by my genes. Hey,
Brendan, please.
as a parent,
Brendan, please.
Sydney Sweeney, I just want to finish.
Brendan, Bobby.
Hey, also, 4 drugs. Take fucking note. All you gotta do is get one of your F-350s all rolled up like the red, white, flag. Sure, just toss 6 of them dimes in the back, and your fucking sales go through the roof. Guys go, I like drugs. I used to be a Dodge guy back when
I know the commercial already. I know the commercial for Ford Eater already.
Have you ever seen the movie
You get in the back of the truck with that
tailgate?
and then they got maybe they got kids outside and you're off road.
You're dying.
Off road and the guy with a truck and you start up and down. I'm just saying. I just wrote the commercial. I know it's gratuitous.
You're super
They're gonna sell trucks.
rock hard.
They're gonna sell.
And then I'd say, Super Duty, stay home.
Okay, I don't need you doing this over.
Stay hard. Before Super Duty, stay hard. No, and it's a V8. We're selling fucking product.
When the road gets bumpy,
You get hard.
let's do this.
You know, when the Butter the Kid podcast first started, Brendan didn't talk as much because he understood his role. And now he just keeps interrupting Brian Callen with unfunny jokes. I think Shaw forgot that he's not funny. You're not funny, Shaw. That's why you got fired from stand-up comedy. Couldn't sell tickets because you're not funny. And he just keeps interrupting Callen to tell unfunny jokes. And they're terrible.
From the animal
And
onto the floor.
Callen isn't going to have to talk with him. In fact, he should have to talk with him.
Or not.
Callen should just say, hey, Brendan, you gotta let me talk or I'm not the stand-up. I'm the funny guy. There's a reason why you follow the Texas and not the other way around. But when Papa thinks he's got a bit going, my God, he's terrible.
And the water has to come directly from the spring and to be put into a flue for the purpose
And
of
completely
the water
lacks
came from the spring and
any
ended up
amount
in
of
the cup. And
self-awareness.
then I decided, hey, that would be
But the fact that he just
or
keeps
the water that wouldn't work. As soon as it comes to rest in the cup for some other purpose, I can't then go use it for the paraduma. It has to go into the cup for the purposes of the paraduma. So the Bryce
Callan
discusses the
is
following
extremely
scenario.
frustrated.
Chavis, shemunachas tachas
You can just tell
hadina.
Callan trying not to do a full-on about it.
You have a
Well,
barrel
last week he kind of went off a little
which
bit
is
on him.
located
Like, hey,
on the
shut
ground,
up.
and above it, horizontally above it, there
It's
is
one of
a
those things
of water coming out of
unfunny
the spring.
people
The water is kind of
think
shooting
they're
out of
funny
the spring,
and
and it's going to go
continuously try
into
to
the
be
air
funny,
and then
and
fall
nobody
down
will
into
call
the
him
barrel.
out on it. This is
So
what
the Gemara
happened,
says,
why so much
mine and Shep is
hatred was
sofa,
put
any
up
water
behind
which is
the
already
scenes
been
of the Opie
collected
and Anthony show,
in the barrel,
because nobody could just say the Opie
summer, and the water
I mean,
above
the
the
audience
barrel
would, but
outside
the
of it,
people who actually
the sula,
worked with
they
him,
are hustled to
what's
use
that famous
for
line that
paraduma
Travis said?
because once the water is in the barrel, it's
And
hustled.
Jim Norton
And as
told him
well,
that
any
when I go to his
water
parties,
above it, when it
after
goes
he
into
yelled
it,
at him,
is considered as if it's
and
already
then
in the barrel. And
Norton
when
said,
eyes come along
you got yelled
and
at by
intercept some of that
the
water
most
before it
unfunny
physically
person
goes
ever.
into the barrel, it's
But
irrelevant,
no one
and the
around
water
him
still
will
can't
tell
be
him,
used
so
for the
he's going to
paraduma.
keep interrupting.
C-rate,
Trying to be
kiha was
funny.
mine. If I took that barrel
And
and
it's
I put it
annoying.
right up to
But let me
where the
know your
spring
thoughts in the
was
comments.
producing the water, so then Shep is so chapasulim. Whatever water is collected in that barrel is possible for the paraduma.
Your ancestors' lives are just
The
a search
water
away.
which has not yet reached it, since it's not really above it, we're assuming the spring is located horizontally. So if I put the barrel up against it, there is no water located above its airspace. It's just water in the spring or water in the barrel. Those are the two options. So it says the water in the barrel is possible. The water still remaining in the spring is kosher and can be used. So that was Rabbi Yochanan's answer to Rabbi Asi. So the Gemara asks, hi, what's going on here? Rabbi Asi asked Rabbi Yochanan the following question. Avir she'ein sofo lanua. He asked him, what is the status of an item which is located above the airspace of another item that's not going to eventually come to rest in that item? Why? Because the second item, the bottom of it, gave way. And Rabbi Yochanan's response was a case of Avir she'sofo lanua. The case of the barrel's intact. So the Gemara says it could very well be that in the case of an intact barrel, so in that case we say anything above the airspace of the barrel, being that it's headed towards the barrel, halachically we'll consider that it's already in the barrel. But if the barrel doesn't have a bottom to it and the water is never going to end up in the barrel, maybe it shouldn't be considered in the barrel until it's actually in the barrel, not above it. So the Gemara says Tarti Kabani. Really, there were two questions posed, and we only recorded one of them. In Timtzi Lomar, the first question was, In Timtzi Lomar, Avir She'ein Sofo Lanua, Lav Kimunat Dami. His first question was, if you're going to tell me that, again, when the liquid is located above an item in its airspace, and the receiving item does not have a bottom to it, if you're going to say that at that point, it's not considered like it's in the receiving item, what would you say? What would you say if the receiving item had an intact bottom? Then would it change? That's what Rabbi Asi was asking Rabbi Yochanan. It was like a double-step question. To which Rabbi Yochanan responded, you see from the case of the paraduma that if the receiving bowl is intact, we would consider anything above its airspace as having come into rest in the bowl itself. Rabbi Yosef Maslimaki, Rabbi Yosef taught the back and forth as we have presented it just now. Rav Kahana Masli Chavis Ba'ininen, with Pasha Lechavis. Rav Kahana, the version he had of this discussion was that Rav Asi was asking Rav Yochanan about what the halacha would be in that case of the paraduma. Which Rav Yochanan responded, it's actually a brisa about paraduma, and he explained it. Rava Masli Chavis. Rava
Not 30 years.
That the question posed
They went off the rail this body positivity thing only about probably 6 years ago. So
But for the past, I mean, for the longest time, Market went away from hot chicks and sold stuff.
when that's right, they were on the cover of Sports Illustrated when they started putting really heavy people on there.
But I just want to know who at American Eagle now, their company went up $1 billion in profit. So they paid her, I think, $20 million, so she actually got underpaid. But I want to know who in the marketing meeting was like,
flow
I get idea. This might be old school. I know I'm young. This might be old school. Why don't we get a real hot chick?
in the bowl by itself. So Yochanan is saying to him, you see from the very nature of all korbanos, the way korbanos work is that they the blood goes into the airspace before going into the kli, and you consider it already before it goes into the kli as having been in the kli. So korbanos proves that point that an item located in the airspace above a receptacle is key, it's already in there. Now the Gemara brings up another topic tonight. Hassan brings up the idea of, again, we're talking about water coming from a spring to be used for the parat. So it says in the Mishnah, Nasan yado o raglo o ala yirakos yavu. What happens if the water flowing from the spring is like coming down a slope? And it's not going to go directly into the
Maxwell offers a death fight before Congress major conditions
and use it to try to direct the water into
a grant of formal immunity where we can't have a correctional facility where she's serving her sentence. Interview will be scheduled only after the resolution of her Supreme Court petition that are forthcoming.
However,
Habeas corpus. We do not support giving her the questions ahead of time.
that would be kosher.
I mean,
It says it's likely the Supreme Court will not act on this.
well, I'm just surprised that it's not going to talk. I'm also surprised. I was talking to Sagar yesterday, Sagar,
Direct the water
and from Breaking Points, and
the
You
water.
want to show you know where you book all these guys?
yeah, but he didn't call him. But he said that the large question is, why wasn't this offered to her before? Why is it that they didn't have questions? I'm talking about why wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell asked who else was involved? She was only, I believe, convicted on one count of facilitating child sex trafficking or sex trafficking, I think, to a minor.
But if there's no list, otherwise she's in prison.
Well, because she was convicted of sex trafficking to one person named Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, they never asked her. Well, witnesses, right? But they never asked her. They never once asked her in her sentence on appeal. They never asked her once who else was there. Was involved. You have names.
Well, don't let me ask her. That's why not
Learning
here.
to brush up the last two.
Because she might give us some answer. Whoa, Epstein.
This whole Epstein thing is, they had 40 witnesses, many underage in 2008, that were there, could have put him away forever. The West Palm Beach thing goes to the feds. The feds and the Justice Department go, hey, by the way, this is Epstein, apparently, Acosta, who's now Trump's labor secretary, I think, said, we can't push it because Epstein belongs to intelligence. And so, okay,
It's clear to see what's going on. If they let just like Maxwell talk, it's going to throw so many people currently in power under the bus. She's never going to talk.
well,
And the chance of her going suicidal pretty soon here is
If the water
pretty
comes
high.
off my hand is the
well, I think at the end of the day, this is so visible,
in the
No good half, no one's letting this out.
and mainly people are letting it go because as Americans, we feel we're like tired of having like very powerful, invisible people run everything and not be accountable.
Yeah, exactly.
No, man. Sorry, I want to know what's up.
What does she got?
However, if the airspace above the top is considered like
That's part of the show, is
the
that
water
course
comes off my hand.
Donald Trump's heavily weighing giving Sean Diddy Combs a full presidential pardon ahead of the convicted bad boy record for another sentencing later this year. Wow. Nearly 2 months after Trump publicly entertained the notion of a Diddy pardon in an Oval Office scandal, a comprehensive get-out-of-jail card for Combs is being seriously considered. An administration source tells them, please explain.
Man, I don't want you to do anything, Trump. Until you release those episodes. I'm going to fuck about this. Any of the other stuff you're doing,
where the
release
water
the files,
is
so get all
coming
the
off my hands and going into
Why
the
is
airspace
Diddy being considered for a pardon?
him and Trump
directly
close.
into the pig.
Is that right?
I think they were cool.
Did you see the Cassie
And
video?
that's why it's like he created it.
He's not a good guy.
His hand, because his hand went directly.
This dude's not a good guy.
I'm sure there's better guys to.
So it's clear how to respond.
Sean Diddy Combs.
Food.
Yeah.
Today, she
Bring up
Yavu Mayim,
Snow.
the says
How about
explicitly in the
that?
Mishnah,
How
Today
important
Shayavu,
snow?
the
I
water
think
is
it's pretty
passed,
important. Sean
has
should
the
have heard it
implication that it's
before.
going in the air first
Sean
and then it's
Diddy. The guy who beat
I'm
the
gonna
shit
keep
out of
I'm
his girlfriend?
made.
Like when I saw that video, I believed everything.
Yeah, but so that I agree that video is fucking awful.
That points out that
Let's say that video wasn't
certain
there.
things
It is.
are
So
not
it's hard to
If it wasn't that, I would have been like,
the video's not there. I think what Trump sees in Diddy is what happened to him when they're going after him, and there's no real evidence. So he's going, I know exactly where you're going from.
Yeah.
That's based
I
on
would
the
say
testimony of the
the
Tzadok in the
fundamental
following
difference, though, again,
dictum.
it's what I saw with my own eyes, when I saw that guy turn around. And when I saw him doing that to her with my own eyes, I went, oh, you do everything. Like, if you can do that and beat the shit out of somebody, a woman like that, you do everything. Like, when I see that, you're done.
That's where the
flowing
prosecutor
water
released that
and you're
video.
directing the flowing
Let's go.
water
The fuck that he's a bad
over
dude.
walnut
But
leaves,
he's a bad
then
guy.
the water is kosher to be used
Rico
either
Act
to
and all
No, I think that was all an overreach.
Of course.
Do you know who the prosecutor
the
was
Gemara
on that
says,
case?
this was a
Call me
mice
dog. There was another one who is,
and they brought the question they presented
James Cummings.
Before I released that, she
and
released
the
that.
subject said
I don't give
that
a
it was
fuck what
kosher
else
to
you do.
walnut
Release
leaves.
those.
So do you know the problem with releasing the Epstein files is, you know why they have it? First of all, they can't. So one of the reasons you can as a president is you don't have the authority to disclose victim, young victims. So if a victim is underage, their name is protected.
Yeah, but you can black out the names.
You can black out the names.
To protect the predators.
There's a lot about an indictment like that you can't just legally have to go through channels because
Yeah, so go through the channels. You're the president of the United States. You know what you're doing right now?
no, not because and here's remember this. No, here's the other thing.
You're not flying around. I went flying around.
So the Gemara says,
I went to that island to
you
50.
see, this is talking about an animal.
And that's what I did.
I didn't go in.
That's my story. I never went to the island.
I fished. I got some great
How do
fish.
you know
Great
that
fish.
the
I ran
same
along the beach.
will
I
apply?
never went in.
I never went in.
Full party started. I got on the boat.
Got on the boat and I
I'm
left. I was like, I'm
Rabbi
going to bed.
says,
I saw extremely attractive women.
But here's the other thing. So when you get immunity in 2008, right? 2007 when you get arrested,
says something
and
stuff like
you
that.
cut a plea deal,
Should be a
which means you get your own, you got 2 years, you get your own wing in a county jail, all that stuff.
You gotta get out of jail for good.
Here's the thing. They didn't gather any evidence. When you do a plea deal, the evidence gathering does not exist. If you don't build a case. If you don't build a case, and remember this, he got tipped off. He got tipped off that they were coming for his computers. Computers, exactly. He got tipped off they were coming for his computers. Those computers got wiped or thrown away.
Always need the computers.
So there may not be any evidence. That's what I'm saying. That evidence may be fucking. I'm just telling you, you may see the Epstein files and there's nothing there. That may be the case.
Go ahead and tell them to public that. There's nothing there.
No, I think you're gonna see it. Wait and see.
Because the fake fucking ones know some people don't even have it. Because the American public's never gonna trust you.
You gotta see the
Trump's
Epstein
not gonna get
files.
over this. This is what he's not gonna get over.
You gotta see the Epstein files. I'm just saying there are major legal hurdles to that, which are in place to protect the
Even Trump's face, like, no, hold up, back to China. We need to see the
So watch what
don't worry about it.
So here's what Cass Cattell was saying on Rogan. There are videos. Okay, you cannot make any video with an underage.
Surprisingly enough, I would not be surprised if Ryan Callen ended up on an Epstein list. But I went from the aspect of, like, I just saw recently on the Howard Stern subreddit, someone posted a picture of Howard. Epstein was in the back. Like, that's what Epstein did. He was in those circles in that world and he was giving up money to people. So, like, Chris Tucker would be on the Epstein list, but that doesn't necessarily mean Chris Tucker did anything wrong. Just Epstein was a billionaire giving out people money. And, the guy out with a billionaire can't get money. He was funding a lot of stuff. So it wouldn't completely shock me if Callen ended up on one of those lists. And if you're just completely giving all the Epstein stuff to but how Shao called out Callen talking to Sagar from Breaking Point. Sagar, which was
1 year old in the shepherd.
Maybe Sagar's trying not to burn
1
that
moment
Joe
later,
Rogan
when
bridge.
you
That crystal
it's not a year old anymore. How's that
Kyle
going?
Kalinske is
So
here,
it
but
says, those are men. You see that what
Colin's
the Torah is
doing
telling
that.
us here is
Shaw just called
Sha'os
out.
close to touching. When it comes to
You're
touching,
talking to your
you
booking
follow a
guest
lot of
now on your show. Way better guest, by the way.
24-hour period.
And you
And
don't care
therefore,
about
the
this
animal
show.
actually
You don't care about this
turns the
podcast.
next age
Duh,
when
Shaw.
it becomes that time
That's
of
what
day,
everyone sees. Fuck
exactly
you.
following 2
I
years
made
after
that
birth.
video
So
a few
therefore,
months ago.
if
That
it was
Colin's
born right in the
distancing
middle of the
himself.
afternoon,
Duh, dude. He cares way more
prior,
about his own
so that was
podcast
2
now.
years prior,
He
it
flew
would
to
be 1
Texas
year
to do a
and
residency
11 months old.
at Joe
And if the
Rogan's
shooting was
Comedy
done,
Club,
and the moment
you
later
followed it.
was the exact
You're
moment
not
of the
part of the
2-year-old
plan.
birthday, that was
So
true,
he shows
and
up
then the party got
disinterested
involved.
and doesn't give you
Um,
any
I'm
help
going to
in
stop
your
here, but I just want to
podcast.
ask you a little
So
bit of
he's
time.
booking
Really quick.
actual guests
Um,
on his.
you go back to
I mean,
Shamper
the
and
wife,
Aleph. The Gemara
and
is
that,
Russia.
other
The
people.
Gemara said, the Pasuk
And
says, well,
Sagar's a big get.
and the Gemara says,
Sagar was
we
just a
take away the
flagrant
mem and we
breaking
from me
point.
down, and we put it on the word hapar.
Sagar
And
isn't
we
like,
read it as if it's like,
and
well,
Shaw
down,
was talking to
may
Tim
hapar.
Kennedy and
You should take the blood from the cow's
catheter
neck,
guy.
and
I
therefore
don't know
you
his
see that
name.
it can't go on the
When
surface.
Callan's
So
not
this
there.
is a principle called going
So,
in
like,
the changing
Shaw's
around
probably
the
like,
legs.
wait a minute.
The
You're
Malbim
doing your
in
own
the spiritual
podcast.
Torah,
You
the
don't
Malbim
help
often
here.
will explain
And you're
how
getting
the
way, you're
Chachamim
booking way
came up
better
with certain
guests.
drushes that they
You
came
don't
up
book
with,
any
and how it
guests
makes
per
sense
year.
based on
What
a
you're
list
really
of
doing here,
613 rules that he
is
comes
like,
up
hey,
with
stupid, he
for
doesn't want
the
to do a
Torah's
podcast
God.
with you.
So he says the following thing,
Being
which is
sued
fascinating.
for
He says many
fraud,
prefix in the Torah
conspiracy.
can basically indicate
And you're
two
trying to not
possible
do a
things.
podcast
The
with
mem
you before
prefix
that,
even indicates
but now
that
that's in the
when
mix.
it's followed,
Callan is
follows the word
distancing
delaka.
himself from you.
So
You
it
tried
always
having
means
the talk
either
with Shaw
that you should take
already, by the way.
may from
You tried
a certain
saying
place. So
Shaw.
it indicates makkah. So Hashem tells us to take something,
The text
and then
says
it'll say,
I'm gonna focus
take
on
it me
stand
from
up.
this, take it from this
Rogan's
place.
giving me a
That's
thing.
one
I mean, I'd
possibility.
love to still do a
Second
podcast
possibility
with
is,
you, but
which often
I'm
the
moving
Gemara
to
says,
Texas.
is that
I
the
gotta
mem
figure
prefix
some things out.
indicates you should take
And Shaw was
part
like,
of something,
maybe
but not the whole
I've
thing.
heard
For
this
example,
before.
is when Hashem
Theo
told
did
Moshe to
this
take the
to
water
me.
from the Nile. He said,
I'm
take
coming
one
with
way
you.
You say take some of
And
the water,
Callan
not all.
just like,
So those are two possibilities.
But
So what is the
let me know
Torah?
your
How
thoughts
does
in
the
the
Torah
comments.
convey the idea of taking the entire thing? So the Torah will say the word velakach followed by the word es. It will say velakach es shemen hamishkan means take all of it, not part of it. So what's going on here? Here he says, the Torah says velakach mi dam hapar. You should take from the dam hapar. So that can mean two things. It could either mean take some of the dam of the par, or take all of it. So he says, well, it can't mean take some of it, because the Gemara, if you remember, brought a pasuk. It says, a few weeks later, it says, the es kol dam hapar yishpot. All of the blood he must pour on the outer mizbeach. So he says, we're stuck here. It can't mean take part of it, because in context, it's clear it doesn't mean. So what must that mem mean? That mem must mean you should take from it. It's indicating the place you should take it from.
One and only,
So the Gemara
the
says,
greatest co-host of all
instead
time,
of saying velakach
possibly
mi
one of the
dam
greatest
hapar,
streamers of all time at this point.
where should you take
What?
it
Why
from?
do you make the face of influence?
Nay,
Any
the man is
content
going
creator.
on the place you
This is
take
stream
it from.
Rampage Ross, ladies and gentlemen, Rampage Ross.
Why is the Torah saying all these things? Why is the Torah just right? Why does he write it this way?
Like kind of semi-loaded
Which
baseball
now
league.
is causing us to make this whole
Small,
calculation.
like,
It says another one.
and we're sitting here with the real Slim Shady, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, come on, man. I wish you were out of Russell and got the info. Come on, man. That's the energy we need.
One
I mean, the kids want to do it.
dam
If you made the
of the
teams, I
person.
did
That's
it.
what
But then 40's not cool, man.
the
Where'd my
word
scout?
dam is connected to the
Damn,
word
like a
flower.
motherfucker.
The word says dam has
Six
the
nine with the
blood
bleach hair.
of
Looks
the
great.
Anytime it says
We should bleach your hair next. Now that I came around.
it always
Oh,
refers
that'd be sick.
to dam hamlet.
Really like Wesley
Those
Snipes
are
with that
the
mission,
life
man.
blood of
That's
the
dope.
people. So dam dam means you take away the
We
life
don't
blood
respect
of
life
the
because
person.
you
So
might
dam can also be the word dam.
Look who the fuck it is. How you living, pimp?
Yo,
Yo, it's been a long 27 fucking minutes.
What's up?
Living
what's
the
up, Mr. Rabbi?
living the dream, baby. How are you?
Jolly as a elf in the elf factory.
All right, you jerking yourself off raw?
All day, every day.
No
Never
doubt.
stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Rockefeller. No doubt about it, big dog. All right, so are you ready to get your ass kicked in like 1,000 different games?
I'm outside with my dog right now, so.
Okay, how about tonight? How about tonight?
Yeah, tonight probably. I just have to fill out send this application thing to my town, and then I'll come back with her.
Okay.
So I can talk for a little bit right now.
All right, so what's new?
The U.S. Canada women's game just happened,
Who won?
and U.S. Well, Canada tied in regulation, and then U.S. won in overtime. But I kind of dispute the overtime because it was the overtime in the gold medal game should not go to 3-on-3.
Oh,
if you want to make the overtime 3-on-3 to expedite it to get to the gold medal game, fine, but you can't just make the gold medal game 3-on-3 because that's just a new game, and I get it's equal or whatever, but it's more. It's not a formal way that the Olympics should operate, in my opinion.
Would you rather have it be a shootout?
No, it should just be 5-on-5.
I understand, but nobody's got time for that.
We do have time for it in like several past Olympics. I'm thinking. I mean, it would be pretty sexist, honestly, if the men's overtime goes to 5-on-5, which is the way that they've done it every Olympics, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, that is totally sexist.
Yeah, but it's like the ratings or whatever. No one wants to watch the women's as much, I guess. So we're just gonna make it 3-on-3. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. That's totally sexist and wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, I was so excited about the fucking Winter Olympics. They're on Peacock, which is like a bitch, and I've watched a little bit, but nothing great. And I see that your fucking curling team takes after your Play-Doh skills by giving yourselves unfair advantages, but that's just how it is. I'm sure those motherfuckers would want an iPad if they had one. You don't know what I'm referencing, do you?
I do. The Swedish guy that got mad at Team Canada because he claimed that he touched the rock after the line when clearly he did not touch the rock.
He touched it on the he touched it on the line. There's no doubt.
No, there's clear photo evidence that he did not violate any rules.
Dude, I don't even know why that is. I mean, with that being said, I don't know why that's a big deal. Like, it's not a big deal. Who cares? Like,
yeah, there's like some biblical painting of like this dude with like his arm extending, and it's just like his index finger like just floating out there as like, and it's like, yeah, he's not gonna get any power by just gently making contact as he releases the stone. But I mean, rules are rules. You can't. I'm all for having fair rules. I think that's definitely a thing that plagues hockey for sure. I don't know if you saw the Czech. I'm sure you didn't because you are American, but the Czech yellow. Don't eat that. In the Czech game versus Canada, Canada was up 3-2, and then Czech comes down the ice. They block a shot, They go down 3-on-2, pass to some guy. The Canadian back checker was just not covering his person. The guy scores, and they count the goal, so it's 3-3. But somehow, no one on the Canadian bench noticed this, and no referee noticed this, and the people in the stands didn't start chanting too many men on the ice, because for the entire play, there were 6 Czech hockey players on the ice the entire time. It's not like they were doing a lane switch or a shift change or anything. There was just straight up 6 people on the ice, and they counted the goal.
Dude, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. It's just unbelievable how that slipped through everyone's fingers, and then luckily Canada won in overtime, but had they not won, it just would have been like Canadians would have gone to war with Czech or something. We would have been absolutely, people have been losing their minds, making death threats and doing what, God knows what, like riots in the streets in Canada, I'm sure. Everywhere, boycotting everything from Czech, like, I don't know, that would have been mental.
Are you guys going to win the gold medal?
I mean, it's a little bit like poker, to be honest. I think there's a lot of luck involved in hockey. I mean, it's skill, but it just could go like, it's kind of a coin flip a little bit, so it's hard to say who's going to have luck on their side and perform the best. But I hope we win. The some Czech guy is just like a complete goon, and they took out our captain Sidney Crosby because the refs didn't mind him getting cross-checked in the face when he didn't have to talk to like 4 people trying to injure him, and they injured his knee, so he's probably not going to play, which is not great.
Not great at all.
I think they still have a pretty damn good team, but still pretty shitty that happened.
Oh, totally. And do you think that, like, give me some odds. What are the odds that they win it all?
Well, they're already in the semifinal, so statistically that would be 25%, but they're playing Finland. So Finland is a weaker team, I think, than the U.S. has to play. We're hoping to see a Canada-U.S. final. Whether there's going to be an upset in that, I think the odds are that it's a Canada-U.S. final, and then the Canada-U.S. final. I mean, I'm not a bookie, but I'd say like maybe 60% chance Canada wins, and I'm just throwing that number out of the sky. I have no idea what the odds are, but that's what I feel like it is. Which is not 60-40 coin flip is not a cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, I agree with you there. Okay, so that's not.
Will you watch the game if it's Canada-U.S. final?
Potentially, yeah. I watch the big shit usually.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's like really important in Canada, but in the United States, it's like, it's okay. I mean, it's I hope that, I hope the United States wins, but again, like, I can't really name anybody on this team. And I could probably name more Canadian players. I mean, Sidney Crosby would probably be. He's pretty old to be playing still, right?
Yeah, he is. I think he's like 38 or something, which is definitely pretty old. Like, there's guys on the Team Canada team that, like, literally they grew up watching Sidney Crosby, and Sidney Crosby was his idol, or was their idol, you know? So
right. And now
he's got like a decade or almost 2 decades on these people that he's playing with potentially, because some of them are 20 years old. So
Right. Do you think that Sidney Crosby, has he won a gold medal before? He's won 2 of them, right?
Yeah, he scored this iconic gold medal goal in overtime against the U.S. in the 2010 Vancouver Olympics, and people absolutely lost their mind when he scored that goal. I don't know if he's won another. Probably, I'm guessing, he won another Olympics.
Yeah. Okay, so it's Finland, Canada, United States. Who's U.S. playing?
Slovakia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it looks like it'll go Canada, United States. United States has not been doing as well as we normally do in this year's games. It's just, we're usually pretty dominant. Italy's done really well, but that usually happens with the home team.
Right. I mean, Italy is like, last I checked, they're like the second highest medal winner, which was interesting because I don't think of Italians being that great at winter sports. Like, they have mountains and stuff, but so does Switzerland, and so does like France and Austria, and like all sorts of places in Canada, US. So I don't know if that's home field advantage. Definitely in skiing, on like this course that they did, and it was like this gnarly, like icy sheet, and some athletes didn't want to compete in it because it's too dangerous. And this American woman that like destroyed her knee, she tore her ACL and then still competed, and then on like the second turn fell and destroyed her knee again on the track. The Italians definitely have like a home field advantage there because they can train on that specific track all the time. But for other sports, I haven't really looked at what the Italian medals are, but if a lot of them are in skiing, that wouldn't really surprise me.
Right. They have some major advantages. Have you watched figure skating at all?
No, the only highlight I saw was some, like, I think he was an American and he wiped out twice. Disappointed in like the men's singles, but yeah, normally I do like figure skating, kind of, at least like the pairs when they throw stuff, but I don't know. Normally I'm hyped about the Olympics, but this Olympics I'm just like, it all just seems so meaningless a little bit. Like, it feels like fabricated hype that I'm supposed to care about almost.
I agree.
I guess it's cool, but
I agree with you.
I don't know.
No. I totally agree with you. And it's a shame because it is usually like it's very exciting. People, get very patriotic, but the United States is pretty divided right now, and we're not like behind our president, and like usually, at least in the United States, we're like the president will either go to the games or like attend something, and that hasn't happened. And I don't know. I just think that like generally people are more excited about them, and because there's a lot going on domestically, they're just not. People aren't as excited as they normally are. But I don't know. I mean, maybe there are some people who are super. Not really though. I've talked to a lot of people around the globe, and like nobody's really that excited that they're going on. And I mean, I think it kind of hurts as well. And I could be wrong, but like there to see stuff live, it's like European time, and that isn't always that convenient for people in the United States. And because of that, people in the U.S. just basically, I just would say, are not very enthused. As you know, like
Yeah, I agree. It kind of is awkward waking up at 9 a.m. to watch a hockey game.
Exactly. And the Winter Olympics never have the same pull as the Summer Olympics do, at least in the United States. Summer Olympics, people really get behind them, and I think people are excited for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics, and they're just kind of like, okay, we've got to get through these games, and and it just frankly, the United States does not have any really good I don't want to say any really good athletes, because that puts down some people who are really good, but like
no like well-known phenom.
Yeah, we don't have like
people that are just like celebrities practically.
Exactly, Apollo Anton Ono, or like that one girl who was like 41. She like blew her knee out. Tiger Woods' chick. Lindsey Vaughn. And we're just not super enthused, I would say, about the whole.
America has a lot of good freestyle skiers.
Yeah, I mean, like, but that's still not the sports that really people get behind are figure skating. That's a big one. And
hockey, I think, is like the most. I mean, one of the most exciting ones.
Oh yeah,
not the most exciting one.
No doubt. But Americans still don't get behind it like other countries do, and
I think there's a lot of Americans that do like hockey. It's just it's not like football.
Agreed. 100%.
A ton more fans, but there's still a decent amount of fans.
Right. It's probably like I'm doing something right now, so I'm like not like able to look up the statistics that I want to.
What are you doing?
I am trying to log a device in, and I'm just going through this thing with Discord where it keeps telling me I have to verify my email, and I've literally verified it like 15 times, and it's like it's not getting it.
Are they asking you for a phone number?
No, I've verified.
Discord locked me out of my second account because I didn't provide a phone number because I don't have a second phone number to provide.
No, I verified.
Stupid.
I verified my phone number, and it's an aged account, which just I don't know. I think they just have something on there. And did you know YouTube had an outage a few days ago?
No, I did not. There was that other big outage that like took out the internet a little while ago. I forgot what it was, but it was like some fire cloud host thingy.
Yeah,
Cloudflare. Cloud host? Or what's it called?
Cloudflare.
Yeah.
So I So, like many times, I have a second device in here that shows my screen on one of my other computers, and I am using that computer for something. I'm using that device for something else. Basically, a um, I made a like a robot that automatically uploads my life onto Instagram, and I did a cool thing. It's actually really cool. Okay, so I okay, so what this thing does, and I showed it to you, and you were like, that was like that thing that had like 100 things, but like I'm just going through every major artist and even not major artists and creating a video on every single song that's in the Instagram database, basically. And what what that's
So that is like when people click the song, your reel comes up.
yeah, exactly. And I just think it'll be really cool in the future. Like there'll be small artists who will become really big because I made a video of them in 2026. But like, there's like a band. I only know one of their songs, Franz Ferdinand, if you've ever heard of that band, and I don't consider myself a Franz Ferdinand fan, but I just didn't know they had all the songs that they do, and so I just went through and like just had this bot going that just made a ton of content of theirs. So someday somebody from Franz Ferdinand's gonna come in here and they're gonna be like, "Dog, that's amazing." And what I really like about it, there are a lot of songs out there that I only know um, the it's like an instrumental song and I don't know the name of it. And now all I have to do is just go through and I'm like, oh, I know that song. Or especially like great like symphony orchestra songs. I just wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I know that, or I know that, or operas. Um, and so I'm just like making a ton of content. So what I did was normally I can create a robot on a um, like an iOS device or on an Android device, but I haven't been able to do it. I have like a bunch of Amazon tablets, and I was never able to do it on those, but I figured it out the other day, and that means it's like I can, and they work really, really well. They're really consistent, and so it's a lot of programming, but it's actually kind of a lot of fun. It's like pattern recognition and stuff, and I really like that kind of stuff. And so what I have done is been able to take my robots and make them create like tons and tons of content, like ridiculous amounts of content, which I think is really cool. And meaning like, I don't know, thousands of Instagram reels, and then they just like upload even when I'm asleep, and I just think it's cool. So I needed one of the devices that I was using for that for something else. So I just created this channel. Yeah, yeah. So the account that I'm coming in with right now, it says Speed Racer Girl, but that should have a different name to it. But that's okay. That's if you're like, why do you have Speed Racer Girl? Sometimes I have to create. Just let me mute myself. Sometimes I have to create accounts to see that my other account is working. And if I go in with two Rabbi Rothschild accounts, they'll just ban both of them because they consider that to be like, you're not supposed to have more than one account in a given server. So to get around that, I'll sometimes create them on different profiles. So anyway, I'm going to create a robot that every like hour or so uh, joins this call and shows my screen. If I don't do that, then what ends up happening is I have to keep manually restarting the the manually restarting the um, device every like I don't know 12 hours or so, and it just gets annoying. So I'm trying to really just automate a lot of things. So, but it's kind of
Where
fun.
do you find the music database of every single song on Instagram?
Yeah, great question. So I'll go in and just type in Taylor Swift, and then it'll give you every Taylor Swift song, and I'll just save it. And then it'll give you a bunch of songs that are related to Taylor Swift, and then I'll get all of those as well. And then I'll go through and just get like, I'll type in the word like musical, and I'll just get a ton of musicals. Or orchestra, and it'll give me like a bunch of things for orchestra. Or I'll type in.
So you're just randomly typing in shit?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I get every rap song ever, and every musical ever, and every symphony ever, and every opera ever.
Yeah, it's gonna be every rap song ever. Yeah, I get that there's a list that comes up, but it's every single one.
Well, it's not every single one. There are, I'm sure, people who don't have their music on Instagram, but it's basically.
No, I'm talking about even on Instagram.
Yeah, because they end up repeating themselves. So if you like, I don't know, do it enough. I mean, they probably have like 20,000 songs on the entire platform. Maybe they have more. Maybe they have hundreds of millions of songs, but they really don't. They don't have a lot of repeats. So I'll find that, like, if I go through and I type in Jay-Z and I get all the Jay-Z songs and then go to the bottom, it'll be a bunch of people who are related to Jay-Z, but I don't know. And then if I do Kanye West, it'll go all the Kanye West songs, and then the same people will be in the same list. And then I'll go through and do, like, Cool Mo Deep and Cool in the Gang. Like, I'll just do, like, the top 100 artists ever, and it kind of gets a bunch of people at the bottom who just...
How do you upload a song to Instagram?
There's an import button. So in Reels, there's an import button, and you press it, and then you can upload your music into Reels. However, and then for there, I believe you name it, and then other people can use it as well.
You tag the genre of it?
I believe it's just the name and the artist name and the song name.
Okay. Just because, I mean, there's like a lot of like obscure names of bands or whatever, like Dream Ivory was like an indie band I listened to. That's like, how are you gonna find Dream Ivory?
Because I'll type in a band. I'll type in a band like Red Hot Chili Peppers, and it'll give me all the Red Hot Chili Pepper songs, and then it'll give me all the Weezer songs, and then it'll give me all the Nirvana songs, and then at the very bottom it'll be Dream Ivory.
Do you know that they're niche, like really niche artists at the bottom, or are they just recommending popular songs that everyone else?
No, the further down you go, the more niche it gets. So, like, at the very bottom, it's like people you've never heard of. And then what I've also been doing is going through and making it so that I like, well, double dip or whatever. I don't know how else to describe it. But like, let's say I have a video where I'm asleep during it. I want that artist or whatever, that band in the future to be like, oh, he was sleeping during my song. So I will just make sure that I go through and do it again, and when I'm awake. So I basically have like multiple bases covered. Like, I'm doing multiple artists, and I'm doing or I should say multiple videos of the same artist. So I mean, am I like 100% sure that I'm getting every single song? No, because somebody's going to upload a song that is really really small, or just people's voices. Like if they have like if you do a reel of your own, somebody can import that as a voice, and so I'm not doing every single person's voice, but I am doing
A lot of like voice things.
yeah, but I am doing some of them. So like there's a lot of stand up comedy on there, and so I'll just have like a random video of myself um, that is like has like stand up like a stand up comedy routine. So I've been putting in like famous stand up comedians, and then I just have like their. I mean, I just consider it to be art, and that's really what I'm making. Is I'm taking their art and putting video to it, and that creates new kinds of art, and I think that's really cool.
Is William Montgomery in it?
He is in it because he's in Reels. Were you aware that William Montgomery is he has not been closing Kill Tony, and he's having trouble selling tickets? Of course you wouldn't know this because you're not as big a William Montgomery fan as I am. And that's cool.
I tuned into your Twitter stream and it happened to land on a William Montgomery Kill Tony thing.
Because I'm a diehard. Because I'm diehard, baby.
It wasn't you weren't watching a recent one?
I was the other day. I was watching like a bunch of them in a row. I do that. I'll watch Kill Tony and then I'll watch it again like 2 or 3 times during the week because I don't always hear the joke the first time, or I may not always get the joke. Like I'm doing other things, so just so I make sure that I get everything. And yeah, William Montgomery, people just don't think he's that funny anymore. And I just a moment. He's losing his momentum. I'm not saying he's not funny, but he's losing momentum. At least for the Kill Tony audience, if you like check the subreddit and stuff, people are just generally like they're like, is
He's
it
not performing?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of blame him to some extent. Like he misses a lot of time. Like imagine, I don't know, you're like a I don't know, I'm just somebody. When I go to work, I'm at work, I go to work like I don't miss work when I'm employed, and I just think that he misses like twice a month, at least over the course of the last 6 months. And I know, but it's because he can't come up with jokes, and the jokes that he does come up with are not really that hilarious. What makes him funny is not his stand-up comedy; it's his banter with Tony and other people, and it's just. I mean, I'm not saying his stand-up comedy isn't funny. It is. He had some funny stuff this past week that I thought was funny, but he, you know, I would just say his stand-up comedy is kind of easy. All he has to do, he doesn't have to memorize anything. All he has to do is go read his cards, and he has to put out like 5 jokes a week or whatever, and his jokes are just generally pretty what's the word for which I'm looking? Generally pretty like sometimes they're related to like new content, but other times it's just like it doesn't make any it's not related to anything. I think he's talented. I do. But his talent is really in the banter that he has with Tony, and not so much he's like the best storyteller ever. And I mean, I don't expect him to be, but um,
I can't imagine watching him do like a 15-minute set because I've never seen him do these so-called performances that he speaks of. Because he can't just. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but if it's anything like Kill Tony, where he just does these like obscure one-liners, I mean, I guess, but I feel like it would just really lose its magic after like the first 3 minutes almost.
I agree. And it's not a good sign when he is not selling out. Like usually, somebody who has been doing it as long as he has should have like a lot of fans, and wherever he goes, he should easily sell out. But it's not. It's not that way. And
where did you find that out? On Kill Tony, he brought that up?
Yeah. So he says, hey, I'm not selling out. So if you could please, um, like watch my stand up or buy tickets to my stand up, I'd really appreciate it. What I'm finding is, and this is what he says, this is what I'm saying. He says that the clubs are having to comp a lot of his tickets, which is not a good sign for him. Now, do I think he could be one of the biggest stand-up comedians in global history? Yeah, I do. He has that kind of talent. But as of right now, he's like what do they call that thing? Where you make videos for
bobbling his opportunity.
Yeah, where you make videos for people. What's that called? Cameo. He's like a cameo person. And not that that's not cool.
I mean, people have highly reviewed his cameo, though. If you actually check the reviews, he has pretty sure a 5-star rating. Because he does an excellent job on the cameo.
Right. But what I'm saying is that's like really small. Or they're really short is what I'm trying to say.
Where is he carrying it? He's carrying it in his left hand.
Yeah. But I mean, for like $200, $300, I do a minute video just talking to someone as a music career. What pisses me off about Cameo is that they don't show you the videos, or at least like they give you like maybe like a few sample videos, but I feel like you should have the option to allow it to be shared with other people.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to do that?
Just from what I've seen, I mean, I think you can share it. Some of the on William Montgomery's page when I last checked, there was like no cameos to even see.
Okay, just for a moment. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll just be all of it.
No. So because it's not the keys that is in the Hakir Ketachara, even if the coin did it with his left hand, it's going to be totally fine. I have a Hari Kabbalah. The Hari Kabbalah, the Sibu, so what about the receiving of the blood? Kabbalah, the Sibu, Kiruna. The Pasuk says, V'davraham Hakir Ketachara. And we'll say the Kabbalah is one of the 4 blood avodos, and therefore a necessary part of the Kabbalah. Utraya, what did we learn? Kibel Bismol. Kabbalah with your left hand. Puzzle. Ultimately, again, the Rabbanan say that it's puzzle. Rabbi Shimon Makshi. Yes, the Rabbi Shimon says it's kosher. I don't understand. If every single time the Torah says, by Abraham Ma'aki, when someone is in a say part of the sacrificial service, it means you have to do it with your right hand. And how could Rabbi Shimon say that you would give Kabbalah with your left hand that it's kosher? Which Gemara says, no. Rabbi Shimon, Karki boy. We'll say that in reality, Rabbi Rabbi Shimon actually requires both. Rabbi Shimon ultimately requires the word etzba and tefillah. It's only where the Torah is both etzba and tefillah that it tells you that it has to be done with the right hand. And if it doesn't have both etzba and tefillah, what does that teach me? That it can even be done with your left. Which one do that's not? Made by Rabbi Shimon Taki is actually Rabbi Shimon requires both etzba and tefillah. Not Tanya, we learn Rabbi Shimon on there. Komakom Shne'emar Yad. Rabbi Torah says Yad, Eino Ela Yamim. So we'll say Yad in the Torah only refers to the right hand. Etzba, Eino Ela Yamim. Ultimately, again, it's so too when it says Etzba. Etzba also teaches me that
What up, big dog?
the right hand. Etzba. So we'll say, so you see when you have that plus.
So anyway, I just think that William Montgomery is, I think he's very funny, but he has some work that he needs to do in terms of just being a better stand-up comic. I think he's funny, and I'm obviously his biggest fan in the world, but he's just, he could be funnier, and
I've said this before, but I feel like the Kill Tony format just kind of sucks, and maybe it's not like the format itself, but just the comedians that come up or whatever, like they do their minute of stand-up, maybe they get like some feedback on it, they get roasted or whatever, but like most of the time it's just like not, I don't know, I've seen a lot of just dry interview. It's not even like Tony's or Red Band or any like the judges' fault. It's just like the judges are like the guest judges are usually like the funniest ones, and then the comedian just is like a deer in headlights when it comes to like interview time. You can barely like say funny words.
yeah.
It's like it really kind of gets rid of the illusion, because it's like, sure, anyone can rehearse like a minute of material, but the interview is basically just improv for whatever 5-10 minutes until they get bored of you and check you out. If they like you, they'll keep you along and maybe make you like turn you into like an Uncle Laser or whatever. But just so many comedians, I'm just like astounded by how much they suck at the interview, or it's just like they're not being funny.
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of them get stage fright. Some of them, it's their first time. And I think that they should know. I mean, he asked, I can tell you exactly what questions he asked. He says, how long have you been doing stand-up? What do you do for a living? When did you move to Austin, or where you're from? What's your love life like? Do you how much money do you have in your bank account? Did I ask, like, what's your career? Like, that's it. He doesn't ask any other questions in that. So if you just know that or have funny answers to that, you can do really, really well. There was a guy 2 weeks ago who wasn't funny. I mean, and maybe he was funny, but he was ill prepared and was not able to do stand up. He was not able to get his minute out, but he was really funny in the interview, and they gave him a golden ticket. Meaning, like, if you can show that you're funny, you have a chance. There's also the issue where
What does the golden ticket mean?
Means whenever you want, you can contact the show and perform 1 minute of stand-up.
Oh, so you get like a free re-up.
Yeah, but for life.
You have to go again.
For life, though. So that's like a big benefit to a stand-up comedian, because then they're only like,
Oh, what the hell?
in the history of the show, maybe 20 people who have golden tickets, and a lot of them are not in Austin. So that means the ones that are in Austin have like a huge advantage on the ones that aren't, in terms of they can go up and maybe be on once a month or so, and that means that they're able to then sell tickets and basically,
Build a career.
yeah, exactly. Thank you. Exactly, build a career, which is extremely valuable to them, and then there's a really good opportunity for them to make a lot of money. Um, and when I say a lot of money, just so know I'm joining with this other account. When I say a lot of money, I mean a few $100,000 a year, and a lot of these people are like homeless. So you know that's way better than they were doing. And I would say as well, there's the opportunity that they could then make millions of dollars a year. Like they could become really, really big. Do you? Oh yeah, Casey Rocket, like from the William Montgomery show, of course. Um, he's someone who kind of squandered his. I don't want to say he doesn't have a chance to be successful, but he went into rehab and no one's heard from him, and he had to cancel his. He had a what do you call it? A residency, uh, and he had to cancel that. And he doesn't do Kill Tony anymore. Like he had a chance to go from nothing to $100,000 heir to potentially millionaire pretty easily had he just stayed clean. But he wasn't able to stay clean, and now you know his career's in jeopardy, and everybody wonders where he is, and is he ever going to be back, and all that other shit. Um, I think that somebody like Cam Patterson, if you know who Cam Patterson is, he's going to be a millionaire. He's going to be a multimillionaire someday, and not too far. I mean, he's already on Saturday Night Live, and even though he's not super popular on Saturday Night Live, he's going to be, or he's going to be able to get movies and at least like a Netflix deal from that. So that's like really impressive.
Where did you hear Casey Rocket is in rehab? Because I
Oh,
thought
dude.
you told me he just moved to Chicago.
No. It's well known on the Kill Tony subreddit, so that's where I found out about it.
Well, that's speculation.
No, it's all over. Like everybody knows it. It's like pretty well known. It's pretty well known within the comedy scene. Like there are people who are like, we're friends with him, and we just wish him the best. He is just, I think, supposed to be out of rehab this spring, something like that. So certainly hope the best for him. But there was even a post on Monday that said, "Hey, what happened to Casey Rocket?" And the people were like shitting all over the person. Like, don't you know? Like, everybody knows that he's in rehab. Like, how could you ask such a question? The person was like, "Wow, sorry, I liked him as a comedian. I didn't know what happened to him." So I mean, when people are like shitting on you for not knowing that, um, it's just kind of like it's like
I think it'll just be a setback for him, and it'll be fine because he's popular enough to keep kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, but he's got to get the drugs under control. Too many.
I thought he had been saying that he was clean for a while anyway.
He went into not remission, but he
relapse.
Relapse. Thank you. Yeah, he relapsed, And as I'm sure you're aware, drugs are extremely powerful, and especially when you're in a situation like he is, where every night you're in a different city and people know you to be the guy who like does drugs, there's going to be a major temptation to want to live that fast lifestyle. Like Uncle Laser, he just got in trouble. I don't know if he got in trouble, but people are like, "What's up with Uncle Laser?" He was on some podcast with some porn star and got blown by him on the podcast, or got blown by the porn star on the podcast, the woman, and apparently that like was not a good look for, I don't know. Tony didn't like it. I don't know. Now that one's speculation because there hasn't been anything about that, but like these guys.
I mean, when people witnessed it on the podcast,
You're asking, did people witness him getting blown on the podcast? Apparently, yeah. I mean, I didn't see it, but like that's kind of how Uncle Laser is, though. When in terms of like his personality and everything, he is like a guy who would like thrive on that. But I don't know, like Kill Tony's become very corporate. They've got Netflix gigs, they do arena shows. It's not what it once was. And I think that they make just on YouTube every week $40,000, and I think for each ad read they get an additional like $20,000 each, and they do like maybe 5 per show, something like that. And then they have like smaller sponsors as well. So like overall, I think they're bringing in maybe $100,000 profit per week. That's after everybody gets paid and everything. There's an issue that arises with Kill Tony too, and this is what everybody hates about it, but especially David Lucas and Casey Rocket. You don't get paid to do Kill Tony, so you basically you're on your own for transportation. So let's say you're going on a tour of the Western United States, you have to be back on Monday if you want to do Kill Tony, and that can really cause issues with your planning and such. Usually the life of a comic is you get into town on Thursday and perform maybe Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and then you're home on Sunday. At least a big comic, but if not, maybe you're home on Monday. And with Kill Tony, it just doesn't pay anything. So these guys are like, I have to be back in Austin every Monday if I want to get well known on it. Have you seen the new guy? His name's Dedrick Flynn.
I don't watch Kill Tony.
Okay, so they have a new guy, Dedrick Flynn, who is pretty funny, but he's kind of getting old, but he's like a guy who started in his car basically, and now has some money, so it can change lives. But he's not able to. He's got to be back on Monday. Wait, hold on, I misspoke. It does. Kill Tony does pay if you are a regular, and they're like William Montgomery makes money. I think he makes $100,000 a year just from Kill Tony, and like if you're a guy who is so some of the guys sign contracts, and those aren't disclosed what they are, but I think it's about $100,000 a year for like William Montgomery just to do that, and then he can go and do shows anywhere he wants. And they have, I think, 3 regulars. So right now under contract, I think they have Dedrick Flynn, William Montgomery, and Ari Mahdi. But I could be wrong on if they're all like getting paid exactly for the work that they're doing. And I know you don't watch it, but like that's basically the rumor that goes around. Whether it's true or not, you tell me. Um, I man, I am trying to program this thing, so apologies if I'm not like as focused as I normally am. Um, uh, but okay. In terms of Casey Rocket, though, he was never, I think, a paid regular. He could have been, but I think he was just like he would just do little skits here and there or whatever. And his shit got old very quickly. William Montgomery at least comes back. Everybody gets old. I mean, I think that's kind of what everybody finds, except people still think Ari Mahdi is very, very funny, and he is. He's like basically a professional comedian, and if he
That's the guy from
Estonia,
right?
yeah, and if he had his green card or like American citizenship, he wouldn't need Kill Tony anymore. He could tour the world. Um, he was already though Estonia's biggest comedian when he came in, so that's kind of a huge advantage. Um,
I haven't seen his stand up, but I heard him on William Montgomery show.
he's very funny. He's very funny. Like of anybody who I would go and see, I would want to go see William Montgomery just because I'd want to know what that was like. But I don't think William Montgomery is as smart of a comedian, perhaps. I don't know. He's just not as polished as Ari Mahdi is. Um, and I there's another guy, Dedrick. I talked about him, Dedrick Flynn or Dedrick Flynn. He apparently just absolutely kills the room when he's there. But people haven't been really super enthused on him. Then they have this Timmy No Breaks, who I think is just a one trick pony kind of a deal. Um, who those are like the big uh, either golden ticket or regulars who have been making waves. And then they have some other people who get on who are just absolutely awful. I think they're bad. And I wouldn't have given them a golden ticket. Maybe if they did get a golden ticket, they didn't deserve it. Um, but you can tell what Tony Hinchcliffe wants. He wants a situation where he has someone from every, like a very diverse group. So he has like a southern white guy, that's William Montgomery, and he has a Texan, that's Uncle Laser. He's got an Asian lady, or a couple of them, like a Chinese woman, a Vietnamese woman. He's got a Persian. Well, she's not a regular. He's got like your like he has like an African American guy, and and like Mexican people. But you can tell like the people aren't held to the same standards. Like there's an Asian woman who recently got a golden ticket, and she's not that funny. And if she had done the same stand up and been a and say been just like a um and she had been a just a regular dude, I don't think that she would have been as well received. But because she was an Asian woman, I mean, they even said like that's like a huge reason why she got the bump that she did. Um, they said that like Red Band will let any Asian chick up, and not to say she's not funny, she is, but it's just like they want someone from every like background, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I like the diversity, but sometimes they'll give some people more um, benefit of the doubt than other people. Like there's a like, and then also there's been the rumor too that if Tony needs somebody like he needed like an African American male after Cam Patterson left, and so all of a sudden like the next week or something he makes this Dedrick Flynn not just a golden ticket winner but um, a regular. So this guy's been on a lot. And I don't know, people have just said like he needs to fill these certain groups. Um, but again, I think funny's funny, so it's just whoever they can find to be really funny, I think they should be rewarded. not based on what they look like. Basically, how much can they make the crowd laugh? So I know you. I'm so shocked that you don't like Kill Tony, but you really like William Montgomery. That's his bread and butter. You know that's like he's one of
I like watching William Montgomery on Kill Tony, and I'll watch the compilations of just William Montgomery on Kill Tony. But just because I've been burned way too many times sitting through these unfunny comics, these awful interviews, I'm like, what's the point of me watching this? But like I mentioned, what's his face? The dude who was the guitar player that got fired from Kill Tony.
yeah.
Jeremiah Watkins. He has his own stand-up on the spot show, and it's just improv comedy. That one I like more. There's no interview bullshit. Just crowd yells out suggestions, comedians roll. It's more comedy focused because Kill Tony is like 1 minute of comedy, and like the rest just like random banter. But this one's actually like comedy. We do comedy here. The thing that Zoot sucks at, we do it here.
Dude, I don't know what it is. He cannot get off those 10 topics that I talk about that he's obsessed with. He just can't get off them. And I've told him, like, dude, your comedy's going to get really old really quickly if everything's about sex and mental illness. Like, it's just, you need more than that. You need to be a, like, you know, you need your stand-up needs to be diverse. And so I told him yesterday, I just want you to make a joke up about food. That's a big subject. You can, you know, just basically like what we were doing with him in terms of improv, but just do it with food. That's it. All you have to do is just make a joke up about food. And you know, the joke that he gives me is about, is semen considered a food? Like, dog, come on, man. Like, I kind of hate the people from Raw Comedy or whatever, because they basically made him think that he's funny, and now he thinks that that's what people want. And I mean, I'm glad that he made it as far as he did, and I'm proud of him for that. But he thinks that like people are like, oh, that's what they want, is just like mental illness jokes and jokes about sexuality, and I just don't think that you can do those. Those are fine, but you're a one trick pony if you do that. And I don't know.
I mean, I'll honestly, I will disagree with that because I think that there's two types of comedians. There are clean comedians and there are like dirty comedians. Dirty comedians will like touch on just edgy subjects in general that people don't want to, that are not politically correct to express views on typically, even if the observation is like inherently like negative or like rude in any way, but they're just like these taboo topics, and like sex, drugs, whatever, hookers, transgender people, like whatever the unclean stuff is, those types of comics will touch on those subjects. I'm guessing there's hybrid comics too, I guess you could say, that do both clean and dirty topics, which I think is a good strategy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want him to be.
But yeah, I feel like Zoot, I mean, I could see Zoot more excelling if he just told these like ludicrous stories, the stupid, like, outrageous stories that are just, like, over the top, goofy, and absurd, and rude, and offensive to some people, but I can see him excelling in that niche because that seems to be what his brain is drawn towards, but trying to get him to do a joke about, like, traffic lights or, like, cardboard or something, it's like pulling teeth.
Well, and food is just a big subject. I mean, he couldn't do it, and it was.
What's your food joke? Let's hear your food joke.
You know, it was awful. It was So Zoot showed me a video of one of his friends who just. Zoot said, "Food's not funny," and I said, "Dude, you showed me a video of a friend of yours who ate a banana with the peel on, and you thought that was absolutely hilarious, and I just thought that it was a cheap joke. So even you thought food was funny," and he was like, "Well, okay." So I just was coming up with something. I said, "What determines whether we eat a fruit whole or we have to peel it? Apples, people eat whole. Oranges, people peel. Grapes, people eat whole. Yet avocado, people peel." And I recognize that there is a thickness of the skin which may help to determine how we eat something. But then why aren't there some fruits that some people eat whole and some people peel, like kiwi or. And then I couldn't think of any others, but I was just thinking off the top of my head. Like, that was just my joke. It's not very
What
good.
was your example?
Kiwi.
Oh, kiwi.
Like, I could see somebody eating just a kiwi with the hair on it. And that I could just, not saying that that's how I would do it, but I'm saying that I could see somebody doing that. And I don't know. Okay, so let me try again. Okay, so it has to do with
I
food.
mean, Jim Gaffigan is an excellent comedian that talks.
Yes, he does. Okay, yeah, he does. He is excellent with that. All right. So, what about why don't people cook steaks in the microwave? Everybody's so specific about how they cook their steak, whether it's on the grill or whether it's on a flat top. But why don't people just cook the steak in a microwave? You cook popcorn in a microwave. You'll heat up leftovers in a microwave. What is stopping you from cooking a steak in the microwave? I'm sure somebody's done it. I don't know. I've done it, so I know. I actually like microwave
It's
steak.
actually possible.
Yeah, it is. I like it. I've done it before.
I thought maybe it was like a temperature thing that it has to be cooked at a certain temperature.
So here's what you do: is you just cut it up in cubes, and then it's fine. Does that make sense?
I don't see how that solves the temperature issue. I get that there's less, like, it's easier to cook the surface area, but, like, I don't know what the temperature of a microwave reaches, but I don't think it's anywhere near the.
Oh yeah, it is. It's
grill.
If you keep it in there, it'll get hotter than a grill.
Not my shitty microwave.
Well, and that's the thing. Some people don't, but I mean, I've done it, and I've cooked good steaks in a microwave in a Pyrex container, and I've like cubed it, and it takes a long time. It takes like an hour, and it's a lot of power. But
what the fuck?
yeah, so
Jesus, that's very strange.
yeah, I mean, a normal steak might take you 20-30 minutes, so you got to think that it's not. I don't know, maybe it doesn't take an hour, but maybe 30 minutes. But I don't know.
I've never microwaved the food for more than like 3 minutes. Like,
Yeah.
if it's in the microwave for like 30 minutes, that's just very alien and strange and like not correct in my world.
I get that. And I was like that for 30 years. And then I just tried it one day with water. I was just like, I wonder if I just kept the water boiling, what would happen? And I just put it in for like 30 minutes and it just boiled the water. And I used that water for something, like a soup or something. And I was like, oh, okay. Wait, no, what was, oh, no. I used it to cook pasta. And I, once I did that, I broke that threshold. I will now cook stuff for a long time. I will cook French fries without needing to defrost them, and I have to put them in for like an hour, but it cooks them.
Bizarre, but I guess it works. I mean, if you only had a microwave, I guess that's how you're making your pasta.
Yeah, I mean, just I live with other people, and a lot of times the kitchen's not available, like the stovetop, or I don't want to be sitting in there babysitting some food, so I will just take French fries, put them in a Pyrex container or like Tupperware container, and just I'll let it go for 30 minutes, and then I will mix it up so that it like evenly cooks, and then I'll put it in for another 30 minutes. Now, is it as good as if I put them in an oven? No. But a lot of times, like, I don't have access to, like, there are other people who are, like, I live with other people, so they're using an oven or whatever, and they make, like, big meals, and so I just normally am pretty quick. Another thing that I've done is like I was like you. I didn't cook anything in the microwave for longer than 5 minutes, like ever. I felt like the microwave would like break if I did, but it doesn't. And I have come to learn that like you can really you can I wouldn't cook something for like an hour in there without looking at it or like babysitting it a little bit, but I wouldn't necessarily have an issue cooking um, something and like moving it around or like ensuring that the temperature is even. I wouldn't have an issue with doing that. Dude, I'm trying to program this thing, and for some reason, it is not. The programming is like really delicate. Anyway, hey, I have a question for you. How's the greatest cryptocurrency in global history? Or the greatest cryptocurrency of all time? You were so excited about this, and then you just fucking sat on your thumb.
That's good.
It's not good. You haven't.
Excellent.
No, you haven't been shilling it. You haven't talked about it. I've been.
And I'm working on I'm gonna host a Twitter space like next week and do a big presentation on all the details. And also, yeah, just need to go viral, kind of basically on Twitter and accumulate hype, which involves educating people about it. But I keep getting good feedback on it, which gives me motivation.
Okay. Why don't you go to Chill and Chills?
I was doing it. I just took a little break. Takes a lot of time, but I'll go back and do showing again.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not. For me to believe in your project, it needs you to believe in your project, and I don't feel like you do. Not saying that you're not a great person, I don't love you, and you're not a good friend. None of that. But you just don't have the focus that I would want in a project lead. And um, that's on you to change that if you wanted to be successful. Because I give you the same feedback that I'm sure you're hearing. It's a really good idea. You have a winning idea on your hands, but you're not taking advantage of it.
Right. Yeah. No, I think my brain was telling me that it was less of a winning idea, and then I got kind of sidetracked. But
Why?
I do think it's a good idea.
Absolutely.
Again, I
Why?
am more motivated.
Why is your brain saying that it's not a good idea?
Maybe less about the idea and just like the daunting task of trying to build a community from scratch, and then it's just like you can DM. It's just so much time commitment to just be spending all day on Twitter, and then you go and do a chat, and then it's just like flooded with Nigerian people, and I have nothing against Nigerian people, but it's just like it feels like alienating being like the only like white person in like this like chat, and then I don't know.
I get you.
But yeah, I think I feel like it's more about like contacting like quality people to contact over quantity, and I feel like I shift my focus to trying to actually connect with like legitimate people with 10 or 100K followers, and actually give them a precise breakdown and detail of everything in a very clear, transparent blueprint all out on the table type of manner. Then hopefully people will think that there is a worthwhile opportunity and actually be willing to get behind it more.
All right. Did you create a Discord for it?
Have not.
Okay.
I need people in the Telegram, but I guess I can show both. But
Oh yeah, if you have a coin, you need to show both. Because there are some people who don't like Discord who like Telegram, and there are people who don't like Telegram who like Discord, and you want to be able to cover both groups. And I think that
yeah, my brain doesn't really immediately associate crypto and Discord, but I get that it's a thing. I prefer Discord as a platform. Telegram is garbage.
Telegram is garbage, and Discord has a lot more safeguards, and you may not associate Telegram or Discord with Telegram. Pardon me, Discord with crypto, but it's huge. It's giant. Like that's where big projects are. And more
and I think another strategy, like really nice to have a bot that does this, but as you recognize, like the low-hanging fruit of communities that have been like rugged or have died out, but there's still like maybe marginal activity or like liquidity in those things, in those billions of like rug coins, basically. Like having a bot that like goes into like their Telegram and Discord shows purge as like their revival, like Make-A-Wish that they can seek refugee to is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I am like it's on my list to just spend a lot of time going through Dex Screener and finding coins that meet that criteria and shilling shamelessly in my Telegram. The other thing I don't like about Telegram is that if I send a message to some group or I have to like join some group, and it's like all of my personal conversations get cluttered with like these random groups. And just,
how awful is that? Where
there's zero organization in that.
Absolutely none.
mind-blowing.
It is mind blowing that you could be in a group with 10,000 people, and that has the same uh, weight as just some random person across the world who's sending you some drainer link. Like, it's like, I can't believe that. It. I don't like it. I'm on Telegram. I'm in a Telegram right now, live streaming, but I do not personally think that it is a good platform. It's full of scams. Um, it's it's just like you can't even have a call like like this really. Well, you can, but like uh, it's so limited. Anyway, okay, so you're still planning on doing your coin. When are you thinking of launching? I mean, or is that like inappropriate to ask?
Yeah, I think I've really shifted my mindset of kind of like being in like this like sprint mode to more of like why am I rushing it? Because when I'm in like this sprint rushy chill mode, it just like is mentally taxing. But if I just kind of dedicate time to it when I actually like I'm gonna go about it more strategically than just like ruthless kind of manpowery and try to navigate more like intelligently with contacting more people directly and having phone calls with them and actually like contacting those types of coins that are the low hanging fruit and stuff.
Well, in terms,
It's still like, I think people that are a part of it want to see that there's some progress being made at whatever speed, and obviously it's like the sooner the better. And I'm all for that, but it's really like assembling like an army practically, where you need it's like recruiting people, and then you have to convince them that the team that they're joining is better than their existing team. And it's interesting, and I kind of like the challenge. So, there's also stuff outside of the crypto project that I'm also interested in, like my mural career, which I need to come through with that and have big plans for that. But I'll do both.
okay. Have you been able to do any more programming on your mural, your graffiti app?
I haven't touched that in a few weeks, unfortunately, but it is like 90% complete. You did convince me that I'm not going to make too much money on that, so I haven't been super motivated. But I just view it as like a tool for myself to practice murals on, which I definitely most certainly will be utilizing it that for. I pretty much just need to have like two little things into like this menu, and then it'll be a lot more useful, and I can focus on like map design and stuff. And I'll still try to monetize it eventually. It's on the list, and I do like the app a lot.
Is it possible to use the app without VR?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason why you haven't considered potentially having just making a mobile app of like mural art?
It really wouldn't benefit me in any way. Like the primary purpose of the app is to enable my graffiti or artistic skills in a virtual environment, and if it as a like an unintentional consequence also is appealing to other users, that's great. But the only reason I made the app is so that I could do my art in VR, which I enjoy doing. It's really cool.
Okay. All right. Like okay, you know how we play whatever the GeoGuessr?
Well, yeah, did you win a game? Even? I don't think so.
Yeah, Doug, I won all the games because I didn't cheat. Okay, so you know GeoGuessr, right?
It's a game that you wanted to make the timer like 5 seconds, so that it was just completely luck based. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want to read fucking street signs. All right. Why can't you make GeoGuessr, but you can spray paint on everything?
There's a multitude of reasons.
Okay, tell them to me.
Like translating, computationally, probably going to be, you're going to need like a million gigabytes of RAM to run the app. And
wait,
maybe
wait. I think it's pretty easy. It's literally just GeoGuessr, but with an overlay.
That would be like a cheap way to do it, but
keep it simple.
Like, the thing that you're missing is that in GeoGuessr you're using Google Maps, where like you hit an arrow and you just get launched like 50 feet, and then you hit an arrow, you get launched 50 feet. It's not a smooth actual 3D environment. There's a tool in Blender that lets you import Google Maps as 3D data into like an actual scene. So you need to import the entire world as a 3D scene, and then I guess you could render it as you go.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can do it that way, I'm sure.
Okay.
The game file might be like 1,000 gigabytes, but that's fine.
No, it's not fine. It needs to be small. No bigger than like 5 gigabytes, or people aren't gonna want it on their phones. Okay. All right. Well.
Do you have any video game ideas that have been
it's called Grand Theft Auto 6. Yeah, I do. This is I don't know why this isn't I don't know. I think it's probably already a game. But so this was a game that we built on computers, or I didn't build it, but like I was able to get the file on computers. What was it called back in the day? It was called so we had these TI-83s, which were like old calculators that had a screen, and this game I think was just called Drug Dealer, and it was like a choose your own adventure game, and you would just sell drugs and make a profit, and the goal was to become like a millionaire, and that would be tough to get on the App Store or Google Play, but you could maybe change the name of it. So I don't know if it's the best idea, but it's something that I remember as a kid. I always thought that was like a cool, like just a cool game, really. Whether it's
is a different psula in Kabbalah. So what the next psula was, that if the Kohen does the avodah yosef,
Marketable. That's another thing. I mean, if you just want to make money, the best way to do it, and I hate to say it, but is just to go on Pump Fund and then just rug coins, and you'll make a lot of money doing that. Have you ever thought of doing that? Riser? Riser! Alright, Riser. Yo, dog.
I was talking, I don't know why it came from work, but, yeah, I've launched a Pump Fund coin, and I see thousands of coins launched on Pump Fund that have $0 put into them because no one, practically zero coins that you launch without an actual audience are gonna go anywhere because there's just way too many coins being minted that it's just impossible. So unless you have a community that you're in attention, that you're able to rug constantly, the river's gonna run dry, in my opinion.
Okay, so
or you have liquidity and you pump it and then wait till people to buy it more and then you steal money from them or something. I don't know how it works. It's really not the great. I think video games is the greatest idea for becoming a millionaire.
oh, fuck no. No way.
Yeah.
No, even that guy who built, what is it, the most successful graffiti art game? That person still only made like 200.
The VR mini cup guy made like $10 million.
All right, but he was early to market too, right?
I mean, potentially.
No, I think that the best way to make money is still through good old-fashioned having a job. The second best way to make money is to potentially be an influencer. I think that that has a huge amount of upside to it that people don't really realize. And then from there, I would say a cryptocurrency perhaps. And after that, in terms of how much work you're going to take and pay out, it would be gaming. After that,
gaming's still a shitload of work if you actually don't enjoy gaming.
Oh, you're right.
With streaming.
Yeah, but there are ways to. I mean, there are ways to make money streaming. It is a lot of work, no doubt, and it's expensive. But there are ways.
If you enjoy doing it, then it's no big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good way to make money, and maybe this is wrong, but, and I know you said you tried this, is to do a podcast.
I mean, and do you have a niche of this podcast?
Absolutely. Absolutely. No.
Podcast? What kind of podcast?
It's an influencer podcast, and it's a great idea. You just go to ask people on YouTube, literally while they're live streaming, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? You send them the link to your podcast, you interview them on their stream. It's win-win. They win because they get to promote themselves, and they have a good conversation that summarizes what they do archived, and it's win for you because then you get their audience. And if you do that enough...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know that there's definitely people that do this, but I don't know if there's a podcast that focuses on this solely. Is just interviewing YouTubers and people with YouTube channels.
Exactly. I mean,
that would be a decent idea.
It is a decent idea. I did it. I did 15 of them, and I could see if I weren't live streaming my life, that's what I would be doing. I would be just it's so it was the reason why it was so easy to get people on the podcast. All I had to do was go into their chat and say, "Hey, do you want to be on my podcast?" And they would drop everything that they had to be on a podcast. The hardest thing about it was getting the first person on it. Once I got one person on it, everybody wanted to be on it. Or I shouldn't say everybody wanted to be on it, but like, it was really easy because they could go and compare themselves, and they'd be like, "Oh, that's a pretty big influencer. I'll get on board with them." Like basically, I'll throw my name into that hat. And you're right. There isn't really a podcast out there that uses this type of strategy, and it's a brilliant strategy. I'm telling you, if I was not live streaming, that's what I would be doing. I would go into people's chats and say, "Hey, do you want to be on my podcast?" And the people, like 90% of the people say yes. I mean, that's what really shocked me, was like nobody said no. And so if I were you,
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't ask someone that was like Aiden Ross.
No, that's true.
But you have to you build it up.
Yeah, but I asked like people. So I didn't ask anybody in the top. I asked people in the top 100 on Kick, and I got like 5 of them. And I only asked 5 of them. I mean, I got everybody who I wanted.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, definitely.
How many views did the podcast get?
It's a good question. I didn't even really check because I wasn't super serious about it. I just wanted to start my own podcast because I know in the future I'll be able to have AI just make this podcast for me. I asked everybody the same 73 questions, and I didn't put any pressure on anybody. And how many people did it get? So instead of me just beating around the bush, let me get you that answer. So without any promotion,
did the people that you're interviewing share it with their audience or make them known?
Yeah.
Everyone agrees that what? That
I got like Fighter and the Kid. Fighter and the Kid is a good career path.
No, theirs is a different way. I got like the ones that I got the most, maybe like 56 people listen to. Now you may be like, "Oh, that sucks." Doug, I didn't promote it at all, and I didn't I wasn't super serious about it. So, like it, but like in terms of,
I think you can't even look at it like that necessarily, because it's the same thing with like a YouTube channel. Like it starts off nothing, and then it gets bigger and snowball effects, and then like those old shitty videos with 0 views or whatever. As the channel grows, it's like evergreen content that will continue to produce revenue.
That's exactly right.
In the future.
That's exactly right. And I already know 2 people you could interview. You could interview me. You could interview Zoo. So those are 2 people. I mean, you might be like, "Well, you guys aren't."
The most famous comedian in Southwest history.
And the biggest live streamer in the world. I mean, that's actually 2 really big names for you who, doesn't necessarily have anybody who.
No, I can get people. I had a very famous artist. I mean, I have a podcast. I just stopped doing it. But this idea, it makes me want to restart it again.
And it's so easy.
But my niche is like interviewing. I mean, I don't really have a niche. I guess it's just interesting, to be honest.
I get that.
Typically artists.
I get that, but it's
like musicians or whatever. But I do my research on them, and then I have to come up with a bunch of questions directly like associated with that person.
It's so easy though to just go and do someone's Twitch or Kick Chat or YouTube and say, "Do you want to be on my podcast?" And guess what? They all say yes. It's free. They're not doing anything that's important right then.
is
So,
to do the
like,
in
you-
order to
it's-
show, and that's
I
because
think
it's
you
a
could-
thing you not
No,
do.
to get more credible people, you need like an
You know, they
audience.
only believe
You
in
know?
reasonable.
So it's a
They
chicken
cannot
and egg
research
problem,
that.
kind of.
So in
you have
order
to
to
just
show that
start
It is,
to
but
nobody's.
it is, yeah. But I mean,
be Mekame the
I'm
coin
telling you,
was
like right now, like the
as
people
the
who
person
There's a payoff
he
to
was
it.
now
I agree that there's a
and as
payoff.
the
the okay, so the guy who I got on my second stream,
so we'll say therefore the process would be is that the coin would do the kiddush adayim raglayim. He would sanctify his hands and his feet. He would make him tummy. He would go to the mikvah, and then he would do the process of paraduma.
Okay, he has-
So say, why is this important for us? Alma,
he gets it. So like his last clip, he got 7,000 views.
What does this show for us?
Before that, he
What it
got
shows for us is halacha
like,
l'maisa, that even though the coin is actively being defiled,
he's got like
nevertheless, he goes to the mikvah.
8,500 followers on
And then what happens? There is no need
Kick,
for a secondary
but that doesn't include all the other shit
line,
he's on.
which shows you what? Which
I've
shows
got
you
some
that
other
halacha
people
l'maisa,
who.
Tuma is not
Okay, here's one.
generated
Somebody interviewed me.
for a
Here's a big one. Sam Bond. He's got
That's the
20,000
idea. That's the point
followers
he was trying to make over
on
here. Shlamino, lo
Kick,
paslava,
but that's not his main one.
Shlamino paslava,
Um,
that takes out the machshavas, Tuma.
and he
So what do
interviewed
you see from
me.
here? You see from here that when someone
Uh,
does kiddush raglayim raglayim and then becomes tamei, then ultimately again, if you see that tuma does not.
So to just kind of give you like an idea, and
therefore a subsequent kiddush raglayim will not be necessary.
like what will happen is people will see you and then start to interview you. Like you could create a bot just like I do on X or on Kick, and just have it literally just say be on my podcast, and people are going to be on your podcast. You will not run out of.
I personally want to have like people that I am interested in on the podcast. And I think some streamer. I did ask some gamers who was like popular. So I'd have gamers, but I'd have to do my background on who this person actually is.
In other words,
Okay,
at the end of
I mean,
the day, this is being done outside
that's-
the base of the Rush, and at the end of the day,
that
there's
everybody
such
does
a
that kind of
base
podcast though.
that you even require
I'm
to
saying
use
do a
that
podcast,
Which the Gemara says,
and
"Ke'ein
the-
avoda b'Torah."
like even now this is content. Your stream is the whole process of getting someone to go on your podcast. So this is what you do. You do a screen share, and then you type to people, hey, you want to be on my podcast? And they say yes. And then like it's the journey of you finding the person to be on the podcast, interviewing them, and then publishing it. And then you just do one of those a week. So basically you start out with like, hey, we don't have anybody to be on our podcast this week. We need to find somebody. Let's do it. You go to YouTube, you start asking people, hey, you want to be on my podcast? And then somebody says, yeah. So that makes it like very meta of a podcast. Not every podcast, the guest is already set up. What makes your podcast different than all the trillion of podcasts out there is you don't have any of the guests set up. The beauty of it is that you have to go find them, and then people actually would watch your video and listen to your podcast because
GeoGuessr with the podcast.
exactly, yeah, that's a cool idea.
I don't see how that's very entertaining. Just be
So the Rambam says it's okay.
typing, will you be on my podcast and Twitch stream?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like fishing.
I read in cordial email.
No, that's boring. That's boring, but it'd be like fishing. It's like, how fast are we going to be able to get someone on our podcast? Maybe it'll take us 10 minutes to find somebody. Maybe it'll take us 30 minutes. It won't take you hours, though. And then you know, like...
I'm just telling you right now, this idea sucks. I'm just going to put it bluntly. Blatantly, this idea sucks.
You watch. Somebody will watch my stream someday, and this will be like its own niche of podcasting. It will be like, I don't know, what would you call it? Like a like a spur of the moment interview niche. I don't know what to describe it as. Somebody will come up with somebody will come up with a good name for it, but it's where that to me is that to me is better than other podcasts. Sure, I could go watch your podcast, which is cool if you do an interview, but it's even cooler to be like, hey, you had no idea who you were going to interview, and then you found someone. That's, I think, cool. You may not, and that's okay. And we
just like the process of me finding my guests has just been sending them a direct message on Instagram or email.
Yeah, but
it's just like not entertaining.
But no. But that's not.
Typing a message into their Twitch stream.
But that's not live.
You can make it entertaining,
but that's not live. What people would want, and what makes this a good idea, is that it has two elements to it. It has the fishing element, like you're basically looking for the person, and then there's the interview aspect of it as well. I know you don't like the idea, but I'm telling you, it's a good idea. And we can agree to disagree on it, but it's an outside the box type of idea, and it isn't done currently by any YouTuber or any podcaster. It basically combines the two. It's a sweet idea. But anyway, I understand if you don't like it. That's cool.
I saw an Instagram reel today. You know who Benny Blanco is, right?
Yeah, that's Selena Gomez's husband.
Yeah, we've talked about him. Now this is a decent idea, I believe, but his concept was like, it might be better if I just send the reel. Do you want me to send the reel?
No, explain it to me.
Okay, well, there's like starts off by saying like every podcast is the same. It's like the same studio. You've got the mic booms, and the guest comes in, and then they're just all the same. And so he's like, well, we have a podcast, but it's also a television show at the same time, and it's also a live stream at the same time. And we combine these and blend them all together into some weird, never before done type of media that no one's ever done. And it is a little abstract and unorthodox, but it'll probably be, it could be a very big success.
Okay. I came up with the best idea ever for what you call what my type of podcast is. You ready for it?
Sure.
It's called ambush podcasting. And that would be a really good name for a podcast, the ambush podcast, where someone doesn't know that they're going to be picked. The journey is documented to get them on the podcast. They're on the podcast for however long or whatever, and then you move on to the next person. But it's an entire genre, ambush podcasting. It's an excellent idea. Maybe one of my... Well, it's the idea that somebody isn't ready to be on the podcast, but you're giving them the invite. But the thing is, to be on the podcast, they have to accept right now. If they don't, then you'll just come back to them if they're interested. It's the idea that, look, there are a ton of people. If somebody came into my Discord right now, and they're like, hey, you want to be on my podcast? Yeah, sure, I'll do it. Why? Because I'm a streamer, and it's something to do. It's a free way to get out the word about what I do and who I am.
Yeah, I mean, I am pro creating new forms of media, and I respect that this is a new, never before been done type of media.
Doug, you'd be first to the market with it. Well, I'm sure other people have done it in similar ways, but nobody's marketed it like that, and that's a really great name for it. The Ambush Podcast. So everybody on every other podcast is used to having pre-prepared answers and having their hair and makeup done and all that other shit. With yours, you're just going to get them on YouTube and say, hey, you want to be on my podcast? Sure. What's it called? Ambush Podcast. Where we only want people on the podcast who are ready to do it here and now. And they say, okay, great. How do I do it? And you just say, all you have to do is just keep streaming. I'll just interview you basically in Discord, and you just keep your camera going on YouTube. And then you have the beauty of this podcast is you're using their audience, whatever people they're watching, and then you get that in your own audience. See, all these other podcasts are like, hey, let's do it off-site, and they don't have their audience watching them continuously. With yours, the people are already streaming, so it's just like all you have to do is answer the questions that I ask you, and I'm going to publish it. It's a brilliant idea. I'm telling you, if I wasn't live streaming, that's what I would be doing, is ambush podcasting.
There was a long line at the queue. Remember again, let's say it's before Ben Cotton who went in and made 12
It's limited to live stream.
No, it's not. You could have situations where somebody might say, hey, I would love to be on your podcast, but I can't right now. Can we set something up? And you can say, I mean, I guess that is the brilliance of it, that it is just live streamers. But you could have other people on there. It doesn't have to be. It could just be.
If an influencer, if you go to what's that soccer play, or fucking football dude, Brady, and you say like, hey, join my podcast, and he's like, okay, sure.
No,
I guess.
I mean, you're not.
Anyone can do it, basically.
You're not going to get somebody that big. But what you will do is get someone with 10,000 followers or 20,000 followers. You could go right now on X and find somebody with 100,000 followers and say, I'd like to do an interview with you. Is this possible? And they'll do it.
What is a very fascinating statement.
Yeah, it's fucking actually, it's an entirely new genre, and it's brilliant. Like, it is a $1 billion idea. Nobody does it. And it's really easy to do. You have unlimited people, basically, who you could interview. And this way, you don't have to go through the whole thing of like, oh, I have to make sure that they meet my credentials and I have to look at their audience. Fuck no. You go and you see if they're live streaming. If they are, and they seem like they'd be a good candidate, you just send them a chat message. Hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And they'd be like, okay, what is it? And you say it's Ambush Podcast or The Ambush Podcast. You can look us up on Spotify, iHeart, Pandora, and anywhere else, and Apple Music. And like, it's really easy to multi stream that. Basically, if you just upload to Spotify, it'll go to all those other platforms. And you say, look it up. And they'll look it up, and they'll be like, okay, so what's the deal? You just randomly come to people while they're live streaming and interview them, and you say, absolutely, I want to hear about what you do. I want to hear about your journey. Do you have any projects that you're working on? And all of these people do. They have merch. They have communities. Hey, tell me about your Discord community. Tell me about your multi-streaming journey. How'd you get into streaming? Is there anything that you want to promote? It's win-win. And then you're done. And then you do another one next week or whatever. I would do them every day because it's not that hard. And then you just edit it and publish it. And it's exactly what you said. It's evergreen. You might not get a bunch of people who listen to the first 10 episodes, but you do 100 episodes of it, and then you're going to get people who want to follow that journey. Hey, I know when they interviewed XYZ, I want to see them interview somebody else. It's like... just like, I don't know, like hidden camera shows are their own genre. It's almost like a hidden camera show where you are in it with the host, and you'd be like, okay, we're going to find a new target today. Who do you think? Should we get a guy? Should we get a girl? Should we get a gamer? Should we get someone who's a dancer? Should we get someone who's a DJ? What are you thinking? And then you could even get people who, give their opinion on that. But, it's like basically you're in it with the host, and you're like in on something cool, and you're looking for a new target. I hate to use the term target, but it's a new guest. But, you're targeting a guest, basically. It's a great idea.
What if you run out of kick streamers?
Dog, you know how many kick streamers are going right now at this very moment? More than 3,000. So you're not going to get all of those kick streamers. And then you can always do Twitch, and you can always do YouTube, and you can always do X Spaces. You know how many X Spaces? You could just go in and be like, hey, tell me about your project. It's basically a free shill for them. It's a brilliant idea.
Can you filter by live streamers on YouTube?
Oh, of course, yeah. There's a filter for it. Go to the YouTube homepage, and then just
You said live on the filter.
Exactly. And then all of the people who are live. Now, I would not do it on YouTube. I would do it on Kick. Kick, at least to start, because Kick people are already streaming on YouTube many times, and they're much more available on Kick than they are on YouTube. Like I've noticed, like I'm a king of these different platforms, and at least getting people's attention. YouTube doesn't have that great of an interface. Usually, people aren't paying that much attention to the chat, or they're gonna think you're some kind of scam. But if you go on Kick, Kick will people on Kick. I mean, I can even give you the ones who've been on my podcast, and you can basically already have an open, audience with them, and you'd be like, well, that takes away the ambush part of it. No, it doesn't. You can just say, hey, I saw you were on Rabbi ROTHSCHILD's podcast. I'd like you to be on my podcast. I thought you did a really good job. Would you like to do so right now? It runs exactly the same way. And people will be like, yeah, that's cool. And so you can get probably 10 of the people there. And then once you have that 10, the sky's the limit. Because you're going to get some people with 60,000 followers on X, but only 25 followers on Kick. And you're going to get people with 10,000 followers on Kick and 55 people on X. Like their audiences are going to vary. But then if you said to yourself, look, I can just tell you this, and I still have to do this today. I've been teaching a class on Jewish Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, every day for the last 54 days. Today's going to be day 55. And my classes vary from anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours. And I've just said to myself, I want to do that every single day. And if you did the same thing with the podcast, your podcasts don't have to be an hour long. They could literally be, hey, you hear somebody shilling? I mean, this would be a really great way to do a podcast. Hey, you hear somebody shilling on X of a project, and you come up and you say, hey, if you want to be on my podcast, it's known as the Ambush Podcast, or whatever you want to call it. Let me know. We want to do this right now. So after this call, come to my Discord. We'll do the podcast, and we'll upload it. And you're going to get some people who aren't necessarily streaming at the same time, but you can get them to be streaming, or you will get people. Like, what I'm saying is there's a huge audience out there. And then they tell all of their audience about it. It's like this domino effect.
Same is true for any podcast, really.
No, what makes this one different is that their current audience are watching you do the podcast.
No, I get that part. It could work. It's not my area of interest, so I wouldn't.
It's a brilliant idea. It's known as ambush podcasting, and the people of the future, when you watch this, you are going to remember I'm the fucking founder of it.
sounds like that halacha l'maisa don't be possible laila.
And you're also going to hear Riser here, who had the opportunity to take the ball and run with it, and is just going to sit on his fucking thumb on it, but that's fine. He's got a really good opportunity here. You're always...
If I don't like the idea, I'm not going to spend my life doing it.
I get that, but you haven't even tried it yet. You've never tried even once.
I
don't need to try it.
But at the end of the day, to use it to sanctify for that night, it will be permissible.
It has made me want to reboot my own podcast. You're right, the value of podcasting. I really hate the way my own voice sounds.
Dude, your voice is fine. Your voice is fine. Everybody hates the way that their own voice sounds.
No, mine actually sounds good.
No, that's great. And then if you want, you can always use a voice changer. Doug, you got to just... Okay. I mean, do whatever makes you happy. But I'm telling you, even just having this discussion, ambush podcasting is giant. It's going to be...
Will there be vocal cord surgery in the future so that I can physically change my voice?
That already exists. That already exists.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. Singers have it done. I think Miley Cyrus had it done. Don't quote me on that. She may have said she had some like nodes on her fucking voice, but her voice changed significantly. And but yeah, that's already a thing.
Is it like a guitar strings that you just tune it to sound? And what is it like extent of it? Like, can you make someone sound like Donald Duck with me?
Yeah. So I've heard that there are several ways to make your voice deeper. One of them is doing exercises. Others are breathing patterns. Others are where your like your projection point is. That helps. But then also smoking can significantly deepen your voice, though obviously not great for health purposes. And then there are vocal cord surgeries that are being done that are changing people's voices. Some people don't recommend it because you don't necessarily know what you're going to sound like, but it is something that is... I'll look it up. I won't continue.
Joey Diaz.
Change voice vocal surgeries.
You wouldn't be able to, maybe you can modify your own voice to change the pitch of it. I feel like
Yeah, so voice feminization and masculinization surgeries are specialized procedures designed to permanently alter vocal pitch, resonance, and overall tonal quality to align with gender identity or personal preference. So yeah, you can do it.
So ultimately says the Gemara, why is it? What's the difference over here?
Right, but I don't think that they're like necessarily like a shifter. Like it's not like a voice changer where you suddenly sound like a totally different person. It probably still sounds like your voice, but just in different pitch.
That's a different voice.
So the Gemara says ultimately again, the
No,
case
it's your
here
voice
is when
in a
we go ahead
different
and
pitch as
we
opposed
lift it
to
out. In other words,
Joey Diaz.
even if the Kira has been immersed, we go ahead and we draw it back out. We'll take the Masonic move, we pull it back out of the bar, use it, and then afterwards submerge it again.
I mean, they're going to get better at it.
To which the Gemara says, if that's the case,
I mean, there might be biological limits, but yeah, maybe there's some like Joey Diaz modification.
Why do you want to sound like Joey Diaz so much?
I'm just throwing that out there because it's
Ultimately, again, says the Gemara, what do you see from here? That
example.
for those who are the matirin, the water is still permitted to be used for Kiddush Time Ragline.
What you use for
To which the Gemara says, and the Draft Hista, if that's the case, then that is the same exact position as we stated before. The statement of Abraham Hista, what's the nafkamina?
I have been trying to program this fucking device, and
so this is in the wide lines.
Riser, I am not
It's like halfway into the wide lines, right across from
having
Tosos,
much
where that Tosos says Hagro.
fortune.
Here we go.
Um,
The Gemara says that Yochanan
Alright.
mitzvahs shikua mi ba'eret.
Are you
What's
it's
the
a mouse clicker
again?
one with
Yochanan
your
was the
recording?
says
it's on
Kiyor
a
kivan
phone
sheshakam shuvin ma'alei. Once they immerse the kiyor, they do not lift it back up. Which
So I am
not to be understood literally as
gonna
a
try
source of
something
force.
else.
According to Rabbi Yochanan, Rashi says Rabbi Yochanan,
Let's see if
mitzvahs
this will work.
shikua mi ba'eret. There's a mitzvah to go ahead and submerge the kiyor at nightfall. Kedishim se'enu mishuka b'kiddush shumas hadasha. Right? Because also under all circumstances, see, according to Yochanan,
Hey,
the normal seat.
when is the next Canada
What happens? So we bring
hockey
up the
game?
kiyor normally when right before Shumas Hadasha. That's the goal. Right before Shumas Hadasha.
Yes, for me, there's a semi-final tomorrow and the
Until
final.
nightfall. Until nightfall. The hope is that right before nightfall we submerge it.
Sorry, it might be on Saturday, Sunday.
If the U.S. plays Canada, you're gonna make plans to watch it together.
Yeah, if you're up at like 9
So say
a.m.
never again country of Yochanan. The goal of here is right before nightfall. We want to summer. So
We're
say,
in the same
what
time
about the
zone,
Kohanim? We're going to do hector
I mean, like your
What
personal
about the Kohanim?
sleep.
We're going to burn the leftover fats and limbs that night. What do they do according to Yochanan? What do they do?
Yeah,
The
fortunately,
simple answer: show up
I've
before
gotten
Shkia.
my hours
So I mean, or
some
use
effect
something
now,
else.
which has been
But
really
if
good.
you want
Dude, I
to
was
use the
having
kiyor,
some
just
trouble
fine.
sleeping like
The
all fucking
putting
day,
away of the
up
kiyor
all
before
fucking
Shkia
day.
was like in no way undermines.
You know, living that rock star
What it
lifestyle
just
that I
does
do.
is that it says either you have to show up
All right,
before the kiyor is put away, or you'll accomplish Kiddush and then black line.
I'm gonna try right now to okay, you're gonna be part of this experiment.
See, here's what everyone agrees.
I am setting up
Then
a
what
new
happens? Let's say
camera.
if you just leave the kiyor out overnight until the
Okay.
next morning, what happens? What happens? The water is possible. Everyone is going to. It's possible
Okay,
enough.
this thing's
You
gonna
can't use the
come.
water. Which again, listen.
It's gonna leave and come minute for the next 10 minutes. And if it works, then I program it correctly. And if it doesn't work, I'm gonna be pissed.
If Yochanan therefore says
Alright,
you go ahead and we submerge
would you say
in the bar before
that
and when you take
if
it out
vocal
state,
surgery
when you take it
were,
out next,
if
don't
you
take
could
it out
sound
till
like
right
Joey
before
Diaz, would you
Shabbat
want to?
Sadash. That's what Yochanan wants. This says no. This is leave the kiyor out. They use the kiyor for remember again.
Yeah.
Saw before.
That'd be
When do you
big.
have to use the kiyor?
I mean, for
You
like
have to use the kiyor
Halloween,
when you first come to do
for
the
like a
avodah.
day on
You also have to
Halloween.
use the kiyor
Yeah,
when
no, we're talking like
hopefully
this
again,
is
if a person
permanent, right?
urinates. Right, so again, you see like
I don't think.
meaning so all of these different
I
things. You
mean,
have to use the kiyor.
if I suddenly gained a lot of weight
and
and
but Rosa,
moved
but here's the
to
thing. What do you mean
the
leave it out?
Bronx
It's
or
gonna be
whatever
muscle,
and
so you just have to make
had
sure what?
Cuban
You have to
family
make sure
adopt
that
me,
you
then
submerge it
you know,
just sometime right
there'd be
before
some
Shabbat
contingency
Sadash.
there.
So you
Have
just
you
keep
watched
it
Joe
in and
Rogan
out.
recently?
All you need to do, you don't have to leave the kiyor submerged. But
Has Joey
sometime
Diaz
before
even
the
been on
next
Joe
day
Rogan
avodah
recently,
starts.
or has he
Which
been
also remember
put on
is
the shun
again
block?
before
Dude, he
dawn
seems
of
to be
the
put on the
next
shun
day,
block.
you must submerge
Um,
that kiyor. Pretty amazing.
Joe,
To which
oh,
the Gemara
dude,
says,
hold on, we gotta talk about Brendan Schaub.
So that's not community between them.
No, please.
Lo hayuros is supposed to listen to this. You are not described a little
Why?
bit of the beginning of the avodah. So remember again, first avodah of the day is Chumas Hadeshin.
Last time we talked
The
about
Raisa says,
like
Lo
8
hayu roen
hours.
also.
Oh, dog.
Let's listen to this. When the Kohen would get up to do the
Did you
Chumas
watch any
Hadeshin,
of his shit?
no one saw him and no one heard him. Now Rashi points out no one saw him.
Why not?
Why? Rashi says, Lo hayu roen also. The Misha Zocha b'Chumas Hadeshin, come I read in the second comment. כשהיה נכנס לעזר לחריש ידיו ורגליו, לא היה מכניס בידו לא נר ולא אבוקה, אלא מחלק לו אור המערכה. Let's listen to this. He brought in no source of illumination. The Kohen didn't carry a candle, he didn't carry a torch. So what?
I don't know if you can hear me.
What guided his way?
I don't think you can hear me.
Again, the fire on the Mizbeach.
Just one moment.
Each Tamid is what guided his way. So when the Kohen would come to do the Avod in the Beis Hamikdash, no one saw him, no one heard him.
No
Why
fucking
did no
way.
one hear him, Osai? Why did no one hear him? They were sleeping, right? They were sleeping. So ultimately, again, so what happens?
No
Ad
fucking way.
sheshomin kol shel eitz shena'aseh ben katan muchni lekior. We'll say, so when would they hear? They would hear the wooden wheel that was used to go ahead and lift up or move the kior. So the alarm clock for the Kohanim in the Beis Hamikdash was the pulley system of the kior. When they heard the pulley system of the kior, they knew it was time to get up.
Yo, I'm here. Just one moment.
So say what happens, and the Kohanim would say, "Oh, it's time to be mekayim."
I'm back. Just one moment.
Fire hands and feet.
Just one moment.
The kior. Rashi says over here, Rashi's the kior mizdazenes hatzman lios necholim lalos.
Dude, this is so fucking crazy.
So remember again, at this point in time, they all jump out of bed as we all do.
Can you hear me?
Single morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dude, this is so wild. I've never been able to track this closely. Whenever, so this is a Chromebook on what we're talking on. Whenever Google puts out an update for it, immediately it stops working. Like I have to like refresh it, and then it will not do well until I do a refresh. Okay, so we're testing my little robot that I created for Discord, so seems like it's working this far. Anyway, okay, so I heard you say, yeah, you watched the clips and you were just like, this is boring, right?
So it sounds like over here the coin is coming to the Beis
Yeah, so I've seen enough.
He's removing the kior from the bar.
I'm able to
This seems to support the deal.
personality, even though I just decided
No. What's the case? The case of us says the coin is
All right.
showing up. Remember, that presumably,
I can tell you this. For as bad as Brendan Schaub is, I like Brian Callen even less.
He is submerging the kior. The kior was out.
So
the kior was
you
out.
were like,
the first order of
it doesn't seem like Brendan Schaub, like what he did was all that bad. And I get that. But anyway,
I don't understand.
if you don't want to talk about that, I understand. But I am so elbow deep in that motherfucking podcast. It's unreal. All right. So you
we'll say again. When lowering the kior into the bar, we'll say you just
in the middle, we're doing my test.
Right, so there's no noise. There's
all right,
no
so
mechanism needed to lower the kior.
Back to
Noise
your
is the
coin.
system of pulling the kior out. The Gemara is saying
well, okay.
no more coin.
which was it doesn't sound like the
All right.
lowering of the kior.
So
but
you were
rather
saying,
hoisting out of the kior,
well, can we
to
talk
which
about
the
crypto
Gemara
just for a second?
So in reality, again,
Absolutely.
Okay, so I was saying that a really easy way to make money in crypto is just to go on Pump Fund and just wait until any coin drops and just buy it and then sell it within like 5 minutes, and you will do really well for yourself, because usually, I mean, like 99% of the time, all those coins will be increasing in their value right away. And you could create a bot that did that, and you could probably make a lot of money doing it. But you said, yeah, but how do you know which coins are going to be successful or not? And a huge way to know this is the ones that are live streaming when they launch, because those people are doxxed, and then you know that there's a community behind them. Does that make sense?
He would use the wheel. He would use the pulley system. Ultimately,
I mean, any person can start a live stream with zero community. I get that.
Well, you just have to. You don't have to be in them long
I don't
term.
think that's a great way to become a millionaire. I don't think there's like a risk you can get run, but the coin just doesn't go anywhere. Because I've seen way, maybe I'm overly trepidatious, but I've seen a lot of coins, like every single coin practically, like 99 to 1 chance the coin doesn't do anything.
Was to cry out,
No.
get up! Get
And
up!
there's plots for the coins that do this.
Okay. You don't have to be in them long though, so the amount of risk is very low. Basically, what I'm saying is that whenever a coin launches with a video, 99.9% of the time within the first 5 minutes, it's increasing in value. So you always buy within the first 5 minutes. If it goes longer than 5 minutes, you never buy. And I'm saying 99.9% of the time, you will be making money.
See, it's called Gvini. So the Gemara says, there's a Gvini. There's always a Gvini.
I mean,
so I need the voices to make
that
everybody up.
sounds plausible.
That's amazing. So,
Yeah.
Why are you doing it then?
I don't buy crypto.
Some people need 2 alarm clocks. 2 alarm clocks. The Shalom Hayasi.
No, you're not buying crypto, you're investing a strategy.
Oh, that's true.
Right? So what happens? Some people wake up because of Gvini. Some people wake up ultimately again
But
because
it's buying crypto,
because
and
of
I
the
just
belief
don't do
system.
it.
People wake up for
I don't. I mean, I feel like
therefore again halacha l'maisa they had both. So therefore, most like we end up over here.
Why don't I do it?
We'll guess just about how the
If I weren't live streaming, I would. But I'm just pay attention to like, who comes in here and talking to them and promoting myself. And well, frankly, I just don't at this current point in my life like need huge amounts of capital. I mean, sure, it'd be nice, but and perhaps in the future I will do it. But it's just the thought that like you have a fast computer, you have reliable internet. You just would, whenever there's a coin that drops, buy $1 worth of it, and then sell it within 5 minutes. Oh, that would kill you though. The gas fees would kill you on that strategy, wouldn't they?
Or was he lifting out the cure?
And the pumpkin coins are Solana, which is like
Again, the
zero
good
gas.
news is either way, whether
Okay.
he was lifting
So
or
then it
whether
could
he
work.
was immersing, he made sure to what? Make as much noise
Yeah, I
as
mean,
possible. Because the
I mean, if you're doing only $1, takes a while.
Well, all you need to do is turn that dollar into $2, and 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, etc.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
To me, it's the most surefire way to make money in crypto today. Okay, but we don't have to go into crypto anymore. We're gonna watch and see if my fucking bot works, and it should start working in the next 3 minutes or so. So we'll see if that works. All right.
Exception to the rule is to his father, his mother, close.
Why don't we do this? And if you don't want to do this, it's fine. But why don't you go do whatever you need to do, and then come back tonight and we'll play Scrabble.
Yeah,
if that works for you, then sure.
Absolutely. So it's 3:46 right now. What if you come back at like 7? Does that work?
So Rashi already points out Emor va'amar.
I just gotta.
Emor twice. Emor stated
Yeah, like,
va'amartim. So Rashi
if I can finish the thing by then, sure.
Okay.
Then ultimately, again, this
All right. Well,
given to the adults.
finish if I
It
may
shouldn't
ask.
take me too long. It's basically just
So it's very important because in this
copying my ChatGPT chat into an
many
email
kind of concepts, many
so that I
concepts how
can
we educate and raise our
apply
children
for this
are those
permit.
options. There's a beautiful insight.
Is it a permit
So
to start a university?
He says, Emor va'amar t'shtei there are 2 different things that are
I mean,
number 1, Emor
in a
ela
way, I
kohen.
guess.
So what should you say to the Kohen?
But it's a
Lesson number 1,
sidewalk
Shem
occupation
ru'im
permit
lios b'nei
for
Adam.
non-mural.
Ultimately, again,
Oh, that's
they have to
tight.
be
IRL.
b'nei Adam. We'll say, what does it mean? Lesson number 1,
That's-
Emor, tell the
that's-
Kohen, lesson number 1, b'nei
Lace
Adam.
it
It
up.
doesn't mean to be b'nei Adam.
But I have
Or the Shalom
confidence
v'lot.
that it will be
We'll say, tell the Kohen
of the
that the
greatest
Mamish have
murals
to be b'nei
in
Adam.
Western
Be
Europe.
b'nei Adam. What does it mean?
Tight.
Who's Arab?
And guess what?
It'll be the opposite of what Pete's comedy is. So I like geek.
Excellent. All right, well, you go do that and then come back, and it looks like my bot's working, so that's baller with fuck.
On a scale of 0 to Zoot's comedy, how well is it?
Right now, it's Shane Gillis.
Are not looking for my flaws. But
Shane Gillis is 7 out of 10. 8 out of 10.
You don't think he's that funny?
I think he's okay. I don't find him hilarious. He's alright. He's not like William Montgomery.
Lesson number 1,
Did you watch his Super Bowl commercial?
What's lesson number 2?
It was garbage.
Lesson number 2 is, but however,
It was
do
good.
not allow yourself to become tummy.
I mean,
Was he advertising
no, he was advertising Bud Light like he did last year. I think with Post Malone. And their commercial last year, I thought was funnier than the one this year. It was basically they were at some wedding and they wanted. They said that it was like last call for Bud Light or something, and the keg or something rolled down a cliff or like down a hill, and they all went running for it. And it was okay. It's just, to me, I thought he could have just been, he's got a lot of talent. It could have been funnier, but it was alright.
There's this really funny Instacart commercial. I thought it was AI at first. It might be AI. It probably was using AI, but it had the guy from Zoolander in it, Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
And it was just like, he's doing like, I don't know if you see it, but he's doing like this like really stupid, like kind of like disco, like 80s song singing about like bananas or something, and then he like goes and climbs up the stage and then like falls off. That made me laugh. I haven't seen the movie Zoolander though, which is a reference.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
No, we talked about this. I slept through it.
Oh, that's right.
That game sucked.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything. Did you? Who do you think's gonna win the Oscar this year for Best Picture?
I have not watched like any movies. I only watched a few documentaries. I have very, very seldom watched movies. I couldn't even list you any movies that came out.
Have you ever seen the movie The Aristocrats?
And there's Nefesh There are two different
is that like the cat movie?
No, that's The Aristocrats. The Aristocrats, it's all these stand-up comedians like Drew Carey and Gilbert Gottfried and Whoopi Goldberg and George Carlin. There are all these. It's a stand-up comedian movie, and they all tell one joke, and it is so funny. I saw it the first time I saw it.
You're telling me about this though? It's like this covert joke, kind of, and like everyone modifies it or something. It's like telephone and a joke form, but it's like also dark or something.
Maybe I told you. Yeah, maybe I said it. Everybody tries to make the joke as dirty as possible. So it's literally like the world's most dirty joke, but it is hilarious. So someday, not today, we should watch that.
What are the negative influences? What are the things that
Sounds good.
Excellent, big dog. Okay, well, you do.
I'll be back.
Sounds like a plan, my man.
We should be zoching to internalize both of these lessons.
Peace.
The stated lesson of the Chozeh and the implied lesson of the Chozeh. The stated lesson of the Chozeh, we should be zoching to be Bnei Aaron, to be road face shalom, but also in life to know sometimes where the pursuit of shalom has to end. Because at the end of the day, I'm being forced to give up too much of myself. Of those things, if I'm being forced to defile myself for the sake of shalom, then perhaps that may not be a shalom that is worth having. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two, to be b'nei alom, individuals who are constantly seeking new avenues of growth. But combined with that, l'nefesh lo yitama ba'amal, to also able to identify the negative influences, the things that are holding you back, and to find the courage to detach and to let them go. It looks like good morning. Let's begin with a beautiful topic ahead of us today. Today is Daf Tav. We are taking up from nighttime with Rabbi on the test on the days 1 to 3 lines of the line. Our show this morning is dedicated by Separation Rumble, dedication of the young side of Salt. Father,
They brought in a bag test, right? Yeah, I get it. I'm not even asking about that one. Yeah, you don't know. No, I don't even want to ask. We celebrate Wesley Snipes well for not his martial arts career. Yeah, both. I think he's a great martial artist. Wesley Snipes? Yeah, think about it. He's a great martial artist. Listen, if he can pull off all those techniques in a movie, you know what you're doing. I'm not saying that he's a great fighter, but he's probably good at martial arts. Oh, that's a good point. I thought you were just saying he's a good fighter. I didn't say he's a good at single fight. He's a good actor. Yeah, but he can do a lot of. That's like saying the Undertaker can fight. He can. I bet you don't take. He's a black belt. He's a guy who can't fight. I bet you. What do you mean? What do you think? Kane? No holds bars. No, yeah. Go. Why are you laughing at that? No, I'm just saying. I bet you the Undertaker can fight. He's actually a black belt. He's a bad example. He rose 3 times. Yeah. Like, right? He rose 3 times. Yeah, like he's the man. Yeah, he's a badass. I grew up watching The Undertaker. Wait, is there a difference between a martial artist and a fighter? Yeah. What's the difference? One does art, one fights. Self-explanatory. Yeah. Some martial artists, like you got those taekwondo guys. They're really good at taekwondo, and they don't really fight. Like Bruce Lee, right? Like he's the godfather of all that shit, but he never fought. Bruce Lee never fought. Oh, shit, he had underground fight. Oh, really? Yeah, me too. Yo, someone bring that up. Show me the best Bruce Lee knockout. He had a fight, not from Paramount. He had to fight the guy from where he's from to be able to teach in the U.S. Yeah, sure. Show me the footage. You think he probably had fights, but they just didn't film it? That's why not. No, you know he's tight. Don't get me wrong. Great businessman, the pioneer of martial arts, but was never like a fighter. Like not a real fighter. Chuck Norris is more of a legit fighter than Bruce Lee. He had fights. Black belt jiu-jitsu like Chuck Norris. Yeah. Bruce Lee invented the MMA glove. Sure. He invented the push-up. Just invented that. Chuck Norris did. Yeah, Chuck Norris. Really? Like he just woke up one day and said, I'm finna start doing this. You know who invented the high five? Dusty Baker. The legendary manager. Yeah, Dusty Baker invented the high five. I didn't believe it either, but this is real. He's like, why are we too alone with it? Because I'm a high fellas. And he was the first one to do a high five. He gets credit for it. I'm not trying to be funny. No, Dusty Baker invented the high five. That's good. I didn't know that. I just couldn't remember the guy's name. You figure people did before that, just like this man gets so natural. That was in the 70s, right? Shit, he was 60s. He was 60s. I think so. Because he was playing. I got a big announcement. We've been literally blessed to watch the Hog Country Live camp going on. We're 2-3 weeks in. We got Brendan Schaub in the house over here at the Jackson Media House. We got Rampage over here. A lot of high caliber fighters are here. Newport Beach right now. We got Harmon. We had TJ Dillashaw coming in and out helping. He linked up Hamza and he linked up Armin with Sam Calvita. Used to train with him. We've been seeing a lot of content of Hamza and Armin training with Sam during the week. Plus, they've been training here at the Jiu-Jitsu Center Studio Jiu-Jitsu with Bernardo, and they've been doing some boxing with Yogi, and then they have their full camp with all their team from Sweden. We have the Albanian gangster Ilya, the big heavyweight Ilya, light heavyweight Ilya. Tuffy, yeah, the Albanian, he's Sweden.
Swedish. He was out all there. Justin Finn. Yeah, he's a monster. Light heavyweight and heavyweight. He's like a stingray.
He's in the UFC.
Used to be. He was like my era. He retired.
Yeah, Latifi. Yeah, he fought Terry Thomas. Yeah, he fought some big names. I didn't know guys there.
He lost.
Yeah, I mean, but
That was towards the end of his career, but he was a monster at his time.
have you ever seen him fight at all? Yeah, but he's here because he was telling us a story because he was at All Stars with Hamza.
In a room full of stupid people, somehow Dummy proves to be the dumbest. Did he just say let's be bigger and then high fives? And Rampage Jackson said something stupid before that, but this dummy had to just find a way to lower the bar. Maybe like his competitive spirit's coming out. So he's like, alright, he said something really stupid. Maybe I can top that. I like how they call it Slim Shady right off the rip. Oh my god. Watching this so far, I'm just going a bunch. This is, whoa. The CTE is strong in this room. You can almost see it. You can cut it with a knife. But him doing this stream with Rampage Jackson on Rampage Jackson's podcast, something tells me a lot more is going to come out of this. But right off the rip, my God, what an idiot shot. That sounds so stupid and dumb and redacted. But I guess he's doing this now that Calvin is expanding out, trying to do his own thing. So Sean's like, I gotta do more interviews because my co-host is literally trying to leave me behind. So he went ahead and went on Rampage Jackson's podcast. But so far, yeah. Three total redacts just talking, and Sean just done the other dummies with his dumbness. What an idiot. What an absolute dummy. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Does not go ahead and negatively impact the sanctification of the hands of the people, which is another way of saying the shita of the perversity of sin. Namely, that once you wash your hands with food, that sanctification is good as long as it's washed. You don't have a lapse of awareness, right? As long as you're colorful concentration, there's no hesitation. So however long that is, one sanctification could go a very long way. According to that opinion, it holds that one sanctification could span a significant amount of time as long as there's no lapse of awareness. Make pure, man shmifsu, was basically a very interesting question. What about to make pure? What about the water of the pure? It's really going to like that there, that the pure is the large wash basin. Our right wish to call how do we do the pure that right life. So it's like if you need water in that pure overnight, does that water become hustle the luna?
Francis, but I just spent some of it in Odyssey R1, but the rest of it I'm investing in my kids' education. It's a small CR1 needed. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, it's a C6 CR1 since 2009. We have 1,000 horsepower to the wheels. The guy's building in San Antonio right now. 1,000. It's so dope. It's 6 feet. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Not crazy. Do you know how many cars do you build a year? I build 3 to 4 in my own personal. I have a but you sell them, right? Or you give them away. I do raffles. Yeah, you raffles. So what happens? Like people buy a ticket, and then they buy a T-shirt or they can enter for free, but usually through merch. We're at DriveFastLongGas.com, and we're doing a TRX now with over 800 horsepower. Wow. $50,000 in bonds, the winner gets that, and $10,000 cash. That ends in August. So I'm trying to figure out I enjoy it because it allows me to build the trucks and partner with brands and build cool shit. I drive it for whatever 2 months and have it.
How much a t-shirt cost? $40. So you can win a car for $40.
Yeah.
But you got to buy multiple t-shirts.
No. We had some. You get you better chances to win. But our last winner bought like a shirt and a half.
We on Sancho Studio right now, we're giving away a brand new bagger, the Harley from Concrete Cowboys. So if you buy a Concrete Cowboys Sancho Studio t-shirt on SanchoStudio.com, you get automatically entered to win the bike. Rampage has a half a drop coming soon, very special. Can't say yet, but you get that t-shirt dropping. Yeah, so he's got some stuff popping off. Listen, we have a lot of stuff going on right now. What is the best way for people to follow you? Look at what you got going on.
Just my Instagram at Shop. Not just my podcast, Find the Kid Shop Show.
And then you moved to Texas. Well, moved to Texas. Is that official?
Oh yeah.
So did you move into Joe Rogan's backyard? What? No, I heard it. Yeah, that's the rumor. Wait, you heard this? You were with me. I didn't want to bring it up. They said you moved into Joe Rogan's backyard. You were teaching the Secret Service. He hired like Anderson teaches the White House cops. Teach them fucking hand-to-hand combat. I wish, bro. I wish this is fake. That's I mean, that's serious.
Oh, I wish. I wish I lived in. You ever seen this fucking house? I wish I lived in the back of it. I got my own house. Yeah, outside. I'm like trying to figure out. No, you live on like Austin. I love like Travis. That's what they all say. I wish I lived in this fucking backyard. You don't even want to talk about it. Yeah, it's my
on the show, I hadn't seen him in a long time.
He loves you.
I love Joe Rogan. He gave me tickets to the UFC.
Yeah.
He ended up giving me 4 tickets. He almost gave me 2. It was very unexpected.
He's the best.
He's the goat.
Without him, there would be no. I mean, think about it, he's the most, I would say, listened to person in the world, daily and weekly. And all he talks about is MMA and loves MMA and is still hosting the UFC show. Like, that's so crazy. That's like, people don't understand that he literally puts MMA in a different stratosphere just by being involved with the sport. Yeah, it's crazy. UFC is going to be in a world of hurt once that guy stops going to intimidate the stop. It's going to get scary.
Why you don't look at out on the country shows anymore?
You don't have to. Like, I don't like traveling either. I'm not even close to his level. I turn a lot of shit down. So for him, it's like, I don't want to do any pressure. I want to be home with my family. That's why I build the mothership. So you have to leave all the time on the road. Mothership is like awesome. Comedy store. It's I think so. And then he like rebranded it or something. He just bought it. Yeah. It's before. I mean, try not to watch those conspiracy videos on TikTok all day. It's like Joe Rogan cult leader. I'm like, that ain't true.
My love, so what do you think of it? My love that the reservation, because it's not the fact that you're that the nice thing that you know, whatever is the key of the night right now, it ultimately again, that there is no problem with order and involvement. Which was no revenue, so ultimately no revenue reflects the food of that, which the Gemara says, the 100 years that the reservation is safe and not in the reservation. And that's the first part of the advice is for the reservation. And ultimately again, is safe and should be as well, which the Gemara said, Karniyesha, follow pizza for us, because then I was speaking with that kind of stuff. The meaning of that advice is, if my double comes before his time, by the way, one important piece on this. You can actually see myself that actually just 12 bosses, 1 12, she would see the book. The idea to see the human, she see myself from having her own coming to touch the last atlas. It's actually very beautiful. The maximum number of Kohanim that you need for the coming service would be 12. So that the company needs 12 scriptures, 12 bosses. So this way, again, anyone who needs to finish that line, in between the rooms and chamber, those members can be some infrastructure itself is like it has a long and narrow area called the Ulam, and you had a rectangular box behind it called the Mikdash. So the part of the puzzle was going between the Ulam and the Mikdash. You can see, by the way, Rashi, you have this picture of or there's a picture on WhatsApp also. They only put in the picture on WhatsApp, nothing else. Alright, so again, or you can just look at the Gemara. I know I'm looking out right here. Most of you guys have a picture of it? Yeah, everybody has a picture of it. Yeah. So you can see it over here. It's a very simple picture. So you have the Mizbeach, you have the altar. Now remember again, the one part that's missing is the lamp. You have to finish that, but that's fine. It's not important for our purposes now. You have the Ulam, which is like the top of the T of the Beis Hamikdash, and the Beis Hamikdash behind it. So the cow of the Kohen Gadol, the car, was placed in between the Ulam and the Mizbeach. Rosh Hashanah, the front of it, was his head. His head was towards the south, and his facing towards the west. You got Kohen only did Mitzvah. Kohen was standing in the east. Upon of the Mara, facing west. So my son was down there, and he got Safo, who is the whole second between the Mizbeach and the Ulam. Is still considered to be Safon, is still considered to be northern. The Rosh Hashanah was in the revelation, basically Safon. So most of the Gemara discusses again what is considered north. And most of the Gemara is asking over here, I'm not going to go now, but the Gemara is asking over here is north, different regional judgment. So you'll notice that certain Gemara application is saying about as much as Shiloh becomes so far in certain directions extend within the courtyard area by the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, "Is it Safon? What's the definition of Safon?" We give it back to the Kosar Galas from the side of the coming on the side of the Mizbeach until is it Safon? The Kim is that
What up, Zoot? I'm working on a project right now, so I can't really talk. What's up? All right. Well, I hope you're doing well. Do you have a joke on food yet? Yeah, that doesn't involve seminal fluid.
Not behind the Mizbeach, when I say behind the Mizbeach, I mean the area between the Mizbeach and the Ulam. Yet, the Elazar Shimon says that even between the Ulam and the Mizbeach is considered to be quote-unquote the northern area. Rabbi Moshe, Kisas Ragle HaKohanim, the Makom Kisas Ragle Yisrael, Rabbi Adon, even in the area where the Kohanim would traverse, or the Israeli would traverse,
Do you have a joke on food yet? It's okay if you don't. Dude, you even told me that you thought it was funny that your friend ate a banana with the skin on. Okay, I thought you just said food's not funny. Yeah, but he was let go. Yep, without charges. No, he didn't. He was released. Look it up, dog.
Yeah, we got him a picture. He's cooked, leaning over that little girl, doing whatever he did.
I mean, he was released.
Yeah. Most of them think they're going to get released.
But he wasn't charged.
Oh, he wasn't charged.
because they don't have enough proof, maybe. Because I think the pictures they only showed him leaning over, but if he doesn't get charged, then I think people just need to stop expecting everybody in that list to get charged. Because I think a lot of these things happened like what decades ago. I ran my shit. I think all this is just a distraction from like wars or whatever. Start underground war or something. Or at least Trump is.
That's what they're saying.
Really? I watched it. No, I know, but they just make up something about anything. Yeah, it's those reactions so funny.
I remember people hating on him when he said that. Now this shit stopped.
I don't think you ever stop when you're that famous. You know, like any they definitely do, but anybody, you know, I don't anybody hates on you. You know, but you know, but you guys experience too. Like we have Bryce Mitchell, you deal with it. If you're gonna put yourself on camera and talk, like just come to the territory.
I think Barry's a Jew. I think he's Jewish. I'm Roman Catholic. I know, but I think he's Jewish.
Listen, dude, if anybody who knows me in the MMA space, from you to Mighty Mouse to Khalil Roundtree, they all know what we do here and what I do, so I'm never worried about it. It says the internet, what did it say?
Probably does, man. But, I mean, look here now. I don't know Jewish. How do you know that? I know I don't know Jewish.
This is different. This is why.
And what is my nose look like? Jewish or not?
Well, you kind of have like the same nose or not?
No.
They always say me bell pepper. They always say we look the same. Yeah, they do. They always say we look like brothers. Yes, they do.
No one says that.
They all do. Hey, can I ask you an honest question that we'll wrap this up? Who would win in a street fight? Joe Rogan.
I'm gonna be open.
Bro, what's going on with it? Is it real or is it staged? I think it's real. Liver King's part. I think in the episode, you're probably drug induced and just lost his shit. That's how this goes. You gotta be careful you make famous.
Is he on meth?
He sure as fuck knows. Like, all natural. He just eats the liver and stuff.
He's the king of the livers.
Yeah, I just think he's going. We've had him on the pod. He's a good dude. I just think he's had a manic episode, and for whatever reason, he pointed his energy towards Rogan. It was a bad idea.
What I respect, you met him in person.
Liver King, yeah.
And he looks like he smells.
He did. But you know, it depends what he thinks smells. He smelled like he smelled like caveman. You know, like he doesn't shower, doesn't use shampoo, just like fucking like he was like man, yeah, like he just came out of the fucking forest for like 6 months. Yeah, she was ready. His wife's ready. His kids. He like it. Good dude. What he's doing for Rogan is such a bad idea. In order for Rogan to go far and entertain it, he needs to go on.
Can I say this? I'm not going to help. This person can't be close to me, but I know somebody in my life who has a bill, right? But he was married. And one time, one of us, and I asked his wife, like, how do you name his bill? And she was like, what bill? Oh, she can't smell it. She didn't know, so I'm thinking like someone that like those pheromones or something.
Yeah, it wasn't TRT, was it?
No, it wasn't TRT. He wasn't a professional fighter or anything like that.
Brendan Schaub called out by Rampage Jackson for moving to Austin, Texas to be with Joe Rogan. Now, not technically true, but kinda. I know that's weird. He moved down to Austin, Texas to follow Brian Callen to be close to Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan offered Brian Callen a residency at the company mothership, Joe Rogan's club. So Brian Callen took the offer, moved to Austin, and Brendan Schaub followed him because he didn't want to lose another co-host like he lost Theo Vaughn. So technically, Schaub didn't Austin follow Rogan, but he didn't go Austin follow Brian Callen. Because if Schaub was just going to Austin, just to follow Rogan, I think he would have did it when Rogan first. Down there. The shop. Come on down here. Thought he was going to make it in LA. You thought he was going to be a superstar. He didn't want to give up the opportunities or to stand up. He loves the Addies and Baddies. And he didn't want to give any of that up. So, but he had to move down. When Calvin said, look, I got to move to Austin. Rogan offered me the residency, and I got to worry about my stand-up career. I can't do the podcast anymore. Sean was like, oh, just go with you. Calvin was like, damn. So, but that's the reason why, oh my God, Sean, this podcast, oh my God. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Okay, so they say, I will say that either way, the good news is everyone seems to be agreeing with what they're showing up for work that morning, but you're showing up while it's still technically what nighttime, and you wish your eyes are lying in bed. You need not to sanctify when the sun comes up, because that is considered to be the beginning of that day's salvation. They say there is a construct. And according to your listen, watch this. What happens is, so Rashi goes into the so let's say again, the point is from with the shovel full of ash and the Shuma Sadesh.
But I can't help it. I mean, he can't help it. Like, I don't know, what do you enough? And I waited 12 years before I was like, hey, your breath smells like shit, correct? You know, really didn't help.
Well, there's ways to do that too. Is that why you sit so far apart from the podcast? I'm joking. It wasn't stop right at all. But anyway, that's why you moved chin across the road. Hello. Oh shit. I like that social assassin thing because I remember once I was at the airport and then there was a line, a specific line. It was really packed. Everything's crazy. This older couple was like sneaking in front of the line. So I looked there and everybody, I just looked around and I was like, oh, that's just, I said, oh, I gotta be the guy. So I gotta be the guy. Nobody else gonna be the guy. All right. Hey, excuse me. This is not. Yeah. All right. Anyways, but that's good. Second scenario. Before you get into the second scenario, how did you tell your friend that about the breath?
After 12 years, I said, man, your wife has never said nothing? He goes, no. I go, yeah, man, it's like ricocheting out the windows.
Wow, that's awful. Ricochet. See, so that kind of thing I would be upset. Imagine you go to your wife. Well, maybe, no, I fully think that people smell different to different people. No, I bet you. No, I do. I bet you this guy goes to his wife and goes, babe, you know, Brendan said, my breath, you know? And then she goes like this. She would go, I wanted to tell you. Yeah. So if you love someone, I would, if it was my, well, first of all, I wouldn't be with that person. I wouldn't be with that person. Totally agree, yeah. But you need to tell me. Now, the only real friend would just be to let you have a look in your nose for like all day. Yeah, but that's the kind of shit you don't say nothing, don't say nothing. You know, if I had I couldn't marry somebody that had breath. I couldn't marry somebody that would tell me the truth. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's to me, yes. But more so what I'm saying. I could not marry somebody. I could not be around somebody. Okay, so how long? Go on one date, you're like, maybe that was. Or just out? Yeah, it would be. I tell you what, just out right away. I tell you what, if it's the first time, I see her, I try again, but it's always kind of like, how did that happen? But if it's like if it's a fifth time or something, it's like you're coursing her whole existence. You're like, if it's the fifth time though, or if you give her 5 times, I'm saying it hasn't happened, and then the fifth time, I'm like, oh, that's time.
Depends how hot she is. If it's semi sweet, I do.
Really? Not me. That's hers. I don't fuck around like that.
I'm also not confrontational, so I would just be like, nah, I don't smell anything.
I understand that, but look, you're not confrontational. Look, I've only been with people that where I'm like, wow, we never had it. And it's just right before she saw you, she was like, nah, well, I mean, that's not it. But yeah, I know you're being silly. But
My thing, would you rather have that guy that's not like pure hummus shit that Eric was sitting next to, or would you rather have a guy like a dude that just jumps on cologne?
Well,
Cologne gives me a headache.
yeah, it does. But I'd rather the cologne, even though I hate that.
Not me. I'd rather have shit.
Rio. You'd rather sit through Rio.
And then like hardcore, like Armenian cologne. Yeah, dude.
Just think of Armenian without the cologne. That's what this was. I don't know. You know what I mean? So, all right, drinking less seconds. All right. I'm really curious as to what everyone thinks about when you should say. Okay, yeah. All right, so here's another scenario. So I just booked a dine up here. Okay. All right. Again? No. This piece of shit. The way you said it made it seem like
It's like season 2. I can't wait.
No, it would be 3. God damn it. So I just booked I'm dying up here. That's how you should have said it. This is back then. Yeah, so I'm at the Improv bar, and I see a comic that I haven't seen in a while because he was going through some stuff. And I walk up to him and I say, where you been, man? How you doing? And he's like, it's been a rough time, but you know what? I'm feeling good. I'm back. I'm actually up for this show. Oh, no. I'm up for this show. It's called Down Up Here in this park. All right. And you just got it. I just got it. Now, one of the things I looked at and I said to myself, I'll tell you what I did, but after you tell me what you would do. All right, so what you said, he was going through stuff. So like, I know what I would do. What would you do? I would go, bro, I just got that part. That's what I would do.
No, I would not do that. I would really do that because I'm not a therapist, and I don't want to deal with the crisis management right there. I'm like, oh man, hopefully you get it, and I'd walk away.
That's wild. You know what? I understand why you would. That's not a wrong answer. No, I know. I understand, but I would.
I'm not his agent.
I understand, yeah, but I would tell him because I would feel like it's the right thing to do, I guess. But I get why you do that, and you're making a fair point.
It's like you're close to blowing your head off. Listen to this. I just got the part.
No, well, my thing, I wouldn't say that. My thing was like how you said it. You should be like, I thought it like this. See this guy later and be like, oh man, yeah, you got that part, and it's like, it's like, oh fuck, because I know the business. This sucks, dude. It's having this a version of this is happening to me. Yeah, that's my favorite.
It was the same part you were going out for.
Yes. So that's what you did. Yeah, I said to him, I said, oh man, you know what? I just booked that. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what I'm saying right now because, like, that whole movie. Yeah. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I get what you're saying, Brendan, but that is interesting, though. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Well, because I'm glad that he said that because I totally agree with his sentiment. Well, a lot of people would do. Yeah.
But I just had the same thing here. Like, some of the dad's kids tried out for the same team Tiger did. And I found out early Tiger made the team. I didn't say shit.
That's a little different. There's so many spots.
No, there's not. There's 9 spots. There's 240 kids.
Okay, let's say it was football and Tiger was going out for the quarterback. This is the starting quarterback for this like prestigious kids.
I still think it's different when it comes to your kids.
No, but then you're Vince Herman because the dad was just excited.
The other dad comes out. He's like, my kid's about to be the quarterback of that team. I can't wait.
I would do the same thing. I would be like, just so you know.
Count what you would, Chris. You say that, and when we come up, I'm like, man, hopefully we hear something. I'm like,
If it was a friend,
no, I know. Check this out. I'll tell you why I disagree with Brendan on this. Because let's say the kid is not going to be the starting quarterback, the other kid, but then you're going to see him. But that kid makes the team, and he's like, that awkward. I'm just trying to avoid the awkwardness later when you could have been up front. That's all I'm saying. That's not even in my calculus.
Brendan Child upset that he got made fun of just a little bit by Chris D'Elia. I mean, first of all, that bad breath story that Shaw told, I bet you it was actually the other way around. of Sean's former friends, because Sean doesn't really have friends anymore, told him that his breath was really bad. Because everything Papa says is a lie, so I'm betting the opposite is probably the truth of that story. And someone said it to him, because his breath probably does smell like crap, because he's always doing that dipping stuff. That stuff you put in your mouth and your lip. You're gonna spit out. That is the most disgusting thing anybody could ever do. I remember when I was in the Navy, the guys on the ship would do that, walking around with their empty water bottles, spitting into it. And they would just leave their water bottles all over the aircraft carrier. Oh, that was so annoying. They gotta remember my job to have to clean any of that up. So much job, not lying, but just so you got that lump in their lip and they're trying to talk, and it's like, just I guarantee you that story was actually the other way around. And they were telling Baba that his breath stinks because he's always doing that dipping stuff. What is that stuff? Skull? I know he probably uses some other brand, but you know, with the little pouches, never a fan of that. I mean, he is a sensitive fellow. He can't even do my singer. But he's sitting there looking like Slim Shady. And all I gotta say, but kind of a little trashing for Texas, but let me know your thoughts.
Right away. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That to me, I don't want to think I'm gonna get something and know it's dude. I've been there, and it is so. You're like, why the fuck didn't they just tell me? That's how but also, Chris, it could be like you also don't know what's gonna happen. Like to Tiger's team, like maybe the kids were so good they're taking 11 kids. And you're not getting it. So I don't fucking know. That's why it's acting. When it comes to acting too, it's like maybe the guy was so good he got another role. So I'm not the fucking director, so I can be the one that gives you bad news. I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just talking about sidebar. It's not. That's a coward's way. We like. No, it's not. It's not. It's actually not a coward's way because you want. Because I'm not the fucking. Honestly, I don't appreciate you teasing him. Anything with the tank top. The last scenario. Okay, the fact that he came with. I'm just guessing. Hilarious. It's not him. But he actually was going for this part too. You know what he said to me? This is what Donnell comes up to me and goes, he sees me, goes, yeah, man, I was going out for that part, but he goes, but there was a weight requirement, and he just walked away. He's like, I was like, you motherfucker! I said to his back, but that's what. All right, last scenario, guys. Just wait real quick. Back to the audition thing. I was once on this audition, and Brian was helping me with it. He's like, you ain't get it, dude. And it's my buddy was the director. He's like, you ain't get it. And I walked in the audition room, and I saw Nick Jonas going for the same part, and I just went, all right, probably not gonna get it. He said, you're gonna get it, or you're not gonna get it? You're gonna get it. I was like, dude, this is a show, and you fit everything. And our boys, the director, I walked in, and Nick Jonas was sitting there. And that's how he made the band. What was it? Yeah, but you know what? Jonas Brothers. Kids, I don't know. I mean, I just say this. I've been in that exact situation. I've been in that exact situation that had that similar thought. I walk into an audition and there's like famous people sitting there.
And I was like, oh, I'm not going to get this. I was that guy. But I did get it, and I was on Workaholics for 8 years. So you can't think like that. I was that guy. I was the guy that was in the room that was like, sorry, I'm here.
Sorry, guys. Well, that's why you're a successful actor, Eric. I mean, drugs and fucking cocaine.
I remember down up here, I walked into the audition room.
In order to go into television. So when he comes back, he has to recite it. The nature of that recitation depends on what he did. On a Mesa fragment, so I said, if I look on a Mesa, he defecated. When he comes back to the place of interest to work, tell him to do that. He requires immersion in a mikvah. On the other hand, look on a matter marriage, if he just urinates, then how would he treat it?
What's up, sluts? Everybody's favorite pimp here. It is 2nd of Adar, 5786, Thursday, February 19th, 2026. This is day 55. And I told a story yesterday where I would just say 55. I didn't do it for a long period of time, but I just, I did it. Then when I realized that it like hurt somebody, then I stopped. But I just, because you're supposed to honor your father and mother. Alright. There was something else. I did do something else. I don't know. Anyway. If you're wondering, I've got these fucking bots going and just programming robots, and I think it'll be worth it in the future. So if I have to like keep an eye on them, apologies for the distraction. Nobody's watching this bullshit anyway. Okay, I've got 99 Ceresin, but a bitch ain't one. Chilozone, Nerix Trunculus, that bitch is always like a Pokemon Dolus, that's the Jewish diaspora, and that's Chachma, wisdom, being understanding, Da'at, knowledge. Chalaf is the knife, Shechita is slaughter, Shochet is the slaughter, Bedika is examination or inspection. Chalaf is the instrument of surgical sharpness used to perform Shechita. Halakha, body of Jewish law, halakhic in accordance with halakha, kosher, correct, fit, appropriate. Nevi'ela, an animal that was not slaughtered by Shechita. Rabbi, this pimp. Shechita, a Jewish religious humane method of slaughtering animals and poultry for food. The Chabad website has a typo. They have it poultry. It's poultry. Poultry. Shochet, plural shoktim. The person who performs shechita, qualified with a thorough knowledge of Jewish law, animal anatomy, and pathology, and licensed by both religious and civic authorities. Torah, the source of all Jewish teaching and law, also referred to as the law of Moses. Treifa, literally torn, generally used to denote non-kosher food. Zar, Ba'alei, Chaim. The Jewish teaching that cruelty to animals diminishes man's own ethical and moral standing, and that it is contrary to Jewish law to cause animals pain or distress. Shochet must be learned in the laws of kosher slaughter and adept at sharpening and polishing his knives. Could be her knives, known as shtelin, chalef in Yiddish. He or she also trains under an experienced shochet to learn how to hold the animal firmly, to slaughter it quickly and smoothly. Often, but not always, the shochet is also trained to be a bodek, a checker, who examines the inner organs of the animal to ensure that it was healthy at the time of death. In the modern factory setup, these tasks are often divided. Yaycock and often Yam go piss in the ocean, like tis dying. I gotta do this bullshit. May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace. Akin ani medaber ivrit bekar ivrit mikrayit afshe befol anaknu amur medaber Yiddish o ulai army shegam otan ani yakol medaber bamida mesu yemet avo ani maadi angli lakin bolu medaber angli zainishma tolecha. Okay, just bear with me. This will be worth it for Israel. So, okay. No way, that fucking worked. No shit. Alright, that'd be tight if that shit worked. Alright, so to sing this song. Wouldn't it be tight for it? Nagila Chava, Nagila Chava, Nagila Ben Ismecha, Hava, Nagila Chava, Nagila Chava, Nagila Ben Ismecha. Havanera, 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 Venishmecha, Havanera, 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 Venishmecha. Achim, Urachim, Benesamea, Urachim, Benesamea, Urachim, Benesamea, Urachim, Benesamea, Urachim, Benesamea. Hey! Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hey, Misnaka, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hey, Misnaka. Havanera, 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 Venismeka. Havanera, 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 Venismeka. Urachim, Urachim, Balasamea, Urachim, Balasamea, Urachim, Balasamea, Urachim, Balasamea. That was tight. Alright. Dude, maybe we should do the Kabbalah part now. And this is coffee and Kabbalah and coffee and Kabbalah. Really? Yeah. Why? Why not? Alright, high color Zutari tea. The Lesser Palaces. It's an anonymous, more Kabbalistic 3rd to 6th century CE, made antique Roman, Byzantine, Palestine, or we don't use that. Scratch that.
Koi shouldn't put on the belt below his hips and not above his elbows. Rashi, the matching of him, Mokum Shikpa Bonova, Suman Hatzatan, Haraki Rashi, was refers to the area of the stomach, the area right below the stomach. And if a person has a little bit of flesh that goes over his belt, the abdomen goes underneath the stomach, and the face where a person sweats. Therefore, again, it's very good there. Below the mountain, not above the elbow, and that's the neck of the Rashi. He says, well, the mountain, when the Adam is in negative marathon, Shikoi Kudo, the Sham Ayan Shok is coming Alazala, Osmania. Also, above the elbow,
At 5, high galacticity and lacticity, less analysis. Author Anonymous Mystic, date 36, MC4, late antiquarian,
Ella,
visiting
capital
Babylon.
S, the negative Axila Udation. That's what I would say.
High galacticity is one of the earliest and most important texts in Makar mysticism. Marseille, work of the chariot. It describes the ascent of Rabbi Akiva through the heavenly palaces, Higgalot palaces, to the divine throne. It focuses on mystical ascent, descent to the chariot paradox, ascent, angelic hierarchies, liturgical adjurations, vision of the throne, structure outline, opening framework, presented as mystical teachings revealed to Rabbi Akiva, emphasis on secrecy and qualification, warning that improper use leads to danger or death, preparation for ascent, ritual purity requirements, fasting and ascetic discipline, recitation of divine names, use of seals to pass heavenly gates, the 7 palaces, Shema, 7 heavens palaces. Each palace contains fearsome angelic gatekeepers, specific passwords and divine names, threats to unworthy visitors. The mystic must correctly recite names, demonstrate spiritual worth, stand terrifying angelic guardians, angelic hierarchy descriptions often surrey princes of the fire, seraphim, Hayat, living creatures, heavy emphasis on angelic power, angelic hostility to humans, divine authority over angels, divine names and adjurations. Large portions consist of long strings of sacred names, magical sounding formulae, protective invocations, purpose and safe ascent, control over angels, mystical aura, vision of the throne, description of the commandment with divine glory, fire, light and overwhelming radiance, divine body imagery, highly symbolic and later controversial, the throne vision echoes, Book of Ezekiel, Ezekiel 1, early apocalyptic traditions like First Enoch, liturgical elements, heavenly hymns, angelic praise formulas, repetitive chant-like structures. This shows early links between mysticism, prayer, proto-Kabbalistic theology, theological themes, human ascent to heaven is possible and dangerous, divine names, functions, cosmic keys, angels resist human intrusion, authority of Torah, sages over angels, mystical experiences and use secret knowledge, importance of foundational texts of high Quranic literature, influenced later works like Haikalot 3, Sefer Haggai, precursor to medieval Kabbalah, shows Judaism's early mystical and magical traditions. If you'd like, I can next outline Haikalot Greater Palaces, or compare Haikalot to
No, that's okay. So, why do we sometimes say the world to come, but other times it's heaven? It seems like heaven isn't mentioned in Torah. So, where does this come about in using the term heaven? That, like, heavens are used, but not heaven in the traditional, like, afterlife sense. Give me the breakdown, please.
That's called the shibus. Yeah, I called shibus. It's a concept like this. Means the abundance. Shibus do not apply in the or the abundance not like this. Therefore, then, the point of the GTM finger is permitted to go ahead and push the lead on his finger on Shabbos inside the Beis Hamikdash basically narrows down. And if his goal ultimately again is to draw blood out of canvas and also, then ultimately the English club as an English defense was a different answer. And Rashi says, the Kabulu is a draw.
Great question. You're
So
100%
what's the
right to
intention
notice
to
the
draw blood? That's
distinction.
something.
In the Torah, we see Shamim, Shemayim, heavens, but not heaven as a clearly defined afterlife destination the way later Judaism and Christianity speaks about it. The shift happens gradually. Here's the breakdown. In the Torah, Chomer Shumash, 5 books of Moses, the word used is Shemayim, heavens. Example, Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. What does Shemayim mean here? It means the sky, the cosmic realm above, God's dwelling metaphorically. It does not clearly mean a reward location after death, a paradise for souls. People die in the Torah, they go to Sheol, graveyard. Sheol is shadowy, literally, not reward or punishment focused. Not clearly heaven or hell. So you're right, early Torah theology does not describe heaven as the post-mortem world. Early biblical development provides some writings, later Tanakh books begin expanding the picture. For example, the book of Daniel, Daniel 12, introduces resurrection. The book of Isaiah hints at eternal life imagery. Psalm sometimes speaks of being taken by God. Still, there is no fully systematized heaven as reward, but the seed is forming. The righteous are associated with God's presence. God dwells in the heavens. Therefore, proximity to God begins to imply post-mortem reward. Second Temple period, major shift. This is where things change significantly. Influences of apocalyptic literature, angelology, resurrection theology, possibly Persian ideas not broken but often discussed. Books like Third King, 2 Maccabees. Now we see mortal heavens, heavenly reward chambers, punishment areas, thrones, angel realms. Heaven starts meaning a structured post-death reality for the righteous. Rabbinic Judaism, Talmudic period. Now we get clearer terminology. Gan Eden, Garden of Eden, used as the place of reward for righteous souls after death. Olam Haba, the world to come, can mean afterlife realm, future messianic era, post-resurrection world. Shabbat several firmaments is described in Talmud Kiyid world to be. Now heaven becomes a layered cosmology, a place of souls, a realm of angels, God's throne domain. Why we switch between heavens and hell is the historically different ideas of the term meaning. Later, Shemayim, heavens, sky, cosmic realm, spiritual realm, heaven, afterlife sense, not exclusively reward, Ganon. Earthly God, post-death reward, Olam Haba, mountain Torah, theological afterlife concept. Originally, heaven was cosmological term. Later, heaven, theological designation. Theological point. Classical Judaism does not focus heavily on going to heaven. The main focus becomes resurrection, triumphant eternity, messianic era, living in a perfected world. So even later Judaism doesn't emphasize heaven the way Christianity does. So, where did heaven come from? It developed through 1. Biblical evolution, 2. Apocalyptic literature, 3. Rabbinic interpretation, mystical traditions like Haggadah literature, 5. Later medieval Jewish philosophy. It was not properly formed until the Torah. It emerged over centuries. If you'd like, I can next explain the difference between Gan Eden and Olam Haba, whether heaven in Judaism is temporary or eternal, or how this differs from Christianity. Your instincts here are very sharp. This is exactly the kind of textual historical awareness most people miss.
A small bandage, but again, it was like a more significant item. So that's typically context function. You're tracking about other possibilities. I'm telling that you need to make it here. And you just said, most of again, when did you learn that if you make it 30, 40, don't buy some type of bandage, that's an instrument that you can grasp. About silks and cotton cases.
Perfect. Let's go deeper and clean on this. You're asking for the real distinction between Gan Eden, Garden of Eden, Olam Haba, because people use them interchangeably, but they are not the same thing. Gan Eden, Gan Eden, what it originally meant, in Genesis it's a physical garden on earth, but in Rabbinic Judaism it becomes a place where righteous souls go after death before resurrection. Key features, it is spiritual, souls exist without bodies. It is a moral state. It is often called heaven in a speech. Sources, Talmud, Midrashic literature. Important Gan Eden is usually understood as temporary. It lasts from death until resurrection. Olam Haba, Olam Haba, Olam Haba. This term is more complex. It can mean three different things depending on context. A, the afterlife, sometimes used that way. Sometimes rabbis use Olam Haba to mean the soul world after death. B, the messianic era, the prophetic world under Mashiach, Messiah. C, the post-resurrection world, post-technical meaning, after Tayat HaMetim, resurrection of the dead. This is the ultimate eternal state. Now, Rambam system, very important. Maimonides Rambam makes a sharp distinction. Gan Eden is metaphor for intellectual soul pleasure. Olam Haba means purely spiritual eternal existence of the intellect. Resurrection, temporary stage before ultimate spiritual existence. He downplays physical paradise imagery. Rambam's system, opposite direction. Nachmanides Rambam disagrees. He holds Gan Eden means temporary soul realm. Olam Haba means physical, spiritual, resurrected world. The final state is embodied, not disembodied. This becomes closer to Kabbalistic thinking. Kabbalistic view in Kabbalah, there are levels of Gan Eden. Lower Gan Eden, upper Gan Eden. Souls ascend spiritually through levels. Olam Haba is cosmic rectification, divine revelation, post-resurrection reality. Is heaven eternal in Judaism? Short answer, usually no, not the Christian sense. Classical Jewish structure looks like this. 1. Death. 2. Cosmic Gehenna, temporary. 3. Gan Eden, soul world. 4. Resurrection. 5. Olam Haba, ultimate eternal state. Heaven. Gan Eden is often a waiting room. The final goal is a perfected, resurrected reality. Why people confuse them? Because in casual speech, Gan Eden is heaven. Olam Haba is heaven. Going to heaven means dying righteous. And technically, they are different stages in Jewish theology. Big conceptual difference from Christianity. In most Christian theology, heaven is final and eternal. In Judaism, the final state is tied to resurrection, earthly restoration, national redemption. Mashiach heaven is not the ultimate goal. Redemption is. If you are next week going to where Gehenna fits whether non-Jews have Gan Eden, or how Hasidim to rephrase all of this. Alright, let's plug in the missing piece. Gehenna. This is the part that people either exaggerate or completely misunderstand. Where does the word come from? Gehenna comes from the valley of Hinnom, Geben Hinnom, valley of the son of Hinnom. In Tanakh, this valley near Jerusalem is associated with idolatry, child sacrifice, divine judgment. Over time, it became symbolic of post-mortem. Is Gehenna in the Torah or was it afterlife? The Torah mentions Sheol, the grave, underworld, but Gehenna as a structured place of judgment develops later, especially in Second Temple literature, rabbinic literature. What is Gehenna in rabbinic Judaism? In the Talmud, Gehenna is usually a temporary purification process, not eternal damnation. Rarely permanent. Famous teaching. Most souls are judged for up to 12 months. That's why Kaddish, Kaddish means prayers said for 11 months. We assume our loved one isn't wicked enough to need for 12 months. What happens there? Think less eternal torture. Spiritual detox. Soul experiences, awareness of its misdeeds, shame, distance from divine light, pain is existential, not necessarily physical fire. Though fire imagery is used, mystically it's exposure to truth. Who goes there? According to the rabbis, most people go through some level of Gehenna. The completely righteous may bypass it. The extremely wicked may face equivalent punishment, very debatable. But classical Judaism does not emphasize eternal hell, where Christianity does. Structure of the afterlife, classical living. Here's the traditional flow. 1. Death to immediate judgment. 3. Gehenna, immediate temple. 4. Galilee, soul equivalent state. 5. Resurrection, tekiah-kavetim, Hayat-ati. 6. Olam haba, ultimate perfect existence. Gehenna is a stage, not the destination. Do non-Jews have a share? According to the Mishnah Agent 10.1, the righteous of the nations have a share in Olam haba. So yes, non-Jews can attain judgment eternal. Kabbalistic expansion. Kabbalah describes 4 levels of Gehenna, soul reincarnation, reincarnation, spiritual repair process. In this view, Gehenna is part of cosmic rectification. Judaism's afterlife system is not Gehenna versus hell internally. It is purification, elevation, redemption from ultimate God. See ultimate God is resurrection, divine revelation, effectively. If you want next, go even deeper. Is Gehenna fire literal or metaphorical? Do souls recognize each other? Where does Satan fit into all this? Or how Shabbat explains the whole system differently? You choose the rabbit hole.
Let's say the calling is going on the Avoda, and in the midst of the Avoda, he puts his hand in his shirt. He puts his hand in his shirt, just like the rest of his hand on his chest. But in that moment, what's happening? His hand is between his flesh and the Karuna. So
Alright, let's go into the next layer. Where does Satan fit into all this? Because Judaism's view of Satan is villain. Alright, let's go into the next layer. Where does Satan fit into all this? Because Judaism's view of Satan is very different from the Christian view. In the Torah, the word shaitan, Satan, adversary, prosecutor, literally means Alright, let's go into the next layer. Where does Satan fit into all this? Because Judaism's view of Satan is very different from the Christian devil. In the Torah, the word shaitan, Satan, adversary, prosecutor, literally means accuser, criminal, close call. It is a wrong, not a river. Example, in Book of Job, Satan appears as a member of the divine court, prosecuting eternally, operating both human courts and mission. He is hunting. In the Talmud says something extremely important. Open quote. Satan, the Yetzer Hara, evil inclination, and the angel of death. Close quote. Meaning, Satan is inner impulse to wrongdoing, the heavenly prosecutor, the force that carries out death. It is one system, not a cosmic enemy of God, a role in the afterlife. After death, the soul is judged. 2. Satan functions as prosecutor. 3. Divine mercy still overrides. He doesn't. Gehenna, judgment is divine. No independence. Judaism is practically monotheistic. Even destructive forces come from God to serve divine purpose. God's fully good and ultimate design. Satan is not a fallen angel, but a rival deity. Translated Christian. Kabbalistic view. Kabbalah adds labels. It speaks of the Sitra Achos, spiritual laws. But even these are not necessarily fulfilling cosmic tools of divine concealment. They cannot exist independently. Hasidic explanation very clearly. In Shastra, Chassidut, Hasidic view, evil exists for free will, spiritual growth, feeling and falling, the Baal Shem Tov law. Even the Satan is ultimately evil. So let's tie it all together. Afterlife system in classical Judaism. Satan prosecutes, Gehenna purifies, Galilee equals, resurrection restores, Olam Haba perfects. But the whole system is unified under God. There is no dualism. Now let's go deeper into all this. Is Gehenna literally fire? Do souls recognize each other? Is reincarnation mainstream? What happens at resurrection exactly? Pick your direction.
By night, it's by day. Usually by the house, so where does the shadow come up? The man, the Amar Laila is man is given. So according to the opinion of those that are close to one, both by day and by night, now I have a shadow, does it very to the country. So that my mitzvah to do that, chayitz, olo chayitz, was a situation in a mitzvah that is on the body of the boy. Does that mitzvah have the ability to do the country or not? The valgulus was this question of the valgulus in the role. Meaning the question kind of took on a traction of his own. Well, much of the coming to Rabbi Ami. And it was present before Rabbi Ami. What does Rabbi Ami say? Amalus, Amalus, which is ruling, current focus.
Literal fire. Gehenna imagery comes from Valley of Him. It was associated with burning and judgment, so fire language entered Jewish imagination. In the Talmud, fire is described but recognizes flame. Fire is spiritual shape, awareness of truth, exposure to divine reality. It burns because the soul recognizes the voice. Rabbi was a Yahwehite. He strongly believes metaphorical punishment and loss of closeness to God. Flames. Kabbalistically, fire can be spiritual purification energy, the intensity of divine light experienced as pain, not necessarily physical combustion. Consequently, classical Judaism does not require literal fire. Fire means purification as exposure to truth. Do souls recognize each other? This is debated, but most yes. Talmudic light, souls are aware. They know they're descendants. They know each other. Midrash describes the righteous sitting together in God. Kabbalah says souls exist in relational structures, therefore isolated. However, recognition is soul-level, not body-level, essence level. Is reincarnation mainstream? In early rabbinic literature, no. In medieval Kabbalah, yes. The idea of guilt, reincarnation, becomes central. Isaac Luria, the Arizal. According to Luria and Kabbalah, souls return to fix unfinished spiritual work. Not everyone reincarnates, only when needed for decoding. Chassidiut accepts this framework, rationalists like Rambam draw it to opposite. Today, in mystical Judaism, reincarnation is standard. In philosophical Judaism, it's optional. What happens at resurrection? Resurrection of the dead. This is one of the 13 principles of faith according to Enlightenment. At some future stage, bodies are restored, souls reunite with purified bodies. Death is abolished, world is perfected. Debate about resurrection may be temporary before final spiritual existence. Resurrection is permanent, final state is impermanent. Resurrection reveals the demon's divine light and physical reality. Matter itself becomes transparent to divinity, putting it all together. Here's the full Jewish arc: 1. Death, 2. Judgment, 3. Gehenna, purification, Gan Eden, soul, 5. Cosmic reincarnation, 6. Resurrection, 7. Olam Haba, ultimate perfected existence, no eternal hell, no rival devil, no sinful heaven, hell, binary. It's repair and elevation system. If you want next, we can tackle: do wicked people ever get annihilated? Do animals have souls in this system? What happens immediately in the first 72 hours after death, according to Jewish sources? Basically, mapping the entire Jewish metaphysical structure of this world.
Yes, because I betrayed him. Really beautiful. Seemingly.
The problem is, the Turin applies to Israelim and to European. Kohanim really are also clear according to the version of Gemara. And you use Lashon HaKodesh because you want to maintain a certain level of textual symmetry. Therefore, I'm not going to say Kohanim are Israelim and Israelim are Turin, you just said everyone is Kohanim. So the Gemara says as follows. You should not be trying to that time you're in the Nita in the Kodesh. There wasn't any of that stuff. You have to play different zoning. This does not close the country. So it's usually over here. Assuming you're not close the country. Kasha, Hadiyad, Hadiresh. When we say that,
Alright, we're going to finish the whole metaphysical plan. 3 big questions. Are souls annihilated? Do animals have souls? happens in the first 72 hours after death? Let's go carefully. Some souls annihilate related. This is one of the most debated topics in Jewish theology, including hymns. Talmud suggests most Jews have a share in a number. Some extremely wicked individuals may not, but it does not clearly define eternal torture. Raphael's position, like-minded, he introduces a major idea. Some souls may experience current or spiritual excision, meaning the soul ceases to exist and does not receive eternal life. For Rambam, the worst punishment is non-existence, not fire, not torment, extinction. Rambam and Kabbalah. Now, when thoughts of later Kabbalists disagree, they generally hold. Very few souls are completely destroyed. Most undergo purification. Even very damaged souls can eventually be repaired. Lurianic Kabbalah especially emphasizes cosmic repair over annihilation.
Humanities is
Annihilation exists in some Jewish thought, but eternal damnation is not central thesis in Judaism. Do animals have souls? Yes, but not the same kind as humans. Judaism describes multiple soul levels: fresh life forms. Spirit, Shema, Neshama, higher soul. Animals have nefesh, life force, consciousness. Humans have nefesh, ruach, neshama. Do animals go to heaven? The book of Ecclesiastes raises the question: who knows whether the spirit of man rises upward and the spirit of the animal descends? The Talmud does not systematically describe animal afterlife. Kabbalah suggests animals have spiritual root. They do not face judgment like humans. Some mystical traditions say animals connected to righteous people remain elevated or animals in the first 72 hours after death. Now we enter traditional mystical materials, specifically Zohar, passages. Here's the traditional breakdown. First 3 days, sun, heart, earth, root, grave and earth is disoriented and unaware. Why? Because the soul is still attached to the body Decomposition Some describe the soul experiences distress and body decays. This is one reason Jewish burial levels are weekly. After 7 days, by the end of Shiva's 7-day holy period, the soul begins fully transitioning into its next stage. After 30 days, the soul stabilizes further in its post-death state. 12 months. Judgment and purification are generally completed within 12 months. The full system involved 5 days. Soul hovers, finishing judgment, care and purification is needed. Gan Eden, soul state, possible reincarnation, resurrection. Some extreme souls, possible annihilation by non-nuclear. Animals, life force returns to divine source, no more judgment. Picture Judaism is less about eternal torture, more about purification, focused on repair, focused on resurrection. Focused on restore. The end goal is escape to heaven. It's cosmic redemption. If you want to go even further, we can explore near-death experiences might align with Jewish sources. What happens to suicides according to Halacha? Whether Mashiach changes the afterlife system. How Hamas differ from Hamas. This is differently. You've basically completed the classical Jewish afterlife architecture.
Have you ever had a near-death experience? Yeah, I never thought I would, but I had surgery, very important surgery in my life, one of like 4 I had that year, and I don't want to go into them right now, but there were complications apparently. I was never fully explained, and I think I understand why, because I would have potentially had a major lawsuit against the doctor, and I really liked him, and I didn't want to sue him, and I did everything that I could really to schedule the surgery around Shabbat and around working life, and I didn't have any time off. Um, but I had to have the surgery basically done. And so I received approval and was able to pay cash for it, which was expensive. And I made arrangements and I was going to be home by Shabbat. hours to spare. And I remember going under, and we were going to count down from 100. I'm like, okay. And I've been in surgeries before, and I remember that I only get to like 98, and then I'm out. But when I woke, I saw the doctor like this, and I could see the relief on his face that I came to. And I didn't know how much time had gone by. And I could just tell he thought I was going to die or I was dead. I mean, maybe I wasn't dead, but I could see his face, his life flash before his eyes, that like he was in fear that I was going to die. And I think it was a lot on him, and without going into complications, I was not coming out of. I really don't know. I think I know I had a huge loss of blood, and I had a huge loss of blood to the point where I couldn't walk. And when I awoke, I'm thinking to myself, "Oh, okay, it's going to be Shabbat in a few hours," and he said, "It's almost midnight." And I'm like, "It's almost midnight." And he said, "We couldn't do everything that we were supposed to do in the surgery." And I was really disappointed because it was already like, what am I going to do about Shabbat? And then boom, they weren't able to do everything. That's why, I had 4 different surgeries that year, major surgeries, where fully under anesthesia and such. And my car was at the surgical center. I mean, he wasn't just a doctor, he was a surgeon, and a very famous surgeon. Has a Wikipedia, was someone who developed a certain type of very important surgery. He was like one of the forefathers of this type of surgery. I wasn't having that. He was doing something else with me. But anyway, it was like 11. What time is it? It's about 11 o'clock. And he knows that I'm a religious Jew, and he and the nurse, got me off the table, and I could not walk. I remember being like, "There is no blood in me. I could not walk." More than just like I just had a lot of trouble walking, to the point where they were having to and I think under other circumstances they would have called an ambulance and taken me to the hospital, but he didn't want to do that. I think probably because he didn't want to necessarily perhaps lose his license. But when I saw him, I could really tell that he thought I was going to die. And he was relieved that I didn't. And I was very bandaged, and I don't remember what happened during that. But when you go into a surgery and it's supposed to take like an hour, and it takes like 10 hours, something went wrong. And I remember saying that to him later, that I was not planning on this, but I could not drive on Shabbat. And I couldn't drive in the state I was in anyway. And the surgeon took me home. And I remember talking about religious discussion. So his father was Jewish, and we were talking about his upbringing and such, basically, and Judaism. But I remember just talking to him about Judaism, and I got home, and because I had to leave my car, and I just knew I was going to have to leave it there until Sunday. or Saturday night is when I left it, and I couldn't walk to the door, and I had to be like carried into the. And I remember just struggling to get up the stairs, and then just. But I will say this: you'll see. I would go to a. I mean, like I think all my emails one day will become very famous, and I don't miss Shabbat, and I didn't miss Shabbat uh, of my own control. But the first surgery that I had, I was so badly bandaged, but I still wanted to come, and it'll be like funny in the future where people are like, "This person wanted to go to Shabbat, wanted to daven and look like a mummy." And absolutely, like that's how serious I was about it. Still, um, so you had a near-death experience? Yeah, but I can't really tell you any. I mean, maybe one day under like hypnosis I'd be able to remember something, but I just remember looking at the doctor and he was just like white, and I looked at him in the face and he was like so relieved that I came to, and he told me that we could not do everything that we had planned in the surgery because there were complications, and I just had bled a lot more than had been expected, and I could feel it. I mean, I've bled a lot in my life, far more than any person should ever bleed. I mean, I have bled to the point where I push on my head and I drop and I pass out. Like it takes out everything. I mean, it's just a terrible situation. No one should ever bleed as much as I have bled. And it's one thing to bleed and have the ability to have treatment. It's another thing to bleed and not and like have to use and not have to not have the resources and supplies to be able to clot yourself or to get proper medical attention. Bleeding is terrible, and especially when it's from like like artery areas or close to it or places that won't clot. Oh, it's just a terrible situation. And this was not even that time. So I dealt with the loss of blood a lot. And when you don't have a lot of blood, you get very cold. And I can tell you I've experienced it multiple times in my life. And you become like absolutely weak. And it was just the closest you ever felt that you were going to die. I didn't. I think it's probably the closest that I came to ever dying. I mean, I'll just ask anybody else out there. Have you ever had a surgeon drive you home? That just doesn't happen. I've never known it. And I think I would have had, if I wanted to, a major lawsuit against this doctor if I wanted, but I didn't. He had helped me. He's my friend. And it was a situation where do you wish he would have taken you to the hospital? I mean, if I wasn't coming to after 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, I would have been able to. But it just was a bad situation. So did I have did you see the light kind of no, but I have known of people to do that, and I've known one woman, she never told me this story, but she told a family member this story, where she, I believe, was in a surgery, and there was a light that everybody talks about, you see the light, and the voice in her head said, "Don't go to the light." And apparently, if you go to the light, you die. It was against your intuition, like, oh, go to the light. No, if you go to the light, you die. If you stay in the dark, you remain on earth. And she would go on to have a very good career and other things. But anyway, near-death experiences are very interesting, and I don't recall having that going to the light, but I do know that I was going in for a relatively minor, well, a surgery that was, I had complications during surgery. And I've been in a lot of surgeries, really. Everywhere from my feet to my head. I've had multiple foot surgeries. I've had plantar fasciitis. I've had hammer toe surgery. I've had um, facial reconstruction surgery. Multiple. Um, I've had minor inpatient surgeries. I've had multiple spinal taps. Spinal tap is the worst pain I've ever had. I screamed like a little girl. And the second one that they were going to do, I told them, you got to put me under. I can't, I don't want that pain again. Could you undergo it? Yeah. But um, it was like I could feel someone in my bone, in my fucking spine, and I did not like that, and it hurt like a motherfucker. And I've heard that it's the worst pain, aside from childbirth, that a person can undergo. I've been in a lot of pain in my time. Um, I've had sciatica. I've had nerve pain. I've had a lot of pain, a lot of blood. And here we are. Okay, so this was not how today was supposed to go in our learning, but this has been pretty interesting. Really quick, I had to go these. But you know what? This fucking robot seems to be going okay. So it seems like you programmed it, you know? Which is cool. Because it was a fucking bitch to do.
Alright, we're going into the next layer. Near-death experiences, suicide in love. Does Mashiach change the afterlife system? How Chabad maps the whole structure? Let's go carefully and responsibly. Near-death experiences. Continues when Jewish sources. Judaism does not treat blood and demons as proof of theology, but interesting parallels exist. Common entity forms. Tunnel of light life review. Overlapping presence. Reluctance to return. Now compare with classical sources. Ash life review. The Talmud teaches that a person must give deep cheshbon, judgment and accounting. Kabbalah describes soul reviewing its life in truth, feeling pain for lost, seeing consequences ripple out. That strikingly similar to the life review theme. Light imagery. The Zohar describes the soul encountering intense divine light. If I'm prepared that light is overwhelming. Again, parallels, but Judaism does not rely on anecdotal experiences doctrine. Suicide in halacha. This is a sensitive topic. Classically, suicide is prohibited. Life belongs to God. However, and this is critical, Shulchan rules that we assume most of the suicides today are not fully rational, meaning mental anguish, extreme distress, coercion, diminished resources. Therefore, we do not treat most suicides as deliberate murder if they receive burial, Kaddish, harsh classical categories are rarely applied. Judaism strongly leans toward compassionate practice. Does Mashiach change the afterlife system? Yes, dramatically. Mashiach Messiah Messiah primarily affects living world, but here's how it shifts things. According to Rabbi writers, Mashiach restores Jewish sovereignty, natural order, resurrection happens later. The afterlife system remains intact. Written Ramban and Kabbalah writers, Mashiach begins cosmic transformation, resurrection, abolition of death, physical reality eliminated. The whole system moves from a soul-based world to a embodied eternal reality. Heaven becomes less central, earth becomes sanctified. Ash Shabbat mostly messianic and systematizes it philosophically. Key ideas from Shneir Zalman of the early human soul structure, nefesh, life force, ruach, emotion, neshama, intellect, intellect are higher, yet you don't possess. After death, lower levels separate first, higher levels ascend. Ganid, experiencing divine understanding along with ultimate revelation answering to divine essence. Shabbat emphasizes purpose is not escaping death, purpose is Diarabatatum, the habit of achieving more, dwelling for God beyond all worlds. Meaning, the physical world becomes the highest revelation. Resurrection is superior to Ganid. Body, soul alone, that's a radical claim. The deep pattern Christian model. Heaven is the goal. Classical Jewish wisdom model. Earth perfected is the goal. Soul states are transitional. Resurrection is the climax. You've now covered judgment, Gehenna, Ganid, reincarnation, annihilation, animal souls, suicide, NDE parallels, resurrection, Mashiach, Chabad metaphysics. If you want to go even deeper, the next frontier would be, what actually is the soul according to different Jewish schools? Does free will continue after death? Can souls pray for the living? Or how this all connects to Kaddish? Pick the final layer.
You know, we're going to go to it, but before we do, have you ever considered the S word? Yeah, multiple times in my life. And I haven't talked to anybody about it. Well, the first time I did, and I was like, oh, I survived that. Okay, great. The second time, I was going to do it. I was going to do it. I still don't know why I didn't do it. It's still confusing to me why I didn't do it. Man, I know when you contemplate it, you really start learning all the different ways to die. And I mean, I can tell you the bridge I was going in Pasadena, the Colorado Street Bridge, I could tell you, and they need to put, I think they did put parking netting there. I mean, I remember I was going to park. I mean, I looked at it and Google apartments. I thought about driving to Golden Gate Bridge. So that was like the... But that was not how I was going to do it. I mean, I thought about all the ways that I put exhaust in the car, and I don't want to go into all of it, but and then I rejected all of those, and I knew of a different way I was going to do it, and I ordered all the stuff that I needed to do it. And I can tell you, I don't want to get into it, but like I can tell you so much about it. I almost feel like I did it. I didn't, thank God. But I still don't know why I didn't. I still don't know why I didn't. Like,
from where do you know that such avoda is psula as well? Half of the class. Chuka mitzvah shabbat. Also, the money mitzvah shabbat between the pasuk and the kiyah of chuka, which is yayin b'shefa al pish.
I'm still shocked that I didn't. I almost feel like I know people have planned to do it, and I had a very, I can't believe how much I planned to do it. It's like one of the big shocking things of my life that I did. And I never said it to anybody. I've talked to people about it previously, but it wasn't as serious as this other time. This other time I was going to do it. I still don't know why I didn't do it.
started out by quoting Paul 1 in Shabbat. We'll say, it's important for us to know, not just the kind of my halacha, but also with the halacha which derives from. So you want to say, I'll tell you what it means. Ina Hasam, Hava Amina Hani Midi Avoda Izar Chayev Ala Nisa. So it says, how do you learn out the obligation of, I should say, the liability of the Chesed Gadol from the pasuk of from the Shava of Shvi Yain? So it says, I would have done as follows. The Hanimudi Avoda Izar Chayev Ala Nisa. When is a coin of Osai? When is he liable if he doesn't wear the big king? Only if he didn't wear the big king of one of the avodos, which is performed by a zar and that coin, would bring a death sentence. Aval avoda ge'in zar chayiv ala nisa imalo. It was like if a coin did not make the gadol during one of the avodos, for which a zar and that coin, which would not be liable to death, would be liable to death. If it did, then not including chayiv nisa.
I don't want to go into it. I mean, I can tell you, I ordered everything that I did. I had a date. Like, I saw it through. I knew what companies to not buy the, from whom not to buy the supplies, because if you and which ones. And I still can't believe I didn't do it. I really feel like I was tested. Like it was a big time in my life when I was tested, and I still can't believe I didn't do it. Like if I ever have children, they will have no idea how close I am. I remember being so sure of it. I was like, "Oh, this is it. It's over." And just having confidence that like this is done. I thought like it's over. And buying the stuff. I hope and I don't want to go into all the different ways, but I just hope the mayor of Pasadena someday makes it so that bridge doesn't become where it has become. And some of the Golden Gate Bridge and all those places. Like, but I wasn't even going to do it that way. That was like a backup. It was, I mean, I studied every single way there was. And then picked the one that I felt was best for me. I hate to say it that way. Okay. It's a very disturbing thing, but I think it'll help people to see in the future that there is a future. I was so sure then. To my friends out there, if they ever watch this, they should know how serious I am when I say. You see how confident I am when I do this stuff. I was sure. I was so sure. And I still don't believe it. And I really think that, wow, what if this does go viral someday? This would have never happened. None of this. It would have just been shelter. But I really do think that people who do, they should be able to be buried in Jewish cemeteries, and because people are in pain, and so
human Genesis says God blew the short time
No
frame
one should be treated differently because of that.
divine life force, not yet a layered metaphysical structure. The Talmud speaks of Neshama, spirit, nefesh life force, but not yet systematically defined. Kabbalistic model, fully developed in the Zohar and later in the teachings of Isaac Luria. 5 levels. 1. Nefesh, action, vitality. 2. Ruach, emotion. 3. Neshama, intellect. 4. Chaya, transcendent life force. 5. Yehidah, absolute unity with God in Herbal. The Yeshua Zalman of Yad. Yehidah is the core divine spark that can never be corrupted. That's huge. It means the essence of the Jews is intact. Does freedom continue after death? Short answer, no, at least not in the same way. In this world, free will exists because God is hidden. After death, reality is revealed. Without concealment, there is no God. Therefore, no passing free will. However, Kabbalah suggests souls may continue spiritual growth, but not through struggle, rather through revelation. Free will is unique to God. That's why this world is considered spiritually higher in some respects. Can souls pray for the living? This is widely affirmed in traditional Judaism. The Talmud implies that the righteous are aware of this world. Zohar expands. Souls may intercede, visiting graves, curating clean graves of the righteous is meaningful. The soul is elevated when one award. Important distinction: we do not pray to the dead. We ask God to consider their merit. That's a major halachik boundary. How does Kaddish actually help? Kaddish, sanctification prayer, does not mention death. It magnifies God's name. Yigdal Mikdash Shmei Roma. Why does this help the deceased? Because a child body can sanctify God's name, creates merit. In mystical terms, the soul ascends levels in the Torah. Its first body begins merit. Zohar describes when a son says Kiddush, harsh judgments are swept. Spiritually, the soul is connected to its earthly parent. When descendants act righteously, the soul is lighted in Christ. Francis says a sevenfold architecture, human life, body's multi-layered soul, free will, the divine concealment. Death, soul separates, judgment, purification if needed. Afterlife, Gan Eden, spiritual delight. Reincarnation, intercession for the living ones. Future, Mashiach, resurrection. Principle. This world is the arena of choice. The next world is the arena of clarity. Radical Jewish claim. The body is not a prison. Physical reality is not a mistake. The final state is not floating suns. It is resurrected embodied existence in a perfected world. That is dramatically different from Greek influence soul-scale moments. You now have the full, classical, mystical Jewish metaphysical system wrapped. If you want one last quantitative layer, we could explore what happens to the soul during sleep, mini death model, the metaphysics of dreams. Life mourning practices are structured in 3, 7, 13, 12 stages. Otherwise, you've basically completed the entire architecture.
I remember this, and I'm far than all cylinders. I'm as much of a tzaddik as you could ever be. And but under this one situation, I like to save my life. I couldn't stay at the surgical center, and I needed rest, and I lost a lot of blood. And I still feel badly because I always prepared really, really well, but it's like you can't anticipate. Surgical complications are very difficult. Like I could have been out, I could have died. And I remember now talking to the doctor, the surgeon, about Rambam, because he was, Rambam was a doctor, and we talked the whole time. And I just remember teaching him about Rambam as I was in this very weird state. And to the other time, that was the near-death experience here in Consider. And the other thing, I still don't know what I'm going to do. And wouldn't it be interesting that, like, I feel like I could help the world a lot, and I could help Israel a lot, and it would be like none of that shit would have even happened if, like, I think of the book of Job and like why I was like I still think about Job. My dad was always very fascinated by Job. Why Job was challenged as much as Job wasn't. And we could never really get a great answer to it. Perhaps it had to do with intergenerational punishments or intergenerational misdeeds that came to Job. Who knows? But I still don't know why I would do it. It would be like, I don't know, like if we were taking a musket ball or something, he could have never worn stuff the British, like, or the Rabbi, like, his ship is sank and sank like we would have been troubled in the same way that we were. Like, what would have changed if just one thing would have changed? And I don't like thinking about it, but I've never said it to anybody. So, you know, so if anybody's out there, it's never too late. Like, things can get better. I console people all the time who are struggling in life, and I don't share it with them. And I don't mean to make a comparison, but I've been in worse straits than basically all of them. I've been bled to death. I've been ended it. I just I really think that I'm gonna do something really great with my life. And I really feel like Hashem, at any time in my life where I felt like things weren't even in my control, was this time in my life, and it was right before I started these streams, my story. And I can't say that I don't think they're somehow related. Like, what I think I'm doing is the greatest thing in the history of humankind. I talk about it. And before being able to overcome challenge, be able to overcome, and perhaps be able to help the world in a lot of ways. So if you're hearing this and you're struggling, just know you can always contact me. I have some things service to be able to help people. I still can't believe I didn't do it. When people find out how close I can be, it'd be a shock to the world.
Metaphysics of dreams. Why moving follows 3, 7, 30, 12 stages. Let's go carefully and systematically. Sleep is a mini death. Talmud 47b says, when sleep is 60th death, close quote. Why? Beautiful, final ultra deep layer, sleep is a mini death. Metaphysics of dreams. Why morning follows 3, 7, 30, 12 stages. Let's go carefully and systematically. Sleep is a mini death. 57b says, open quote, sleep is 1/60th of death. Close quote. Why? Because part of the soul contributes. Soul structure. During sleep, according to Kabbalah, when you sleep, the flesh-like force remains in the body. More Kabbalah individuals, the shaman ascends to his spiritual root. That's why we are alive, not fully conscious, not fully rational. Sleep means temporary loosening of the soul bond, death, separation. Why we say when we wake up, Lord Ani, Sheh Chazatani Nishmati, I thank you for returning my soul to me, because sleep is viewed as like the return of the soul. It's metaphysically significant, not poetic exaggeration. Metaphysics of dreams. Dreams are treated very seriously in Judaism. The Talmud devotes many pages to dream interpretation. The approach is nuanced. 2 types of dreams. A. Psychological dreams generated from daily thoughts. patterns.
What is the
Dreams follow
definition
the mouth,
of dreaming
and
a Kohanic
interpretation
dream?
shapes impact.
And
B.
the Kohen
Soulless
the Mama
dreams.
Tite
Kabbalah
Kohen
teaches
the
that the
Abad
neshama
Avodah
sends during sleep
Shula
and may
was
perceive
a
spiritual
Sotu
realities,
Nunzimagation
but
what?
the
When
message
they went
descends
into
through
But again,
imagination,
like we
so
said
it
before,
becomes
not
symbolic,
only do they have to wear
distorted.
their big
That's
tefillin,
why
but what?
dreams mix
They
truth
have to
with
wear the big
nonsense.
tefillin, which is
160th
that
prophecy, the Talmud says, a
and the
dream
Kohen
is
Gadol.
1/60th of
Where is the
prophecy,
Gadol of a
meaning
Kohen
a
Gadol?
faint
Right?
echo
Where is
giving
the Gadol of a Kohen
prophecy.
Gadol?
Judaism
But
strongly
Abba
warns against
the
building
Avodah,
theology
the
on
Avodah,
dreams alone. Why morning has 3, 7,
what's it
13,
say?
12 stages. This is
Again,
not arbitrary. It mirrors the soul's transition process. First 3 days, the soul, harvest near the body, struggles with separation, intensely reflects this. Shiva, 7 days, 7 corresponds to completion cycles, creation week, full emotional shock processing. By the end of Shiva, the soul begins stabilizing in its new state. 30 days, Shloshim, Corona re-enters sexual life gradually, with ritual and celebration. The soul has moved further from earthly attachment. After 12 months, according to the Talmud, judgment generally does not exceed 12 months. That's why Kaddish is recited for 11 months. We assume our loved ones are fully wicked. Mystical insight. Morning is very psychological. It mirrors the soul's ascent process. There is a synchrony between earthly grief and heavenly transition, a ground pattern. You should now see Judaism views existence as layered. Waking sleep, life, death, body, soul, concealment, revelation. This world arena of choice. Sleep, compulsion, fall, death, resurrection, reintegration, and higher level. The deepest radical idea, according to Chassidut, death is not the ideal. Soul-only existence is not the ideal. Even Galilee is not the ideal. The ultimate state is, in order to divine consciousness, full scale transformation. You have now the soul model, afterlife structure, Gehenna, reincarnation, resurrection, Satan, animal souls, suicide law, NDE parallels, sleep metaphysics, dream theory, morning architecture. This is basically the full classic list of Jewish metaphysical system. If you want to go one final layer deeper, the only place left is why Judaism insists resurrection is higher than heaven. That's the deepest paradox.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I can tell you that I had two very powerful dreams in my life, and it was right after this really difficult situation. Right before if I'm being honest with you, all these dreams are like divinely inspired. I talk with, it came from a dream, and if you want to know who was in the dream, it was like, we'll just say the rap in it, but like, it was like, you're gonna be the most but you're gonna do it through streaming. And even though you're not a streamer, it's the last thing in the world that ever thought you. And not everything, and I remember in the dream, it was like, in the dream, not everything that happens, and not everything that you think is going to happen is going to happen. And something, you're going to be wrong about some things, but in the future, you'll actually turn out to be right, or people, or things will be manipulated so that you were right, so that it all becomes consistent. And you almost ended it all, and the reason why you did was because you've been tested, and it would be very important for the world to know how hard you were tested multiple times in all kinds of different ways. And I don't know, it was just a dream I had, and then another dream I had, which like just put some fine touches on it, but it was like the most real dream that I've ever had. Not even a real dream, it was like, it was different than a dream. It was like, it was just a prophecy. People will ask me about this dream or series of dreams, and I've dreamed before. I've had lucid dreams. I've talked about dreams of Shabbat tables. I never had anything like this.
or
it
had
was like
or if the clothing wasn't resting on his flesh, or the clothing was dirty, or the clothing was torn and it gives the avoda, ultimately again the avoda is wrong. I'm not doing it. That's the first thing. We'll see a number of opinions.
Ganeven is solar. Salt and Ganeven experience
I'm
close.
Rabbi Yudah.
Perfect.
I'm
Let's
a
tackle the
local
final
smoke from Rome
paradox.
says.
Why resurrection is considered higher than heaven Ganeven in Judaism. This is actually the crown jewel of Jewish metaphysics. Why resurrection? Ganeven is soul only. Souls in Ganeven experience closeness to God. Body is absent. The experience of spiritual delight, wisdom, and divine illumination. Limitation: the soul is not fully interacting with the physical world. Its expression is limited to intellect and emotion. Resurrection restores body with soul. Tikkiat is resurrection of the dead. Reunites the purified soul with the perfected body. Embodiment allows the soul to fully express divine will in the physical form. Physical action of spiritual perfection is complete existence. Analogy: Gan Eden is a melody. Resurrection is the symphony of body and soul harmonized. Kabbalistic insight. Florianic Kabbalah, soul sparks were trapped in matter and came off shells of impurity. Resurrection transforms all matter itself so the perfected world, Olam Haba, fully contained divine light. In other words, heaven is partial. Resurrection restores cosmic integrity. Shabbat Shneur Zalman V'Yadi emphasizes that, quote, the ultimate goal is not soul escape, it's a fully sanctified, resurrected, tangible reality. That philosophical perspective, Rambam versus Rambam, philosophy of Ganeven, resurrection by fire. Rambam, intellectual delight of soul, optional bodily reunion. Intellectual perfection may continue, but corporeal life is unnecessary. Rambam, soul plus garden of delight, body resurrection, embodied existence expresses divine unity fully. Takeaway: Gan Eden is temporary, soul only. Resurrection plus Olam Haba equals eternal, fully integrated physical and spiritual reality. The radical Jewish idea, the ultimate goal is not escaping the world. Unlike Greek dualism, it is redeeming the world and elevating matter itself. Heaven is a waypoint. Resurrection is the destination. Summary of one flow: 1. Death. Soul separates. 2. Gehenna purification. 3. Gan Eden, initial spiritual reward. 4. Cosmic reincarnation, spiritual repair. 5. Resurrection, body plus soul reunited. 6. Olam Haba, perfected embodied eternal world, heaven, Gan Eden. 3. Resurrection, Tikkiat philosophy. If you want, I can draw a single diagram linking every stage from life, death, resurrection, Olam Haba, showing Gan Eden, Gehenna, reincarnation, and Hasidic layers, basically a visual Jewish metaphysical system. It's extremely clarifying. Do you want me to do that?
you could
Or whether
maybe
it's too short because what? Because the
you
mice again inherent the wrong length, it will be positive. So what's
do you think you've received prophecy? No, that hasn't happened since the fall of the temple. But it was as close to anything that I ever would have thought I would have received. Like,
how it presents.
it was just a dream though. But it was a very powerful dream that definitely affected what I'm doing right now. And that's why I can do this with so much confidence because it was like a very like a divine plan. Like, it was just like shared basically. It wasn't maybe I don't know. But there were like
and the
the
son of the
colorful
soldier
dreams
passed in the
was
Bible
all
is like,
kinds of interesting
"Yeah,
shit.
I'm a Shlomo,
Really?
and Shmuel really said,
Yeah. I mean, because I joke about it. Like, oh, okay. Just a little. But it was like this is all plan, like this is it was like very alien related, and this is like Raphael, that company in Israel, like that defense contractor, like on a project of Raphael, basically. I don't know. Really cool. Anyway, I'm really happy how that robot's doing. Alright, so we gotta fucking do our Yiddish stuff. Okay, so just get it done. You know, so this thing's more not really possible. Alright, Machai, that's something so pleasurable, Kibbutz, okay?
That if the Kohanim clothing is too long or too short, it's still comfortable. Rav said if it's too long or too short, it's what?
Halabai means
What does that do?
everyone in Yiddishkeit, that's right, Rebbitzin says, Yiddishkeit, Halabai, that's what you said before, Yiddishkeit, Jewisheit, Neantas, Kami, Federation, and say, Kaka, Bitch, Tapas, Brass, Tats, Nash, the snack, your shirt, or snack in your pussy, your shirt, and I don't know, I would say this. Again, if you, like, I lost a lot of blood in my life, and I remember if I squeezed on my face, my knees would give out, and I remember hit my fucking head, just boom, hitting the fucking floor, and being like, just covered in my own blood everywhere. Like, it gets so bad when you bleed a lot that it looks like somebody tortured an animal. I remember thinking, joking, but like serious, it looked like someone had tortured an animal in my back. And that wasn't even the worst time I've been bloody, was it? That's not the most amount of blood I've lost. I've lost more probably from surgery. In surgery, kind of was terrible. But sure, I remember just my face fucking hitting the fucking ground and just being like, I just took a squeeze on my head, boom, my knees, all the blood, like, just like squirted out. Oh man, now that I think about it, I can just remember blood gushing from my fucking face and just like, just, if you've ever seen wrestlers with just like fake blood on their face, but this was fucking real, and just seeing like a volcano of blood, and not being able to stop it. That was the scary thing. Is it was like, oh, for sure, soulmate, for sure, female, soulmate, for sure, soulmate. Mishmash, mixture, mishmash, I was taking back. Book kiss, nothing, beans, good bunch of happy holiday, chain, the life, carve, blue truck, black kosher, smooth, mensch, that's a good dude, I think mensch should be a thing. That's Ishak Khail, and get over him, Sidagas Flory, Rabbi, Stettel, that's a town, Shadel, that's a big, Strandel, that's a bat, Mistake, Flagship, Fire, Dairy, Meat, Neutral, Hamish, that's Homie, Shmada, that one's red, Figure, Khazir, it's a pig, Hazer, Chazer is a turkey, Flip, just take care of your brain, Meshuggah, wow, this is crazy. Normalka, Trade, it's like normal, in like I respect the king. Trade is torn. Your type that's animal. That's that thing respect close. Means piece of wood. It's like a clumsy person. Needle lock.
3, it doesn't exclude 5. Why doesn't it exclude 5? Because 5 includes 4. So you see by definition that a garment that has more than 4 corners will be tied with stitches, because once it is 4 and above, by definition, the beggar is only piece. Watch this behind me, another leg. So I'll have a couple of pieces of one piece of which is on the 4 corners garment has a little summers, are below colors. What that means by success was. It is not only in the 3 corner garment excluded from stitches, but what? A 5 corner garment as well. Right? Also, so you see, if I device number 1, a 5 corner garment is not excluded. Device number 2, 5 corner garment is excluded. My love for our comment. Also, what are we arguing about? Kumar Sabar, yes, sir. Kumar, say, Gabi. Kumar Sabar, Kumar, say, Gabi. So, what are we arguing about? That one opinion holds that you do, that fifth corner doesn't exist. And one opinion holds that you do the fifth corner as if it doesn't exist. Also, if I look at Rashi at this moment, it's actually almost very close. Kumar Sabar, man, the part of bylaws coming. One who says ultimately again,
You
the
seem
5
sad.
corner garment
Yeah, I just tell her
Sabar,
these things.
Lo
Like,
Amina Yesek Mandelese.
and again,
Says
it's
that we
like
don't
I've never
use
talked
something
to anybody
extra
about
as
this.
if it doesn't exist. Ela command Isenu, Olo Karina Le Bas Arba, Uman de Mechayus Yale, Yesek Mandelese Dummy. Also, watch this. The fundamental focus of us is as follows. What happened? What did you want to think? Once a garment is 4 corners, we don't care how many corners you put on there after. It doesn't make a difference, guys. Once you reach the threshold of being a 4-corner garment, it has any other corners above the 4 will be anything even not existing. The other thing is that, no, the obligation is captured on what? A 4-corner garment. Once you have more than 4 corners, then what? You're no longer a 4-corner garment, and therefore again that's tied with stitches. So what does that do with us? So also what happens with the
That's from the okay.
so also once that century will say the same approach. One opinion will say, once it reaches prerequisite length, then what? We don't really do anything beyond prerequisite length, and therefore the big thing is the like what we touch it. Whereas there are other things will say, no, we do everything that's part of the Kohanic clothing, and if it's too long, it will be possible. Whereas the ones will go, no, not even humanity. Equally, on the command, you sit down, will say, can't ignore reality, as much as people try. And therefore, again, even in the picture, you can't ignore the fifth corner, just like you can't ignore the original rest of the Kohanic clothing. The shiny alpha, the Rabbi Rachmana says the Hasiba, will say chooses the face. Just like chooses the most, even though it's just 4 corners, you don't say clothes the garment, what? Asher Hasiba, clothes the garment and start clothing yourself. So because of that, again, that is something to include even a 5-corner garment, according to Shana, at least as a garment that is obligated to dog. I expect the concept on my obligation, but if you don't hold the 5-corner garment as so what do you do with this consequence of the law? Which the Gemara says, first by 9, divided into the sun.
I say Shabbat Shalom, motherfuckers. What?
Also, this comes to exclude a garment worn at night. That a garment worn at night is not tied into. So, for example, you got your brand new 4-corner pair of pajamas,
Dude.
you don't
Oh,
have
yeah,
to
there we
put
go. We
scissors
gotta
on.
have dollar. Oh,
Why
yes,
not?
they never. They always talk about it.
Shabbat,
That never heard dollar. Okay, are you done?
Just that what? That the obligation of scissors is only on garments worn by day, but not by garments worn at night. Private sis like that. Oh, Eno Ella, sex line,
What are we doing next?
what's the name of that? Maybe it comes to exclude what? A blind person. Garments. Listen, maybe a blind person is not obligated to put stitches on his garments. Why? Because the mice can't see them. And when the pasuk says that you have to put stitches on a garment that you clothe yourself in,
Oh, something that changes in the future. I think keep out and perhaps just keep out maybe perhaps if they want to I think in the future
so
gonna be considered
what's very important?
really
Teaches me that even a suma is obligated
right
to
now
put
then
stitches on
that's
his clothing.
everybody
If that's the case, then what do I do with redoing a sem
I think
also?
in the future we might put them in a GUINNESS. Really?
Really? is obligated to put citrus on his clothing.
Why?
Clothing worn by night is not
Just because of how important it is to me.
Why is it? How do I know to include the clothing of a blind person to exclude clothing worn by night?
You don't have to, but I think that changes in the future. Like some shit will change. Fucking Chabad changes how they. Like this is in the gym that changes, and fucking Chabad changes how they down to throwing. They do the 3 loops first and then say the bracha, and it makes sense because they're focusing on the 3 things.
No one sees no one sees the clothing. The Idach not going to Hashem, Idach Hashem on life. The other thing we're learning is from the word Hashem. And the second thing is not Dash Hashem. Just so you should know, this is Halach L'Maisa. When you pass Halach L'Maisa again, that it's Ksus Laila. So if somebody has 4-corner pajamas, ultimately again, that baggage is not Chayiv. The 4-corner baggage of a Sunnah will be Chayiv. So first of all, we still have to figure out how we possibly what these guys are passing or for the side of like something that ultimately what how we possibly
So what do we do tomorrow?
Here's what everybody agrees on. If the clothing is dirty,
did kosher
the clothing is torn, you have all this parcel. The point of contention.
There's too much to do here for tefillin, but we'll save that for tonight. So we cover it today.
If the clothing is too short, ultimately again, what do you do with the clothing under those circumstances? So let's just do a little bit more. So also, you might have a couple more details regarding the big. But the pasuk that we see tells us that according to God, what is that? Shusha woods. The Kohanic clothing has to be made of linen. God, furthermore, again, the Kohanic clothing has to be made. God was a result. Remember that the pasuk refers to the big that has God. So we're discussing what is the issue that has to be God. The body has to be of linen. Body has to be new. Body has to be made of twisted thread. Body shisha. Furthermore, the thread, what says we're going to see, has to be 6-fold thread. Each piece of thread is folded over 6 times, as we'll discuss. God shall yilbash shall fold imam. Other was a means that when wearing Quranic clothing, the coin can't wear anything really to do credit shall fold. That means there is non-consecrated clothing. You can't wear any non-consecrated clothing with you. Amar Rabbi Yosef, Bishmama shall books. Because I understand ultimately again that the Quranic clothing has to be of linen. Hot kamash namon, voice change, the acting alone. So it's like that teaches that it has to be made of linen and not any other material. Alambad shi kadoshim, kadoshim u'shepat kadosh. And when you tell me that one of the other drushos of God is that the clothing has to be new, it shows me new, yes, but worn out. But what's that? What do you learn in the Bible about it? Right now, we learn in Amadabba that what? That even if the Kohanim clothing is worn out, that it is still kosher, which is the legend of Amalei, Ulatane, Bad, Usan Kapos, Bad, Kat, Kat, Kat. And that's the same question. That's every thread has to be 6-5 thread. And if you look at the word Bad itself seems to indicate us what? Kat, Kat, Kat. That's what I say. Hello, come on, this is what it means to you. This is what it means to say. The guardian are any time, right? The Torah discusses clothing that has to be bad. What's the definition of that? Tzrichin shisha, what's kadoshim? They have to be made of brand new linen. Shizurin, sheichutan kapol shisha. It's woven and then it has to be made of 6-5 thread. So Yeshman the mitzvah, Yeshman the akam. As we will see, some of these details of also are mitzvah, which means in fact it has to be done this way, and some of them on the akam. Some of them, if they're not done this way, we'll say what? And validate the God. So we'll say again,
And they're doing it's for actually for the test. It's the test. Yeah. So I walk into the test, and Santino's sitting there, because he's going for a different partner. But we see each other, and we're like, what up? You know what I mean? And we're like having fun, and all these other people.
Yeah. They're fucked. I'm gonna say that they're fucked. Yeah.
Of course,
I don't even did that. Oh, that whole thing is so stupid. Just cast you guys. I don't like pests and all that shit. It's so stupid.
well, people have to justify their job.
I know.
You know, I remember when I went to the test, it's like the head of showtime,
It's so
head of casting, and they're like, but they see, I see on the table, they have a headshot of me from 25 years ago.
Yeah. I know, right?
You know, and I was like, what? This is the test. I looked and I said, why are you using this headshot? And then the guy goes, the head of showtime goes, what's wrong with that headshot? You know, I go, dude, I don't even look like this anymore. You know, then I realized in the middle, I was like, oh, I'm in a test. But also, I knew in that moment, I was going to book this job.
Right.
All right, kids, let's take a little break from that.
To constantly just have to steal, especially when you're from the people around you. Just how the boy talent, Sean is. The lack of talent, originality. Remember, he does this in all his logos, all of his channel names. Remember, drive fast, no gas. Yes, I am purposely saying it wrong. Was original 18 town until he got threatened to be sued by Disney or Warner Bros. Or whatever. Probably Disney because Disney owns everything now, but the man just steals and rips off everything. It truly is just sad and pathetic. And he's just going to continue to keep stealing. I mean, how many times is he just going to try and rip off Crystal and completely
Same fucking thing. People sit up in their sweats from a distance. Those cars.
These are not sweats. These are nice fucking material.
People get very.
I'm not the fucking director, so I can be the one that gives you bad news.
I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just talking.
Yes, I want it.
It's not. So, Brendan Schaub saw Chris D'Elia do something funny last week, and then a minute later ripped it off, and then tried stealing it with a giant. Stolen again, this time during the Golden Hour podcast. So, that just goes to how horribly unfunny he is. How much of it that what you just saw in a microcosm is awful. See someone steal it before it terribly stinks. Now, as far as the movie role, that was the movie. Schaub is 100% lying. No one ever offered him a role in a movie that actually had lines. I think Bob has been in a movie or two just as an extra. Nobody would give him lines in a movie. He can't talk. That wouldn't happen. It looks stupid. This dumb fake fraud year that he did with a pair of pliers. That's another thing. He did that with a pair of pliers and he would really get the cauliflower ear. But then tries to get movie roles that they're going to cast him in TV shows with that dummy ear. But no, he was nowhere close to ever actually getting lines in that much. Not gonna happen. Never gonna happen. So, but the fact that he just keeps stealing from D'Elia, that's just fine as well. You see something, trying to imitate it. Now, funny, like when he stole that guy's Bud Light joke, and that guy called him out wrong. And then he pretty much admitted he stole it. And that's right around where he corrected him. I mean, he's sitting there just looking like like an idiot. He's not funny. He's basically there to make fun of. And he's Chris and Eric are still down to do the podcast. And Callan completely is just blowing off about it, putting zero effort of fun. I mean, the fact that this idiot keeps trying to steal delete it. And just like, what's he gonna say next? That was supposed to be Shawshank Redemption B. I was gonna play Red.
Until that evening. And during that time, after he had, so before he had.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's good, son? Are you ready to lose? Why is that?
Be better if the world just ended and we went to this alien planet and we got reincarnated into like this alien species. I think Earth is fucked.
Okay, why do you think Earth is fucked?
Why do I think Earth is fucked?
Yeah, that's what I just asked you. Yeah, that's what I just asked you.
Humanity?
Okay, what about it?
Humanity needs great control.
Humanity's what?
Full of great control.
Yeah, dog, it's a terrible place. But that doesn't mean there's not goodness in the world. Absolutely, it's what keeps us going, baby.
Maybe there is goodness in the world.
Yeah, isn't it disgusting?
Do you think reptilian people are real?
Perhaps.
Do you think reptilians are real?
Perhaps.
Are you reptilian?
Perhaps. Perhaps.
That pay-per-view was fucking stacked.
What a Jewish fan?
What'd you say, big man?
You know the Jewish fan?
What, to go to the bathroom? No, that's a human thing.
No, going for a series.
No, it's not a Jewish thing. We're accused of it, but it's not in our religion. Nor is it in our bloodline. So I remember seeing on YouTube people who would say that certain celebrities were reptilians, but then I met one of those celebrities and he was like any other person I'd ever met, so I really couldn't prove that he was a shape-shifting lizard man. No. Are you a reptilian, Zoo? Zoot, are you a reptilian? Okay, how did they do it? Yeah.
The UFC makes more money than ever, puts on a good product than every other organization just because people complain. Nobody can ever do that. So back up your point though, but maybe max out a little bit now with more influx of these.
Yeah, how'd they do it?
Becoming boxing. How's boxing doing? We have to get fucking money for the turn. You know what I'm saying? Just to get the fights we want. Nobody knows it's going flying, folks. Nobody's watching. You ever seen the crowd at those big events? They could get right, they'll lost it.
They would be like,
So it's a fucking train wreck. So boxing, because boxing just gives you a fighter on the Canelo. Nobody in here fucking knows that's boxing. Boxing gives you one fight, you pay $80 for it. What makes the UFC different is if you want UFC 200, UFC whatever, 163. I can start
they'll be like, well,
I know Paul. There's someone fucking fucking in there. With the deal that for all these fights, and now they're slowly going back this weekend start. 318. Dustin Poirier, Max Holloway. The rest of them
Do you think that really happened? Do I play golf? Do I play golf? Yeah. Wait, what? Do I think what really happened?
So now people are like, oh, why is this such a deal?
Yeah, baby, anything could be real, right? Are you ready to lose? Dude, are you ready to lose? Zoot, are you going to answer me or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Name a fighter off the Ultimate Fighter. Go. DC champion. The coach. They still do it, but nobody watches them. The Contender Series trumps viewership, trumps Ultimate Fighter. Contender Series by far, as far as like young talent, is by far the best thing to watch. Again, Dave is a fucking genius. He did like a Contender Series so they pulled the video of DC telling his team recently, you can't back up in a fight to your video. It's got like 500 million views on YouTube. It's not really
the word hero is used here in this process, and it's also used in the concept of food. Right? Now, so we're going to say that therefore, because creating some of the cleanest difficult, you see that this process and the process of Kuma,
especially since the last time
you say is that the people that the process of Kuma refers to is the same people that this process refers to. The process of Kuma, nature level, that's someone who's hustle and Kuma, that's the person who will say that if they do the avoda, they call Kuma, and they call that avoda to disqualify. The low process of Kuma, low make the avoda. If someone is not hustle and Kuma, who's not restricted from the Kuma, will not cause the avoda to be disqualified, will not cause the avoda to be disqualified. And therefore we're saying, because there's a comparison between our process here and the process of Kuma, so whoever the process of Kuma applies to, our process also going to apply to. Now, who does Kuma apply to? Kuma applies to someone who's Kameh, or as we said before, that even Kameh is a Kul Yom, because a Kul Yom is still not allowed to eat Kuma until that night. So a Kameh and a Kul Yom are the people that are restricted from having Kuma. Who is not restricted from having Kuma? If you have a Kohen who did a ball spot, or who made a ball spot, or who cut off his hair, that he is not possible to have Kuma. So therefore, we learn out that this extra puzzle, in the Kameh, is familiar in the Kul Yom. That's how we know that when we have an extra puzzle telling you that Kameh causes the disqualification of the avodah, that this is extra, we don't need to come in with a music for Kul Yom. Okay? Now, Mara
You said, hold on a second. I'll send you an invite in the next minute or so. Just 1 moment. So, Zoot, are you going to see anybody who is in this upcoming comedy? At what are you laughing? What's so funny? Someone sent you what?
Someone sent me a really racist joke.
Oh, okay.
I can't say it out loud.
Okay, then don't say it. Are you ready for an invitation?
The way we learned young was because we said an Indian returmate to name
I'd say Joe Rogan's like a godfather. I think you're the next upcoming one. You're like one of the three white heads. This is why.
But if you only have one pocket, what would you use it for? You use it for some of the way you can access. You would never be able to learn out too long if you didn't already know comment. Similarly, and this is what we're doing yet, but we're going to see coming up in the morning coming here, that the first thing you put in is learn from the past, or you say that so it's the whole
Zoot, are you ready for an invitation? Zoot.
So I just wish he would let's get all the news in the world. Those guys, the full set boys on, they're great. I don't know what wants to do. But then also,
Are you ready for an invitation?
I would say,
All right, big dog. Yeah.
Like all they ask about is color in that same way. Well, ask them what's going on with Arnold. So are we get left in the dust? Yeah, you're just going to put it back in. How's that work?
Yeah, baby.
You don't see any points in it. Right, or with Tom Aspinall, it's like, what's going on with Tom? Like, if you could redo it, would you allow?
What's the best what?
And then you sit on the fucking sidelines, and then the White House fight.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
But no one's going to hold his feet to the same holds feet to the fire.
Zoot, you have an invitation. You have an invitation.
Do I expect them to stop their fall, their crush, or break down the White House? Do you think John Jones should fight out here at the White House? Conor McGregor versus Mark Taylor, no in the UFC. I think they're going to do a BMF title at the White House, right? Because Trump loves that shit.
Are you serious? Are you serious, Zoot? Dog, this is not going my way. Hit my ball. I would say I am. I'm playing worse. You were in my way. No, Zoo, you got me. Oh, there you go. Great shot.
from the Tame and the Truyom, Malahana to continue the Truma. So how can you learn out from Tame and
Get in.
Truyom?
Get in.
55 now.
How'd you like that shot, Zoo?
Whereas the Mukukis Truyom allow that Truma. So I would tell you if all it wrote was Tame and Truyom, I would say Tame and Truyom are Truma because we cannot Truma. And therefore I would not
Yeah.
know that the Avodah is disqualified by the Mukukis Truyom. So that doesn't work. So what's
You
the
ever said church all
other?
I think so, but maybe not.
Suggest that you would know Tame from Truyom and Mukukis Truyom because we said everybody knows the whole thing from Truyom. That's not an option for you. So the only other option left is that LRO listed us on the Truyom. So maybe I'm not going to list it.
Go, 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 go.
On the combination of Tame and the Mukukis Truyom. So now the Gemara says, if you're going to tell me,
Rabbi, you got the
what might you ask on that? You might say, Malahana became Mr. Micah. So, you might tell me, all right, I'll give you a reason why you don't learn out from the Tame and from the Mukukis Truyom, because both the Tame and the Mukukis Truyom still need to do a Micah. What do they need to do? That the Tame needs to go to the mikveh at a minimum, and then the Mukukis Truyom still needs to be covered. So maybe I'll tell you that
Zoo, what happened to your perfect game?
And the Truyom does not have that
this much to start
but that's not a good question because
Zoo, what happened to your perfect game?
They try to do something similar to this with Gable
So at
Stevenson.
the end of the day, though, the Mukukis Truyom is a research Tumah.
Zoo, are you gonna go?
The whole point would be to say that maybe Mukukis
Zoo, go!
are more fun, and therefore you can't learn out Truyom. But at the end of the day, Mukukis Truyom is a lesser Tumah than the Truyom. The Haraya.
No, it's just it's a different dynamic. A lot of people don't understand sports. I'm not a professional sports athlete. I played professional baseball. It's not, any mechanics to this, but it's not the same dynamic. You're training on your nutrition. I've never seen
But the big question that we come to here is that the Gemara seems to be inconsistent because when we were trying to learn out one from another, we said, why can't we learn out the Mukukis
Zoo.
Truyom because the Mukukis Truyom is missing a mic, right? What did that tell you?
Yep.
Why not answer?
Oh, Zoo, what a comeback. I made such a comeback for my 1400th win. 1400th win. What a great comeback. All right, Zoo, we're changing it up. This game is only 3 holes. 3 holes. So keep that in mind. 3 holes.
What about the fact that both companies
they're all like 6'6", 6'7", shortstop, second base.
Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, go.
That when you were doing one-to-one, you were trying to learn from the Mukukis Truyom.
Zoo, go.
I would tell you that Mukukis Truyom there was still
Zoo, you have 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Okay, baby.
Now, the Tame does not have a Mukukis Truyom, meaning the Tame could very well be someone who simply needs to go to the mikvah and wait for Harashemi. So therefore, you're no longer dealing with a case where the two questions are asking from a vote, Mukukis Kapara, you're just Mukukis Maisa. So now, if you're telling me Mukukis Maisa, you're saying what Maisa is missing? Is missing Harashemi.
Zoo, did you like my shot?
a lower level. Once you get past the emission component, which is not relevant to Tomei, or not necessarily relevant to Tomei, but then you're just missing a mitzvah. And you say the fact that the Mekushik Kipurim still have a mitzvah to do, just like the Tomei still have a mitzvah to do, is irrelevant because at the end of the day, the Tzur Yom is a more hummer version of Tumor than the Mekushik Kipurim. So in any event, the Gemara is saying, I cannot learn out Tzur Yom from Mekushik Kipurim and Tomei because, and you can't tell me that the difference is they have a mitzvah because at the end of the day,
all right, baby,
is a weaker form of Tumor on the base. The Gemara says they answer for Rabbi. Remember the structure here. Rabbi asked, why do I need all three? And he didn't answer. The Gemara asked, well, maybe you should be able to learn now from 2 out of 3. So, and the Gemara was saying, which one should I skip? I can't skip Mekushik Kipurim because I would tell you.
dude, this would be such a good comeback if you get it.
So then we tried to say,
You just had a terrible shot. Do whatever you want to do, baby.
We're hosted next by
It was not good.
Joey, for you guys, I'm doing this because I train jiu-jitsu and things are learning a whole
Yeah, baby. That's incorrect. Not really. You're not, though. Yeah, baby.
You know, I did that.
Let's see it.
You know, I said this guy.
Yep. Stop. No way you get this.
So I said, oh, you want to serve hot chocolate too? Have them over and give them scalding soup and hot chocolate. It's very delicious. Oh, it's fantastic. On the coldest summer night, they eat this one.
And therefore,
I said, give them authentic Mexican experience. Have them
that he
eat
hasn't
cows.
got his, that he can't go, he can't have touching, and he can't go to the
These Koreans think about it many times too.
in that level.
I
He's not a
can't
reduced
think of anything
level
worse.
sub.
Oh, when my wife brings it, I go, oh, I worked too hard to eat this shit. That's right. I'm not eating butters. I had butter meat, butter. That tastes, butters taste exactly like you think. Like chewy rubber. Oh, you like this? When we're in the real, just there's Calvin butters up. And Ozzy's dad was a guy who got a multiple years.
That the Mekushik Kipurim have not been looked at them, meaning not allowed to touch them. Now I go to the
Dude, are you gonna go?
Oh,
What'd you say, Big Dog? No, definitely not. You need to be funny to be on Saturday Night Live. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, maybe someday. Oh, baby, I'll be on Saturday Night Live. I'll be on Sunday Night Live. Oh, dude, you almost hit an amazing shot. I'll be on them all. Yeah, I'm American, baby. All right, dude, that's enough game for now.
usually doing this.
Yeah, that can help.
Oh my god, it was actually so
Can we look up what's
Sure.
pregnant. No, she can't. I find it to be strangely it's strange it's going with you can't see strange unless there's that big a freak out there and I'm not gonna lie.
Should be one. No trick shots.
just one time sex with the horse like that.
So, the answer is, I'd be like, oh, you're a real freak, and we'd have to talk about it. After I jerked off furiously in the corner.
That is all like that's a tiger cock.
No trick shot.
Yeah, and she seems being doing what she's on. He's not was there.
We wanted to see the ejaculation.
Yeah,
So I was like, oh, it was just dripping.
I just find it interesting that I didn't see it. I find it interesting that you and that you were able to get to that someone. So you must be best friends.
You're up, Zoo.
Just a couple of clicks for you. So I would like to see
He
it.
usually suffers on the it's all Epstein. It takes for fucking horse ejaculated. Okay, this is I mean, this one's good.
This one is a good one.
This one's a huge load for you. Here's another example.
Is this AI though? It's AI.
It's not. Oh, guys, this right here.
God, repeat that, please.
That's good. Good story.
What'd you say, Zoo? Maybe.
Just be very careful because if you learn from any mistakes from Mr. Hands, you know if that horse runs, that horse bugs, he's to the side and she's kind of turning weird. So that can't feel great on the horse.
Yeah, or it does.
This is barely dripping. Oh, no, that's pretty cool. That's more than any human can produce.
My next shot.
Yeah, the next shot. That horse is like, so now look at that. Look at that, right? It's gallons.
Everything not actually I'm in this face because I just am looking at the depravity of human beings. And it's just, my mother always said, whatever you can imagine has been done. And I guess it has. Because that is just so good. We're not, let's see what
You have to be a Kohar. You can't be coming. So therefore, some of the primary jobs before cannot burn
How'd you like that one, Zoo?
It's this declining level of Tumah. And if we know that a full yom,
Let's go again.
we know that it's full yom,
9 ball?
and burn the paraduma, then for sure I'm a Kippurim can burn it, because if you understand that it's this declining level of Tumah, I'm a Kippurim at a lower level than a full yom.
Well, I beat you.
You see that my focus tonight about whether I'm a Kippurim can burn a paraduma to be depending on whether you see the job.
I don't know.
This is the hard shot.
I can tell you the two animals is up though. Maybe everyone holds that he's the primary job. Here they're arguing about something much more technical. That's what the Gemara is going to say. But it's written in the Pasuk. So the Pasuk and the Tahar should sprinkle it. This implies that he's coming. That sounds like a great linguist, right? Tahar should do it, so it implies that he's coming. What's going on here? So I can explain. The pasuk right before,
That was good.
It says as follows. Gabi para, this is the last of the haka. It says the haka gabi para behind trust in this one. You're arguing about this pasuk. It says the atar al hatamei. That when the tahar person should sprinkle it on the tummy person, tahar kodahu.
mashma. It's hard to say mashma. It's telling you someone who's a little bit tahar. The hook, so why is that? I know it says tahar. Why do they only have to be a little bit tahar? Because it's an extra pasuk. The hook tell you Sarah. It's an extra pasuk.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, you did. You did a good job of that.
And the east tahar, the person's tahar dips it in the water. So then when you're the next pasuk is just the hiza al atame. Why does it say the hiza hatahar al atame? The tahar person should do it. We just said the tahar person takes the hyssop and the tahar should sprinkle it on the tummy. What do I need to tell me tahar again? So therefore the Gemara is saying, I'll tell you that when it refers to tahar here, it means someone who is tahar but a lesser degree of tahar. Who would that be? That would be a tul yom. What's the theory to say that a tul yom is a tahar? Because the tul yom is allowed to eat ma'aser sheni. So you see that he's somewhat tahar. So therefore the Gemara is telling you that when it says that he's a tahar al tameh, it's coming to tell you that he's eating
Oh, that was great.
This isn't a social talk.
Allowed to burn the paraduma.
I just said, just make sure not to take this
whatever form of tumah he has, and therefore, I know it's a long.
What'd you say, Big Dog? They saw that I was becoming much more religious, and I asked them if this is something that they'd be okay with me pursuing, and they said that they'd be very happy if I chose to do that. So it was a personal choice, but but I did ask them if it's something that they would endorse, and they did. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I just learned a lot. F-U-Z. And I wouldn't have normally gone the rabbinical route of live streaming my life. It's very avant-garde. But the pandemic happened, and it changed a lot about how I was living. And now here I am 4 years into it, and there's no looking back. All right, Zook, I'm good for now. Baby, I always get the best shot. The computer likes me. What do you want me to do about it? I think it was one of the great shots in the history of humankind.
The most also the number of knockdowns, like maybe a 5 knockdown is allowed to burn the part of the limb before the last knockdown, the round one, he just crumbled, like 7 potatoes, like knees go out, and that is 1,000% a stoppage. There's a lot of chatter. You might have a gambling Twitter circles that Herzog has really been compromised over the last year. Like, whenever he used to think he was the best ref, one hold that's a tul yom of any kind of tumah, and therefore you would include him with the kippur. On the other hand, if you understand that it's only coming by names, I would know the Talmud that Seret and Mace can both be a tul yom of Seret and Mace can both burn the paraduma. But a tul yom of Dov, I would not know, and that's why they were arguing between Yosef Babri and the Tanakama about whether the kippur is.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Research is the rep in those cards, and I would sway your betting. I think if you start playing that,
how do I know that a Kohen who's not wearing his Kohen Gadol, the Eitzah Gadol and the Kohen Hedyot, the knowledge of God, on the cross, the Prophet says, because that's the most of Avnei, Aaron and Banot, that you should put the belt, the staff, and Aaron in his hand. The Kavash to the hand of Paul, and you should wrap them up in their clothing with the headpiece that the Kohanim wore. And the Pasuk after tells you they should dress them in the Kahuna says the Haikal Lahem, Kahuna Lakukas Olo. And it should be for them a Kahuna forever. So what does it tell you? It tells you that when they are wearing the Gadim, they're Kohanim. When they're not wearing the Gadim, they're not Kohanim. There's much of the game Alayim, Kunat Alayim. At the time the Gadim were on them, the Kunat Alayim. Because of the game Alayim, and Kunat Alayim. And when the Gadim were not on them, the Kahuna is not on them. So therefore, I see, and now Rabbi was down, and therefore, if the Kahuna is not on them, what are they? They're Azar. And we learned yesterday that Azar is
so I get when it says
Avodah. That's how I know that the picture of the Gadim
for me per se, like even your case,
is it true that we're learning from this talk of I'll bring you a Braisa that learns it from somewhere else? The sign that you learned in the Braisa, uniting it to see the language of our kids. I don't know that someone's from. If they drink the record of the mouth of wine and then they go to the Avodah, they are Makao the Avodah and then it's disqualified. I will not see that in the Pasuk that says, not in the first half of faith, because it didn't drink wine or intoxicant. The Ahab will put it to the Nahol. The Pasuk continues and says, to separate the two cold and cold. So it tells you that if you are drunk, then that's cold. And if you're sober, it's soda. So you see that someone who drinks wine, the Avodah is disqualified. Now, we're going to get to this, but that's not really our focus. It's the Braisa continues and it says, the first of the government to a rock of the time of how do I know that a person, a Kohen, doesn't have the proper Gadim, or if he did not wash his hands and feet from the pure, how do I know that that constitutes the Avodah? Tamalama, therefore it says, Fuka is there itself. So the Gemara says that by in three categories, by Shishiyah Yayin, someone who drinks wine, by someone who's the person who doesn't have the requisite clothing, and by someone who doesn't wash his hands and feet, it says the washing of cold. Now, she said this, and therefore, I will tell you that since we know that a Shishiyah Yayin, because it says, well, how can it come to that hole? It disqualifies the Avodah, so too, someone who's a Gadim, or someone who is not wash their hands. So you see, a different story. So why did our Gemara tell us that you learned it from the Braisa brings it from somewhere else? The Gemara says, we bring it from that Braisa. How about me? I might have thought. I'm really Avodah Zar, I have around Nisa. I've ordered the Izar Chayv around Nisa in Malo. I would tell you that if I only knew it from there, I would tell you that when do I know that a Kohen is not wearing his Gadim, it's only if it's by an Avodah that would be higher than Nisa. Why? Because the Pasuk that's written over there, by Yain the Sefer, says, this is exactly in the part that we talked about yesterday by Yisra Yud. They said, Yain the Sefer al taste, you shouldn't drink. This is after another than a view died. They said, Yain the Sefer al taste, you shouldn't drink wine and intoxicant. After the Nasa, you talk to you and your son, the black and the royal moed, when you go to the royal moed, the load from Muslim, and you shouldn't die, right? So therefore, you see that this pasuk that's written Yain the Sefer al taste, and by extension, when we learn how to put to the Gadim or someone didn't wash his hands in the time of wine, is talking about a person who would otherwise die. The Lord from Muslim shouldn't die. So therefore, I would say maybe it's only when they're doing avodos that are ones that they would die if they do it as if they do it as the Gemara brings from the Torah. We learn out to other things that God points out. So maybe it's only those avodos that have a fear of Misa. Which are the avodos that have a fear of Misa? Basically, if it is a concluding or completing avodah, which as Rashi points out, so we're talking about things like Zrika, because as we were experts in that, Zrika, a lot of Zrika is a close to the Talmud avodos. Torah
times.
that when you
Let me
burn
know
the
your
Erudim is
thoughts.
the end of the Erudim in the Mizbeach, the Nisa Kamayim, Bayayin, these are the concluding avodah. So if I only learned out a person who's Mechutz Begadim from the pasuk of Yayin the Shefer, I would tell you that pasuk says was from Musu. So I would know only those avodas that have a fear of Nisa associated with them is someone who's Mechutz Begadim, a Kisaron. But if someone is doing an avodah that does not have Nisa associated with it, I would not know that if someone does it absent of the Begadim, that is disqualified. Kamashwan, therefore tell us not. So how is our pasuk better? Because our pasuk, the one we brought, was telling you that if you have the Begadim, you're a Kohen. If you don't have the Begadim, you're not a Kohen. You're a Zor. If you're a Zor, you must Zor all avodah, not only those.
Joseph Rogan, yeah, he's out of Texas. Oh,
Which is,
Texas.
I tell you, a very
I got it.
very fascinating.
You love Austin. He's running half the planet out of Texas. He's got a tight hold on the Enlightenment.
Parents disdain. And there was a Cohen who watched.
It's reasonable criticism. Reasonable criticism.
When's the last time you spoke? So there was a comment there.
I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it would have been at the store. I never talked to Austin. I don't go into the club. I don't really think I'm on his radar.
So
that tells me, oh yeah, something tells me too. I don't, it's weird that you get lumped into a certain thing, and maybe it's my assumption that, his army of healthy fellas.
Is
that their title? Army of healthy fellas is so good. You just gotta, just machine's gotta be good. Yeah, it's a shot at Bird. What do you think they thought the Austin shelf life? I think it's so effectively tribalized at this point, right? Comes down to material. I mean, at what point? At what point? It's like whenever they represent in terms of vows, sure, it's not a stretch. It's like they want trans people are frightened because they have no ability to get health care anymore, and they're afraid of it. Why? They have no freedom. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? Like immigrants, okay, well they're being ripped away from their homes, and they're all terrified, and okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable, the marginalized, but I mean, they're down. Why do you gotta keep hitting them? Unless you're a hack. Now there's a question. So I don't know the last time I talked to Joe. People for a while were like, why don't you go on Joe's show? And my answer to that is like, why? Well, it doesn't service you. Well, no, I don't need him. And also, there's no way for me. Like, what am I going to talk to him about? And there's no way for me to sort of not walk out of there and be like, all right, I guess I'll look at my phone. I'll just go. But it's like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X maybe meeting at lunch. Let's go this term. Say it again. Malcolm X and Martin Luther King meeting. Internet at one point. Well, that's right. In pioneers of the civil rights movement, which one is Malcolm X and which one's Martin Luther King? That's not Martin Luther King. This is the analogy. It's so bad analogies. Let it go. It's going to get funnier as it goes. Yeah. Okay, let me go with more analogies. He said, this is if Hillers and Goebbels had to hang out off the work site. Right, one of those is right. Yeah. I think you got to have that analogy. See, I don't know what is it. Each one support me. You know what I mean? With the analogy. But that was just wrong. It broke race into it in a very profound way. Mine was angled and funny, and this did. They went somewhere else. I think on one side of that, there's a guy that's aggressively fighting for the civil rights of victimized white people. God knows they've had it hard enough for a long time. But as Joe asked him, here's a better angle. Adam used to go like, hey, well, because it's interesting being someone like us on the outside of it and watching. You got one foot in. Oh yeah, it's right up your ass. That's the other thing. I think what it is for me is I would love to see you guys chat, but I'd love to see you guys chat in neither of your arenas. And the only way it'd be legit. Because if you have to go to his show, not gonna work. He has to go to your house, not gonna work. You're gonna have to do this thing. It's like setting up a mob meeting. Yeah, I know, seriously. Moderate. You should do it here at Mad Fry. You should do it. It would piss both of them off so fucking much. Look at the art behind them. It would just be a fun
You have to understand something. I am no show since he started. Literally, since he first set foot on stage. I was there. And I remember my initial issues where there was another guy, Kevin Flynn, who said and he was like a soccer jock. And at that time, Joe was like a regional kickboxing champ. And my initial reaction was like, what are these guys doing? This isn't for them. It's like Louis went 70 years ago when Jay Moore started in New York when he was like 17. He's like, it's not for the good-looking guys. It's not for the jocks. This is for us rejects, guys who don't fit in. That's what comedy was. Otherwise, Jay Moore, that good-looking is like crazy. He was too. Yeah, for sure. Okay, but let's be honest. Let's go back to the truth train. Mark Maron is a good-looking guy. Not always. I was Mark Maron, but you're good. Why are you getting TV shows every fucking second, man? And we'll get to that. We'll get to that. It is. There's companies. There's your face. I've seen you on screen. No, he's a handsome guy. It's annoying. You have great angles on your face. When you were young. Now. Yes, you're right. You matured. When you were young, you were hideous. You were a hideous man. I was strong, I was sweaty, and and bloated, and long hair. But getting back to Joe, look, I imagine sex machine. That's okay. Ladies, who's that? That's a hot. I really couldn't land on a hook. Yeah. God, you really rotated. Go to the Comedy Central photo down below. Yeah. Awful. That was a bad night. Awful. I mean, this is what anti-Semites dream of. That's not quite. That's not quite a full Jew. I would say full Jew. Like the one of me and Sam Kinison. That is me at my drugged out fucking best. Wait, wow. That was a legendary photo. That's such a good photo. What a crazy. I was out of my mind. I know. Out of my mind. Everything had a reason. Was that a costume? That was in the back. That was in the back one. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Was that Fitz? Was that you in a young Fitz? Yeah, that was the most Fitz. Look at that, dude. Oh my God, dude. I've never seen this photo. Look how jacked Fitz looks. And then up there on where's that one of these? Dave Cross, the red shirt. Dave Cross, it was probably in the mid-90s, yeah. Hey, oh my God. But that night for the Comedy Central, the first half hours, I fucked it, man. I was so sad because I got out here, I wasn't living out here, and I was still doing coke then, right? And I had one guy who would get me low here, right? And it was, you remember Bob Baker? Oh yeah, sure. Bob Baker. I couldn't trust Chewy, but Baker had other connections. Chewy had other connections. When Chewy the Blues, you can get on this for free. Yeah, but I don't know what happened to Baker, but he wasn't a dealer, but he was here, and I would say, like, I'm coming out here, trying to get some. So I was really dead set on like trying to keep clean before that special, and I thought I did because I was like, I'll just do a little the night before, but I'll stop at like 6 at night, and quite needless to say, I didn't swing much, and I tanked. I didn't tank, but it was not good. It was the same. That was like the same night that Hepburn, whether it was that night or the night after, did the special that made him. But he didn't do well either. But he was him. I was at that special. Yeah, that was at the IVN on Elon so bad. Yeah, talks about it. Mark Maron's new special, Panic, is coming out, so he's been making it around. And basically trashing everyone. Now he's even trashing Theo Vaughn. It is bad.
Not to do things that would cause a problem to become a philosophy.
And the trashing of the Roman sphere. Like I said, he trashed Theo
that was the first
in his special, and he considers Theo part of the Roman sphere, but Kreisberg got a trashing here. Maron and
for the idea
goes back so
czar
far.
also the car
It goes back before
Kabbalah
you can even like,
was Yuka. What is that?
like I know a lot of people get broken towards politics, but if you goes back
it must be
even
that a
before
czar
then,
also the carbon,
I
but the
think
Kabbalah
not
from Balmum.
only
What's the
does
Kabbalah?
Mark Maron
Not
not
only
like
the Opel
Rogan and his
in
opinion,
Babatino, if you have a Balmum,
I think he
the
doesn't
Balmum is
respect
allowed,
this
as Rashi
stand-up.
points out, from the
I bet
public
you Maron regards
It
Rogan as a stover.
says that the Balmum is allowed to come out from regular customers,
But he also considers him a hack.
he's allowed to eat touching, even though he's a Balmum. So he can't be a
Hacks, I don't think
the issue to a Balmum that's allowed to eat. But yet, in Chabad, if he does the avoda, that he profanes the avoda, how do we know that? Rashi says it says mum he has a mum like a fowl that's instructed. So you see that someone has a mum causes a toxin in the carbon he does. So therefore, the Kabbalah does follow. If a Balmum, if someone is allowed to be touched, and yet if he does the avoda, then if you have a person who's not going to who's not allowed to use touch it from at all, that ain't no din from other people. So then surely Kabbalah that if the person is allowed to touch him, this is a follow by bringing the carbon, and surely the person is not allowed to touch him would also, if he does the avoda, that he causes a fool. So the Gemara says, okay, I hear that Kabbalah, but not a Balmum to take up the whole part of Kematria. Because, but I'll tell you, perhaps there's a stringency that relates specifically to a Balmum that does not relate to a Zara. What would that be? Is that a mum is something that can affect both the person who brings the carbon and the carbon itself. So if you have a coin as a Balmum, that's a problem. If you have an animal that's a Balmum, that's also a problem. So there's a unique element by a Balmum that it's something that applies both to the offerer and the offeree, to the person bringing it and to the animal. So maybe I would tell you that shows you that there's a chumrah by Balmum that does not exist by Zar, and therefore you should not be able to learn out Zar from Balmum by our Kabbalah. So the Gemara says, Kamei Yofia. I'll bring you a raya because we know that a person who's Kamei causes fulel from this by Nazru Mikachah Bein Shal, that it says that the Kohanim have to prevent fulel by being careful with the touching of Bein Shal. So you see that they can't be Kamei. So you see that a person who's Kamei spoils the carbon. And yet a Kamei is an example of something that does not apply both to the offerer and the animal. Why? Because when an offerer, the Kohen puts his Kamei, the animal, an animal, we call it alive, obviously it's different, but an animal while it's alive, cannot become Kamei. So therefore, you have an example of something that causes kilo, and it does not have this stringency of both the offerer and the animal having the same category, and yet you see that it causes kilo. So that proves that it's not a problem that Balmum has in the future. It does not destroy our ability to learn our draw from Balmum. The Gemara says, well, it's coming to say this comment. But I'll tell you, maybe you're trying to bring a proof from the case, the fact that a person is Kamei causing a fulo when he does the avoda. I'll tell you that a Kamei person has a novelty or a stringency that if a Kamei person touches something else, and according to the halacha of Shema, he can make that Kamei. Versus a Zar doesn't pass along his Zara, his non-coin status. So therefore, maybe I would tell you that Tumah is more Tumah, and the person who's Kamei is more Tumah than a Zar. And you should not be able to learn on a Zar from Tumah. So the Gemara says, Balmum Yokia. So what a Balmum says, because you see that a Balmum is a fellow of carbon, and yet a Balmum is not someone who conveys his status. So if a Balmum touches another person, that person doesn't become a Balmum. So you see that the unique element by Tumah is not a problem because Balmum does not have a unique element, and yet it's the case that it causes kilo. And you should be able to learn from the Kamei. Because I did, it goes backwards. If you say Balmum, you're going to say, what about Balmum? It's part of Kematria. And you say, well, Kamei is here. And you say, well, Kamei is the Kamei. Balmum is here. Then you're doing the circle. Because I did, let it reject, let it reject. That the Kumla, the stringency that exists in the case of Balmum does not exist in the case, is not the same as the one in the case of someone who's coming. But it could be Makame does not exist in the case of Balmum. So therefore, instead of looking at the unique stringency, let's look at the common elements. What do they have in common? The Muzarim, that they are warned that they're not supposed to do the avoda. And if they choose to do the avoda, so you see, both by a Balmum and by a Kamei, if they choose to do the avoda, they cause kilo. So therefore, so therefore, I'm going to include Zar from between the Balmum and the Kamei together. I'll bring Zar to whom Muzar, because the Zar is warned not to do the avoda. Yim Avad kilo. And therefore, if he does the avoda, he causes it to be a kilo. So now we have a second
no
source
interest in even doing the
for
shopping
Zar.
today.
Now,
But
now this
for
Tzara
this
Shava
guy, you can
says,
barely
and I
speak
could assume
sort of English,
anyone
but
who's Muzar, anyone who's
English is
warned
Papa's
not to
second
do it or
language
told
as
not to
well.
bring the
Shabbos
avodah,
is
causes
his
Shula.
first
But the
language.
Gemara asks,
And
Minalam the Muzar.
he just got
Says,
destroyed
okay,
by a guy who
fine. So anyone who's warned can be
He just
Masala, but
got
how do you know that the Zar is warned against
by
doing
some
it? So now we're going to say as well.
Durka looking dude.
So he says, if you're going to tell me it's on that puppet that says that Nazir touch it in Israel while he's following with him touch, you know, you should separate yourself from the touching of Israel, you shouldn't cause zero of Kodesh. So if you're going to bring that puppet, then what's the problem with that? It's still a Bedufet should say. That can't be your force because that puppet itself says zero. So if you're using that puppet by Nazir when you're in Israel to tell you that when you're pulling and you're coming, you shouldn't do the avodah, if that's your force that are pulling, I'm sorry, if that's your force that are Zar, I'm sorry, I said it wrong. So if you're going to say from Vayinazu, so what is that talking about Vayinazu? It's talking about not the part about the pulling, it's talking about we Darshan, the one we learned yesterday, is that you learn from Bnei Yisrael Lo Yichalalu. You said that before, that Bnei Yisrael should be careful that they don't call Shul. How would they call Shul? By being a Zor, right? But the problem is, if that's the source to tell you that a Zor is Muzar and therefore fits within the Tzara Shabbat, what do you need to call from that at all? Why not just say, because it says Lo Yichalalu, just like the first opinion we had, that we brought Tani Levi, so we brought Levi's opinion. So it can't be that the Zar is Muzar from Bnei Yisrael Lo Yichalalu, because it's so, I don't need to come from it at all. I would know Shilo from that.
Nobody like
How I know
nobody.
that a Zar was told not to do the avodah such that the Kabbalah teaches that he does do the avodah that it causes the Shilo. So when I said, Elam the Zar, Magikra Malechem, because the pasuk in Bamidbar, it says, the Milvo Alato, the Shemus, Mishmer, Shalom, we're talking about the Kohanim, before all the oil, that it says that the Kohanim should do everything that goes on in the sun. The Zar, Magikra Malechem, and the Zar should not come close. So that means that the Zar should not be the avodah. If you've seen a case where the Torah tells you a Zar should not be the avodah, once you know that a Zar is a Muzar, that he's told not to do the avodah, you can use the Kabbalah to determine that just like Bamum and Kameh, if he does do the avodah, despite the fact that he's a Zar, it causes a Shilo. Okay, so now we're going to ask, though, the Issel and Mithra, but I can ask you a question. Mala Shabbat Shabbat the Kain Lo Yehutu B'Bam. He says, well, what's happening here? We know we're trying to learn from Bamum and Zar. I'm sorry, we're trying to learn from Bamum and Kameh to a Zar. But there's a tendency that exists with Bamum and a Kameh that don't exist with a Zar. What is that? Is that a Zar is allowed to bring a carbon on a Bama to Kameh. So again, there was the Bama before. In the days they didn't have the mixed on, or was allowed to have a Bama. There was a Bama that had a bunch of people, and then there were individual Bamas, right? So Rashi goes to learn, I'm not going to get into it now, but to show you that Tumah and Balmum both apply even in a Bama situation, that a Balmum cannot bring a carbon on a Bama, and someone coming cannot bring a carbon on a Bama. But a Zar can bring a carbon on a Bama. Only one of the differences between that it does not specifically need to be a Kohen. So you see that there's a stringency in the case of Balmum and Kameh over a Zar in the fact that Balmum and Kameh cannot bring a carbon on a Bama and a Zar can. So you can't learn out the Zar from a combination of the Kameh and the Balmum. So the Gemara says, Lo Chema Kameh Ofiach, you're right. So forget the fact that I told you that I brought Kameh into this. Rather, Ela Imam Onim Yofiach. It says that it will be that Onim should prove. So how would this go? So we would start by saying you have a Kabbalah. That by a Balmum, Balmum is allowed to touch him, and yet if he does avodah, if he needs to do halal, so too by a Zar. So we're going to ask, now the Balmum to take courage to Makrid, that the Balmum has that unique element that both the offerer and the animal can be in the category of the Balmum. So we say, Onen Yofiach, and we're going to see later how you know that Onen causes Shilo if he does it. So Onen Yofiach, that it doesn't require that the offerer and the animal have the same status, because obviously an animal is not an owning, and owning is someone's relative died, right? So owning proves that it's not so. Okay, so the Gemara continues, but okay, malo owning became also the nicer. But I'll tell you that an owning has this unique status that he's not allowed to eat Meiser Shady, because we say in the pasuk, that when we talk, can also be Meiser the Sibla Chalti Ba'omi, that a person says, I didn't eat this Meiser when the person says when he was in Aminos, he didn't eat the Meiser, so he's not allowed to eat Meiser. So Meiser Sheni, and yet a Zar is allowed to eat Meiser Sheni. So how can you learn out the halach of a Zar from the case of an Onin? And Onin has this unique stringency that he's not allowed to have, and not allowed to eat Meiser Sheni. The Gemara says, okay, I'll answer you about one more. I can give it to Balmum, because Balmum is also not restricted from eating Meiser Sheni, and yet he's able to be Makal or so it's not only someone who has that added restriction of being capable of being restricted from eating Meiser Sheni. Because again, some other folks are right, use it, but here's my thing, they're not similar, they're not right? And I expect the rebuttal, whenever you criticize a fighter, or fighters, you might hurt the press, and anyone, harm the fish. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect the response, they're fighters. You call me out, if you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, when I got my attention, and because I'm not going to come off as a bully there, and when they dance, that's not bullying, he called me out, we're from the same fraternity, which I will fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills, we're both agree to it, that's different than if you're just a schmuck at the bar. That's not cool. If a professional beats up an average Joe, that's bullying, that's not the way to do things. But if you're from the same fraternity, and you're the same fraternity, well, now we can both play this game. But here's the Makana is, if you're going to start a beef, if you're going to go back and forth, are not allowed to offer something on a bummer, and it's not
you can't, you can't wait 10 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier, I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, they're your handlers. You can't get back after 10 days. I've worked drama. When someone, there's Andrew and like a conversation gets shots at.
Maybe he's allowed to
dude, this is dangerous. It's like when it took him several days to respond, and all he said was, you'd be surprised. First of all, I've already moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. It's so funny. You're making a reference from fucking 12 years ago. And you're team your handlers, that's what you got from doing a con, right? And this is prototypical ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? There it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad podcasting. He's a bad fighter. If I post a drug, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original. So he's taking it with ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? Again, he's an original, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue here. If you think yourself as dumb yourselves up, I'm going to call myself an idiot. You've been hitting on me a lot, Buzz. Well, he's not talking here. He's talking about 17 my fans, which is if just me, that means I'm dumb and he's the fans are dumb, right? And then he goes, Brendan Shaw showing YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio, and YouTube just for the fuck of it. And then it comes to, and the comments which, you're talking about from 5 years ago? This is, so it's just like, again, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you got to at least within 24 hours, otherwise I'm out. I'm not going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, they took their time. They probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like Makana. Him not taking the money helps me out, helps the other fighters. So you put more money in my pocket.
And I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, anybody who works at the UFC is online. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know McConnell for family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer, dropped out of that Christian fighting, so he's a smart guy. If you're going to respond, and make fun of me having to watch my show, or I get a podcast, can't do this, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. And you saw it, it got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built a platform and everybody has a big platform just to reach me. I do it from here, and you're making fun of me.
Wait, it might have been that he let it go and then Aaron asked him about it.
You don't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's current.
He wasn't putting him on Aaron when he said that.
That's the point.
No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on. Because he didn't go on to address this. He doesn't have a fight that. He doesn't have a fight go on there for other. He doesn't have a fight.
So if you're going to go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote, correct? Maybe release some brave or some brave view. You went on another grown man show to get the message out because he can't do it from here. And then you have when he's trying to podcast on the phone, right? Weird. Who's the person if you ever do a podcast? Do you know what it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast show. You're going to call it showing money. And then when they show you the money, you turn it down. No, but on the dome.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying he never rejected?
Probably. And I stand by that. Final Joiners means this. Let's go black and white here. Take feelings out of it. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it. If you look at his record, and this is I'm not being mean. This is if I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You look at the lay of the fucking land at 55 days fighting. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat BSD, who's overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Physique. These are all tough individuals. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. Trudeau or Joe Turner, BSD, who we know is overhyped, and that's my fault. He was a beast, but he's not. He was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out at short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight with a ruler Dariush and you lose to him. So for just being analytical about it, me saying you're not getting a title shot isn't a shot at him. Fucking when you're just being never fought for a title.
You're being honest.
Yeah, and then it's fair he's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. The fan base knows this. Now he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He'll always have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm not going to call him dumb and all this shit. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess or playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? He fought for that payday. He's fighting tough echelon guys. He might be saying, hold on. The smart, and I think he's a smart as well. He's already lost 2. He loses another one to me at Tyson. He might say,
Yosef Kamachacham. And I'll just tell you, you shouldn't ever learn from a Yosef at all,
What she
because
said was,
Yosef
I think,
writ
200 or
large.
300,000.
In
It's
general,
not.
a Yosef
I
is
know that.
someone
They're
who has
breaking
double
down. I'm
tendencies.
thinking
You
about
can't do the
120,000.
avodah,
So
and he's
he's off
possibly
even
either.
on
So I'll
his
bring it
numbers.
from
I just
the
don't think he has
broad
the facts.
category of Egypt.
So he's
And
not
my
actually turning down
answer, the first
200,000 like he
answer is,
said. He's might
in
turn down
Yosef Lopar, because that's not a good question.
which is still a lot of
Because
money.
when I'm trying to bring you a Kavachoma, learn one thing from another,
He
yeah, I
probably
can bring a
thinks
Kavachoma
he
from the
does
fact that the Yosef
scratch his
Kavachoma
back,
is
which I
part of
doubt
the
he is, but
larger
maybe they
universe
are.
of a Yosef, doesn't
Is
mean
I'm
you
like
can
2
ask
factors
from
this
me
kid.
on a halacha that
Making me
does
a
not
bad
apply to the
matchup.
Yosef
I'm
Kavachoma.
fucked.
I
I'm gonna
brought
make way less
the
more money.
Kavachoma
If I
not
can just
from
win one
Yosef
more, that's
generally.
gonna extend
You
my
didn't conform a
career.
part,
Like,
and
it's
if you're
exciting
going to tell me
fans
that
favorite.
that's not a good
Yes,
answer,
so
and
that's
that
gonna
you're
extend
able
my
to
career another
ask
2 to 3
from the
fights.
broader
So by
category of
turning this
Yosef, and saying the
$100,000
broader
down, he
category
makes
of
a lot
Yosef
more.
has a
Correct.
double
Yeah, so I think
tendency in
he's
that
playing
it can
chess.
tell
I really think
Hoda
he is
and
check.
the
That's what I
Kosovator.
assume he's
Then
turned
I'll
down.
tell
That's what
you,
I feel like.
ask
That's
him the
what makes
Yosef
sense.
from your
That would
Tanya
make
Hana.
that would be
They
the
said,
smart
okay, fine.
sort
But
of.
then,
He doesn't
if
care.
you're
He
telling
doesn't
me
say
that
that.
this
He
Yosef
doesn't
is a
use it
problem,
to
then
pride
I'll bring you
protect
by a
respect thing.
Karatova.
It probably is
So
as well.
give me,
It's probably
because
like
give me a Yosef,
garbage.
and
It's all
give me one of
garbage.
the
And
others
I'm
we
coming
talked
from
about
as
so
a
far, which is a Tame, a
guy
Bamon, and
who's
an Onen.
been
So how
around
would this
the
work? So let's
longer
take the
than
Tame.
him. Yes,
So you
I've
would
been
say
behind
that
the
a
scenes
Yosef is
way
a
longer
Kavachoma.
than
That
him.
is a
I have the
Yosef who's allowed
relationships
to
to
be,
know how this
and he
works.
does the Avodah
I'm
Mitzvah,
telling you
then
now,
a Zar who's not allowed to be
maybe you're
Mitzvah, he
right.
does the Avodah
Maybe they
Mitzvah,
give you a
right?
favorable
So you
matchup.
tell,
And you
so
extend
he
your
says,
career.
Mali
Maybe.
Yosef,
And I
that a
fucking
Yosef has
hope
this
they do. I hope that's
tendency
why you're going.
of, that it
But
has both
typically, it
Passover
never
Edus
works out
and
that way.
Kilo Avodah. So I'll tell you,
They never scratch
Tame
your back.
Yokia,
They just
right?
don't.
That Tame proves that it does not
It's all
have
good.
Passover
You're in the
Edus,
fight
and yet
business. It's pretty
the
fucking, it's the most
Avodah
cutthroat
is
business you can be
Mukul.
in.
So I'll tell you, Mala Tame Shekain,
Because this is the way it will work.
the Tame, the Tame,
I'll
that
say
Tome
Dana
is the
goes
Tame.
behind the
So I'll
scenes.
tell you
They
about Mum Yokia, and you go back in circles. Or you
type
could
of
say
showing. What
that
they community. Here's a
maybe
good
Mala
matchup.
Onen.
And you win that.
What about Onen? That
He's
he's
actually
nice to
continue to give you good
Bamum
matchups
Yokia.
at the level
Or you
you're
could
at.
bring it
The
from,
next one
or
after
you
this,
could bring
it
it from
gets
the
real
case
and you're
of,
back to the drawing board. That's
or
how
you could
this
bring it from the
goes.
case of
That's just how
Bamum
it
and the
goes.
Yosef.
If
So
you're
you
in the
say
toughest
that
division,
the
whether it's at
Yosef
55,
has a
55,
double
so it's
tendency.
no
You say
knock on
Bamum Yokia
O'Connell
doesn't have a
saying
double
that
tendency.
55 is the most tough division. He's ranked in the top 15.
You know
How impressive that is.
So then you would
His
say,
wins are
you
super.
would say,
What's his
Yosef
ranking?
Yokia. So Yosef,
My top
the
15.
fact that someone is a
13,
Yosef
but
doesn't
I
make
think,
it an
that,
animal Yosef.
yeah.
So therefore,
But
we
you're
would be able
not
to bring
hardest
it
be
out.
ranked top 13 in the world. I think what
We'd
you
be
do,
able to bring it
you
out
said
from
what
there.
a lot of people
Now,
think.
let's keep track of the structure of
Anyone
what
that knows
happened
the
here.
sport is
We
knows
had
I'm 100%
a
correct.
Homer, and we asked on it because he said that how can you bring so much Tame and a
I think
Bamum,
it
because
was
both of those
that before he
are not
lost
allowed to
too.
bring a
So,
covenant on a
talk
Bama,
about top
while
10
a
guy,
Zar is
just
allowed to
super
bring a covenant on
impressive.
the Bama. So the
But
Gemara
you look at the top
rejected
5,
that Homer said,
it's
rather
not a
I'll
pretty
bring the
picture for
Homer
him.
than Bamum
And that's
and
all
Onin
good.
together,
That's not a
right?
knock on
And
him.
then the Gemara asked on that,
But again, they
and
get
left
upset
off
about
that,
that, and I
that
get it. I understand that. I expect
maybe,
people to blow back on this.
maybe an
14
Onin
days later.
is like the Zar, and that they're both able to bring
Keep
on
it
a Bama.
going.
Right? So
Dude,
when
I'm
you
a
tried
bag
to
of
get what
fish
maybe
to
he
fry.
wanted a case that for sure you can't bring
I
it on
tried
the
this
Bama.
Brazilian
Right?
fish
So the Messiah brought his own
2
Kabbalah.
days
So it
ago.
must be
I don't
that
go
the
back for
Messiah
leftovers.
felt
I
that
don't know
the
that. I never got that
sources
you were
that he's
actually
bringing
attacking
from now
O'Connor
are
or
not a
anyway. You were just
problem
kind of
on
saying,
the
hey,
Bama. You can't say
the
that
UFC
they
doesn't
on the
work this
Bama
way,
and
right?
that they
Yeah, it's
can't
all
do it on the
good.
Bama
And
and
also,
a
they
Zar
may have
can.
a great
It
relationship
must
with
be
Dan.
that the
And he may have
Messiah
been like,
fixed matter
I'm so
by
told,
finding
so
a
my
case
whole so
that the
there's
Zar
so
is
the
just
tough
like
guys
that
still
case, and
take them on.
therefore
The
they're
UFC,
both
there's
able to
no
bring it on the
negative
Bama. So
side effects when taking the fucking
element
money.
that we
Dan would say, take the money.
introduce to this.
It's
We know that a Bamum and a
Damn,
Tame
dude,
cannot
first
bring
of
on
all,
a
the money's
Bama.
the money's not going back to Dayton. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and now
So how do you know that a Yosef absolutely can't bring on a bummer, and therefore he's
the rest of the
better than
fighters
the
that
prior
were taken, and I
Yosef,
think it's like
the
97%
punches
of
of bummer,
fighters
you
are
know,
taken.
how do I know that a Yosef is
3% aren't.
allowed to
I know
offer it
big
on a
fish
bummer,
not
on
taking
a
it.
straw,
But again, I
because
don't know what kind of
the
spot
prophet
financial
said
situation.
by
And, he was
a
going on
coin.
being a
Where do I
lawyer.
know that a coin is
And
supposed
I
to
don't know his
stand in
family in
that
Brazil.
because it
The
says
dollar goes a
Ramos
lot
the
longer out
Hashem
than it
the
does here.
circle.
He
The
might be
pasuk in
completely
the
fine.
Bar that says
You
you
know,
should stand
but
before Hashem
again,
and
remember,
serve him.
he's
So
in a
from that
different
we
boat than
learn
all
that
of us.
coin needs to
He
stand,
thought he was
right?
going to get,
But
like
where
you
does
say,
that
turn out
apply? With Hashem,
200,000.
the Lord of the
That's
Shabbat.
not
So
the
the
case.
pasuk that says you need to
Turned
stand
out about hundreds
has
of
to do with
million.
standing before Hashem, which means you're going to become
Because
Midrash,
the
not when
formula
you're
they
standing in
use
front of a
to
So
break down
therefore,
how much
you
you're going
see
to
that
get,
a
you figure it
Yosef,
out.
the halacha
People figured out
of
extra
meeting
turned
on
out
Midah,
lots of
which
money.
you need to make on Midah,
So
does
I'm
not
talking money going
apply
up in taxes.
by
I
a
can see why
bummer.
it's
So
like,
therefore,
just give me a
the
good matchup.
question that
Because
plays
that's the long game.
1.5 of the
So I
prior
think he's trying to
derivation,
play
What's a good
first the
matchup for
Tame
you?
and the Balmum, and then
So
the Balmum and the
Shabbos is
Onen as a half, does
over
not apply by Yosef, because
that
Yosef
UFC guy
clearly
going on
is
Ariel
allowed to bring
Hawani's
a
show.
carbon on a bummer just like a
Destroy
jar,
it.
and therefore you can't say
Put this up on my
that you should
channel.
not be able to learn how to draw from there.
So,
Okay, so we have
Sean
now
once again
completed
lost
3
to this
courses
guy. Shah brand as well. But everything Shah said was wrong. Now, whether the guy
why a dog causes pull by a bulldog, either from the main double or from the Kabbalah from Balmum, or from the Kabbalah Balmum together with Onen, or from the Kabbalah of the direct Kabbalah of Yosef or the Kabbalah of Yosef together with either Kame Onen or Balmum. So those are the three sources. So we
And the
have
guy finally clapped back on Ariel. Why is it so chopping up and down that
Okay, fine.
he's
Now the Gemara
terrible
goes on to the next case in the Mishnah, which is how do we know Onen causes the avodah to be the full that it causes the full. Okay, Onen, we know on this because I referenced this particular source before. It says, when I make this way, they say, because by the Kohen Gadol,
not that you suck at
it says that when this is written in the Parsha that we're dealing with now,
and that's what that guy said. You're not
where
funny.
if the Kohen
You know, Shah
Gadol,
didn't bring up
if the Kohen Gadol mother or father died, it says that he's not returning to them, and then it goes on to say that when the man makes it like this, he doesn't go out and make a mitzvah for his power, he doesn't cause skill.
So
The
all that
implication being,
ranting and raving
if
and
anyone
that guy
other than the Kohen Gadol
as
who
usual.
lost his
Shah
mother and
has
his father, and
lost
therefore it is in the
every
category of
internet
owning,
he's at.
so if he doesn't go out,
He lost it to
comes
Ariel.
So what do you see? You see that
And now he
a
kisses
regular
all those
Kohen,
guys' asses.
by doing
He
that
kisses
avodah when he's
Ariel
owning,
Hawani's
causes
ass.
skill. So
Because
that's
Ariel
source
Hawani
number one.
destroyed him and said,
Okay? Now we're going to say as follows, that the Luther brings a different source, and the Luther brings a hustle from here, as the prophet says, Cain Hikivu Ani Hikrafti. Okay, so this requires a little bit of explanation.
No one knows who Shab is. The guy probably only found out who Shab even ran his
So
mouth
basically
because
what happened
me or
was
someone else
that
made
we
a
had
video about
in
it.
on Restorative Nissan,
Because if
the
you
year
look at
after
Shab
Christ
view count, it's terrible.
came out of the
That bot views for
came out of Mitzrayim, and you had the
crappy
Chanukah
special.
Hamishkan, and you had all these Kabbalah. And remember what happened also on that day
And now
is
he's even
that
trying to distance
is
himself
that
from the
the
special. Because
that
if you bring up
Nadav
my
and
comedy
Abiel
special,
brought
that
the
was
carbon
5
that they weren't
years
supposed to
ago.
bring, and they
It was
died,
like 5
right?
years in
And
Chop City.
so that was the story that goes on when you get to Paris
So,
Yud and Vayikra. They talked about Yitzchak and Aaron, Nadav and Abiel, each Machal, so they brought the fire that they weren't supposed to bring, and they got burned. And Moshe said to Aaron,
By the way, Shab is acting like this is $40 million
Yisrael and Al-Safran that they should go bring out Nadav and Abiel, and then they told them various
to a guy
halachos.
who I'm
It
sure
then proceeds to
has a
talk
bunch
about
of fucking dough already.
to talk about not drinking
So it's
wine.
not-
It talks
it's
about
not life
that how what they could do with the rest of the offerings from that day, right? And then it talks about certain things that
UFC fighter will take
Kohanim are entitled to.
$100,000.
Okay,
Like
the
Shab
Mitzvah, the
spent
Chazon
all
Sof,
this money
etc.
already on a
The
car.
Chazon Sof, and then the
So, like,
different things that they're able to use. And then
it's not even like that big of a deal
passage
to keep ranting and raving
in
about,
Torah, which
which
goes as follows.
tells me that there's probably
The
an
Lord
ulterior
Sharaf
motive
Moshe,
here for Shab.
that
They care
Moshe
so much
kept
whether or not
asking
this guy
about the Sirah
takes
Chata,
the
what was the
money
Sirah
or
Chata?
not,
To
too.
remember, this was a
There's got to be an
from
ulterior
the Kodesh
motive
to
there.
bring a Sawyer,
Why
right?
Shab
So
cares
Moshe
so
kept
much
asking, what
whether
happened
this
with
guy
the
takes
Sirah Chata?
$100,000
Yehine Sorrow,
And I know Shab
it
keeps saying,
got
it's better
burnt
for me
off.
if he
But
does it.
Nipsa,
If that was
Elazar, Summer,
actually the
Bnei
case,
Aaron, and the son
Shab
anymore,
got more
and
money
Moshe
because
got
this guy
upset
didn't get
at
the job.
Elazar and
Would
Summer,
keep his mouth
saying,
shut.
"My
So
poor Lord,
there's an
Chatas,
ulterior
Chatas,
motive
from
there.
Kodesh.
I
Why
don't know
didn't
what
you
it
Chatas
is,
in
but
Kodesh?
this that we trying to go off in his short shorts is terrible. But I mean, that was them losing.
Emo, who
Or
was
this
somewhere
guy
Kodesh,
who barely
Emo,
speaks English, destroying us, but Shab's a guy who barely speaks English.
should have brought
First language is Shabanese.
Okay, so basically
But
Moshe got
let me know
upset
your
at them
thoughts in the
that you
comments.
didn't bring the Sadir of the Kodesh. Vayidaber Aaron on Moshe, and Aaron said to Moshe, "Hey, Hayom Tikrivu et Katasam Yasalasam Lifnei Hashem." He says, "Behold, today they brought their chatas and all those Hashem, but they ran out of sea." And he says. He said that this would happen to me. Would it be good if I ate the chatas today? But yes, my Moshe listened. He couldn't die. So this is a very strange passage. Moshe Rabbeinu was asking, what's going on with the sawyer? And then basically Aaron said, you really don't want me to eat the sawyer. And then Moshe was satisfied, right? So there's a machlokas. There's a machlokas as follows. Later on in Rabbi, which has to do with the following. There's two versions of what happened here. The first version, which is Rabbi Nehemiah, is as follows. Moshe Rabbeinu told him, why didn't you tell you? Why didn't you bring the fire? Why didn't you burn it? You're supposed to have eaten it, not burnt it. To which Aaron said, it's because of Anina. Right? So Moshe Rabbeinu stepped up at Anina, for Elazar and Tamar who are over this page, that would make sense why you have to do it. So Moshe said to Aaron, did they bring it when they said, hey, Hayom Hikribu, they brought it, I brought it, and therefore I, as a Kohen Gadol, I'm allowed to bring a carbon to Anina, right? So then, what? So therefore, so he said, I brought it. So it was not a problem that it was brought by an Onen. Well, it was brought by an Onen, but it was really Aaron the Kohen Gadol allowed to bring it. So then the question becomes, why did it get burnt then? Why did they burn it? And was it Aaron brought it, or the valid carbon? Because,
I would like to do a self-defense seminar that teach guys how to fight a big man when he's trained. Or teach him how to fight a big man.
The biblical status of Aninos, does it go,
if you see like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you feature episodes, you do all kinds of just either go to the night after someone loses their relative,
the rest of that day they're known, and then at night
or
they're not known, or it goes through the following night, right? And therefore only at the morning they're on Aninos listed. But Nehemiah is the one who's of the opinion that it follows through the night. So what happened here? Aaron at home brought the carbon, the start of our carbon. He did it while he was an Onen, but that's okay because he's a Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol is allowed to bring while he's an Onen. But the problem was there was no one who could eat it because Aaron and his sons were in the Onen status from Nadav and Abihu who died, and according to Nehemiah, it goes through the night, and as Kata, as a starting that when you bring the Kata on the Torah, can only be eaten that day and that night, so there's no point at which they would have been able to eat it. And the halacha is that when you see this Rashi brings from Kata, and if there's no one who can eat it, then you burn it right away. So that's what happened.
You guys are pretty cool as is, but
what's going on?
every now and then you have to do something.
Did they offer that would happen? No, when they were when they were an Onen, and that's the reason that you needed to burn it. So I said, no, they didn't bring it. I brought it. So it's not a problem of having been brought by an Onen, but it is a problem because there was no one who could eat it, right? So that's one view in the Tanaim, and that's how we're understanding this thing. But what do you see from this implied conversation that was spoken between Aaron and Moshe is that Moshe was said, they both used to agree that had Elazar and Tamar brought the carbon while they were in Onen, then in fact it would make sense why you have to burn the carbon because it was called a fuel. So from that conversation, you see that there was, you see that this idea that an Onen who brings the carbon causes fuel. Okay?
I like how you believe that the podcast is dead. So, earlier in the podcast, saying, I just talked
okay, so
here.
I'm sorry. But wow, the Gemara said, Active, after the start, that had Elazar and Tamar brought the carbon, it would have been appropriate that it had gotten burnt. Okay, so fine. So now we have two sources. We have the Minamigdal for Yosef, and we have from him his people. The Gemara says that the Elazar and Tamar and Omar why doesn't you learn it from the pasuk that says the Kohen Gadol doesn't go out? Well, did it say that the other person, that the Kohen that doesn't go out has fuel? You're making a reverse inference from the Kohen Gadol. He said, who said that? And Rashi says, maybe a regular coin also does not cause Hillel when he brings it on the list, he could be yay,
and they were 100% paying with
and what they needed it by the Kohen Gadol, the Lord he told him to do so, to be trusted in Pharaoh, his close and partial owner. Because I might say, and this is what I referenced before, the idea might be that maybe a Kohen Gadol has some elevated to do. So you would think that even though a regular Kohen is allowed to bring a covenant when he's an owning, but a Kohen Gadol would not be allowed to bring a covenant when he's an owning. Comes to pocket to tell you that even a Kohen Gadol can bring when he's an owning. So Rabbi Rabbi does not like to bring it from the Amizah for Yisrael because he says maybe you're not supposed to make a reverse inference to a regular Kohen Gadol. Maybe the purpose of the prophet is to tell you that while a regular Kohen Gadol can bring an owning, also Kohen Gadol can bring it as an owning. And therefore, that's the purpose of the prophet. There's no reverse inference to a regular Kohen. So that's why Rabbi Rabbi does not like the Amizah for Yisrael. He'd rather bring it from the story with Aaron and Moshe. He does, and according to Ron, he brings it from the Amizah for Yisrael. He doesn't bring it from Cain, my time along and the hand of people. He says the sovereign he said that no, you got the story wrong with what happened there. Because according to the Yehuda and Shimon, they understand as follows. They had no problem with the department that did not get burnt because there was no one to eat it. Why? Because they hold that Aminos ends at the end of the day. So therefore, and a carbon, the period at which you could eat it extends to the night. So they could have eaten it after the night. You can't tell me that it got burnt because Aminos got burnt because it became covered. So then, what was the conversation back and forth between Aaron and Moshe? Moshe said, why did you burn the covenant and you didn't eat it? And they said, because of Amina. To which he said, so basically what they said back is that because we were owning them, therefore we pushed off the eating, and that caused it to become common. So the way they have to understand the story, because they had no problem, they didn't burn it because it couldn't eat it, because it was night. So the way they understood it became common. So what did they have to do with Aminos? Instead, since they were owning them during that day, Aaron and Elazar and some were owning them, so they couldn't eat the carbon, and they had to leave it overnight. While it was sitting around there, something happened to become common, and they started it. So they told us, we would have eaten it, or it became common. That's what happened. What happened? Okay, so that's how the Yehuda and Shimon understand the story with Aaron and Moshe. So that was the question that they were saying. Aminos had nothing to do with whether the carbon was disqualified. It just had to do with explaining how it came to be that the carbon became common. So because they understand that way, they did not want to learn out the halacha that causes zero from the story of Amy Krieger because it had nothing to do with offering as an owner. It was just an explanation for how it became common. Okay. So we now have two sources. Today, Rabbi Shmuel, the debate Rabbi Shmuel brought a Kal Vachomer, and this is hopefully going to be a quick tomorrow because we've basically had these next couple things before. I said the Kal Vachomer is Balmum. We bring the Kal Vachomer from Balmum. Balmum. So we're on the beat. It's just a few minutes left. Balmum said, okay, that Balmum, that he's allowed to eat Kachin Kadashim, if he does the Avodah Philo, so then for sure an owning to eat Okel, that he's not allowed to eat the Kachin Kadashim in addition to Avodah Philo, that if he does the Avodah Philo. So you see that an owning, you should learn an owning out from the Balmum. So the Gemara says, no, Balmum cannot go credit to Makriven. But I'll tell you that the Balmum has a unique feature that both the Kohen offers a carbon, and the carbon itself has a problem with Mum. Now, at this point, remember, we've already got 3 reasons before to tell us that a Zohar called the Phil. Now we can use the Zohar in our calculations. We say the Zohar proof, because even though a Zohar is only the person and not an animal, there's another thing of the Zohar animal, and yet it is part of the Phil. So we see that that unique feature of Balmum is not positive. Well, the Zohar
everyone has guns.
You'll tell me, how can
So
you
everyone
compare
just across the board agree that they've seen ghosts, which is whatever.
a
Maybe
Zohar
like
is
that.
someone
But then
who's
let me
never
ask you this,
going to be able
Eric
to
and
eat
Chris.
we've never
So
been able
like
to do
bad,
that
like legit bad people, like serial killers, not like terrorists. Those guys are
do it right
crazy,
now,
right?
but
Legit
he'll
serial
be able to do
killers.
it
Do you think
tomorrow,
they're just
right? So
what?
therefore,
Lazy in their
how can
possession?
you
Do you
bring
think
a
they're just
raya
Mom was mean to him. Owning from a God
That's what you're saying.
much
Oh, you're
stricter than
fucking.
owning
Oh, you're
because
fucking
can
idiot.
never become Muslim. You say
It's fucking idiot day.
because not every
It's
Muslim is
fucking idiot
permanent.
day.
It's
That's
a temporary
Jay,
one.
you should have
And
told
yet
me.
he's going to
Jay,
be
you
able
should have told me. It's
to
fucking
do a whole
idiot
in the
day.
future when his
So,
wound heals. And yet we see that it's kind of still. So you see the fact that it's temporary in nature. That it's temporary nature is still causing still. So to own it is a temporary nature to be able to cause still. Because that again and it goes back. What is that? The elements of stringency are not shared. The one has hakana and one is transmaki. They're not kind of covered to the head, but you look at the commonality they have in Mizarian, that they're told not to do the avodah of the Malchut, and told by a czar and a Bamun that they do the avodah of
that's what they are.
so too, I'm going to learn out owning from the case of czar and Bamun to Luther, because owning is Luther, the Abad, and the avodah too. Okay, so now again, it's not a covenant that's just like a Bamun and a czar, the owning is warned not to do the avodah. Now the Gemara is saying, it's a mitzvah. Where do we see that our owner is told not to do the avodah?
I'm not saying it could be a form of evil when we can kill children and women have no conscience. You can just screw it back like, well, that's what I do. Evil is such, you guys are saying it's like autism.
Why not you know
It's similar. Like, this is a condition in people. There's no racism. Being a psychopath is a condition in people have. There's not some demon coming from hell possessing them. That's what it's for.
So
you think people are born that way? I don't think they're like, I think it's both nature and nurture. I think that, yeah, I think that. If the evil that you're talking about is, somebody lets the bad thoughts and shittiness overcome them, then sure, I believe that. But I don't believe it's like some spirit or force or, that's all. But I mean, look, I'm not saying, oh, let's give these serial killers a chance, put them in therapy, kill them all. But when you start talking about evil, demon, possession, that kind of thing, I'm not really, and look, can it be true? Of course, I don't know shit. But words are things that never happen. Like,
let's say Casper also shows that it's Kilo, because most of them have a conversation with Aaron, and he says,
but there's a word, right.
drop and bring water in the chest with a pillow. That's not what happens in sidewalks, right? So from the back and forth, you see that not only that our owner will have this offer, but that it does offer to call the
yeah, sure. Well, there's also a word for higher being. It's called God. So, are you both atheists?
No, I'm not saying there's no God. I'm not saying prove it, right?
A little bit,
but nobody can prove that we're not in the simulation. Like, I have no idea. I don't know. Just because you can't prove something, that doesn't mean that it's real. And that's what faith is. Faith.
Most of it came and said, why did you burn it? You didn't eat it.
What do you mean
What
exactly?
do you mean
exactly?
I'm not saying if you have faith in God and higher being, the opposite of that would be what? Yeah, right? So there's some people who have faith in that dark being that has evil. Yeah, it's the same way you do and have faith in the goodness.
But I'm not saying I believe in God or don't believe in God, and I'm not saying I believe it. I'm not saying there's no way that, I've even said it, there's a whole, but I just don't know if I think that calling people monsters and saying the evil overtook them, it's shirking responsibility, it's shirking blame, dude. Like, yeah, I mean, dude, you can just be a fucking piece of shit and let your circumstances dictate what you do in life. It's not fucking Satan, dude. You're a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think. I think Jeffrey Dahmer, I think he had mental problems. I think he's a fucking awful person. Get rid of him. But just be like, oh, the evil took him over. Bro, that's him. Fuck him.
don't know. To me, that's how it comes. That's how it comes across. There's no monsters. Like it's just like there's no monster among us, dude. That's a human being that is a piece of shit that fucking let their circumstances dictate. Yeah, they didn't get help when they were very young. Their mother, father beat the shit out of them, and you know that's a myth.
That's a myth. Not just that doesn't get great big
But it doesn't mean that because your parents beat the shit out of you,
So
you're
that's how
gonna
you
turn out to
know
be a fucking piece of
that
shit.
in
Plenty
only
of people
wizard, and once
overcome
you
that.
know in order to
Jeffrey
wizard,
Dahmer
then you can learn it out from the Talmud Homer
there are people that just
from
they let that win. Is that
Zor
evil?
together.
I wouldn't say that's evil. If
Okay?
you would, then
The
fine.
Gemara says,
I would say that that's just what happens to humans almost. They were
so now the Gemara says, we're trying to bring the Raya from
You're talking about their cause,
Zor
their
and
effect,
Balmum.
or is
Zor
it
and
action,
you're trying to learn.
like I fully, I would like you're describing
Zor and
something as like
Balmum
this
have a plumber
act is an
that
evil
there's
act.
no
That's
exception
different
to
than
that
saying
rule.
like
A Zor
you know,
can never do
evil
the
as
avodah
a
that
person's evil.
Balmum can never do the
I
avodah
think
that
my whole thing is if you know, because a lot of people go, that's a good person, right? Like they do better karma, good things happen to people. On the other spectrum of that
yes.
is the exact opposite.
sure,
There's evil shit energy. If you put out energy, if you put out shitty energy, you can never say like, how can we never say like, when somebody's doing something good, how can we never say like, an angel possessed them to be good? They do. Angel in an angel all the time to charity. How can we never say that? I mean, if they want the credit, they want the credit. And I'm never heard anyone say that because they want the credit for themselves. They don't want the credit saying all these things. They want to act. You know, they'll say it all the time. Well, it's how about that? They're like, all the time. How about that when they're like, oh, dude, got a Netflix special. Looking good. Well, fucking fuck you, dude. That was your agent.
That Balmum and Zor prove that they Balmum and Zor don't pass along the status and yet it's caused fuel by them. So it's not a problem. Because again, and you'll tell me Malahana that there's no exception. So we'll say that Tommy up here. And Tommy became a Tommy, goes to the circle, that's how the Shabbat spends, and Mizharin. And that once they're with her, they're also considered. The Lord says, the lift of Malah, how the Shabbat by hand, the Taylor, which of the Baron, ate the point God of the Kavim Yosef. So the Lord says, okay, but I'll find you one more, I'll tell you that you see by both a Balmum and a Tomei and a Zor, that there's no exception to them in a carbon rocket of a Kohen Gadol, right? And the only place of exception I carbon rocket of Kohen Gadol is my own. In other words, this is similar to Yosef and Yosef Tamachachim. We're taking it down a level of granularity and restricting it as a carbon rocket of Kohen Gadol, so then you're able to say that those all three, that a Zor, a Balmum, and a Tomei all have the element that there's never an exception, versus only there is an exception. So it says, but at the end of the day, there's an exception to Tumah, there's an exception to Onei, and so you see from Tumah that the fact that there's an exception does not preclude it from causing Tumah because the Tomei also causes Tumah. The Messiah said, okay, so now we have three sources. The first source was in Omega for Yefes, the second was from Hema Friedel, and the third is from Balmum together with Zor. Okay, so the Gemara now asks, that Messiah Amar Asim Kabbalah from Yosef. You can bring Kabbalah from Yosef. So this is very much like what we had on Amal. My Yosef fell to someone who's seated when he's in Yerushalayim is able to eat custom column that's the Quranic portion. If he does the avodah when he's seated, then Onei is not able to eat the Kohanic portions of the custom column and doesn't seem all that kilo, then surely Kabbalah, if he does the avodah, should cause kilo. So the Gemara would say, Mali Yosef became possible. So what about the fact that a Yosef has a double stringency that it applies both by Eidos and by avodah? So you say the Yosef Tamachachim. So I learned out from the Yosef Tamachachim who does not have the full Eidos, but he's able to sit down for Eidos. So the Gemara says, Mala same Yosef became possible Eidos. He says, okay, fine. So you found me a case of Tamachachim who the Yosef doesn't apply specifically, but the category, he's within the category of Yosef. The category of Yosef has a double stringency of both.
Yeah, lost chin is crazy.
Right? So you say Yosef will he doesn't look at that global thing, he just look at what you bring the food from.
different mod. This site, you look like every single day. Now that you move.
You're going to apart if you're going to say that that's a valid
Pretty
question. And
much.
ask them Yosef
It
with
kind of
Lord,
changed,
ask them
once
Yosef
I
with Rabbi Hana. So you could bring the
started
Yosef
living here, but you know, same
together
shit, you know?
with one of these other things, and you'll say, you'll say,
Thanks, bro. You look amazing.
Thanks, Jen.
Jin has the curse of
okay,
legend.
so we
What's
ended up
the
with
sound
four
curse?
sources for
his head again.
Onan in the middle. So
Oh,
we
yeah,
said
yeah.
Balmon and Onan and Yosef together with any of
It's
those
getting
others.
worse and worse, so I'm hoping,
Now,
I'm praying,
Onan
I'm wishing that
so the Gemara, the listener said
maybe
that
this is
Onan
like the curse is wrong
right?
bottom,
And Rabba's going to
and
tell you,
everything is up from here.
sorry,
curse is doing everything.
okay, Rabba,
Curse,
Lashano,
it doesn't
Ella, the carbon Yaqub.
It doesn't go away until you sage. Have you got some
So we
motherfucking sage?
understood. And
I
of
need your
course,
address, Jen. We need to end this.
we'll look at Rashi.
You're right,
We'll
you're
look
right.
at Rashi in a second.
It's the same.
We understood, we know the halacha is that
Brings it.
that in
So my
Onan,
right hand hurts.
that in Onan, a regular Onan cannot bring a carbon to carbon full, but a carbon double.
The
So
screen.
when we're saying that when a regular carbon cannot bring a carbon, that's only a carbon yachid. But when it comes to carbon keyboard, even a regular coin with an Onan can bring the carbon keyboard. Now the Gemara says, how would I know this? Well, it says Kabbalah is Puma. So I'll bring a Kabbalah from Puma. Ma Puma, Shloi, but Puma, Kala, it's a coin double carbon yachid. Then you see that Puma, which does not allow the coin double to bring its own carbon. The coin double coming cannot bring his own carbon.
It feels
Put
good to
your
punch
equal
something, but then your
edge
hand
of the
hurts.
carbon
Yeah,
keyboard.
but that's
When
why
we said
it
before
hurts.
it comes
You
to the
pull
law,
the punch through
that
that thing.
any coin can bring a carbon keyboard
One
even
time
when
I
it's coming.
punched.
Right? So you see that we are
I think Casey, you have like a
we're
thing
more
where
strict with the individual coin double than we are with a coin heavy when it comes to carbon keyboard. So therefore, a Nino, so different Nicola, it's a coin double, and we make an exception by a coin double, the carbon yachid, and carbon yachid, Nino seems to hook with the coin heavy, the carbon keyboard. So he says that surely the coin heavy, when he's in Onan, should be able to bring it. Because he's saying as well,
That was a joke, Rabbi. That was a joke. That the
a carbon
impetus
keyboard
of Casey's
allows
anger
you to
would be
do
shit. I do
something
remember that
even when
time.
a coin double
I
cannot
was
in the
mad
case
at
of
a girl.
Puma. Then when the coin double can, for sure the keyboard can. So therefore, a regular coin,
Yeah, but that, yeah.
when we say that a regular coin
I'm
cannot
not
bring
immune to
something
an
in Onan,
outburst.
it's
I'm
only
not
if
immune
that
to an
regular coin
outburst. I'm not
is
immune to
bringing a carbon yachid, but not if he's bringing a carbon keyboard.
Stoicism.
Rabba by
Stoicism.
Rabba by
Talk about
Loi
stoicism on here. It all comes from the school of Marcus Aurelius,
things that he wants
meditations.
to learn out.
It's basically just like
Rabba, you're messing with things here. And so now we can see
affect the things you can change, ignore the things you can't.
massive law, Rabba by
Don't be up and down.
At the
Just always
Rabba
like
part,
this. That's
asking on
not
Rabba.
it's like a heart rate
Because
monitor.
Rabba, in effect,
Just
in his
when I
Talmud,
played tennis
he took
against that person,
these things for granted.
my buddy's
He read the
girlfriend,
passage, wrote them,
forgot my racket.
the
When we went to the place, but you can write
making
the
Talmud.
demo for
And
$6.
Rabba himself
And if
acknowledged
you break it,
in the Talmud
probably
he made. What are those
$400
things?
for this racket.
And
The I would just like miss and just
we go
hit it on the ground, but just
after
barely scrape, like pulling back just until I put a
Rabba
little scrape
assumed
on it.
that Kohen Gadol, when he brings the carbon
But
yachid,
it's
is
just like
not able to bring it.
I can't in that moment. I fuck up in a
Except when
bad
it's a
shot. I
tzibur.
can't
In
pull
other words,
back.
that even in the
God
yachid, the Kohen
damn
Gadol
it, I'm
cannot
better
bring it
than
to
that.
tzibur.
Yeah.
That was
I'm much
perfect
better than I used to be as a youth.
because the
I
pasuk
had
didn't tell you
terrible
that
anger
was
issues. I
permitted
broke my hand
except by a
twice.
tzibur. So therefore, it doesn't apply by a yachid even if it's a Kohen
I
Gadol.
had an
It
anger
takes
management,
away
etc.
the hooks of the tzibur, appear a so
But I
Kohen
just
Hedger.
didn't really.
And moreover, he said that it was clear to Rabba that when it was a common keyboard, that even a Kohen Hedger can bring it, and not just a Kohen Gadol. It is great summer because the prophet said the law goes, you bring it in the time, and it doesn't distinguish between the Kohen Gadol. Furthermore, part of Rabba's underlying premise was that Ninos that when we say a Kohen Gadol can bring a carbon when he's in Onan, it's true whether it's a carbon yachid or a carbon keyboard. It's true somehow because the prophet didn't distinguish, right? So he's saying, I just brought you three things that were all underlying premises of Rabba. Why did Rabba assume these things? Because the prophet didn't distinguish, right? So there's reason to make him assume all these things. With the Israel it's a Kohen Hedger, well, like, are you going to have a comment? So he says, yeah, there's a fourth thing that the prophet doesn't distinguish, which is it says that a Kohen Hedyot does not bring a carbon when he's in Onen, and Rabbi is using this Kalachomer to say that when does he not bring it as an Onen, even though the Pasuk says it, or the implication of the Pasuk says it categorically, yet he's going to distinguish and say there's a difference whether it's done the Yachid or the Tzibor. So basically, Rabbi Body Law is going to say, if you're going to, you took three statements of the Psukim at face value, and a fourth one, you're making a Kalachomer. Rabbi Body Law is going to say, I'm going to show you that for all three of those rules that you took for granted, I can make you an equivalent Kalachomer, and you'll see that I can uproot all those things that you took for granted. So here we go. Master Rabbi Body Law, Rov Kosar and Ninos is a point God of the Yachid and Kalachomer. He said, you assume that a Kohen Gadol is able to bring his carbon when he's in Onen, whether it's a Yachid or Rabbi. I'll show you from the Kalachomer that he cannot do it when it's a carbon Yachid, even though you thought he could. Why? Because I'll say, you see that from by a tzibor that even a Kohen Hedyot who's coming can do it. Well, Hutra is the Kohen Gadol of carbon Yachid, so then yet a Kohen Gadol, and by a tzibor, a regular Kohen can do it for Toma, but a Kohen Gadol by his own carbon cannot do it. So Aninos, and in case of Aninos, Hutra is the Kohen Hedyot for carbon tzibor, where the regular Kohen Hedyot cannot do it even when it's a carbon tzibor, because that's an exception that's unique to Toma, and that's not written by Aninos. Ain't no difference for a Tosar, it's a Kohen Gadol of carbon Yachid. So therefore, I would make a Kalachomer to tell you that Kohen Gadol cannot bring a carbon Yachid when he's in Onen, and when it says that Kohen Gadol can bring a carbon when he's in Onen, it's only by a tzibor, right? If you use this kind of logic of a Kalachomer, I'll prove to you the opposite of something you took for granted. You took for granted that a Kohen Gadol in Onen can bring a carbon whether it's a Yachid or tzibor. Using the same logic, I'll prove to you that it can't do it when he's in Yachid, only when he's a tzibor. He says the second thing, the Tosar Tuma is a Kohen Gadol to carbon Yachid and Kalachomer. He said, and moreover, you said that a Kohen Gadol, that when he's a carbon, that when he brings a carbon Yachid, he's not able to bring it to Tuma, it's only by a carbon tzibor. I'll prove to you that he can bring it a carbon Yachid and Kalachomer. I'll make you the same Kalachomer. I mean, it's a Kohen Hedyot to carbon tzibor, but you see that by Aninos. When even by a tzibor, a regular Kohen cannot bring it, Hutra is a Kohen Gadol, the carbon Yachid, so that, yes, well, a tzibor was not enough to do it for a Kohen Hedyot. The Kohen Gadol was able to bring any kind of carbon, even carbon Yachid by a minute, so then Tuma, the Hutra is a Kohen Hedyot, the carbon tzibor, but Tuma, that by the tzibor does allow it to be overridden, which it does not allow by Aninos, then in a din, that therefore Kalachomer, when you get to the Kohen Gadol, the Hutra is a Kohen Gadol of carbon Yachid. That a Kohen Gadol should be able to bring his carbon Yachid even when he's coming. And yet, we took that for granted that no Kohen is allowed to bring a carbon Yachid when he's coming, not a Kohen Gadol, not a regular Kohen. But applying this same logic, I can uproot that assumption. And thirdly, he says, V'lo tudar Tuma eitz of Kohen Hedyot the carbon tzibor and the Kalachomer. He says, I'll tell you that maybe this exemption that says the Moadam, that you bring them in their time, is only for Kohen Gadol, and a Kohen Hedyot, even when it's a carbon tzibor, cannot bring it. How would he bring that raya? He says in Kalachomer, Uma Aninos Hutra Eitz of Kohen Gadol carbon Yachid, or Hutra Eitz of Kohen Hedyot carbon tzibor. He says, you see by Aninos that the Kohen Gadol can bring his carbon Yachid, right? So it makes an exception by carbon Yachid. It does not allow him to do a regular Kohen cannot bring it on Nino even with keyboard. Then Tuma, so Hutra is a Kohen Gadol, carbon Yachid, and in the case of Tuma where the Kohen Gadol, and you see by Nino that when the Kohen Gadol is able to do it, the Yachid still can do it a regular Kohen Hedyot by keyboard. So you see by Tuma, which even the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to do carbon Yachid, ain't no difference for a super the Kohen Hedyot with carbon keyboard. So therefore I will tell you that for sure that when there's an exception that says that the carbon keyboard can be brought, even the Tuma, that would apply only to Kohen Gadol, but not by the regular Kohen, right? So basically, and now there's so basically the Rabbi by law has three things. The first one started low Tusar, then Tusar, and low Tusar. His first thing we're trying to see what's going about Aninos and Tuma and Toma, and then we're trying to see something about Aninos and the Yachid, Tuma the Yachid, and Tuma the keyboard. That was delivered. Basically, Rabbi by law is saying chicken. Of course, if you use that kind of logic, I can uproot the halacha that you implied for the first three. So therefore,
If he's been successful with his Call of Duty or his online betting,
Yes, online betting makes sense. That's hilarious.
Oh, wow.
you can go any direction you want, and these things are actually contradictory between them. In other words, they contradict each other.
Looks nice for the Crystalia show.
They said, so
For
therefore,
husbands,
brother
don't
or
talk
mother,
down to
take
your
the
wife.
dick
I'm out.
Take the dick He said, just take something at their face value. Don't mess with this
Was it your wife
thing
or
that's
the
trying
Skype?
to the logic of your kind of thing will uproot all four of these rules, and the rules make sense because the Torah said this and doesn't distinguish otherwise, and so therefore, Rabbi writes that don't make these outcomers. I did have what to say, but
Hell yeah, bro. The girls out there really doing it, man.
Don't increase the work of the house by leaving all your things lying around different places.
Hold on, which one is this one? Yo, this is fucking 5 now.
I'm out. Because the first one is the one that Chris said, like, that's not misogyny. She has just as much intelligence as your colleague at the office. She lacks only opportunity. Talk to her of anything you would talk to a man, and you'll be surprised how she expands.
Yeah, that surprised me for 1913 or whatever the fuck it was. Because in the 50s, it was like, bitches, shut up.
Yeah, get back in the kitchen.
Wait, I want to
Show your legs and be
I wonder who wrote
Some skinny ass guy.
Show your ankles and shut the fuck up. I want to come. So that was 1950. Yeah. 1952 was.
I'm curious as to where this came from.
So for husbands, don't talk to him. So the second one, don't say.
But the husband in the picture looks super gay.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Look at this fucking swimsuit. What a piece of Look at what she had, too. Jesus Christ.
That's a bikini right now.
Yeah. He can't. He's always jizzing.
Imagine you have to swim with a coat on.
This is so heavy.
You gotta get here. Honey, we go to the beach, get my swim coat.
That's not, it really was a suit. You know what I mean? They call it a suit.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
Yeah. Put all your jewels on. We're going swimming. I mean, she drowned. All right. Okay, so here's another one. Don't say your wife wastes time in reading, even if she only reads fiction. That's pretty misogynistic. It's hilarious, just the way they put it. Don't sneer, even if she reads bullshit. Don't sneer at your wife's cookery or bridge playing or singing or indeed anything else she does. Well, okay, it's basically sexist until the last part. Anything else she does, just leave with that. Don't increase the work of the house by leaving all your things lying around different places if you're not ready by nature.
I'm out. That's where
I understand this is.
I come and I drop everything.
This is also sexist, though, because that's assuming your wife is the one who picks things up, which I'm not saying she shouldn't. She is. Right, I understand. Well, yeah. In certain marriages, yes. But this is not at blanket what wives should be doing unless you have that understanding, which is totally okay. And it's fucking awesome. Don't try to regulate every detail.
Chris is walking a fine line.
I'm just saying.
If that's what you want to do, if she's open to it, shut up.
No, but I'm saying women can work and do shit, but like, don't be all like, with me. Hey, you want to be a boss bitch? Great, but don't be all like, my wife. Don't be all mine. I'm saying women can do whatever they want to, but don't be in my house. So don't try to regulate every detail of your wife's life. Even a wife, and do it for a sister. Don't keep all your jokes. This is great. Don't keep all your jokes for your male friends. Let your wife share them. You know what? Then how about this? Wipe those tears up, dude. I didn't mean it. It's a joke. That was great. And then, you know what? Other one is, and then on the fourth wife, I'm gonna put shut up about the fucking tone then.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Share the
That's where
you know what's stupid about this one? You talk differently to different people.
No, man. Hell yeah, fucking quick with it, bro. Dude, it's quick and simple and it's quick. And it's, it's not about biting off more than I can chew it and chewing it. It's about fucking just being simple, taking nice little bites for my whole career until people realize it's undeniable. Yes! I
bite off just as much as I can, and then I chew it and don't get indigestion. My whole career. Just when you thought
You can tell that we are very frustrated being on the Golden Hour podcast. Especially with Shop now tuning in from Texas. The Shop is always interrupts in general work over Zoom, but it's not even just Shop. Everyone there, Montez, Cheddar Bob, everyone just interrupts Louis as Louis is performing and trying to do bits. And Chris must be thinking, what the hell happened? I was just sitting on the set of Army of the Dead. I was gonna be the guy. I had Netflix deals and movie deals. And now I'm here. Mr. Potato Head and Dennis the Dumbass. And they won't even let him speak. I mean, the way this works is, it started out with Shop and Theo making a mistake. And everyone paid for Theo Mom. Theo left. Shop brought in the Leah. Now they have the Golden Hour. Everyone pays for the Leah. So, when the two or three unfunny people start babbling and interrupting the funny person, it's an extremely frustrating thing, and you can tell how frustrated Delia is that he keeps trying to go off on bits. Because this is what he does if you watch his congratulations podcast. But here he has idiots stepping all over him, and idiots who just happen to be the most unfunny people on planet Earth. Extremely frustrating, but that's what happens when you get accused of what Louis is accused of. You end up broadcasting with Bob. I wish that on any man. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Such a cheese. I mean, it's so funny how much shit President Shaw has caught like in the world of comedy. Because when he first came to the cellar, and he just came with Brian Cow, like, hang out, listen, and he was like, I really love your stuff. I was like, Brandon, fucking Shaw just said he likes my stuff. So when he started doing comedy, he was so much shit. So at one point, I was just like, dude, this guy fucking rules. He likes me. And so he's taking a lot of shit. I mean, he's still getting shit. He doesn't even do comedy anymore either. He's like, you like live comedy, but starts giving him shit. Yeah, but they're like,
Not funny. Bad joke.
They're like giving him shit. They're like saying his podcast is every week. There's somebody going, he's finished. His podcast is over. They keep saying he's finished. They said Brian Cow just keeps leaving and going on different vacations. Like every week, he's like, oh, I'm not going to be here for the next 7 episodes because me and my family are doing anything else. But I don't know how true it is. I just watched all that.
Yeah, let's spend the rest of the show calling out people for being dicks, dude.
Let's do it.
All right, let me want my list. You know what? No, I shouldn't.
You gotta do it.
I can say a name, but I will say there is a comedian who I wrote for who stole like $10,000.
Rich Voss.
I mean, emotionally, yeah.
$10,000 of emotion. Rich Voss.
You wrote for him on that stupid show.
comedy punch out of the shower on coming up.
I did not write on that.
You didn't write on that? You were there?
Do you think
Oh,
that
no,
was focused?
I thought she was the Indian chick. You're right.
Oh, that's so funny. She's a good writer. I'll take it.
Wait a second, are you not Sue Hardwall?
Nope, I'm not.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but I did get robbed.
$10,000. Now, robbery in being unpaid.
Unpaid after agreeing to a payment, and then afterwards I asked for the payment, and they were like, nah. And then I was like, can I have it again? And then this person, who is, everyone knows here,
Famous.
shouldn't be, but is, undeservingly famous.
Five guys.
She refused to pay me my money, and then added into the email an attorney who threatened to tell Netflix that I was difficult to work with if I came after the rest of my payment.
Wow, so it's a girl.
I'll write it down.
I want to guess. I want to guess with writing down. It's going to drive people nuts.
Okay, do you want to guess what I'm writing down?
I'm writing 3 names.
Okay.
You tell me if it's one of them.
Okay.
I think I only have 2 in my mind right this second, but you're going to have the same ones, Bobby, I think.
Here, you need a pen.
No, we're probably going to have the same.
We are,
Chase just saved me.
Write 3 and it'll be fun. I'll go, yeah, it's one of the 3. No.
Really?
No. More undeserving of fame.
I know.
Don't. It's got attorneys.
can I tell you guys? Let me tell you who'd you write, Bobby. Okay, well, you're supposed to say it. It was your idea.
It's not her.
Let me say it. Let me for the sake of people playing along at home.
My brain just says what it says.
If it's for people playing along at home, it's not in the top 3 people. Most people are thinking I'd say that.
No, it's not.
Because that's the 3 names I wrote down.
I'll give you a hint.
But you can't say the 3 names you wrote down because it's not. You can't say it.
No. I'm just saying, if at home, if people are in the mind going, I've got it, you don't got it because
I don't mind if you say the names it's not.
I know it is.
okay.
I don't give a fuck.
So here's my guess. This is what's on so far. Whitney, no. Nikki,
I don't know her name.
no. Amy, no.
No.
I don't know her name.
More undeserving.
I'm just
Think of someone who doesn't deserve anything.
I don't want to write this one out on camera.
Oh, we're on camera.
Yeah,
Live?
No.
We can end it.
You can blur it, right? Nice.
We're putting this in.
No, we're definitely making this the clip.
No. Literally think of someone who's never had one joke and is famous. And gets regular spots in the city.
No, Bobby gets that
And
already.
blew up quickly and has been connected to some of our friends.
Oh, I know it is. I know it is.
Yes,
I know it
yes,
is.
yes.
I see you writing it in. Yes, Champ. You're
Yeah.
seeing the letters.
Yeah, right.
Yes, that fucking bitch. Yes.
Put that face.
No. And you know it is, Bobby, now?
I know it is.
That's a juicy.
Wow, really?
Yeah. With a lawyer. After agreeing to the payment in email, I could have literally gone after her and I just let it go. And I might still bitch. It's an email. Could I still chase it?
I think you should. If you have it written, if you have like an email record of being promised a fee,
Yeah, I did.
Christine is the lawyer of the show. Just let her know.
You know what?
If anything happens to the bonfire, we go to Christine.
Coming after you, cunt.
So you have an
Can
email.
I say that?
Yes.
You have it in an email for the money from her or from our people.
I have it from her.
And was it for the thing like that?
Yeah, that thing. And the reason why she didn't want to pay me is because she wouldn't listen to me on how to actually say them.
Okay, the chick Kim Cogman's talking about it. It's the end of perfect. But there you go. But Big Tail person, Bob Kelly, talking about destroying Baba and all my videos about him. So now, first of all, big shout out to Bob Kelly. Remember Bob Kelly with the first person ever to mention me on the then Jim and Sam show with him, Anthony, Sam, were all in. This was right after we got fired, and this was like one of the first shows back when it was a big deal. Oh, we get to have Anthony back on. And Anthony and Bob Kelly shouted me out. Big J hangs out with Louis J. Gomez. As you know, they all keep tabs on the channel here. But yeah, as you can see, all the guys watch my channel. They'll keep up on the Baba news. And Shaw was so stupid following that lawsuit. I mean, but to be fair to Shaw, Louis J. Gomez did give a real ass dude in week for suing me. But aside from that, it's just been a complete downfall for his career. And even Big J had said it there. He was like, when I first heard about Shaw, I was like, oh, this dude's cool. This guy, it's awesome. I'm going to meet Shaw. Now I thought that because Shaw had the Rogan connection. Now that's pretty much done. And they've all lost respect for Shaw and trash now. And it's hilarious to me. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
How do I know? They ultimately will end up compromising the
Craziest thing. This is insanely sad too. So there's two Japanese boxers that fought in the same event, not against each other, the same event, and they both died from brain injury. The ref's fault? Did they just not stop it? They just fucked up, or it's just a freak accident the same night? It's just a freak, same night. So it says two Japanese boxers have died days after suffering brain injuries in separate fights on the same card. I'm not even trying to say the name. Katori died on Friday, and Hiromasa on Saturday after being injured in the fights. How that's like bleeding inside the skull. That sucks. Yeah, to me, this is like one of the craziest things, the craziest stories I've heard. Nothing too care about that arm stuff. Yeah, it's just two more. That's not about funny. It's just MMA fighting saying views. There are reviews already in the scene. I'm not going to take credit for this, but I am. Go for it. When we did King of the State, it was just getting the UFC, he would show up for the main event. Or the main card, like the third last fight, and I roasted him. I said, dude, you know how fucked that up is? You know how fucked up that is? Yes, I remember this. Do you remember this? Yes. I was like, dude, the real fights are the prelims. Those are the guys you need to watch. Those guys fighting for their meals. Those are the guys that need support. Theo was like, alright, you know, Theo made some joke, and now he does it. Yeah, I'm just saying, I was the first one to call him out, like, you can't show up for the fucking main card. Don't be that guy. And now he's doing it. And you know his comments were always like, there's shitty tweets. God, it's funny. That was funny. Yeah, this became the last one. Yeah, the real fans, like that gentleman said, don't miss the prelims. Don't be that guy that shows up just for the main fucking card. I hate that. Plus, you make so much money out of it. That shit is bullshit, dude. Alright, so in DC, you probably posted this. Our own boy, Georgie, under that clip. And it is on. We're like, who's this guy? So DC posted this. I like Georgie's all, huh? I love it. Yeah. Georgie blow it up, dude. I love to see it. I just talked to him the other day. Yeah, Georgie blow it up. Yeah, love from Islam, DC. I love to see it. That's it. All right, kids. That's it, man. Yeah, UFC 319 this Saturday. Cannot wait. It's must-see TV. First time in a long time I'm saying this. This is a middleweight title fight for the ages. This fight is fucking two of the very best in their prime going at it for the world fucking title. It is the UFC at its finest. Please tune in. It's UFC 319 going down. The Boogeyman Hamza versus DDP, one of the best to ever do it. They're both in their fucking prime. Let's fucking go. UFC 319 this Saturday. Enjoy it. Like, subscribe, do all this stuff. The TRX giveaway ends this month. Alright, this is the last month. I'm sick of promoting this thing. 4 months is way too much to promote a truck. I've been driving around. It's absolutely insane. It's a 2024 final edition supercharged V8 Hellcat TRX with over $50,000 in mods. The winner also gets $10,000 cash. We have new merch coming for the last week. It's the best merch I've done. Go on over to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win this badass ultimate dad rig. Get what you can. It ends this month. Get you some. Alright? That's it, kids. Drivefastallgas.com. UFC 319. It's going down. I love you guys. Thanks for watching. Subscribing. Doing all this stuff. I'm out.
Georgie blowing up. I mean, another guy who got away from the job, and his career is immediately doing better. By the way, the Georgie thing messed up. Georgie was hired by Shop, so Shop could go around and brag. Well, you see that weird fat guy? I hired him. And then he paid him nothing and fired him. And only him. So Georgie got fired by Shop. But Shop hired him because they said everyone, look what a great guy I am, me. So, other than that, talking about another guy who's career blew up. The second he got away from Shop. Shop is so jealous of him. But you said, I'm calling Theo out. My thing that I told him to go to the prelims first. And did he just say he roasted Theo about it? Brendan Schaub has never even roasted a Marshall. Brendan Schaub is a fucking... He's never roasted anybody or anything. Whereas he would say anything. He talks like a redact. By the way, I don't know that, let me know if you have noticed this. Now every time I hear the word every or any, and like, I got half shot in his brain, I keep hearing any, every. Like, why doesn't he keep putting eyes and words like that? What accent is that other than redacted? It's not a Colorado accent. I've never heard anybody do that. He's got me doing it now. Yeah, Sean, the whole Theo Mom thing. That's why Sean moved down to Texas. Because Callan was going to pull a Theo. Callan, look, I'm down to Texas. Go focus on my stand-up career. Because of residency at Joe Rogan's club. And Sean was like, goes away. Not again. Not another Theo situation. Packed up his entire family and flew to Texas. Sean is miserable. He hates it down there. He can't stand it. His wife hates it. And they're trying to make the best of it by lying, but they still complain about it on a weekly basis. They hate the wildlife, the fact that Shop has no friends there. like his brother had him down there with him. Yeah. So Shab just eats it. But moves all the way there. So that man Shab was thinking the entire time, I should have moved to Nashville with you. But I stayed. When Khaled was going to pull that trigger, Shab was like, nah, me. I'm stitching my wagon into your North Star. I'm not gonna let you go anywhere. They hate me so much. And he's not gonna try to take credit for the success. But then it really never thought to come.
Yeah. But that's funny, my mom and dad, they don't drink. Does your brother? Once in a while.
Do you miss drinking?
No.
You stopped when? You just stopped one day.
Yeah, so I cold turkey.
That was it. Just
That was it. What did you enjoy about it? Because you did it every day.
with rest.
What did you enjoy about it the most? Nothing. Then why'd you do it? Stress. Stress, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just having to deal with the fucking overall.
Yeah, so it made stress go away. Yeah.
It's a shitty way to cope.
Yeah, it's a bad way to go. I had my own whiskey line, so I had access to it. It's there.
And your face was small.
Super small. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, nothing good came from it. I also don't need it to be social. Like this weekend, I'm with the other dads, the neighbors and stuff, and there's at the lake, there's a little bar there. I can go there and hang with anyone and talk. I don't need alcohol to talk.
But so ever since you guys are talking about drinking with me, dude, people hit me up constantly and they're like, oh my god, you're getting wasted. I'm like, I don't get wasted. I just, everyone else guys can handle alcohol. I've seen it. But also, I've seen you drink crazy amounts of alcohol in your throat.
It's not
Some people can handle it. Like your body breaks it down differently than most people.
No, I disagree with that.
It's still tough.
I think you can handle it and do your job, but you're killing yourself. So this idea that you can handle it, it's actually aiding to you.
I don't disagree with you that alcohol's not poison.
It's like if you're Winston Churchill, Chan, Bert Kreischer, none of it's good.
Right.
None of it's good.
I actually read a book that freaking Nikki Glaser recommended on Joe Rogan's show. It's about drinking, how to quit drinking. And I stopped drinking for like a few weeks. And I was just like, alright, I felt pretty good, but I felt better when I was just enjoying it. It's an addiction. Sometimes that addiction is like where all the fun is, right? So sometimes you can be in a, your life can be like the
you keep highlighting this addiction. Now it's not a big deal, but I disagree.
It's not a big deal. It's not what I'm trying to say. Let me finish the thought though, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes an addiction can be like literally your entire purpose, and your whole life is geared around being able to do that. So people who do that, then you take it away. So, for example, when they do lap band, stomach bypass surgery, or they do a band, the suicide rate for those people goes way up because now they don't have food. And food was the one thing that kept them sane and kind of from having to face all their problems. Now you take the food away, and now they're left sitting there, right? And they're left with themselves, and that's sort of the challenge. So I think at the end of the day, I agree that there's nothing good about drinking, and you're going to have to eventually come to terms with it, right? Or it'll take you. And may as well do it sooner than later.
And that's what I'm doing. I just feel like you can find something you can put your energy in, because drinking's such a waste of
Like
time.
karate.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, once you guys start talking about it, people hit me up like crazy. They're in their minds, they're framing it as I'm getting wasted, like passing out. Yeah, like, no, baby, no. What the hell are you? I've passed out. You're drinking a lot. When have you ever seen me be like, only on that Jelly Roll bus, but the outside. Yeah, but that's with Jelly Roll. You have to do it with Jelly Roll, and that's weed too. I did weed and alcohol Jelly. But it's like on the current event, which is a good segment. On the current event, sound Trump's gonna, make marijuana not such a restricted drug, right? So the gateway drug. Go for it. I know what you're about to say. The idea, I'll say our boy Rogan's words about marijuana. I'll tell you this right now. The idea that marijuana helps you be more creative, or you can take it and view the world in a different spectacle, all of that is bullshit. It's all bullshit. None of that's real. It's all an excuse for you to zone out and do whatever. You can do it without it. Well, your medication. So if you think marijuana is this some sort of passenger to get you to be funny or more creative, that's idiot. You can't get there without these drugs. And to say it's a gateway drug, that's not an understatement. And there's science on it and there's research on it that shows that kids that do marijuana before the age of 21, it makes you so much more stupider. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen one person with our friends who just smoke all the time. And it's not cool. I've seen young kids who had everything. And I watched them smoke, and they started smoking at 15, 14. It is what it is. Kids do it. And man, when they're 25, it's a sad story. It just is. I'm not saying waste management. Rogan's not like he can do it and still be super hyper. He was also that way before I started smoking too. He's so intense and had 6 gears. So he worked for him at 4, so it works for him. But he also started doing it when he was 35. Correct. Also, you're not Joe Rogan, right? Most of us are. So the idea that this can be a less dangerous drug and healthy body couldn't be more wrong. Now there's some health benefits to it, with inflammation, stuff like that. But as far as making it less dangerous, I just think it's moving America in the wrong direction.
My buddy, who you know, Jimmy, we had a friend who had passed away from a brain tumor, but he had glioblastoma, and they were giving him a highly concentrated THC, right? Like highly concentrated. And it kept him alive for, I think, almost 3 years. So they're sometimes certain THC, I guess they don't know why, it's kind of, slows the progression. So Jimmy, who smokes weed periodically, took a fucking, he wet his finger on the drop, he wet his finger on the THC drop, and went like this, got blitzed. He didn't just go get blitzed. He went into a seizure, and he was like this, and he remembers he was totally like cognizant, but he had no control over his body. So he had no control of his body, and he was like, "Oh my God, I'm having a stroke." So they get him to the hospital. He's lying there, and the doctor, he's finally coming out of him. The doctor goes, "Yeah, you overdosed on THC. That's what happened."
It's like some people get schizophrenic doing it. There's just, I just think people would be so much better if. I'm not saying there's not a use for marijuana. There definitely is in medical cases. I just think we'd be so much better off if instead of smoking marijuana, instead of drinking that fucking whiskey gin, if you just put your fucking tennis shoes on and go for a run. And if you can get the same euphoric feeling, you can get the same endorphins, whatever drug of choice, whatever alcohol of choice, if you do something hard and that makes you sweat, you get the same endorphins. There's a reason why so many addicts become long-distance runners, because they're getting the same endorphins. There's ways to do it where you're going to smoke and sit on your couch and be not productive and scroll Twitter and Instagram and do some dumb shit. I just don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get the movement. I don't think it puts us in a productive direction. I don't get any of it. I don't get any of it.
It's not a purpose.
I don't either.
It's what's
But
called what?
it's his battle. It's his journey.
You
know, he'll figure it out. Get into fucking karate. Get into fucking MMA too.
What about singing, Joe? If you went and spent more time in
By the way, you know what? I'm sorry to say this. I forgot you.
Okay, so that clip was chock full of a bunch of stuff. Furthermore, was chop, pick his nose, and then like eat it. Did I see that correctly? I don't know. I did not expect the whole anti-weed right there from Chop. Kind of odd, but you had to throw in the caveat that, fine with Joe Rogan. He thinks, Donald Trump should make weed illegal. Well, that's Joe Rogan to do. So, Chop all about that freedom. All about that freedom. So, things got a little heated there. Cal finally had to step up. Be like, let me finish. He's so sick of Chop just interrupting him. And he's aware of all the criticism. Now, he has to step up. Like I'm trying to talk about. Chop's whole holier-than-thou attitude. Of course he has that. He's fucking Baba. Of course that's his attitude. This man was a huge alcoholic. And you notice what he said in there, I had a whiskey company. Remember that whiskey, Tiger Thick whiskey? What happened? I thought Aaron Rodgers was going to be a partner. He said Aaron Rodgers was a partner. But he had a whiskey company. It's gone now. But Shaw was drinking every day. And, he couldn't stop drinking for a week. And now he's holier than thou, Shaw. Like, I'm sober now. His favorite meal is certain I don't walk around holier than thou on people. Especially since, I was a huge alcoholic. Rick Shaw was probably the biggest alcoholic in South America. Now he's holier than that. Which, should he have, some understanding?
About how Logos had done the law of Cohen, the action of whatsoever they told us is not required of Cohen, at least when Shimon ultimately again, you don't require it. It's like, remember, let's just keep an eye on the bubble. We're trying to figure out over here in the severe what's in this body. Is a non-Cohen permitted to do Holocaust? That's the fundamental question of the question. We want to suggest that Holocaust itself, this is a macrobius between the Shimon and the Rabbi. According to the Shimon, it says that what? That Holocaust is not is a dispensable part of the Avodah. Therefore, it's not doing the Avodah. Therefore, it should be shared out. According to the Rabbi, ultimately, again, because it's an indispensable part of the Avodah, therefore, what? Therefore, what should be possible to sound. So it's like, if you don't want to use the test of the problem. Again, we find the precedent to see that point. You have that Avodah that's an indispensable part of the Avodah. You have to use the share of the sound. What's the example of that? So now we're just trying to figure out what requires a coin, what doesn't require a coin. So you might ask me just like a Shimon's model. Anytime the coin explicitly says you need a coin, but so it doesn't explicitly say you don't need a coin. So you might ask me 1 second. The last coin is you.
Just hold in your investment position long enough. If you're sweating, with Dallas, invest in clarity, proven strategies, unbiased advice, low, fair fees, and Dallas.
This is really the fight of the kid. This 19.3 thing, money, I'm telling you, it's a fucking distraction from all the other stuff going on. So, Harvey, what's his name? Harvey, Levin. So now he got the fourth contact from the kidnappers, which is weird. Why they reach out to TMZ? They've offered to pay the money. There's been no communication from the FBI with these kidnappers. They're just communicating with TMZ. There's been no communication at all. Usually the way this works, when you kidnap somebody, you want $60 million. Well, you okay, we'll give $6 million. You transfer $6 million, then you get the person back. There's none of that going on. It's all a farce. It's all, I don't know what the...
Going ahead and the Corey, the man Corey does for Morocco, it is also a new rendition. There was a guarantee you want, even according to rendition. So what's it say? Again, so bottom line, what is the halacha? And how do you translate this halacha? This halacha is the special part of that. What is this? So the Gemara says, Kol has nothing, Kol, I mean, you just go through the Rambam over here. This is Parakar halacha of Zion. Kol has nothing. Kol has nothing. Don't come on. Echabuna Tzim Na'avodah. Osha only has a down on his back. Osha started on his back. Also, Yitzhak.
That's why my mom and dad vote for him. Does your brother? Once in a while.
Do you have his drink, you know?
You stopped work. You just stopped.
That was it. Just
What did you enjoy about it when you worked? Because you did it every day with your guys.
Not done by a coin that ultimately what? What about the nice things? What about if the coin goes ahead and receives the blood? Then what? Gives it to the salt of whole. And the salt doesn't bring closer to the death, it just stands there holding it. And then what? And then it goes, and then the coin gets it back against the rose. The ground discusses this. Kiba la kasha ben asa la apostle, la holach ba apostle, and the Amar ben Komo, supposed to listen to this. What happens again? The coin received the blood, gave it to Yisrael. Yisrael standing in place. Coin gets it back from Yisrael. What's the halacha? What's the yachzir la kasha? As long as halacha la might Yisrael did not move it closer to the death, Yisrael just stood there.
Now, Jake is actually in talks to fight Anthony.
I don't know, but I don't think any of Jake's stuff is staged. I think it's all calculated who he's fighting. But I've said this before, and I'm not going to say it's staged, but if he fights Anthony Joshua and he doesn't get absolutely starched in 30 seconds or less, thumbs up. I'll say that. That's how that's shown. Two-time gold medalist, world champion, heavyweight. Anthony Joshua. This is where we draw a line and say, hold on. Now I'll watch it, of course, but if you beat him in like a decision or lose a decision, I got some questions. I'm not saying it's rigged, I don't assume, but I got questions.
I also got questions. What's Jake up to? Does he actually want to see how he can stack up?
Maybe this is the final stage of it. Be like, all right, I can get a fight with Anthony Joshua when he gets starched. And he's like, okay, that's my time.
Yeah.
I made all the money. I fought the very best. I'm out.
Balls.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt in that.
This kid's got balls.
But if that thing goes longer than a minute, you know, get fucking starched. I got questions. That's all I'm saying.
You're not,
Yeah. Or maybe you don't even have to say anything, but and Anthony Joshua puts away like the 10. Okay.
So Anthony would make it a show.
The way Tyson did with Francis. And then Francis ran into Anthony. Anthony was, oh, this is how it should go. And fucked his world. That's how it should go.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with that. Francis made all the money.
Tyson was not going full.
They put on a show. Same way Floyd did with Logan. Yeah.
Really?
I think you got another show. Yeah. I'm not saying it's staged with Logan and Floyd, but you know, I don't think he was giving it all.
I think it was Tom Ed Hearn said this is the most insane thing, but it's a crazy payday.
You know, they're both making money. That's why I get yours. There's a lane for it.
What do you think that Jake in his training is thinking? Is he training with big guys and thinking he's the best?
No.
I mean, Anthony Joshua.
I know.
I don't.
The Javante Davis one made more sense. Like, he's undersized. If he landed when he's getting trouble. Anthony Joshua?
Yeah.
The Greek goddess from fucking the UK? Yeah. That guy? The gold medalist? The former heavyweight champion?
Yeah.
No.
People think that, he gets beat by Usyk and stuff. And they're like, oh, no.
I don't think he thinks so. I don't think he would. I think Jake's like, yeah, I'm going to test this. This is the end of the line.
I mean, do that against people. You know what I mean? You're better off doing that against the
You're not, though.
Why?
Because no one knows people.
Yeah.
The whole reason is to make money. No one's going to watch him play people.
All right. I mean, Canelo.
Canelo's not taking the fight.
He's not taking the fight.
I mean, would you still be interested in? He said either was it Jake or was it Logan that said their end plan was to fight each other. You can say that on my show. Yeah. So would you still be interested in that? Yeah, if it's a real fight, hell yeah. Then there's this about the WNBA.
They've taken out shoes. Guys have sex with them. They didn't have feet.
Yeah,
It's true. Guys are not.
Would you date a short queen chick? What? Short queen? Like that blonde and that? Like that's a. Give me height. Short, 4 foot, dude. No. I think under 5 foot's considered short. Like the small.
Under 5.
4 meters under 5.
No, but that's a type of. That's a condition.
4 feet. But I think under 5. What is considered a person? It's different ways.
Other than picking his nose and perhaps eating it, Brendan Shaw, did you see what happened there? Did you see him get caught doing the most disgusting thing? He took out that big pouch out of his mouth and stuffed it in the couch and then put a chair there. How many times has he done? How many couches are on that couch? Look, this thing appeared. This nose-picking weirdo really took that pouch out of his mouth and put it in his armpit. Oh my God! First of all, that dipping thing is the most disgusting. I remember when I was in an aircraft carrier. USS Carl Vinson, CVN 70. And there was a smoke deck. I smoked cigarettes. But you'd go to the smoke deck and smoke your cigarettes. One time, Persian Gulf, they were doing night ops or something, so shit went dark. And that means they shut off all the lights and shit. You're not allowed to be on the smoke deck. And they put on this red light. So we had to get off the smoke deck, and a guy just ran into him for hands. Stay out of it. So, you're the guy. Holy shit. Walk around with that pouch thing and their little water bottles. Just spit into their water bottles and just keep them around. So not only is it the most disgusting habit ever, that pouch thing, but to actually take it out and stuff it in the chair. You know he's not getting that back. You know it's in there forever, and how many are in there. But you know, like, not after the like that would go. Let's go get that big chitty and get it. He's just going to leave it there. That disgusting pouch. That is the slobber of shopping that is spending every Dak's mouth. It is tripping the crowd. Tripping. Is lodged between the cushion of that armchair. Oh my God. Shop is a disgusting. disturbing, disgusting. Where is he even spitting his spit at? Is he spitting it into that monster thing that we drinking the bad boys? You can tell he's not drinking that much anymore. That was because he got into the monster. Every episode, something even more disgusting than his normal behavior. It truly is a disturbing thing to have to work with this man. He's a disgusting, truly sad, truly pathetic. Have to clean even the going level people think like once a month the kid has to get in there and get all the pouches. They go to move that chair, it's all drenched from pouch water. Disgusting. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
But it does need consistency of every single day when I put my head on the pillow. But I need to be able to tell myself at the end of the day, it's once, two simple words. Done. I tried. Doesn't mean I was successful. I tried doesn't mean that I tried the hardest I possibly could. But I know that I tried. I know that I put it effort. And I think ultimately that's what you're ready to do. And then suddenly feels see, I was like, the worst thing in life is lack of consistency. But it's bad marriage, it's bad kids, it's bad marriage.
That changes everything about the heavyweight division. It would be great. It would be amazing. Now, this one you said, I've been seeing this as Conor McGregor promises to never cheat on you again. Okay, so that's story went all over the place. And so everybody's talking about it. Like, Conor promises not to cheat.
Oh, look who it is.
And he's got her on his lap, so he's promising.
Yo, those sluts.
You post like 9,000 reels.
Yeah, dog. I did.
Damn.
Exactly. That's not
Not
what.
the progeny, right?
No, that bitch is still going. Fortunately, I posted 2,000 different reels on that bitch and then moved on to other ones.
They can't stop the Rabbi.
Oh, fuck no, dog. I've got an emulator. I've got an emulator on my computer right now. And I'm gonna, before I whoop your ass like 1,000 times in Scrabble, I'm gonna get this bitch to work. I'm gonna try to create a new account. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then I'll try again tomorrow. And usually they let you make them if you just cool down 24 hours. How are you doing?
I was taking my dog out.
Was that your dog?
Doggy, doggy, dog.
That's not yellow, is it?
No, there's another. There's like an aggressive dog on my floor that just barks a lot.
Why is that dog such a dick?
Oh, sorry. It's probably traumatized. I don't know.
Did it hear Zeus comedy?
I mean, I hope not. For its own sake, it doesn't need to be traumatized. guys for it. Yeah, straight up audio bludgeoning. Not okay. Have you spoken to Zoot recently?
Fuck yeah, he came in like 10 seconds after you left. And he and I played we played and I beat him. And then we played where else did we play? We played what's that game? You know that game, right? Fuck, it didn't work. What's that game that we played? Pool. We played pool.
Are you good at pool IRL?
You know, for like a very short period of my life, I would play people at a bar. Just not. I've never been a really big bar guy, but I ended up with some roommates going